Chapter 1. A Journey Through Time. The sky was a brilliant azure, as clear as a transparent mirror, adorned with thick, fluffy clouds that billowed like cotton and surged like waves that transformed the heavens into a picturesque tableau at that moment. On what should have been a serene and sunny day, an unidentified object streaked across the sky like a meteor, producing a sound akin to a rending of the atmosphere. In the Hall of Offerings. Grandfather, what is happening? That meteor-like object is plummeting rapidly. Qian Renxue, who was about to embark on an undercover mission in Tiando City, inquired of Daoliu, pointing at the celestial phenomenon. Daoliu gazed at the meteor-like object in the sky, gently ruffling Qian Renxue's hair before responding. Little Shui, I shall investigate this matter if it were to strike the ground. It could cause considerable casualties when I return. I will buy you your favorite oranges. Grandfather, please hurry. I'm afraid that if you delay, innocent civilians might be affected. Upon hearing this, Daoliu chuckled. Protecting the citizens of Daoliu continent is the mission of our angel clan, Little Shui. It is truly heartening to see you possess such awareness at your young age. Grandfather, hurry up. Qian Renxue felt a bit bashful from the praise, eager for Daoliu to intercept the falling meteor. All right, I shall go at once with that. Daoliu summoned his martial spirit and soared toward the meteor. As a 99th level limit Daw, it took mere moments for Daoliu, enhanced by his martial spirit, to reach the meteor's vicinity. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed an infant's arm. He immediately halted his actions and flew toward the child. Ready to catch the baby, Daoliu successfully cradled the infant, but the force of inertia sent him tumbling to the ground. Gazing at the child in his arms, he murmured, how could a child survive such an impact? Where did this little one come from? Yet, he did not dwell on it further and swiftly returned to the Hall of Offerings. Seeing Daoliu return, Qian Renxue stepped forward and asked, Grandfather, didn't you say you would buy me oranges? Where are they? Qian Renxue then noticed the baby in Daoliu's arms. Grandfather, who is this child? Little Shui, this child is the meteor you just witnessed. I truly cannot fathom how this infant survived such a situation. Qian Renxue looked at the sleeping baby, who was drooling in slumber, and speculated, Grandfather, could it be possible that this is a child of the gods? How else could it be that he survived that ordeal and sleeps so soundly? A child of the gods, perhaps? It seems plausible, for otherwise, how could he have lived through such a calamity? Daoliu pondered the circumstances surrounding the child. At that moment, Qian Renxue inquired, Grandfather, what do you plan to do with this child? Let us take him to the orphanage in Wuhuan City after all. Daoliu intended to mention that the child was orphaned and without care, but upon seeing his granddaughter, he thought better of it after all. Qian Renxue herself was not so different from an orphan. Qian Renxue understood her grandfather's unspoken words, which reminded her of her own mother, Bibi Dong. After giving birth to her, Bibi Dong had never cared for her, harboring only disdain. Grandfather, I want him to be my little brother. Is that all right? Qian Renxue gazed at Daoliu with hopeful eyes. Daoliu recognized her intentions, knowing that he had been the only one by Qian Renxue's side all these years, and readily acquiesced very well. We shall do as Little Shui wishes. Thus, Baiying became Qian Renxue's little brother. After taking the child in her arms, Qian Renxue observed the still sleeping infant as he turned over. A slip of paper appeared on his back. Grandfather, look quickly. What is it, Shui? Qian Renxue produced a piece of paper that bore the name Baiying. Baiying? Is it the child's name? I believe it is, she replied. The grand offeror, Daoliu, had returned with an infant, catching the attention of Bibi Dong. Yueguan Guimei. Bibi Dong called out from her throne. In response, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in black, appeared in the hall of the Pope. Present, they chorused. Seeing them arrive, Bibi Dong inquired, I noticed that the grand offeror seemed to have returned with an infant. I was preoccupied with matters just now. Do either of you know the details? Reporting to your holiness, it appeared that a meteor streaked across the sky. The grand offeror went out to intercept it to prevent innocent casualties, one of them reported. Yes, your holiness, but we are unaware of the child's circumstances. He should be one of the survivors affected by the meteor, Yueguan added. I understand you may leave now. After hearing the report, Bibi Dong dismissed Yueguan and Guimei, leaving her alone in the vast palace. Intercepting a meteor, a survivor, Bibi Dong murmured to herself. In Qian Renxue's chamber, tranquility reigned, akin to a gentle breeze that enveloped the space in serenity and calm. The peace was abruptly shattered by the wail of an infant, awakening Qian Renxue from a rest. Ugh, Baiying stretched lazily, then grumbled, what was I thinking competing and diving with those old men? I should be in an ambulance or already at a hospital. Though Baiying spoke, all that emerged were cries. Qian Renxue hurried to Baiying's side. Her curiosity peaked, why aren't there any tears? Is it because his eyes are still closed? After some contemplation, she concluded it must be due to his closed eyes and reached out to help Bai Ying open them. At that moment, Bai Ying was still singing with his eyes shut. So I've truly arrived in Tianjin, yet I've learned nothing. I've only mastered driving a car, and I've run over more than 200 now. The police are after me, and am terrified. I tumbled and crawled into a rat's nest, and once I entered, hey, it's not bad in here. I look around and find it spacious. The rats, upon seeing me, trembled in fear, standing at attention, and even knelt to bow their heads. Suddenly, as Bai Ying hummed his song, he felt someone tugging at his eyelids abruptly. He opened his eyes, startling Qian Renxue, who had intended to force him to awaken. Who dares to disturb me? Yet what escaped his lips transformed into the cries of an infant. A fact Bai Ying remained oblivious to. Before him stood a girl with golden hair and lavender eyes. Why did you suddenly open your eyes? You scare me. After saying this, Qian Renxue looked at Bai Ying with intrigue. But there are no tears. Was it the way I try to open them? Or perhaps never mind. He'll just ask grandfather. With that, Qian Renxue set off to find Qian Daoliu in the Hall of Offerings, leaving Bai Ying alone in the expansive chamber. Chapter 2. Who am I? Where am I? Bai Ying gazed up at the unfamiliar ceiling, tilting his head to survey his surroundings, and sensing something amiss. The opulent room radiated an air of elegance and luxury. With the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, something is definitely wrong. This feels exceedingly off. Could it be that I was abducted after fainting and sold off? He quickly dismissed the thought. Clearly, this lavish decor belongs to a wealthy family. Why would they kidnap a mere single loser like me? What kind of idle nonsense is this? Perhaps my method of awakening was incorrect, or I am still dreaming. Bai Ying closed his eyes once more and opened them again, only to find no changes in the surroundings. Could it be that I am an invisible wealthy heir? Or maybe, like Wang Duyu, I have a long-lost relative, and since no one else can inherit the fortune, I have been chosen? Feeling an itch on his back, Bai Ying attempted to scratch it, but found his little hands unable to reach. Wait, why can't I reach back there? Raising his hand, he was startled to discover how small and childlike it appeared. What happened to my hands? As realization dawned, he felt an unsettling sensation. When he attempted to stand and walk, he found himself unable to do so, resorting instead to crawling. In no time, he crawled to the edge of the bed, extending his little legs to touch the ground. Eventually, he arrived at a full-length mirror and was taken aback by the reflection staring back at him. Is this me? He moved his hands and feet, observing the mirrored image mimicking his movements, and he marveled. Has society advanced to the point where one can return to childhood? No. If such a miracle existed, it wouldn't happen to me. Could it be that I have been reincarnated or transported to another world? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Just then, Qian Renxue entered with a nurse, and upon seeing Bai Ying sitting by the mirror, she expressed her surprise. Goodness, how did you manage to crawl down here? She promptly lifted him, scolding. Don't you realize how dangerous this is? What if he got hurt and needed treatment? It seems I have truly traversed time, yet who is this person? They appear to be my elder. What should I do? Perhaps a slight nod in acknowledgement would suffice. After contemplating, Bai Ying responded with a subtle nod. Qian Renxue, witnessing this, was initially taken aback, then turned to the nanny behind her and remarked, Did you see that? He can actually understand my words. The nanny, astonished by Bai Ying's nod, exclaimed, I have never seen a child at such a tender age comprehend speech. Merely a slight display of my abilities has already left you and ought just wait until I grow up and unveil my brilliance. You might be utterly astonished, Bai Ying quipped. The nanny then bowed to Qian Renxue and declared, Young master, leave everything to me. I shall fulfill my duties and care for the young master with utmost diligence. Qian Renxue gently placed Bai Ying back onto the bed and approached the nanny, handing her a heavy bag filled with golden soul coins. Thank you for your help. I fear I may trouble you more this time. I must venture out and will not return, and my grandfather and the others are not inclined to care for a child, so I apologize for the inconvenience. It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to alleviate the young master's burdens. Seeing the nanny prepare to bow again, Qian Renxue quickly stepped forward to interrupt. Such formalities between us are unnecessary. You have cared for me since my childhood. We need not indulge in these superfluous rituals. The nanny, upon hearing this, took a step back and bent slightly, stating, Young master, the etiquette between sovereign and subject is indispensable. Bai Ying, observing the exchange between Qian Renxue and the nanny, couldn't help but muse. It appears this person is quite commendable. At least interactions with her should not pose any difficulties. The nanny seems loyal and speaks wisely. Even amidst close friendships, the decorum between ruler and vassal remains essential. Yet he inwardly scoffed, but which absurd world have I stumbled into? There are even rules of etiquette. Thankfully, you all speak Chinese, otherwise I would think I had reincarnated into some wretched place. Qian Renxue then knelt before Bai Ying, gently squeezing his rosy cheeks, and gazed into his sparkling eyes, utterly charmed by the sight. How adorable! Mua! She exclaimed, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Little Bai, are you referring to me? Surely, you are not calling a pet dog or cat. Qian Renxue turned to the nanny, saying, I must first attend to the offering hall after that. I may have to leave. I appreciate your assistance. Young master, you can rest assured that I will take care of everything, the nanny replied. Bai Ying, having overheard their conversation, grasped the crux of it. The offering hall, young master, how familiar that sounds. Time flew by like an arrow, seasons changing swiftly, leaving no moment to savor as everything transformed into a fleeting memory. Suddenly reflecting, he felt the weight of age upon his brow and the lines of experience on his face, as years flowed by like water, and before he knew it, the day of his soul awakening was fast approaching. Old man, will Sister Shuer return today? Bai Ying inquired of Qian Daoliu, who knelt before the statue of the angel. Long ago, when Qian Renxue celebrated her birthday in Seoul City, she had brought Bai Ying to the offering hall. Upon entering and seeing the sacred and imposing angel statue, he realized he had indeed traversed to the Daoliu continent. Have you finished training with your golden crocodile, grandfather? Qian Daoliu did not answer Bai Ying's question, but instead posed one of his own. Sister Shuer will return in a few days. I do not wish to greet her looking disheveled, Bai Ying replied, leaning against the wall. So, you have not achieved today's goal? Qian Daoliu stood up to look at Bai Ying, his gaze reflecting a hint of parental authority. He had observed Qian Renxue's treatment of Bai Ying over the past 6 years and regarded him as a grandson. Bai Ying, seeing Qian Daoliu rise, quickly replied, I accomplished it. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu expressed a measure of relief, then said to Bai Ying, you have yet to awaken your soul, making this the optimal time for physical training. Once you awaken your soul, the time for exercise will be scarce. Bai Ying pouted and replied, isn't it said that excessive training can stunt a child's growth? It can also be detrimental to health. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu approached Bai Ying and delivered a swift chop to his forehead. Do you think soul masters are the same as ordinary people? Bai Ying, cradling his head, protested, why hit me? Considering the days, Shuer should be arriving tomorrow. For now, you need not train. Take this time to rest and prepare for your soul awakening. Your 6 other grandfathers and I have high hopes for you. Chapter 3, The System. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, wasted no time and headed outside, exclaiming, got it, I'm off. Back in his room, Bai Ying lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring, I wonder what kind of soul I will awaken in a few days. He quickly shifted to a more irritable tone. What the heck? Where's the standard system that comes with being a transmigrator? It's been 6 damn years. If it doesn't arrive soon, I will give it a terrible review. Though he spoke thus, deep down, he still yearned for a system. Fearing he might be an unfortunate soul without any abilities. If that were the case, he would struggle to even leave Seoul City. System. After calling out twice with no response, he felt despondent. Oh heavens, Buddha, God, please grant me a splendid soul. Is it possible that I have been summoning it incorrectly all these years? After countless attempts, it remains elusive now. There's only one way left. With that, he stood by the window, gazing out at the radiant light, and shouted, System activation. As the words left his lips, Bai Ying's eyes were instantly enveloped in white light. Within that brilliance, 2 black characters appeared, which then transformed into English. As the English faded, Bai Ying regained his vision, and a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Verifying passcode. Verification successful. Please choose between the daily sign-in system or the goddess capture system. Is it true? The system has finally arrived? Bai Ying expressed disbelief, for he had long awaited the system's arrival. It seemed surreal that it activated simply by saying, System activation. In my past, I had no choice regarding my child, but now, I desire it all. The system has successfully integrated. Welcome to the daily sign-in to captivate the goddess. Would you like to proceed with the daily sign-in? Yes. Congratulations, host, on your successful sign-in. You have received a spatial ring, and as this is your first time using the system, an additional beginner's gift pack has been awarded. Would you like to claim your rewards? Yes. As the voice of the white shadow faded, a ring materialized in my hand. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Open it. The system is currently opening it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dragon-slaying martial spirit of both light and darkness. What exactly does the dragon-slaying martial spirit entail? While I grasp the literal meaning, I seek further clarification. The white shadow inquired about the specifics of the dragon-slaying martial spirit. The dragon-slaying martial spirit is specifically designed for hunting dragons. It possesses immense lethality against dragon-type spirit beasts and spirit masters with dragon-type martial spirits. It can engage in combat with spirit masters and spirit beasts of higher levels than itself, enhancing the host's sensory perception remarkably. Note: spirit masters with the dragon-slaying martial spirit cannot absorb spirit bones but can grow stronger by hunting dragon-type spirit beasts. Only after bathing in dragon blood can one truly be called a dragon slayer. I understand now, but what do light and darkness signify? Are they twin martial spirits? Yes. Host, they are indeed twin martial spirits. Light and darkness represent two distinct elements. For instance, your light-type martial spirit can only utilize light attribute soul skills, while the dark-type martial spirit can solely employ dark attribute soul skills. Additionally, they are immune to soul skills that correspond with their own attributes and can consume soul skills that match their elemental affinities to replenish their soul power. They can also absorb black and white soul skills, as well as objects and food. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What on earth? If I were to fill my spatial ring with black and white items or food, wouldn't I be invincible?" The system replied, "Not quite invincible. You can only engage in significant cross-level battles with dragon-type soul beasts or soul masters, and you can only consume soul skills or objects of the same attribute as yourself. If your opponent possesses fire or water attributes and is of a higher level than you, it would be quite challenging for you to win in your current state." I understand. I'm already quite content to possess such a remarkable dual martial soul. After the system's explanation, Bai Ying fully comprehended his yet-to-be-awakened martial soul. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, what was that fleeting aura? Such an imposing presence. The Shura God, one of the three enforcers of the divine realm and a member of the divine council, had been observing the situation on the Daoliu continent for quite some time. It was at the moment Bai Ying received the system's reward that the Shura God took notice of him, unbeknownst to Bai Ying. As the Shura God gazed at the little fellow Bai Ying, he murmured to himself, "Interesting. This aura emanates from such a young child. I shall observe you closely for a while." At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly shivered. What is this chill on such a sunny day? Surely those old fellows in the worship hall are concocting some scheme against me. That bunch of old geezers. The following day, Bai Ying rose early to tidy her attire, then stood outside the worship hall, awaiting Qian Renxue's return. Before long, a figure approached, and it was indeed Qian Renxue. Upon seeing her return, Bai Ying waved her hand. Qian Renxue, upon noticing Bai Ying's presence, felt a genuine joy swell within her. "At last, you have returned. I thought you might have broken your promise," Bai Ying remarked, a hint of reproach in her tone as she observed Qian Renxue, who now stood taller than herself. "It was quite difficult for me to break away," Qian Renxue replied. "Moreover, Xiao Bai is about to awaken her martial soul, so I naturally had to return to witness that moment. I have told you countless times. Do not call me Xiao Bai," Bai Ying interjected. "But what if I awaken a useless martial soul? Wouldn't that be a source of amusement for you?" Bai Ying spoke with a teasing tone. "How could I ever find amusement in your misfortune? You are, aside from my grandfather, my only family. And what about her?" Before Bai Ying could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qian Renxue, who declared, "She is not." At this, Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness towards the mother-daughter duo in her heart. Though they regarded each other as irreplaceable family, neither dared to voice it. Qian Renxue perfectly inherited this trait from Bibi Dong, both being stubbornly reticent. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bibi Dong, sensing Qian Renxue's return, was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Qian Renxue speak so decisively and resolutely, without a hint of hesitation, a sense of loss welled up within her, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt towards Qian Renxue. Bai Ying promptly remarked, "I shall venture out to procure some delectable treats, so that we may indulge in a splendid feast later." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue chuckled softly while rubbing her head and replied, "It would be best for you to remain here. After all, you have yet to awaken your martial soul. Let the servants handle it instead." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "You have a point. It would indeed be quite troublesome if I were to go by it." Qian Renxue gently patted Bai Ying's head and smiled, saying, "All right, let us first go inside to find grandfather." Chapter 4. The Forceful Kiss in the Evening. Bai Ying approached Qian Renxue, holding a large plate brimming with lamb skewers. "You, my friend, are truly a master in the kitchen. Not only do you prepare delicious meals, but you also cherish what is referred to as the essence of life, right? Ah yes, the warmth of human existence. This lamb skewer is best enjoyed al fresco to truly savor its spirit." Bai Ying smiled gently and then sat across from Qian Renxue, replying, "Eating barbecue is best enjoyed outdoors. It truly enhances the experience. Just imagine, sitting on this balcony, savoring barbecue while gazing at the vast sky filled with stars and the bustling splendor of Spirit City. Surely it is far more delightful than dining indoors? Indeed. It certainly feels more vibrant than eating inside. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. If only we could have some beer to accompany it. Qian Renxue then delivered a playful chop to Bai Ying's head, admonishing, at such a young age, you wish to drink alcohol? Bai Ying waved his hand, explaining, what nonsense. As the saying goes, barbecues pair perfectly with beer, and fried chicken with cola. That is the ideal combination. That's mere sophistry. You are not yet of drinking age. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Qian Renxue also revealed a satisfied smile, saying, let us dine, and after we finish, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow marks the day of your soul awakening. You must not be late due to oversleeping. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying turned to Qian Renxue and remarked, late? Do you think I would dare to be tardy in the past 2 years? Not to mention the others. That old man Jean would practically train me to the brink of exhaustion. I am merely 6 years old. It is beyond cruel to subject me to such inhumane training. I truly wonder what is going through their minds. What if they ruin me in the process? Qian Renxue, upon hearing Bai Ying's lament, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. She had witnessed Jean Yi's rigorous training methods, and indeed, they were excessively harsh. However, the results were undeniably remarkable. All right. Once you awaken your martial soul tomorrow, you will have little opportunity to train physically alongside the offerings. Most of your time will be devoted to cultivation, and at that point, it will be difficult for you to train with them even if you desire to. That may not necessarily be the case. If I awaken a useless martial soul, I might not have any opportunity for cultivation at all. Qian Renxue teased in response. If you happen to awaken a worthless martial soul, I shall assign you to the kitchen every day, as your culinary skills are exceptional. And that would be a valuable trade. You will be cooking for everyone in the martial soul city daily. However, if you claim your cooking is so remarkable, could it be that your martial soul is a spatula or a chef's knife? The White Shadow, in accordance with Qian Renxue's words, expressed surprise. Really? You must not be deceiving me. Qian Renxue, clearly entertained by this exchange, covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, I was merely teasing you. The following day, individuals of suitable age gathered in the square of the Spirit City, eagerly awaiting their spirit awakening. Among them were some high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, as well as assistants and elders who observed the proceedings, ready to accept promising talents as their disciples. Dana, wielding the spirit of the steel sword, possessed a soul power of level 5. David, with the spirit of the owl, showcased a commendable soul power of level 6. Little Shang, with the spirit of the frozen fish, also achieved a soul power of level 6. Little Chong, embodying the spirit of the striped fish, demonstrated a notable level 7 soul power. Little Lon, with the spirit of the orchid, achieved a remarkable level 6 soul power as a support-type spirit master. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue and the White Shadow arrived at the scene. Surveying the throng of people, Qian Renxue turned to the White Shadow and declared, come. I shall lead you to the Hall of Offerings for your spirit awakening. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying contemplated for a moment and felt it was indeed a valid point. The process here could be quite protracted. Thus, it would be more pragmatic to directly head to the Hall of Offerings to awaken his martial soul. Furthermore, it would be prudent to inform the clergy about the dual martial souls right away, as each clergy member remained fervently loyal to the Hall of Martial Souls. If the awakening were to occur here and later be discovered as a dual martial soul, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Well then, let us proceed to the Hall of Offerings. Before long, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the Hall of Offerings. Upon their arrival, Qian Daoliu inquired, what martial soul have you awakened? Not yet awakened, Bai Ying replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Qian Renxue then interjected, there are too many people over there. I wish for my grandfather to assist Xiao Ying, in awakening his martial soul. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu rose and turned to Bai Ying, saying, stand in the center, I shall facilitate your martial soul awakening. Just as Bai Ying was about to step forward, a voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Detected the presence of the goddess Qian Renxue. The system issues a quest, forcefully kiss Qian Renxue. Reward, innate level 20 soul power. Failure penalty, none. Upon hearing the task issued by the system, Bai Ying inwardly cursed, damn it. Yesterday, I spent so long with her, and you remained silent. Now, just as I am about to awaken my martial soul, you assign me to forcibly kiss Qian Renxue, while Qian Daoliu is still here. Do you wish for my swift demise? Will the host abandon the task? Abandoning the task will incur no penalties. MD, I'll go for it. After all, with innate soul power at level 20, Daoliu is unlikely to object, right? As long as he facilitates my martial soul awakening, this task should proceed smoothly. If he fails to assist, I shall simply return to the square. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Xiaoying, what are you pondering? Come here quickly. Qian Renxue urged, observing Bai Ying standing motionless. A voice, delicate and enchanting, drifted into Bai Ying's ear, momentarily startling her. After a brief pause, she awkwardly replied, I was merely anxious about awakening my martial spirit. Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, expressed her exasperation. There is nothing to be anxious about. Besides, you have witnessed the martial spirit awakening before. Sister Shuer, could you come here for a moment? Although Qian Renxue was uncertain of Bai Ying's intentions, she approached her and inquired, what is it? Just as she finished her question, Bai Ying leaned in and pressed her lips against Qian Renxue's soft, rosy mouth. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this unforeseen event, but soon he realized that his precious granddaughter had just been kissed forcefully. Bai Ying also sensed Qian Daoliu's reaction and subsequently released Qian Renxue. What are you doing? Qian Renxue inquired, her voice tinged with shyness. From now on, Sister Shuer will belong to me. As the two conversed, Qian Daoliu's voice resonated. You brat. In an instant, as Qian Daoliu's soul power surged forth, Qian Renxue positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Ying. Observing his granddaughter shielding Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu hastily suppressed his soul power. Shuer, what are you doing? Qian Renxue stammered, I. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying stepped forward and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, I have come not only to awaken my martial soul, but also to seek the hand of the grand offering in marriage. Qian Renxue was rendered speechless by Bai Ying's declaration. Marriage proposal? What qualifications do you possess to make such a request? After the grand offering helped me awaken my martial soul, I shall then understand what my qualifications truly are. Qian Daoliu, upon hearing Bai Ying's words, grasped his intentions and responded, Little Ying, over the years, I, along with the other offerings, have regarded you as family. You indeed possess great potential, and we have all taken note of your abilities. However, if you claim that awakening your martial soul will reveal your qualifications, does this imply that you hold great confidence in your own talents? Are you aware of Shuer's prowess? Chapter 5. The Marriage Proposal. So, you are confident in your own gifts? Are you aware of Shuer's extraordinary abilities? Qian Daoliu spoke with a hint of authority. Bai Ying had anticipated Qian Daoliu's response, and she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, exhibiting no trace of trepidation. I am well aware of Sister Shuer's exceptional talent. She possesses a divine martial soul, the six-winged angel, along with an innate soul power of level 20. However, I do not perceive myself as inferior. As these words escaped her lips, Bai Ying's spirit surged with vitality. What should I say next? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty? No. That phrase is more suited for circumstances of rejection or broken engagements. Qian Daoliu, this old sage, has not explicitly denied me. He currently finds himself in a state of indecision, weighing whether my talent is worthy of matching Qian Renxue. From his perspective, he likely believes I cannot possess a divine martial soul, which indicates that his expectations require me to at least possess innate full soul power. System. Are you present? She then called upon the system. Ding. Here. How may I assist you? Has my soul power been credited? Host. The reward has been automatically granted following your decisive kiss. You now possess innate soul power at level 20. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest. Successful proposal. Reward, artifact, Time War Blade. Upon hearing that the reward had been credited, Bai Ying could not help but exhale in relief. It would indeed be quite embarrassing if, after awakening his martial soul, he were to discover that it was a divine-level soul yet lacked the soul power to utilize it. Soon, Bai Ying's attention was drawn to a hidden task. However, after a mere glance at the requirement for a successful proposal, he chose not to dwell on it further. As for the rewards, that could be addressed later. Excessive discussion was futile. He implored for the awakening of his martial soul to be prioritized in the conversation. Qian Daoliu, observing this, could not help but admire Bai Ying's maturity. At merely 6 years of age, the child demonstrated a remarkable blend of composure and unpredictability, far surpassing his peers. Nevertheless, Qian Daoliu maintained his previous air of authority and spoke in a measured tone, Come forth. The white shadow approached Qian Daoliu, and as it drew near, a golden light erupted, lifting the white shadow into the air. However, in an instant, darkness enveloped the entire spirit city. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this scene. For Spirit City was the ancestral home of the Qian family and the sacred site of the angel god's legacy, now shrouded in darkness in mere moments. Upon witnessing the entire Spirit City consumed by shadows, Qian Daoliu realized the magnitude of the White Shadow Spirit, a spirit capable of invoking celestial phenomena. A divine-level spirit. Suddenly, the darkness was dispelled, and the onlookers, initially thinking the ordeal had ended, were blinded by a radiant white light that enveloped Spirit City. After a brief flicker of the white light, the sky returned to its azure hue, at which point the esteemed members of the Spirit Hall arrived. What has transpired? Great Elder? Jean Crocodile, the second-ranking elder of the hall, whose strength was only surpassed by Qian Daoliu, remained silent as the foremost among the remaining 6. The others too held their tongues. Qian Daoliu gestured dismissively, assuring them that all was well, and calmly stated, "I am awakening this troublesome brat's spirit." "Awakening a spirit," exclaimed the 6 elders in unison, unable to fathom that the all-encompassing darkness and blinding light were manifestations created by the White Shadow, who had been by their side for years. The crowd turned to the White Shadow, observing numerous intricate patterns emerging on its form, while even its face and hair underwent transformation due to the awakening of its spirit. On the left side of Bai Ying's entire body, numerous black patterns emerged, enveloping his face as well, resembling dragon scales. In stark contrast, the right side of Bai Ying's body bore patterns that were entirely different, with only the facial markings sharing a slight resemblance to the black ones, albeit in white. Behind Bai Ying stood 2 formidable dragons. One, a black dragon, was imbued with death, darkness, and malevolence, while the other radiated light, holiness, and purity. "What is this? A twin martial soul?" Guang Ling expressed his astonishment. Qian Jun and Jiang Imo, the 2 brothers, were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that this child possessed a twin martial soul. Knowing full well that such phenomena were exceedingly rare across the entire Daoliu continent. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the white dragon, Qian Daoliu had already knelt down. Yet he still murmured, "This is even more sacred than an angelic martial soul." Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying swiftly retracted his martial soul and hurried to assist Qian Daoliu to his feet. Once Qian Daoliu stood up, he promptly called for Qian Renxue to come over. "Shuer, come here." Qian Renxue approached Qian Daoliu's side, her expression filled with curiosity. "What is it, grandfather?" After a brief cough, Qian Daoliu instructed her earnestly. "From now on, you must engage more with Xiaoying, and do not bully her." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed with embarrassment as she bashfully covered her face and stammered, "Gee, grandfather, what are you saying? Why speak of such things?" Qian Daoliu replied with a stern demeanor, "Will you listen or not? If you refuse to comply, you shall no longer be my granddaughter." Flustered, Qian Renxue stamped her foot and exclaimed loudly, "Grandfather." The several attendants behind them couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of joy for Qian Renxue. After all, they had witnessed the growth of these 2 individuals from a young age, a perfect match, embodying both talent and beauty, their exceptional abilities complementing one another splendidly. Bai Ying observed that Qian Renxue's face had turned so flushed it seemed as though it could drip with water. Hastily, she interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. Could I perhaps test my soul power first?" Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu also produced a crystal ball for testing soul power. Placing his hand upon it and channeling his soul energy, Bai Ying followed suit, placing his hand upon the crystal orb and beginning to channel his soul power. Instantly, the orb radiated with brilliant light. Innate soul power at level 27. Although everyone had braced themselves mentally, the sight was still astonishing. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! My spirit hall has produced yet another genius with a divine martial soul and innate soul power at level 20. Ha 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 ha." Qian Daoliu, witnessing this, momentarily forgot his solemn demeanor as the Grand Elder. "It seems that in the years to come, my spirit hall shall undoubtedly unify the continent. With 2 innate level 20 prodigies, both possessing divine martial souls, the future certainly belongs to the spirit hall." Bai Ying felt a sense of joy upon witnessing Qian Daoliu and several other elders, yet he interrupted, "What about the matter between me and Sister Shuet?" Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu quickly responded, "What do you mean by your affairs? The matters concerning the 2 of you are essentially the concerns of one individual, my grandson-in-law." "What did you just say?" Qian Renxue, upon realizing the conversation, blushed deeply, covering her ears and tightly shutting her eyes, refusing to listen or watch the dialogue any longer. Understanding Qian Daoliu's intentions, Bai Ying respectfully clasped his hands and said, "It's nothing." Without any hesitation, Qian Daoliu directly announced the engagement between Bai Ying and Qian Renxue to the elders, and the worship hall soon resonated with laughter and joy that had long been absent. However, while some rejoiced, others lamented. At the moment Bai Ying awakened his martial soul, the elders became aware of the recent events. Such an anomaly could not have escaped Bibi Dong's notice. Even before the white light dissipated, Bibi Dong had concealed herself near the worship hall. Upon hearing everything within, she was astounded. A divine-level martial soul and an engagement with Qian Renxue presented an additional obstacle to her plans for the angel lineage. Chapter 6. The 10 Core Theories. Qian Daoliu approached Bai Ying, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, and solemnly advised, "Little Ying, remember this. Until you ascend to the rank of title Daoliu, you must never attach any soul rings to another martial soul. Do you understand?" "I understand," Bai Ying replied. Seeing him so sensible, Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction and then inquired, "Aren't you curious as to why I advise against you attaching soul rings to your second martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chose not to feign ignorance and spoke candidly. The existence of twin martial souls is exceedingly rare across the continent. There was once a soul master who possessed a twin martial soul. However, he tragically perished when attempting to bestow a soul ring upon his second martial soul. This serves as a significant drawback of twin martial souls. If one fails to pay heed to the age of the soul rings or the rejection of the martial souls during the absorption process, blindly absorbing them could overwhelm the body with unbearable pressure. Qian Daoliu and the other worshippers nodded in agreement, signaling Bai Ying to continue. "The reason you wish for me not to bestow a soul ring upon the second martial soul is that you desire all soul rings to be of a 10,000-year grade or higher." Seeing Bai Ying's understanding of the intricacies surrounding twin martial souls, Qian Daoliu generously nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are quite correct. It appears your frequent visits to the library have not been in vain. To possess such knowledge at your age marks you as a prodigy among prodigies." Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Bai Ying respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, "While I may be considered a genius, to be labeled as a genius among geniuses is an honor I cannot accept, for there are always those superior to oneself." The other worshippers, upon hearing Bai Ying's humble sentiments, felt a sense of relief and subsequently praised him. Indeed, his demeanor is commendable. He remains neither arrogant nor impetuous, unaffected by the possession of a divine martial soul and innate soul power of level 20. He understands the truth that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Qian Daoliu then inquired of Bai Ying, "Little Ying, have you decided which martial soul you wish to bestow with a soul ring first?" Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Bai Ying contemplated for a moment. The distinctions between the white dragon and the shadow dragon are minimal. The white dragon's evolution leans towards robust offense and control, while the shadow dragon's evolution emphasizes potent offense and agility. In the early stages, it is more prudent to utilize the shadow dragon. Let us first bestow soul rings upon the shadow dragon, specifically the aforementioned black dragon. The offerings, along with Qian Renxue and the eavesdropping Bibi Dong and Bai Ying, remained indifferent regarding which martial soul should be developed first, as the auras emanating from the two dragons, one white and one black, were strikingly similar. "Very well, in a few days, we shall venture forth to hunt soul beasts and procure soul rings." Bai Ying also clasped his hands and said, "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed patrons. Might I inquire which of you will accompany me on the hunt for soul beasts?" "It matters not who, as each of you resides in the shrine. We shall discuss it further when the time comes." Bai Ying nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. "Indeed, we shall discuss it when the time comes. However, what?" The esteemed guests and Qian Renxue turned their gazes towards Bai Ying. After a soft sigh from the white shadow, she began to narrate to the assembly, "Alas, I yearn to understand why the Library of Soul Land possesses substandard literature." "What substandard literature?" All present, including the eavesdropping Bibi Dong, were perplexed. The Library of Soul Land is renowned for its collection of exquisite tomes from across the continent. It is inconceivable that it could contain any inferior works. Bai Ying, upon witnessing the demeanor of the offerings, inquired, "During my time reading about various matters of the continent and the knowledge of soul beasts in the library, I inadvertently came across a book titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. What a wretched book this is." Among the many offerings present, some were unfamiliar with this text. However, Qian Daoliu and Jin Yi were well aware that this book was authored by Yu Shaojiang, the once beloved of Bai Bai Dong. Upon overhearing this, Bai Bai Dong tightly grasped her staff, resolutely unwilling to tolerate any disparagement of Yu Shaojiang or any denigration of his literary contributions. At this moment, Bai Ying continued, "I recall the first point. The strength of a martial spirit determines the level of innate soul power." What nonsense is this? A formidable martial spirit naturally has varying levels of innate soul power, yet it is predominantly the case that powerful martial spirits exhibit higher levels. If we were to adhere strictly to the text, would the 7 treasure glazed tile school not be teeming with soul saints possessing the 7 treasure glazed tower martial spirit? Would the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan not be filled with titled Daoliuos, soul Daoliuos, and soul saints? If he were to modify it to state that powerful martial spirits generally possess higher innate soul power, that would be acceptable, but it cannot be dismissed outright. Furthermore, the second point claims that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. This statement is even more ludicrous. A useless martial spirit is inherently a useless martial spirit. How can one attribute the term useless to the soul master, regardless of how diligently a soul master cultivates? No amount of rare herbs or treasures can salvage a worthless martial spirit. To my knowledge, the author of this book has yet to surpass the 30th level. Truly, they have shot themselves in the foot, labeling themselves as inept. With a chuckle, Qian Renxue could no longer contain herself and laughed, exclaiming, "To proclaim that there are no useless martial spirits while being unable to breach the 30th level oneself. This is indeed amusing." Bai Ying glanced at Qian Renxue, noticing her merriment, and continued, "And as for the third point, it states that martial spirits are classified into only 2 categories, beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits. I must criticize this assertion. Who is the author of this so-called 10 core competencies? Have they awakened martial spirits in numerous individuals, or have they encountered every soul master? To my knowledge, there exist also body martial spirits, which comprise parts of the body such as eyes, mouths, arms, and ears. Such a definitive claim is rather presumptuous. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the remainder. Some accurate statements are recorded in other texts. This individual has merely copied them, and, after adding their erroneous thoughts, has the audacity to claim it as their own creation. What a shameless act. It is unfathomable how one can be so hypocritical in their pursuit of reputation and fame." Hearing this, Qian Daoliu remarked, "In that case, let us discard this book from the Spirit Hall." "No need. I believe it would be prudent to present it to the people of the continent as a cautionary tale, providing an explanation to those harmed by this book and its misguided families. It will also serve as a reminder that much of the content is erroneous and should not be practiced lightly." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, you Xiaojiang, your fortunate days are soon to come to an end." Meanwhile, outside, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong was nearly seething with rage. Bai Ying's repeated insults towards Yu Xiaojiang's works, as well as his character, had pushed her to the brink. All she desired was to eliminate Bai Ying. When she heard that Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competencies were to be publicly announced, a smirk graced her lips. Heh. The Hall of Offerings. This move truly is akin to shooting oneself in the foot. The entire continent refers to Xiaojiang as a master. Soon, we shall see how the masses will rally against you. Chapter 7. Not of this world. As dusk descended, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying continued to sit on the balcony, gazing at the stars while sharing their meal, feeding each other in a serene and elegant manner, utterly content. However, the watching Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong were lost in their own reminiscing, observing the affectionate scene between Qian Renxue and Bai Ying. Qian Daoliu reflected on his time with Posey, wishing fervently that he could share such moments with her again. In contrast, Bibi Dong reminisced about her past with Yu Xiaojiang, only to be reminded of Qian Xuanji, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Qian Daoliu had already sensed Bibi Dong's presence but refrained from intervening. It was only natural for a mother to check on her child. Yet, upon detecting her murderous aura, he prepared himself to thwart any sudden movements from her. After finishing their meal, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying resumed their stargazing on the balcony. Bai Ying teased Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Schwer, you shall be my fiancée in the future." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "Nonsense. I have not given my consent." To which Bai Ying replied, "But my grandfather has approved." Qian Renxue firmly asserted, "What my grandfather says does not matter. My future is mine to decide." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying smiled softly, then gazed at the stars in the night sky, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Schwer, can you comprehend the sorrow of the stars that can never return to the heavens?" Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Bai Ying's meaning. What do you mean by stars that cannot return to the sky?" "Oh, it's nothing." Qian Renxue then embraced Bai Ying, comforting him. "Do you miss home? The Spirit Hall has always been your home. I still have Grandpa and several other elders who are like family to you. It has always been." "Thank you." Do you know that year, the sky, which was normally tranquil, was suddenly graced by a shooting star? Initially, Grandpa and I thought it was just another meteor. But when we arrived, Grandpa discovered it was a child, and that is how you came to the Spirit Hall, becoming part of my family. I feel so fortunate to have experienced the warmth of kinship beyond my grandfather. After a prolonged embrace, they slowly parted. Bai Ying then gently inquired, "So, how was that? My technique for charming girls is not too shabby, is it?" Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue retorted with a hint of pride, "Not really, it doesn't work on me. Yet here you are, holding me and saying those things. Swear, you truly are quite proud. Fool, I said it doesn't work, so it doesn't." With that, she playfully punched Bai Ying on the head. Qian Renxue understood the underlying meaning of Bai Ying's words. He was merely attempting to provide her with an easy way out. Reluctant to reveal this vulnerable side of himself. "Such is love. Words are unnecessary, for I comprehend everything." Bai Ying, having settled back into her seat, gazed intently at Qian Renxue, who, upon noticing Bai Ying's scrutiny, also took a seat and inquired, "What are you staring at? Am I truly that captivating?" "Indeed. You are beautiful. However, there is something of great significance I must convey to you." As Bai Ying uttered the latter part of her statement, a rare seriousness enveloped her expression. Qian Renxue, sensing the gravity of the moment, asked, "Is it something of great importance?" "Yes. Are you aware of why I descended into this world in the form of a shooting star?" Qian Renxue shook her head, replying, "I have no idea. All I know is that you are my family, and that is sufficient for me. I am not a denizen of this world, and I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. I hail from another realm." Bai Ying harbored no desire to conceal the matter regarding Qian Renxue, feeling no need to guard against her. "Are you not from this world?" Qian Renxue inquired with a hint of confusion. Bai Ying also elucidated everything to Qian Renxue. "Indeed, I am not of this world. You may comprehend that I hail from beyond the cosmos, from another dimension, or perhaps from a realm within the boundless universe." "Then how did you arrive here?" Qian Renxue inquired, her curiosity about Bai Ying's origins deepening. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's expression turned awkward, as he thought to himself, "Surely, I cannot admit to having lost a swimming match against a group of elderly gentlemen, leading me to this situation. That would be utterly embarrassing." Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "I am unsure. However, since I am here, I shall accept it. What is the purpose of your inquiries?" "I do not intend to conceal the truth. To be precise, I wish to inform you that, besides myself, there is another individual who does not belong to this world." Qian Renxue was taken aback by these words and subsequently inquired, "Another person besides you?" "Indeed," Bai Ying affirmed. "That individual is far from virtuous and will wreak havoc on the Daoliu continent in the future. They will even obliterate the Spirit Hall." Initially, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong were inclined to believe Bai Ying's assertions, considering that he had appeared in the Daoliu continent in a meteor-like manner. However, when Bai Ying proclaimed that this person would annihilate the Spirit Hall, both Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong expressed skepticism, deriding the notion as they were convinced Bai Ying had underestimated the Spirit Hall's power. "Destroy the Spirit Hall? How could that be possible?" Qian Renxue exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity, for it was common knowledge that the Spirit Hall housed more titled Daoliuos than the combined forces of the two great empires. Bai Ying looked at the exceedingly excited Qian Renxue, and it was within his expectations. He then stated calmly, "I understand that you must find this hard to believe. But now that I am here, such occurrences shall never transpire again." "How do you know that person? And how do you know all of this?" the former inquired. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, responded with a calm demeanor, "To be precise, I am aware of all matters concerning the Daoliu continent, both past and future." "I do not believe it." "Do you not? Then by all means, inquire tomorrow whether Qian Daoliu has ever harbored feelings for Poseidon of Sea God Island. You may also ask your mother, Bibi Dong, if she truly does not love you. Furthermore, you could question Qian Daoliu as to why Bibi Dong's demeanor toward you is such." Qian Renxue gazed at Bai Ying's serious yet confident expression, and her belief in his knowledge of all happenings on the Daoliu continent solidified. However, upon hearing of Bibi Dong's affections, she found it difficult to fathom. Meanwhile, both Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu were thoroughly convinced of Bai Ying's awareness of the past and future. Few were privy to Bibi Dong's circumstances, especially considering how many years had passed since then, and the same held true for Qian Daoliu's matters. "What is the name of the other individual from another world? How did the Spirit Hall meet its demise?" Qian Renxue inquired. "His name is Tang Sect, and the reasons for the fall of the Spirit Hall are manifold. Not only were there traitors, but there was also an excessive leniency towards Tang Sect's development. That old rascal Qian Daoliu lounges daily in the offering hall, and even when Tang Hao came knocking, he remained silent." Upon hearing his name, Qian Daoliu was taken aback. Evidently, he bore some responsibility for the downfall of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Qian Daoliu, her eyes brimming with mockery. "Traitors? Allowing him to grow? And what of grandfather?" Bai Ying sighed and continued, "Your grandfather, despite being a level 99 limit Daoliu, failed to restrain Tang Hao, ultimately allowing him to destroy the heavenly stone statue in front of the Pope's palace and damage the plaza as well. However, this incident cannot be solely attributed to his son, Tang Sect. In truth, your grandfather, Qian Daoliu, played a negligible role in this matter. The principal culprit is, in fact, the traitor. Who are the traitors? Qian Renxue's expression grew cold upon hearing this. Once she discovered the identity of the traitor, she would immediately seek to eliminate them. Bibian and Qian Daoliu listened intently, fearful of missing a single name. Your mother, Bibian, as well as Hulaina, and you. What? Me? Qian Renxue pointed at herself, incredulous, questioning why she would be included. Upon hearing her own name, Bibian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she would be labeled as a traitor. However, when Hulaina's name was mentioned, she was further astonished, recognizing her as her disciple. Chapter 8. Those worthy of alliance. Qian Renxue gestured toward herself in confusion and asked, why would I be considered a traitor? Surely, you jest. She paid little mind to Bai Ying's claim that her mother and Hulaina were traitors. But the suggestion that she was a traitor of the Spirit Hall left her bewildered. The Spirit Hall was her legacy, her home. How could she possibly be a traitor? At the very least, I have not been one since my arrival, yet there are still 2 traitors remaining. Hulaina might be amendable. But your mother presents a more complicated situation. What is the issue with her? Qian Renxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and remarked, your mother has numerous issues to contend with. She is a genius, an extraordinary talent, possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power. She has resolved the contradictions of dual martial souls, ranking among the most distinguished since the era of the previous popes. While she may not be the absolute best, she certainly stands among the elite. Qian Renxue, upon hearing Bai Ying extol the virtues of Bibi Dong, felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted, you only speak in praises. Bai Ying, observing the expression on Qian Renxue's face, interjected, do not be hasty. I have yet to conclude my thoughts. She harbored grand ambitions, such as unifying the Daoliu continent. However, she found herself ensnared by the folly of love. Her disciple, Hulaina, was similarly affected, also succumbing to the intoxicating allure of romance. Subsequently, she murmured softly, you too. Upon hearing the words you too, Qian Renxue interrupted Bai Ying's discourse. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment but continued to speak. She still harbors feelings for that scoundrel, Yu Xiaojiang. How pitiable. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong thought to herself, am I pitiable? Bai Ying continued, she clings to that hypocritical wretch, Yu Xiaojiang, which is truly both lamentable and tragic. He professes his love for your mother, yet after parting ways with her, he immediately pursued her cousin, Lu Erlong, showing no regard even for blood relations. It is a seamless transition. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was filled with indignation. Whether it was due to this man's betrayal of Bibi Dong or his disregard for his own cousin, it ignited an intense fury within her. She abruptly stood up, slammed her hand on the table, and demanded, where is Yu Xiaojiang? How could he commit such acts? I shall go and slay him. Bai Ying gestured for Qian Renxue to take a seat, and once she settled, he remarked, that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang is merely wandering about, indulging in food and drink. Truly disappointing. Qian Renxue retorted, his disciple, Tang Sect, the son of Tang Hao, is our greatest adversary. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue directly suggested, why not just assassinate him now? With the elders of the offering hall and so many titled Daoliu in her Pope Hall, why would we fear a mere Tang Hao? Bai Ying pondered, I suspect he is not so easily eliminated, for he is likely the favored child of destiny on this continent. I shall first seek an audience with him. If he is indeed under the protection of fortune, then I shall have no choice but to disrupt his fate. Qian Renxue chuckled at his audacity, saying, and you think you can? Even if you are aware of his past, you are merely a level 20 soul master. Do you truly believe you can contend with Tang Hao? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's gaze sharpened, and with a tone of indifference, he stated, therefore, I must first reclaim my weapon. Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue exchanged puzzled glances, for when they first found Bai Ying, he possessed no weapon by his side. Whence then did this weapon originate? Bai Ying pondered, surely I cannot directly disclose that it was bestowed by the system. Qian Renxue inquired, are you aware of the whereabouts of your weapon? Yes, it is not too distant, came the reply. When do you intend to retrieve your weapon? Perhaps in a few days. Are you not concerned that your weapon might be taken by a woodcutter ascending the mountain or a fisherman seeking treasures from the sea, only to be sold as scrap metal? Bai Ying then lightly tapped Qian Renxue on the forehead and whispered, fool, that is my divine artifact. No one, aside from myself, can locate it, let alone wield it. much less venture up the mountain to gather firewood or descend into the water to catch fish. Both Qian Renxue and the two eavesdroppers were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the significance of a divine artifact, the angelic sword of the angel god. The demon scythe of the Rakshasa god, each divine artifact is associated with a deity. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong both harbored suspicions that Bai Ying might be a reincarnation of a god, for how else could he so effortlessly claim it as his own? However, Qian Renxue did not share the same level of intrigue as Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. She promptly inquired, "What does your divine artifact look like?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying turned to the introduction provided by the system and, after reading it, replied, "It is a blade, broad-edged, with a hilt and guard that are quite expansive, while the handle and guard gleam in a golden hue." Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, expressed her disappointment. "I had hoped it would be a sword, alas. Your divine artifact is merely a knife." Bai Ying then inquired, "How much longer can you remain?" Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat displeased and melancholic, responded, "Why? Do you wish for me to depart so soon?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying promptly waved his hand in explanation, "Not at all. I merely wish to spend quality time with you. I certainly do not intend for you to return to that corrupt empire. Once you acquire the soul ring, you will be heading to the Spirit Hall Academy for your studies. I truly look forward to seeing your performance in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying expressed disdain regarding entering the Spirit Hall Academy, stating, "I harbor little interest in the academy, however. The Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament does pique my curiosity. Yet, one cannot participate in the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament without enrolling in the academy. Is it not sufficient to merely hold a nominal position?" He retorted, "Team members must cultivate a sense of synergy. If you are only a nominal participant, how will you coordinate with the other team members?" Bai Ying was thoroughly prepared for this situation. He turned to Qian Renxue and said, "I have made two plans. First, I will attempt to win back Hulaina. If I succeed, I shall participate in the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition. If I fail, then I will seek 7 individuals to represent the offering hall in the contest." Representing the offering hall? There are hardly any suitable candidates available. Must we not still seek out individuals from the Martial Soul Hall Academy? Bai Ying smiled faintly and said to Qian Renxue, "I shall venture forth to seek out a few individuals and forge a truly invincible team, to be named the 7 Affinities of Purgatory." Qian Daoliu, kneeling before the angelic divine sculpture, inquired of Bai Ying, "Now that Shuer has departed, do you intend to acquire a soul ring?" Bai Ying, leaning against the wall as usual, replied, "I am aware she has left. My purpose here is to seek your assistance." "What is it?" Qian Daoliu responded with a calm demeanor, leaving Bai Ying puzzled as to how one could remain so detached from the worldly entanglements while spending each day in this place. "I need Grandfather Jin Yi and Grandfather Qing Wan to accompany me. Furthermore, I would like to request your favor in opening a back door." Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu felt somewhat perplexed. While he understood the need for Jin Yi and Qing Wan to accompany him, considering the conversation he had overheard between Bai Ying and Qian Renxue, he wondered about the significance of this request for a back door. "Jin Yi and Qing Wan shall join you shortly, but you must clarify what you mean by requesting a back door." The faint silhouette of Bai Ying remarked, "I intend to recruit that individual into the Hall of Offerings." "Who?" Qian Daoliu inquired, perplexed. "A person worthy of being courted by the Hall of Offerings." Chapter 9. Weapons 2. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Who is this individual that merits such attention from the hall?" "Du Gubo. Though his temperament is peculiar, I possess a method to draw him in. However, given his status, he cannot gain entry into the Hall of Offerings, which is why I request your assistance in facilitating access." Qian Daoliu, curious about Bai Ying's unwavering fixation on Du Gubo, asked, "What makes Du Gubo so deserving of your efforts?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying offered a faint smile, refraining from immediately addressing Qian Daoliu's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. "Surely, the Grand Offering must have overheard my conversation with Sister Shuej that night?" Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how someone who had only just awakened their martial soul could detect his presence. He pondered to himself, "How did he discern my existence? I was exceptionally discreet at the time, concealing my soul power. I should not have been discovered." Bai Ying gazed at Qian Daoliu and chuckled, "Hee hee. Are you perplexed as to how I discerned your presence in the corner? Pray tell, how did you come to notice me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying directly explained to Qian Daoliu, "That night, while conversing with Sister Shuer, I suddenly sensed a malevolent aura that filled me with a sense of danger. This was a warning from my martial soul. My martial soul is the Dragon Slayer, inherently possessing formidable lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters. After the awakening of my martial soul, my sensory perception is significantly heightened compared to ordinary soul masters. I could feel that ominous presence approaching me. Reflecting upon my words at the time, I realized they were insufficient to incite such animosity from you, which indicates there must have been a fourth person present. Qian Renxue nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you are correct. There was indeed a fourth individual present. Allow me to speculate, was it the one from the Pope's palace? Qian Renxue nodded again, inquiring, how did you come to know it was her? I am not of this world, yet I am well acquainted with the events transpiring here. You must have heard what I said that night, where I mentioned you Xiaojing. Given her character, had you not been present, I likely would not be standing here now. Qian Daoliu also nodded. You speak the truth. She indeed overheard your conversation with Shuer. Therefore, you must exercise caution in the future, ensuring that she does not seize upon any weaknesses or opportunities. I am well aware, Buying replied. As for Tang Sect, you must be informed of his situation as well. Dugabo represents a crucial step in Tang Sect's ascent. Should we fail to win him over? The consequences are dire, but I am confident he will ultimately align with us. I understand, Jin Ao. Qing Wan. Qian Renxue commanded, summoning Jin Ao and Qing Wan to his presence. Upon hearing the summons, the two swiftly arrived, bowing in unison and inquiring, Great Elder, how may we assist you? You two shall accompany Xiaoying on a mission to procure soul rings, and subsequently, aid her in persuading Dugabo to join our esteemed hall. Should he agree to join, he will be directly appointed as the 8th Elder. Remember, your foremost duty is to ensure Xiaoying's safety. Jin Ao and Qing Wan exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. They were aware of Dugubo's reputation. Yet the notion that he could be so easily courted by the Great Elder and potentially elevated to such a rank seemed absurd. Do you have any objections? None. Absolutely none. Very well, then set forth with Xiaoying. As the trio departed from the Spirit City, Qing Wan summoned her martial soul to guide their journey. Along the way, Jin Ao and Qing Wan expressed their confusion over Qian Daoliu's decision. Brother, why do you think the Great Elder wishes to recruit Dugabo? Although he is a titled Daoliu, it appears he has little hope of advancing further in life, and his strength seems rather average, Qing Wan pondered aloud. I am equally uncertain why the Great Elder would make such a choice, directly inviting Dugabo to join the hall. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely be outmatched by any titled Daoliu. However, in a group battle, he transforms into a formidable weapon. At that moment, Buying interjected, it was I who urged the Great Elder to take this course of action. While Dugabo may not be able to defeat any titled Daoliu, he possesses the capability to render them nearly powerless. Jin Ao and Qing Wan turned to Buying, bewildered by her reasoning for such a strategy. Buying, under the scrutiny of the two, waved his hand and said, do not gaze at me so. I am acting for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. A confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires is inevitable. Just envision the formidable prowess of Dugabo on the battlefield. The thoughts of Jin Yi and Qing Wan turned to the potential devastation Dugabo could unleash, sending a chill through their hearts. By that time, only the titled Daoliu would remain alive. Who could say whether Dugabo might be swayed to our side? Indeed, it seems he is reluctant to join any faction. Qing Wan echoed in agreement. Rest assured, my esteemed elders, Dugabo will undoubtedly align himself with us. He will. Xiaoying, are you so certain that Dugabo will be persuaded? You may still be unaware of the relationship between the Spirit Hall and Dugabo, Jin Yi remarked. His gaze fixed on Buying. Yet, Buying scoffed dismissively, humph. Dugabo's ties with the Pope are tenuous at best. What concern is that to our worship hall? For a moment, the two were at a loss for words, unable to counter his argument, particularly given that the current Pope is Bibi Dong. And the Worship Hall and Elder Hall have become the two dominant factions within the Spirit Hall. Stop here, Grandfather Qing Wan, Buying said, directing his attention towards the opening below. Why are we halting here? There are no soul beasts or Dugabo in sight, the Daoliu Qing Wan questioned, perplexed by the sudden stop. Seeing this, Buying inquired, did the Grand Offer not speak with you? About what? I have come primarily to retrieve my weapon. The matters concerning Dugabo and the soul rings are not pressing. Weapon? The two expressed their confusion. Xiaoying, you have grown up in the Spirit Hall City since childhood, and we have watched over you. Where could you possibly have acquired a weapon? Indeed. Even if you had one, it would be inconceivable to find it in such a desolate wilderness, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Buying was momentarily at a loss for words, and then explained, it was at the moment of my birth that my weapon accompanied me into this world. Only after my martial soul awakened did I become aware of its presence. The three of them descended to the location, and Buying pointed towards a nearby cave, saying, it is right there. Upon hearing this, the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Qing Wan Daoliu led Buying to the cave entrance. The two of them utilized their soul power to sense the conditions within, yet they found no trace of any weapon inside. As Bai Ying prepared to enter, both Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu also readied themselves to follow. You two elders may wait here for me. I shall emerge once I have retrieved my weapon. After exchanging glances, they spoke in unison. We must ensure your safety. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises? Worry not, for my weapon poses no threat to me. By guarding the cave entrance, you are safeguarding my well-being. Furthermore, should my weapon detect an intruder, it may inadvertently endanger you both. Upon sharing another glance, Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu chuckled. Littling, are you aware of your grandfather Golden Crocodile's prowess? Do you comprehend the might of your grandfather Qingwan? I am indeed aware of your strengths, yet I fear injuries may still occur. Golden Crocodile and Qingwan erupted in laughter, responding, then go and retrieve your weapon. We shall see what armament possesses the capability to harm us. Haha. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying noticed that the two individuals at the cave entrance ceased their advance, prompting Bai Ying to proceed deeper into the cavern. Chapter 10. The Enigma of Ningfengxi. Upon entering the cave, the white shadow surveyed the surroundings. Noting that this desolate cavern had evidently been a resting place or a refuge from the rain for someone in the past, now enshrouded in cobwebs. After stepping inside, the white shadow cast a wary glance behind, apprehensive that the two attendants might follow, and only after confirming their absence did he silently summon his reward. System, extract reward. Beep. Extraction successful. The reward has been dispensed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received Time War Blade artifact. As the system's voice faded, the white shadow retrieved the weapon from his storage soul guide. Upon noticing a right arm guard and a right shoulder guard beside the weapon, he inquired, System, what is the purpose of these arm and shoulder guards? Replying to the host, these are complementary to the reward. Once you don the right arm guard and shoulder guard, you will experience unexpected effects. I can't believe it. Could you not provide a complete set? Why only the arm and shoulder guards? Replying to the host, this constitutes a complete set of equipment. Very well. My apologies. No worries. I forgive you. Bai Ying gazed thoughtfully at the shoulder and arm guards, pondering their size. The sword is manageable, he mused, but these shoulder and arm guards seem rather oversized for me at present. Since you assert that this weapon is of divine caliber, I presume the shoulder and arm guards must also possess similar qualities, correct? Is there a possibility they could be reduced in size? The system replied, indeed, the shoulder and arm guards are of divine quality as well, but they cannot be diminished. They shall only expand in accordance with your physical growth. Very well, then. With that, Bai Ying grasped the time battle blade. The moment he lifted it, he felt as though his very being was on the verge of merging with this divine artifact, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. However, shortly thereafter, the time battle blade assimilated into his essence, allowing Bai Ying to summon the weapon with mere thought. If this is a divine artifact, it must possess certain skills, right? After all, even the trident of the sea god has its abilities. The system responded emphatically, certainly, it possesses skills. Current weapon skills include Intimidation, Time Seal, and Time Wound. Intimidation instills fear in all adversaries, inflicting pressure and creating an illusion as if they were confronting a level 100 deity, causing a 30% reduction in all attributes. Time Seal halts time, permitting only the host to act freely during this suspended moment. The host may also grant permission to others, who will then be able to act freely as well. Time Wound inflicts upon the target all the pain they have previously endured, subjecting them to torment. Wow. Incredible! With these skills, who needs a soul weapon? With these abilities, I could be the strongest in the world. Bai Ying exclaimed in astonishment as he absorbed the information. The host may activate these skills using soul power. However, as the host is not wearing the shoulder and arm guards, only these 3 skills are currently available. That's already quite remarkable. At that moment, outside the cave, Daoliu Jin Yi and Daoliu Changwan hurriedly entered upon hearing Bai Ying's exclamation, fearing he might be in peril. Upon entering, they saw Bai Ying preparing to depart with a large sword slung over his back, prompting them to inquire urgently what has transpired. Yes, Xiaoying. We were worried you had encountered danger. Bai Ying also bowed slightly, clasping his hands in apology, saying, I am sorry to have caused concern to both esteemed elders. It is a relief that you are unharmed. It appears you have acquired your weapon. Qingwan inquired, pointing to the large blade on Bai Ying's back. Is that formidable sword behind you your weapon? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying nodded and declared, indeed, this is my weapon. The Golden Crocodile Daoliu chuckled, responding, is this the weapon you believe can inflict harm upon us? Haha, do you truly think I would be convinced? Bai Ying was eager to test these skills. Having resided in the offering hall for so many years, you must be familiar with the angelic holy sword, am I correct? Allow me to inform you, aside from. At that moment, both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure wand Daoliu were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, as a formidable soul force surrounded them, leaving the golden crocodile momentarily speechless beneath its weight. After witnessing the demonstration of the intimidation skill, Bai Ying utilized the time seal, causing the entire world to come to a standstill. In this suspended moment, only Bai Ying was free to move. What an impressive effect. This is truly a world belonging to just one, Bai Ying remarked as he observed everything around him. Subsequently, he approached the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu from behind and released the time seal. As the time seal and intimidation dissipated, the overwhelming pressure vanished instantly, and the Bai Ying who had just been before them was nowhere to be seen. Where is Xiaoying? Yes, he was just here. Even a spatial soul skill cannot vanish right before our eyes, can it? At that moment, Bai Ying quietly spoke from behind the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu. I am right here. Startled by Bai Ying's voice, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu turned around, shock filling their hearts. Bai Ying had moved from in front of them to behind them in an instant, without either of them noticing. Xiaoying, how did you accomplish that? Qingwan inquired. Bai Ying also explained, Grandfather Golden Crocodile must be aware of the angelic holy sword, and he should also know everything that has just transpired, right? Upon hearing this, Grandfather Golden Crocodile was initially taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, Are you implying? Bai Ying nodded slightly. What are you two talking about? Stop speaking in riddles. Qingwan inquired urgently. Genie then elucidated for Qingwan, the angelic holy sword is a divine artifact. And the sword behind Xiaoying is also a divine artifact. What? Divine? A divine artifact? Qingwan Daoliu exclaimed in shock. Unable to close her mouth, she then turned to Bai Ying and asked, How did you suddenly appear behind us from your previous position? Bai Ying was reluctant to reveal the skills associated with the divine artifact, as it was prudent for such knowledge to be kept to a minimum. With a smile, he remarked, Everyone harbors their own little secrets, do they not? Qingwan, upon hearing this, scratched his head and chuckled, Indeed. Haha. Little Ying is inherently gifted. And now with the divine artifact in hand, what could possibly hinder the grand ambitions of the Spirit Hall? Let us set forth to seek out Dugabo. Once we secure his allegiance, we shall then pursue the soul rings. Agreed, echoed the trio in unison, and so they embarked on their journey. Qingwan Daoliu employed his martial soul's true form and soul skills, enhancing his speed significantly compared to when they had just departed from the martial soul city. Along the way, many individuals, including soul masters, gazed in awe at the colossal Changwan that obscured the sky. Not far off, Ning Fingji and Jian Daoliu Chenshin also took note of this remarkable sight. Jian Shu, what do you make of this? Ning Fingji inquired of Jian Daoliu, who soared into the skies to use his spiritual perception to locate Bai Ying's direction. After Bai Ying and his companions had distanced themselves, Chenshin returned to the ground and reported, I just employed my spiritual sense to investigate, and I detected 2 tidal Daoliuos and a relatively young child. Likely not much older than Rongrong. What is their strength? Ning Fingji pressed. One of them is the Qingwan Daoliu of the Spirit Hall, whose prowess is formidable. The other managed to disperse my spiritual force, indicating considerable strength. I caught a glimpse of the child just before my perception was disrupted. Ning Fingji murmured. 2 powerful tidal Daoliuos, indeed, and then asked, Jian Shu, is that child male or female? It is a boy. Is there something amiss, Sect Master? Ning Fingji waved his hand dismissively, nothing of consequence. Do you recall the intelligence our scouts reported not long ago? Are you suggesting that this is one of those 3 children? Ning Fingji nodded affirmatively. It is quite possible. Moreover, one of the girls has been taken as a disciple by the Pope. This child should also be one of the 3. Chapter 11, The Sunset Forest the following day. Bai Ying, along with Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu, arrived at the Sunset Forest. Within the confines of the Sunset Forest, there exist no formidable soul beasts, and it is seldom disturbed by outsiders. Given Dugubo's formidable strength and his temperament, choosing to seclude himself here is indeed an astute decision. Qingwan Daoliu gazed downwards and inquired, Xiaoying, are you certain that Dugubo is in hiding here? Bai Ying nodded slightly, indicating that Dugubo must reside in the Sunset Forest. He then turned to the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu and inquired, Gentlemen, are you aware of the ice and fire yin yak I located within the Sunset Forest? The Qingwan Daoliu and the Golden Crocodile Daoliu exchanged glances and shook their heads, subsequently asking in unison, Ice and fire yin yagai? What is that? Well, you may perceive it as a hot spring or a spring head, either would suffice. The golden crocodile Daoliu soon grasped the concept and then asked, "Are you suggesting that Daoliu is situated at a spring within the sunset forest?" Buying nodded and said, "He must be in such a place, though I am uncertain if he is there at this moment." Upon hearing this, Qing inquired, "Xiaoying, how do you know that Daoliu is at the spring?" Buying pondered, The character of Daoliu is indeed reclusive. It is unlikely that he would reside in the bustling and vibrant streets. However, one must address the necessities of life, and given Daoliu's solitary disposition, it is improbable that he would dwell long-term in towns. A wise fox has many dens. If one day the elders from the papal palace were to pursue Daoliu, he would undoubtedly have contingencies in place. The sunset forest presents itself as an excellent option. Devoid of formidable soul beasts, he could easily establish a toxic barrier to deter any intruders. Residing near a natural hot spring would also be a splendid choice, providing him with a sanctuary for relaxation that he would surely claim as his own. Both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu nodded in agreement with Bai Ying's insights, feeling that while his observations were valid, there were aspects that could be contested. Yet they found no grounds for rebuttal. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief. After all, the lengthy discourse was intended to alleviate the tension. The two elders should first employ their mental faculties to scan the surroundings, for the sunset forest is vast. I believe they will swiftly locate Daoliu's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Genie directly initiated a mental probe of the vicinity. However, Qingwan Daoliu, due to the necessity of maintaining the martial spirit embodiment, could not focus on the detection. Shortly thereafter, Genie spoke. There is an area nearby that is nearly devoid of soul beasts. It is likely that Daoliu has concealed himself there. Upon hearing this, Qingwan Daoliu swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by Genie, soon arriving at the periphery of the toxic miasma. "This is the place," Buying remarked, observing the scene below. Upon hearing this, Qingwan Daoliu immediately released the martial spirit embodiment, gently catching Bai Ying as they descended to the ground. "Xiaoying, are you certain this is the location? Where's Daoliu?" Genie inquired. Bai Ying surveyed the surroundings before asserting confidently, "I am certain this is the place. He has merely stepped out. Let us wait for him here in peace. Shall we wait for his return, or should we take you to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings? Let us remain here for now. The matter of obtaining soul rings can wait." The golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu intended to voice their thoughts, yet upon witnessing Bai Ying's resolute demeanor, they chose to refrain from further comment. However, Bai Ying was contemplating absorbing the celestial-grade herbs before seeking out soul rings of greater age. "System, can this soul-guiding device store living beings?" Bai Ying inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, it can not only contain living things but also allow them to continue growing." "Understood." With that, Bai Ying began to harvest the celestial-grade herbs around him, placing them into the soul-guiding device. This action left the Qingwan Daoliu and the golden crocodile Daoliu bewildered. Although they recognized these as herbs, they were unaware of their legendary status as celestial-grade herbs. "Little Shadow, your actions are damaging Daoliu's medicinal field. It will be even harder to win him over now," exclaimed the golden crocodile Daoliu. "Indeed," echoed the Qingwan Daoliu. Yet, upon hearing their remarks, Bai Ying intensified his efforts, his already swift pace of harvesting accelerating further. This spectacle left the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu dumbfounded. Had they not agreed to win him over? What was this destruction about? After Bai Ying meticulously harvested all the herbs from the medicinal field, he uprooted their roots and cast them into the abyss of ice and fire, finally pausing his actions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu, saying, "These two herbs shall require your esteemed assistance, gentlemen." Only then did the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu notice the last two herbs beside the hot spring, and they glanced around at the chaotic battleground. With a sigh of exasperation, one of them lamented, "Are you intent on stripping him of his entire fortune? Otherwise, if he still possesses any wealth, how could he possibly accompany us?" Upon hearing this, the two elders appeared somewhat taken aback. It indeed made sense. If he retained any resources, it would be even more challenging for him to join the spirit hall. Thus, severing his aspirations would at least provide a measure of clarity. They approached Bai Ying and inquired, "What shall we do? Once you have uprooted them, you may simply hand them to me." As they moved closer to the 8 corners of ice and firegrass and the fiery apricot blossom, they were met with an overwhelming sensation of heat and cold. However, their formidable prowess was undeniable. "Gentlemen, please exercise caution." Before long, the two herbs were delivered to Bai Ying. And before the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu could inquire about the reasoning behind this, Baying consumed them without hesitation. This action nearly caused the two guardians to lose their composure, prompting them to step forward in concern. Xiaoying, are you all right? Xiaoying, how do you feel? Meanwhile, Baying was pondering, how exactly should I consume these two celestial herbs? I recall it's best to eat them together. After consuming the substance, Baying felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body. He then remarked, I am fine, but I need to absorb the energy first. Subsequently, he inquired within his mind, System, can I directly enter the Eye of Ice and Fire now? The system reassured him, rest assured, with me by your side. You shall encounter no mishap. In that case, I trust you. Baying declared, and without hesitation, he leaped into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon entering, he experienced alternating sensations of intense heat and frigid cold. However, his two martial souls swiftly emerged, instantly subduing the energies of the Eye of Ice and Fire along with the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Baying also sensed the discomfort that had just vanished, and then inquired, System, has the absorption been completed? How could it be so swift? In response, the system explained that the Eye of Ice and Fire is, in essence, the very site of the Dragon King's demise. Through the passage of time, it has gradually transformed into this extraordinary phenomenon. Your martial soul, the Dragon Slayer soul, inherently possesses the ability to suppress dragon-type soul beasts, particularly those spirits that have long since departed from this world. Is that so? Chapter 12, The 9 Trials of Azura. Does my martial soul suppress the powers of the Ice and Fire Dragon King spirit? Indeed, this ancient and enigmatic martial soul, which allows one's body to embody that of a dragon, possesses the capacity to shatter dragon scales, damage their vital organs, and hunt down the souls of dragons. This is the essence of the Dragon Slayer soul. The white shadow surged forth directly from the Ice and Fire duality eye. Upon emerging, two peculiar patterns manifested upon its arms. One, a blue pattern on the left arm, symbolizing the essence of ice. The other, a red pattern on the right arm, embodying the essence of fire. System, what is the significance of these two patterns on my arms? The host's martial soul has undergone a mutation, granting immunity not only to light and dark attributes but also to ice and fire attributes. Furthermore, the host can now absorb ice and fire energies to replenish soul power, thereby augmenting strength. However, it is important to note that ice and fire attributes are auxiliary. The soul skills of the host's martial soul will not generate these elemental properties. Is that so? Does this mean I can now withstand attacks from 4 different attributes? Indeed, the response confirmed this newfound resilience. Just as the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu were about to inquire about the situation, a crimson beam descended from the heavens, striking the body of the white shadow. Simultaneously, the Shura god in the divine realm was elated, dancing jubilantly within the grand hall. By the heavens, this is extraordinary. A dual martial soul possesses an innate dominance over dragonkind. As for talent, it is unparalleled, an innate soul power of level 20. And now, having directly hunted the souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, the Shura god examination is a mere formality. Perhaps I should ease the requirements a bit and swiftly disseminate the divine position. He then adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat. Not to merely distribute the divine position, but my divine realm is in dire need of a deity specializing in the spirit beast lineage. Given that ascending to divinity through conventional means is nearly impossible, I shall begrudgingly relinquish my position. He chuckled to himself. How astute of me. I must hasten the divine examination to prevent others from seizing this opportunity. Should I delay further, those 4 may take notice, and it would be too late. A voice resonated in the mind of the white shadow. Young descendant, I am the Azura god. Among the divine realm, the most exalted positions of power are held by the 3 great enforcers and one of the 5 divine kings. Following them are the first and second-tier deities, while I, the Azura god, am a divine king. I shall bestow upon you the Azura inheritance, and once you ascend to the position of Azura god, you will directly inherit my powers and status within the divine realm. I hold you in high regard. Upon hearing this, the white shadow remarked, Enough, cease the pretense. Are you not merely eager to find a suitable heir to pass on the divine position? You claim to admire me. Yet it seems your true desire is to hastily transfer the throne, with finding a worthy successor being a secondary concern, and my admiration a distant third. This statement left the Shura god somewhat perplexed. How do you know this? He inquired. Your martial soul possesses an immense suppressive power over soul beasts, particularly demonstrating a marked dominance over dragon-type soul beasts. In the past, during the war in the divine realm, there was an irreconcilable conflict with the beast god. Subsequently, the dragon god fell, the golden dragon king was subdued by the divine realm, and the silver dragon king fled. Your abilities truly command my admiration. With you in the divine realm, the Silver Dragon King shall find it exceedingly difficult to thrive. Indeed, I am aware. At this revelation, the Shura god was utterly astounded. You know, how is that possible? There is nothing impossible. Do you not wish to detach yourself from the divine position and explore the vast universe and myriad worlds beyond? I hail from one of those many worlds. Thus, it was clear that beyond the universe lay an infinite expanse of realms. The White Shadow then addressed the Shura god, saying, I promise to inherit your divine position. But you must not be miserly. What does that mean? The Shura god inquired, perplexed. Bai Ying, noticing that the Shura god was perplexed, proceeded to elucidate. You are likely familiar with many matters concerning the Daoliu continent, are you not? Upon hearing this, the Shura god nodded in affirmation, indicating his awareness. Then are you aware that the Pope of our spirit hall is the successor of the Rakshasa god? In response, the Shura god remarked, I am indeed acquainted with the spirit hall. It is the legacy left by the original angel god. So, you are saying that the Pope you speak of is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god? Bai Ying nodded and said, Indeed, she is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Have you not observed that after she underwent the trials set by the Rakshasa god, she still exerted herself to the utmost each time? Yet the rewards bestowed by the divine trials were either non-existent or pitifully meager. What do you imply? Please do not emulate the Rakshasa god, who is notoriously miserly. The tasks are already exceedingly challenging. Rest assured, I shall not resemble that wretched Rakshasa god. Subsequently, Bai Ying continued, my fiancée Yi hails from the Qian family. Possessing innate soul power at the level of 20, and in the future, she is destined to ascend as an angelic deity, a matter concerning the original angelic deity. The past is behind us, I understand. The Shura god also grasped Bai Ying's intent. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief and subsequently remarked, I am still quite young, and I am not yet ready to venture into the domain of the god of slaughter for my first assessment. I understand that the divine test is determined by me, and I shall not permit you to journey to the city of carnage at this moment. The White Shadow promptly inquired, what is the first trial of the Shura? The first trial of the Shura legacy. Hunt 30 soul beasts possessing dragon blood. Requirements. Each beast must not be less than 100 years old. No assistance from others. Time limit. 6 months. Reward. 2 divine soul rings. Little one, how do you find this task and its rewards? The Shura god declared with pride. Indeed, only those who have bathed in dragon blood can truly become dragon slayers. Ha 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 ha. With that, the Shura god vanished, and the White Shadow's consciousness returned to reality, a blood-red mark appearing upon his forehead. Brother, what is happening? The Qingwan Daoliu asked the golden crocodile Daoliu. As the red light surrounding the White Shadow dissipated, the golden crocodile also noticed the mark on the White Shadow's forehead. Unlike the subtle markings on his arm, the forehead's imprint was strikingly apparent. Divine trial? Are you suggesting? The Qingwan Daoliu also turned to the White Shadow, observing the blood-red mark upon his forehead. Divine inheritance. Subsequently, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu approached the White Shadow and inquired, Little Shadow, have you received the inheritance from a deity? Bai Ying nodded slightly, then made a gesture for silence. Both golden crocodile Daoliu and blue one Daoliu understood the implication. It was best for as few people as possible to be aware of this matter, and it should remain discreet. Subsequently, golden crocodile Daoliu inquired in a hushed tone. What level? Of course, it was the 9th level. Upon hearing this, golden crocodile nearly fainted, stammering, in 9th level. Fortunately, blue one Daoliu was quick to support golden crocodile, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Blue one Daoliu asked golden crocodile, what do you mean by 9th level? Golden crocodile whispered an explanation into blue one's ear. The 9th level means one will become a deity. What? Blue one exclaimed, completely overwhelmed, and both he and golden crocodile fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the emergence of the red light caught the attention of Dugubo, who was hurrying back. Accompanied by Dugu Yin, he raced towards his medicinal field, for he believed that among those herbs lay something that could potentially cure his granddaughter's poison. Chapter 13. Joining the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying gazed at the ice and fire duality eyes, and a peculiar thought began to take shape in his mind. Now that I am immune to both ice and fire, I could also absorb and devour attributes of these elements. What would happen if I were to drain the energy from the Overlord Spring? The golden crocodile Daoliu observed Bai Ying's intense focus on the spring, and a foreboding notion stirred within him. He quickly inquired, shouting, what are you planning to do? The White Shadow seemed oblivious to the inquiries, and then leapt down once more. Upon re-entering the spring, the White Shadow opened its eyes wide and fervently inhaled the energy from the spring. The once distinct red and blue hues of the ice and fire two-element ice swiftly transformed into a swirling vortex as the water level plummeted rapidly. The energy within the spring was entirely consumed, absorbed into the white shadow as being. In a short while, the ice and fire two-element I had completely dried up, resembling a desolate well. At this moment, an overwhelming surge of soul power coursed through its body, witnessing the spring's desiccation. Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu gazed down from above and inquired, "Little Shadow, what have you done? Why has the entire spring run dry?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying also shouted loudly upwards, "It's nothing. I merely absorbed all the energy from this spring. Furthermore, could you assist me in getting up? I am unable to ascend." Subsequently, Qingtuan Daoliu used his soul power to pull Bai Ying upwards. "Xiaoying, you claim to have absorbed the energy. But why is the spring completely dried up?" inquired Jinatsong Daoliu. Bai Ying shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. After absorbing the energy from the spring, the water within has vanished." Qingwan Daoliu then inquired, "Xiaoying, you haven't consumed all the water, have you?" Bai Ying reassured him, "That shouldn't be the case. I merely absorbed the energy. The spring water is sustained by this energy, and upon its absorption, the spring has dried up." Jin Ao nodded in agreement, finding Bai Ying's reasoning sound. While Bai Ying, Jin Ao, and Qingwan Daoliu engaged in casual conversation, Dugabo arrived with his granddaughter. "How audacious! Who dares intrude upon my medicinal field? Do you seek death?" Though unseen, his voice echoed from a distance as he questioned the intruders. Jin Ao and Qingwan Daoliu scoffed at Dugubo's words. One was the second elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the esteemed Qian Daoliu, while the other was the third elder, ranked third within the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying, wielding a divine artifact and having passed the divine examination, was destined for godhood. How could Dugubo dare to threaten them? At this time, Bibi Dong's power was inferior to many elders within the hall. Upon Dugubo and his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, arriving at the scene and witnessing the desolation before them, he was rendered speechless. The ice and fire yin-yang well had dried up, and the precious medicinal herbs were uprooted. "Did you do this? I shall slay you." Enraged by the sight, Dugubo, failing to recognize the individuals present, launched an attack without hesitation. As he approached, he immediately recognized Jin Ao Daoliu, who had presided over his ascension to title Daoliu. Turning his gaze to another individual, he felt an overwhelming pressure. This person was undoubtedly another elder of the Spirit Hall. His eyes then fell upon the young boy beside them, clearly a key figure being nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Dugubo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had just threatened to kill them. But upon realizing that two elders from the Spirit Hall were present, he pondered, who would dare to strike whom? Recognizing that escape was futile, and with Jin Ao possessing a formidable level 98 power, he understood that even at the cost of his life, he could not hope to challenge him. Even if he fought desperately, he might only succeed in harming a child, which would undoubtedly endanger his granddaughter. Thus, Dugubo, using his soul power, transmitted a plea to the three. "Please, do not let my granddaughter witness my demise. I implore you, spare her life. All I desire is for her to grow up peacefully and happily, living a stable life. I beg you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying stepped forward with a smile and said, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Senior Dugu. We harbor no ill intentions." After listening to Bai Ying's words, Dugubo turned his gaze towards Daoliu Jin Yi and Daoliu Chang Wan. Noticing their lack of response, he began to comprehend the situation. The child before him was indeed the one wielding true authority. "It was our fault for inadvertently damaging your medicinal field, and I sincerely apologize for that, Senior." Dugubo recognized that the child was graciously providing him with a means to save face, especially with Dugu Yin observing from behind. He promptly waved his hand and replied, "Oh, it is of little consequence. It is merely a medicinal field, after all." Bai Ying, upon witnessing the descent of Dugubo, directly articulated, as a junior, "I prefer to be forthright. Our visit today is to invite you, Senior Dugubo, to join the Hall of Offerings." Upon hearing this, Dugubo was momentarily engulfed in turmoil. Joining the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly bind him for life, while declining the offer could very well lead to his and Duguyen's demise this very day. Bai Ying, noticing the hesitation of Dugubo, gently remarked, "Perhaps you might consider the rewards that the offering hall has prepared for you." "Rewards?" Dugubo inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. "Is this truly how the Spirit Hall conducts its business?" "The reward from the offering hall is the antidote to the poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter. Surely, this offer must pique your interest?" Upon hearing this, Dugubo's eyes initially sparkled with hope, only to dim once again as he muttered, "If only it were that simple to cure the poison. Senior, it seems you still harbor doubts about us. I can comprehend your skepticism, especially considering the actions of those from the papal hall, which would infuriate anyone in your position. Thus, we wish for you to join the offering hall. It was then that Dugubo realized Bai Ying had never mentioned the spirit hall or the papal hall, consistently referring to the offering hall instead. The offering hall. The white shadow nodded and said, "Indeed, as long as you are willing to join the spirit hall, you shall become the 8th esteemed attendant of the worship hall. This arrangement has been discussed with the grand attendant. If you agree, you will immediately gain entry into the hall and take on the title of the 8th attendant. Additionally, you and your grandson will receive an antidote." He then added, "You will not be beholden to any elder or attendant, nor will you need to heed the commands of the Pope or the grand attendant. In other words, you will be a nominal attendant, allowing you to enjoy your freedom and live a carefree life like a wandering cloud or a wild crane." Upon hearing this, Dugubo pondered. Not only could he directly join the worship hall, but he would also receive the antidote and not have to obey anyone's orders. However, a hint of unease lingered, prompting him to inquire, "Then whose commands will I follow?" Bai Ying had long anticipated that Dugubo would pose such a question, and promptly responded, "I will heed only my own counsel. In comparison to the hierarchical dynamics of subordinates, I find the notion of friendship far more appealing. What do you think? It is indeed a most enticing proposition. My ambition is to forge an invincible team, and your granddaughter appears to be an exceptional candidate. This way, you need not fret over her well-being. She shall receive the utmost privileges and finest resources from the spirit hall." Upon receiving this response, Dugubo declared without hesitation, "Very well, I shall join. However, let it be understood that not a single one of the aforementioned conditions may be compromised." Bai Ying chuckled upon hearing this. "No problem. I can arrange for you to endure another bout with the formidable Zhu Daoliu as part of your welcoming ceremony into the Hall of Offerings." Yu Guan retorted, "You are truly impressive. You hold yourself in such high esteem." Bai Ying, "Elder Zhu, I apologize for the trouble." Chapter 14. Resolution at this moment. Dugubo found himself in a quandary and, with a resigned gesture, said, "I am currently a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. Do not worry. You may continue to serve as a guest elder of the Tiando royal family for a few more years to repay their kindness. Once you have fulfilled your obligation, you may depart. After all, no one in the Tiando royal family can truly retain you, nor would they dare to compel you to stay." After speaking, Bai Ying turned to Du Guyan, who was of similar age to himself, and inquired, "Where is your granddaughter currently studying?" Upon hearing this, Dugubo replied, "She is at the Tiando Royal Academy." "I see." With that, Bai Ying approached Du Guyan and introduced himself. "Greetings, my name is Bai Ying. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Du Guyan." "Du Guyan, a beautiful name. Are you currently a student at the Tiando Royal Academy?" Du Guyan nodded and responded, "Yes, I am indeed a student at the Tiando Royal Academy." Bai Ying inquired, "Is there a girl named Yu Lingling at your school?" "Indeed, but she is somewhat withdrawn and does not enjoy conversing with others. Aside from me, she has very few friends," came the reply from Du Guyan. Upon receiving this information, Bai Ying softly remarked, "I understand now. Thank you." The white shadow subsequently approached the 3 titled Daoliuos and inquired, "Does anyone know the whereabouts of the 9-Heart Sea Butterfly Spirit Master? It seems to be in close proximity to Heavendo City. Shall we proceed there?" questioned Qing Wan. Bai Ying nodded, stating that it was indeed an opportune moment to draw the 9 Hearts Begonia Soul Master into the Spirit Hall. Just as Qing Wan was about to summon her martial spirit, Bai Ying interrupted her, cautioning against such overt actions, as he sensed someone was watching them upon their arrival. The golden crocodile Daoliu scoffed dismissively, merely dismissing it as a matter of Jian Daochenshin. "It's best to maintain a low profile," he advised. The 3 titled Daoliu, along with Bai Ying and Du Guyan, proceeded without attracting undue attention, soon arriving at their destination. "Is this the residence of the 9 Hearts Begonia Soul Master?" Dugubo surveyed the surroundings. The golden crocodile Daoliu lamented, "I never expected the 9 Hearts Begonia to have fallen into such disrepair." Qing Wan observed the scene with a sense of regret. As the trio continued to express their sorrow, a child's figure peeked through the crack of the door, before scurrying off to find an adult. Shortly thereafter, an elderly woman and a middle-aged lady emerged, accompanied by Yi Lingling. Lingling, Yinzi, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling embraced upon meeting. The golden crocodile Daoliu inquired, "Where is your head of the family?" The woman, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the 3, understood their strength and replied, "Esteemed guests, your journey must have been arduous. Please, come inside to converse." Inside the house, the woman introduced herself. "I am the head of the family." The golden crocodile expressed his surprise, then asked, "What of you jumping?" "My father has been deceased for many years. A trace of sorrow flickered in the middle-aged woman's eyes as she spoke. The golden crocodile sighed. I did not expect Yu Zhongping to have passed so soon. Alas. He then inquired, You are his daughter. What is your name? I am Yu Xuejing. May I ask how you are related to my father? The golden crocodile waved his hand, saying, I was once injured, and your father healed me. I intended to repay this kindness during my visit. But I did not anticipate his absence. And you are? Yu Xuejing asked. I am the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile. To be frank, I also came to invite you to join the Spirit Hall, alongside repaying the favor from years past, only to find your father has passed. The second elder of the Spirit Hall. My father never mentioned you. I was unaware of your sudden visit, and our home is unprepared, Yu Xuejing replied. The golden crocodile gestured for her to cease her concerns. No need for formalities. At that moment, Buying interjected. Allow me to repay the second elder's kindness on your behalf. What say you, second elder? Understanding Bai Ying's intentions, the golden crocodile agreed, recognizing the dual purpose of repaying a favor while also extending an invitation. Very well, let it be you, Showing. Who might this be? Yu Xuejing inquired. He is the holy son of our Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was somewhat taken aback. Ah, me? When did I become the holy son of the Spirit Hall? I was completely unaware. Who conferred this title upon me? However, Bai Ying refrained from voicing these thoughts. It turned out that the holy son of the Spirit Hall had been right before my eyes. How blind I had been. Bai Ying also spoke. No matter. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I shall assist you in resolving the issue of your 9-heart Sitang martial soul being limited to only 2 at the same time, thereby repaying the debt of gratitude owed to the golden crocodile Daoliu and also serving as a condition to foster an alliance with your family. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Yu Jingxue felt a wave of astonishment and subsequently inquired, Can you truly rectify the deficiencies of our martial souls? Certainly, but not at this very moment. You must first contemplate whether to join the Spirit Hall. If you choose not to align with the Spirit Hall, I will endeavor to restore your family to its former glory. Conversely, should you decide to join, the issues concerning your martial souls will naturally be resolved. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingxue rose and proclaimed, I shall undoubtedly choose to join the Spirit Hall. For years, the oppression from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect has gone unnoticed by the Tiando royal family. What are the emperor's schemes of balance? That old fool Shuiyi is utterly engrossed in the harem. It is said that the crown prince manages everything. Were it not for the suppression by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, how could our 9-heart Sitang have fallen into such dire straits? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying remarked, the kings exert their hereditary authority in hollow titles, compelling the masses to kneel before them. The Spirit Hall seeks to empower all individuals to rise and reclaim their lives anew. Bai Ying then produced the extraordinary mushroom, the celestial chrysanthemum, along with the fragrant and exquisite ethereal product, as well as the 9th grade purple orchid, and began to absorb them directly. After half an hour, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, immunity to poison. Is it due to the ethereal product? Indeed, with the assistance of this system, the host has gained the ability of poison immunity. System, you haven't yet distributed my sign-in rewards from the past few days. The rewards are automatically deposited into the host ring. Congratulations, host. You have received Detox Pills 2, Crimson Phantom Mask 1, and 10 bottles of cola. Detox Pills eliminate all toxins from the body. Crimson Phantom Mask conceals 1's aura and power. Soul Ring. Cola, a beverage that elicits joy. Thank you. This truly resolves my urgent predicament. Without the detox pills, I would likely have to detoxify like Tang Sect. By the way, can you allow Gu Yin to absorb the blood-colored swan kiss? Certainly. As long as the host assists from the side, it can be done. Bai Ying subsequently presented the herbs he had harvested from Dugu Bo's medicinal field to Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. These herbs from the esteemed Dugu's medicinal field, once absorbed, will significantly enhance your innate talents and propel your soul power to unprecedented heights. They shall resolve the issues surrounding your martial souls and may even induce a beneficial mutation within them. This Qilua tulip is particularly suited for Yi Lingling's martial soul. Upon absorption, it can lift the curse plaguing your family. This specimen here, the blood-colored swan kiss, is a rare celestial herb, its effects capable of exponentially amplifying toxins. Normally, it is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to absorb. Even your grandfather would find it insurmountable. Thus, you shall require my assistance during the process. Chapter 15. Evolution of the Martial Soul. 2 hours later, Yi Lingling had finished absorbing the Qilua tulip and promptly opened her eyes. Mother, I have now ascended to the rank of a great soul master. Moreover, I sense a transformation in my martial soul. Upon uttering these words, Yilingling summoned her martial soul to reveal it to all present. "This is the 10-heart begonia," exclaimed Yilingling's mother, Yijingxue, the golden crocodile Daoliu, the azure phoenix Daoliu, and the poison Daoliu all turned their gaze at the sound, confirming the existence of the legendary 10-heart begonia. Meanwhile, under Bai Ying's guidance, Dugu Yin was nearing the completion of her absorption. After a brief moment, "Grandfather, my soul power has surged dramatically, and it seems my martial soul has undergone a transformation." Dugu Yin joyfully rushed to Dugu Bo's side. Bai Ying, upon noticing that Dugu Bo wished to examine his granddaughter's physical condition, remarked, "These are indeed celestial-grade medicinal herbs. They will not harm the human body. You need not worry about your granddaughter's unstable foundation." Hearing this, Dugu Bo finally felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Ying swiftly produced 2 detoxification pills and tossed them to Dugu Bo. These pills are designed to eliminate the adverse effects that your martial souls may impose on the body, while preserving your strength, offering a permanent solution. Dugu Bo, holding the 2 detoxification pills in his hand, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ying, observing the prolonged silence of Dugu Bo, chuckled, "It seems that you, old poison master, still harbor doubts about me." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo hastily clarified, "It's not that I distrust you. Rather, it is the long-standing dilemma that has plagued my family for generations, which today is on the verge of resolution. I can't help but ponder whether joining the spirit hall earlier could have liberated us from the burdens imposed by our martial spirits." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chuckled and remarked, "It is never too late to join now. I believe that Dugu Yan's martial soul has undergone considerable transformation." Dugu Bo, upon hearing this, gently stroked Dugu Yan's head and smiled. "Yin Yin, summon your martial soul for Grandpa to see." Dugu Yin obediently nodded, "Imimhum." She then summoned her martial soul. And to everyone's astonishment, the originally azure-scaled serpent transformed into a dragon at the moment of summoning. "This is the azure-scaled poison dragon." Dugu Bo gazed in amazement at the scene before him. The white shadow interrupted the thoughts of the gathered individuals, saying, "All right, you should first take the detoxifying pills. Soon, we will set off to the Star Do Forest to acquire soul rings." Observing this, Dugu Bo fed one of the pills to Dugu Yin before consuming the other himself. Both of their bodies expelled numerous black substances, ridding themselves of the toxins accumulated over the years. However, compared to Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan's body contained remarkably fewer toxins, as she had only recently awakened her martial soul and inherited most of the toxins. Before long, the two had absorbed the pills, and Dugu Bo, upon noticing the black substances leaving his body, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. All the toxins in my body have been expelled. Moreover, my soul power has astonishingly surged to level 93. Ha ha." The Qian Daoliu, somewhat disdainful, remarked, "You old poisoner. Stop laughing and go take a bath or at least rinse off. You're filthy and reeking." Dugu Bo, however, took no offense, as the resolution of the toxins in both his and his granddaughter's bodies brought him immense joy. Although Tang Sect's method was feasible, it was not a permanent solution. The toxins stored in the soul bones would eventually accumulate again, and soul bones themselves were precious and scarce. The golden crocodile Daoliu observed Dugu Bo with admiration, exclaiming, "It is truly remarkable. Even your hair and beard have turned black, and your complexion has improved significantly. You appear considerably younger." Qian Daoliu also noticed Dugu Bo's transformation and approached Bai Ying, whispering, "Little Shadow, Grandpa Qian has treated you well. The celestial-grade herbs are of no use to us. Do you have any of that detoxifying pill left?" At this moment, the golden crocodile added, "Your grandpa golden crocodile is also aiming to better train you. If you have any of that detoxifying pill, please save me a portion. After all, who wouldn't he desire youth?" Bai Ying then elucidated, "This detoxification pill is solely for purging toxins. It cannot restore youth. Dugu Bo is merely reflecting his true state, appearing aged due to the toxins within his body, which have adversely affected his complexion. Since you possess no such toxins, consuming it would be futile." At that moment, Dugu Bo rose, preparing to cleanse himself of the impurities expelled from his body, and, having overheard Bai Ying and the others, remarked, "You are all merely embodying the appearance appropriate for your age. Why pursue such unattainable ideals?" Bai Ying nodded in agreement with Dugu Bo's statement. After Dugu Bo cleansed the toxins from his body, Dugu Yin also took a bath at Yilingling's residence. The group then gathered together, preparing to embark on their quest for soul rings. On the way, he said, showing, "Both you and Dugu Yin now possess dragon-type martial spirits. It is imperative that you acquire soul beast with a dragon bloodline, preferably at the sub-dragon level. Have you decided which type of soul beast you wish to pursue?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and stated, I do not require a soul ring. My first challenge is to personally hunt 30 soul beasts with dragon bloodline. They must not be less than 100 years old. No one is to interfere. Dugyubo looked at Baiying with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind his decision. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Daoliu noticed the perplexity in Dugyubo's eyes and, using his soul power, conveyed a delicate thread of energy to Dugyubo's ear. I will explain when we return to the spirit hall. This matter must remain undisclosed to anyone beyond the offering hall. Once the group descended to the ground, they began preparing to search for suitable soul beasts. Dugyubo, seek a poisonous soul beast, preferably with a dragon bloodline, for your granddaughter. Qingwan, you may choose any soul beast for this young lady of the Yi family. Note, in this context, even if the martial spirit has mutated, the soul skill remains a singular, comprehensive healing ability. Just as the two were about to embark on their quests, Baiying called out, "Wait, remember. It must be a 1,000-year soul beast. The two of them have already consumed celestial herbs, and their physiques are far beyond that of ordinary individuals." The group placed their trust in Baiying and soon set off in search of soul beasts. Before long, Qingwan Daoliu returned with a silver-horned evil wolf that had just surpassed 1,000 years. She placed the half-dead silver-horned wolf before Yu Lingling and inquired, "Is this your first or second time obtaining a soul ring?" "The second," Yu Lingling replied, somewhat hesitant to speak further. Qingwan reassured her, "Do not be afraid. This soul beast lacks the strength to resist. You must not rely on your mother for assistance now. You must take the knife in your hand and understand its life. This way, when you grow stronger, you can protect your mother." At that moment, Baiying leaned close to Golden Crocodile Daolua's ear and whispered, "It seems there is a connection." Golden Crocodile nodded in acknowledgement. But this exchange did not escape the notice of Qingwan and Yu Renxue, the latter feeling shy and reluctant to speak. Qingwan then exclaimed, "Second brother, how can you be so reckless like Xiaoying?" Chapter 16. Return to the spirit hall, all right. Enough of the antics. You should try to find as many soul beasts with dragon bloodlines as possible, Golden Crocodile instructed. Qingwan nodded in agreement and vanished from sight, setting off to search for soul beasts over 100 years old with dragon bloodlines. By evening, Dugyubo returned with a poisonous scale giant python over 1,100 years old, presenting it before Duguian. With her experience, Duguian swiftly dispatched the poisonous scale giant python. Shortly thereafter, Qingwan arrived with nearly 20 soul beasts of 100 years old with dragon bloodlines, including several subdragons. "Xiaoying, what do you plan to do now?" Baiying gazed at the soul beast within, a time blade manifesting in his hand, addressing the Qian Renxue, released them simultaneously. The crowd was taken aback, incredulous at the notion. Releasing them all at once entailed over 20 soul beasts. How could Baiying possibly manage such a feat? "Xiaoying, do you truly intend to eliminate more than 20 soul beasts, each over a century old? Among them are several high-ranked subdragon soul beasts, with the oldest exceeding 9 centuries. Jin Ao interjected. "Indeed, I am eager to hone my skills." Baiying's confidence reassured Qian Renxue, who then released her grip and positioned herself opposite Dugyubo to prevent any escape of the soul beasts. Meanwhile, Baiying, Yu Lingling, her mother, and Duguian, accompanied by Jin Ao Daoliu, formed a triangular encirclement. Upon sensing their newfound freedom, some soul beasts attempted to flee, while others charged towards Baiying and the children. With a slight smile, Baiying raised his blade, and in an instant, all present, including the multitude of soul beasts, became utterly motionless. The ability to pause time was truly an exquisite skill. Subsequently, Baiying struck at the vital points of the soul beasts, their necks and heads, with precision. Once the deed was done, Baiying returned to his original position, resuming his previous stance and releasing the flow of time. At this moment, the onlookers were still in disbelief, as Dugyubo and Qian Renxue stepped forward, prepared to intercept. Jin Ao Daoliu, fuming, exclaimed, "Seeking death?" What transpired? What unfolded was a bewildering sight. All the soul beasts lay lifeless on the ground in an instant, while Baiying remained stationary, his actions mirroring those from moments prior. His position unchanged. Both Jin Ao Daoliu and Qian Renxue turned their gazes toward Baiying, a sensation reminiscent of the time he wielded the divine artifact washing over them once more, undoubtedly a testament to the artifact's power. At this juncture, Yu Renxue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. In a mere instant, all these soul beasts are dead. How did His Highness achieve this? Dugyubo echoed her surprise. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. I was completely unaware. Your Highness, how did you accomplish this? Baiying waved his hand and said, "There is no need for you two to refer to me as His Holiness or Your Highness. You may simply call me Xiaoying, as Grandpa Jin Yi and Grandpa Chang Wan do." As for how I accomplished this, that is a matter I cannot disclose. Everyone harbors their own secrets, just as I have refrained from inquiring about yours." Dugabo and Yi Jingxue nodded in agreement, choosing not to pry further. At that moment, Buying turned to ask Daoliu Chang Wan, Grandpa Chang Wan, "Have you inadvertently harmed one of the soul beasts?" Upon hearing this, Chang Wan nodded and replied, "At first, I did not exercise sufficient caution and accidentally injured one. Alas, we still have 22 left. It will suffice. After all, there is ample time to gradually seek out the remaining 8. At this juncture, Daoliu Genie remarked, "Let us establish our camp here for the night. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Spirit Hall, where there are cultivated soul beasts, and we shall not be lacking the 8 we need." Upon hearing this, Buying inquired, "Then why do we still venture into the Stardow Forest? Was it not you who mentioned the journey to the Stardow Forest?" Buying's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, What I meant to say is, why did Qian Daoliu, that old man, send me all the way to the Stardow Forest to obtain a soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Genie playfully swatted Buying's head and scolded, "In front of others, you call me grandfather, but behind my back, you call me old man? Have you ever referred to me in such a manner in private? You mustn't be so disrespectful in the future." Subsequently, they set up 2 tents to spend the night there, intending to depart for the Spirit Hall the following day. Yi Jingxue, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan had already fallen asleep, while Chang Wan Daoliu rested in another tent. After 2 days of either traveling or capturing soul beasts, they needed a night to recuperate their soul power and mental energy before embarking on their journey back to the Spirit Hall. Genie Daoliu and Dugu Daoliu leaned against the campfire, closing their eyes to rejuvenate, while Buying leaned against a tree, gazing at the night sky. At that moment, Dugabo noticed Buying's emotions and approached him with some roasted soul beast meat and 2 bottles of wine. He tossed one of the bottles to Buying and sat down, placing the roasted meat down before slowly speaking, "What troubles you, Grandfather Du? May I address you as such?" Buying inquired. "Of course," Dugabo replied. "What should I do about this mother-in-law situation?" Dugabo chuckled at this, saying, "How old are you to be worrying about a mother-in-law? Moreover, as long as you possess strength, whether it's 3 wives or a mother-in-law's disapproval, these matters are trivial in the face of power. The Daoliu continent has always prioritized strength. Indeed, it is premature to consider such matters. But I would like to counter something you said." Intrigued, Dugabo asked, "Oh, what is it?" "Not all mothers-in-law value strength, their essay saying, mother-in-law." She-wolf. Although Genie Daoliu was resting with his eyes closed, he could still hear their conversation. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the notion that possessing power makes polygamy a triviality resonated with him. However, upon hearing Buying's remark about the mother-in-law being a she-wolf, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, fully aware that Buying was referring to Bibi Dong, the formidable she-wolf. The next day, the group boarded Chang Wan Daoliu's Spirit and swiftly arrived at Spirit City. As flying was prohibited above Spirit City, they had to disembark and walk to the offering hall. At that moment, a flamboyant voice echoed, well, look who dared to come to Spirit City, the old poison." Dugabo remained silent, observing the arrival of Ju Daoliu with an unperturbed demeanor. Noticing the lack of response, Ju Daoliu turned to Dugabo and saw 2 individuals glaring at him, prompting him to hastily bow and say, "Greetings to the 2nd and 3rd offerings." Dugabo leaned closer to Buying and whispered, "You know I have a long-standing feud with this fellow." Genie Daoliu and Chang Wan Daoliu overheard this and, before Buying could respond, interjected, "Ju Daoliu, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, disregarding the flight ban within Spirit City and provoking the 8th offering is unacceptable. Duga, teach him a lesson. The Spirit Hall will uphold its promises." Ju Daoliu was taken aback. "What?" But before he could react, Genie Daoliu and Chang Wan Daoliu swiftly restrained him with their soul power, taking him to a secluded area to preserve the dignity of the Spirit Hall's elders. After some time, Dugabo emerged, looking quite satisfied, while Ju Daoliu soon followed, appearing mostly unharmed. Dugabo had primarily used verbal provocation, leaving Ju Daoliu disoriented, psychological warfare over physical confrontation. Chapter 17. The first test completed despite being a 95th level title Daoliu and an elder of the Spirit Hall. Ju Daoliu felt humiliated. What infuriated him even more was that Dugabo had become the 8th offering, a position he had strived for years to attain without success. In the offering hall, upon seeing Buying return safely, Qian Daoliu finally let out a sigh of relief. After arranging for Dugabo and the others, Genie Daoliu and Chang Wan Daoliu eagerly wished to share this splendid news with Qian Daoliu. Xiaoying, it seems you are indeed deserving of your title as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Indeed. From now on, the two grandfathers will be watching over you. With such praise from my esteemed grandfathers, I can only attribute it to mere luck. Do not be so modest. Your achievement in the Sure God's ninth trial has already demonstrated your exceptional talent. To have swiftly dealt with so many century-old soul beasts in the Stardew Forest showcases your terrifying potential. Hearing these compliments, even Bai Ying felt a bit lightheaded. After meeting with Qian Daoliu, the two shared everything that had transpired over the past few days, leaving even the formidable Qian Daoliu astonished. Once they had recounted their experiences and dismissed the others, Qian Daoliu turned to Bai Ying and asked, "Did you really obtain the divine trial?" Gazing at the blood-colored totem on Bai Ying's body, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but inquire further. Bai Ying, somewhat helplessly, remarked, "Of course, this is true. Do you think this totem could deceive you? Old man, you are, after all, a peerless Daoliu. Moreover, you are the foremost offering of the Spirit Hall. Could you not pay a little heed to your image? Do you comprehend how exceedingly challenging it is to obtain the legacy of a deity?" Qian Daoliu could not restrain himself from interjecting. "You must understand that my dear friend Tang Shen ventured forth in search of the divine legacy and has since vanished without a trace. Isn't it merely a test from a god? Look at how agitated you are. The one undertaking the examination is I, not you. How do you find my son-in-law? Quite impressive, indeed. It appears that heaven truly has its eyes. From this moment forth, you shall be the holy son of the Spirit Hall. You shall have the authority to allocate any resources. The holy son of the Spirit Hall? It seems quite a splendid title. Yet is it not premature to compare with Dong? If she dares to oppose, I shall show her how to deal with it." Qian Daoliu had never been so elated. He looked upon this child he had taken in, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. "Ding. Please, host. Complete the first trial of the Sure God at your earliest convenience." Upon hearing the voice of the system, Bai Ying expressed his exasperation. "Did you not notice I have just returned? Must one not be allowed a moment's respite? Do you understand that a lack of rest could affect my health? Host. These are mere mortals. You are not a mere mortal. You are a soul master, thus it shall not affect you. Old man. I must swiftly complete the first trial of the Sure God, relying on my own abilities to hunt down 30 soul beasts, with only 8 remaining. If there is nothing else, then please take me there. I've heard from Grandpa that the Spirit Hall has 8 soul beasts in captivity. Very well. I shall take you there at once." In an instant, Qian Daoliu led Bai Ying to the area where the Spirit Hall kept its captive soul beasts. Upon seeing Qian Daoliu, the guards immediately bowed and knelt, saying, "Greetings, great offering. Are all the captive soul beasts here?" "Indeed, all are present. You may withdraw now," he said, swiftly leading Bai Ying to the enclosure. "All right, old man, the rest is up to me." Qian Daoliu nodded and stepped aside. Eager to witness just how formidable his grandson truly was to be chosen by the Sure God as the heir. Although the captive soul beasts were considerably easier to deal with than their wild counterparts, it remained a formidable challenge for a soul master devoid of any soul rings. Bai Ying, with his perception heightened severalfold beyond that of ordinary individuals, swiftly located the 8 soul beasts. "You intend to confront all 8 soul beasts simultaneously? Have you lost your mind?" Qian Daoliu's sudden interjection left Bai Ying momentarily speechless as he replied, "Rest assured, old man, I shall be just fine. Seeking them out one by one is exceedingly troublesome. It is far more efficient to deal with them all at once. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." In an instant, Bai Ying unsheathed the time battle blade, the seal of time. As he activated the divine artifact skill, time around him came to a standstill. As if the entire world had been frozen in that singular moment, the 8 soul beasts, which had been leisurely meandering, suddenly found themselves immobile, ensnared by an invisible force. Even the air seemed to solidify at that moment, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Qian Daoliu stood nearby, witnessing this spectacle, his eyes flickering with astonishment. Although he was an unparalleled Daoliu, he felt insignificant in the presence of such divine power. He could distinctly sense that formidable force, yet was powerless to resist it. At that moment, Bai Ying sprang into action. Wielding the time battle blade, he moved like the wind, swiftly navigating between the 8 soul beasts. With each flash of the blade, a soul beast vanished from existence. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers in a daze. What had just transpired? Old man, I just unleashed the skill of the divine artifact, allowing me to momentarily pause time. Pausing time is truly an extraordinary ability. Qian Daoliu mused before adding, "Your first trial should be deemed complete, I suppose?" "It should be," Bai Ying replied. Upon the crown of the white shadow, those crimson totems suddenly unleashed a dazzling red light, akin to flames igniting or blood boiling. The radiance intensified, suffusing the entire space with a sanguine hue. In that moment, Qian Daoliu felt as though a deity of slaughter was descending, the terrifying aura inducing a sense of trepidation even within this unparalleled Daoliu. Immediately thereafter, two brilliant orbs of light manifested before White Shadow, slowly rotating and exuding a disquieting presence. Each orb seemed to harbor boundless power, rendering one unable to gaze directly at them. At that juncture, a voice, imbued with authority and lethal intent, resonated through the space. The first trial of the Shura God S9 trials has been completed, rewarding 2 divine soul rings. Curse it, just as I mentioned Xiao Chao. He appears. Divine soul rings. Remarkably, this lad has been bestowed with 2. In the past, even I only received 1 upon completing the 8th trial. This boy's fortune is simply extraordinary. Old man, you must envy me. These are divine soul rings. Considering your remarkable talent, I shall spare you this time. I am inherently gifted. If my talent were lacking, how could I possibly become your granddaughter's husband? Chapter 18. The second trial of the Shura God. Your ability to regard me highly is a blessing you have accrued over several lifetimes. Do you not cherish it? You've clearly grown too complacent, haven't you? Far away in the divine realm, the Shura God was exceedingly pleased. He had not anticipated such a swift success in the first trial. It was evident that this boy possessed remarkable talent. I shall continue to facilitate his progress. He must quickly inherit my divine position so I may retire early. Life in the divine realm is dreadfully monotonous. Even the Shura God, as a law enforcer, often feels the pangs of solitude amidst such dreary days. At that moment, the Shura God's voice thundered in White Shadow's mind. As if attempting to shatter his consciousness, White Shadow felt an overwhelming roar in his head, followed by a torrent of immense information flooding into his awareness. Shura's 9 trials. Second trial. Endure under the unparalleled Daoliu for the duration of 2 incense sticks. A span of 3 years. Each word struck White Shadow's heart like a hammer. He instantly comprehended that this trial was far more arduous than the first. I never expected my second trial to be this. You seem destined to face a beating at my hands, enduring for the duration of 2 incense sticks under my command. At this moment, Qian Renxue could not help but laugh, his amusement sending chills down White Shadow's spine. Old man, you must show mercy. I am your granddaughter's husband. You must show mercy. Show mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just now, claiming to be a genius? Why such cowardice now? I was merely jesting. Consider my words as mere folly. Rest assured. As the examiner, I shall take good care of you. Finally, Qian Renxue had a legitimate reason to discipline his grandson-in-law. Although this young man was exceptionally gifted and had been nurtured under his watchful eye, he had always treated Xiaoxue with kindness. Thus, this trial would ultimately allow him to succeed, though he would undoubtedly endure hardship. The two returned to the Hall of Spirits. Since the Shura God's second trial requires you to endure under my command for the duration of 2 incense sticks, I will personally train you from today onwards. This training will be more rigorous than ever. Old man, you wouldn't seek personal vengeance, would you? That is not fair. I am a titled Daoliu-level powerhouse, rest assured. I will only assist you in completing the trial, not take your life. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Why must this accursed Shura God behave in such a manner? Host, fear not. He will not kill you. Moreover, should he attempt to do so, I possess the means to resurrect you. You need not worry. It's not that I fear failing the trial, rather, I dread the prospect of enduring a painful ordeal. Perhaps I should consult Xiaoxue quickly, otherwise, this old man may show me no mercy. With that thought, White Shadow felt considerably reassured. Observing the 2 divine soul rings manifest before him, he spoke, Old man, I kindly request your protection. Qian Renxue nodded and replied, You, still so disrespectful? Just wait and see how I will deal with you during the second trial. Bai Ying revealed an expression of inevitable realization. The absorption of the divine bestowed soul rings grants the acquisition of soul skills most suited to oneself, and unlike ordinary soul rings, these possess the capacity for evolution. Provided that one's endurance is sufficiently robust, it is conceivable that soul rings, even those of 10,000 or 100,000 years, may manifest. In an instant, 2 divine bestowed soul rings entered his body, and a terrifying aura permeated the atmosphere, as if he were enveloped in a shroud of blood red. The overwhelming energy surge continuously cleansed his meridians, and in the next moment, under the astonished and fearful gaze of Qian Renxue, the 2 soul rings gradually unfurled, revealing themselves as black 10,000-year soul rings. This was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring, and astonishingly, both belonged to the first martial soul. It was originally intended for him to cultivate his first martial soul to the rank of titled Daoliu before embarking on the training of his second martial soul. Such an approach would significantly enhance his physical endurance, allowing for the subsequent addition of soul rings exceeding 10,000 years to the second martial soul. Yet, he astonishingly achieved this during the cultivation of his first martial soul. What an extraordinary anomaly. Even Bibi Dong had never accomplished such a feat. True genius is indeed remarkable. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the two 10,000-year soul rings. What are your first and second soul skills? Please demonstrate them for me. Certainly. As the white shadow stepped forward, the shadow dragon martial spirit manifested in that very moment. My first soul skill is named Shadow Dragon Roar, a technique of mental control, as long as my opponent's soul power level is inferior to mine. I can directly incapacitate them or cause their soul to shatter completely. A mental attack skill, indeed commendable. The second soul skill is Shadow Dragon Claw, where soul power directly manifests into dragon claws upon my arms, serving as an offensive capability. It appears that this acquisition has proven fruitful. You have not disappointed me. Now, let us test the might of these two soul skills. Allow me to witness their true strength. Very well. The shadow dragon unleashed a roar, and in that instant, Qian Daoliu felt a fleeting moment of disorientation in both mind and spirit. Though it lasted but a few seconds, it left him utterly astonished, after all. He was a titled Daoliu, having already set one foot upon the divine threshold. The white shadow arrived before him almost at the very moment of launching an attack. Transforming its arm into a dragon's claw, a loud bang resonated as Qian Daoliu chuckled. Not bad, not bad. The power you can unleash assures me that among your peers, you are indeed an invincible presence. Invincible? I cannot yet claim such a title, at least not at this moment. I must grow stronger to protect Xiaoxue one day. I shall surely defeat you. Excellent. Confidence is key. With that, the two returned to the Hall of Offerings. Qian Daoliu remarked, why don't you go check on Xiaoxue first? I have a nagging feeling that she's been troubled these past few days. If there were issues with Qian Renxue, it would be unacceptable. Could it be that Bibi Dong had spoken of him again? Or perhaps he had developed feelings for Bibi Dong. He paid no mind to anything else as he departed, pondering deeply and preparing a multitude of words for the journey ahead. Xiaoxue, how have you been? Though he had yet to see her, he could hear her voice. Bai Ying gently pushed open the door to Qian Renxue's chamber, and at that moment, he was confronted with a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. There stood Qian Renxue, her golden hair slightly damp, her fair skin exposed, radiating an indescribable allure. Xiaoying, what brings you here? Don't you realize I'm in the bath, you lecherous scoundrel? Chapter 19, Xiao Bai's Greedy Obsession. Quickly turn around, she implored, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Yet, Bai Ying seemed impervious to her request, as if he were deaf to her words. Sensing the host's heightened emotions, the system issued a command. Kiss Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this directive, coupled with the sight before him, he found himself at a loss. Bai Ying could not help but swallow hard. Xiaoying, you must leave at once. I apologize, Sister Schwer. I have lost my composure. I shall step outside for a moment. You hurry and dress. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut. Bai Ying stood outside, momentarily taken aback, lost in reverie at the earlier scene within the room. The figure of Qian Renxue was nothing short of breathtaking. He pondered why he had once been so enamored with Tang San, the pretentious hypocrite. Yet, thankfully, she had now become his fiancée, which should alleviate any concerns. Or so he thought. However, this notion felt precarious. In the realm of fantastical novels, tales of a betrothed falling for the male protagonist abound, necessitating a cautious approach. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the system had assigned him a task to steal a kiss from Qian Renxue. Would such an action be deemed too abrupt? Might it cast him as a rogue in her eyes? The mere thought of her detesting him, categorizing him among the despicable ruffians, sent a chill down his spine. He could envision himself weeping inconsolably in a restroom. Before he could further contemplate, the door to Qian Renxue's chamber swung open. At that moment, she emerged. Clad only in a delicate nightgown, her exquisite figure partially veiled, yet her fair skin glimmered through the fabric, captivatingly radiant. Bai Ying was instantly captivated. Xiaoying, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. Grandfather mentioned that you seemed a bit off, so I came to check on you. I missed you. Is that so? Well, come in, and we can talk. Qian Renxue's face had already flushed crimson, and upon hearing the words I missed you, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. As soon as she entered the room, Qian Renxue delivered a playful chop to Bai Ying's head, admonishing, how dare you, at such a young age, sneak a peek while I was bathing? That's not it. It's not like that, Grandfather said. All right, all right. It seems you truly have a rogue heart. Oh no, Qian Renxue, is that true? Am I starting to dislike you? Will you perhaps end up falling for Tang San in the future? Bai Ying's reaction utterly amused Qian Renxue, and she chuckled. All right, I was just teasing you. You're such a blockhead. If I marry you in the future, will I be happy? Sister, how could you hit me? After all, I am also your future husband. I am seriously beginning to doubt whether you might become an abuser in the future. You little rascal, we're not even adults yet. And you're already thinking about such things. Remember, although we have a betrothal arranged by grandfather, as Qian Renshue's man, you must become a strong individual. I do not wish to be with the weak, understand? And if I really become weak in the future, would you seek affection elsewhere? He feigned a pitiful expression. Gazing at Qian Renxue with tear-filled eyes, Qian Renxue gently ruffled his hair, saying, "All right, it's fine. I was just playing with you." Suddenly, Bai Ying pulled her close, tightly embracing her. "Shui, I love you. I love you more than anyone else." As he spoke, he kissed her, leaving Qian Renxue astonished. She never expected her younger brother, whom she had raised, would act in such a manner, though he had kissed her before. This time it was imbued with a sense of dominance and desire. Xiaoying, Qian Renxue finally managed to utter, feeling herself sinking into the moment. She initially intended to push him away, but gazing into his handsome face, she ultimately relented. The kiss lingered. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 5 space transfer talismans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-minute god-level experience card. Sister, you shouldn't joke like this. Do you realize you are my everything? What? You little scoundrel. Are you afraid I might leave? I am indeed afraid you will run away. Do you remember when I told you I know everything that will happen in Daoliu continent's future? I can tell you now that in the future, you will fall for Tang Sect. You will repeatedly spare him, even to the extent of severing ties with your mother, Bibi Dong." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's first reaction was disbelief. How could that be? How could I ever fall for an enemy and spare him time and again? That is utterly impossible. Yet, Bai Ying's conviction did not seem like the words of a liar. She patted Bai Ying's back, comforting him. "I could never fall for an enemy. You need not worry. I only love you." Qian Renshue's touch was gentle, as if soothing a petulant puppy. "Is that true? Will you always love me? Host, I never expected you to be such a master at flirting. Truly impressive. What are you saying? I was once a pioneer in the art of courtship. Don't think that a mere Qian Renxue could deter me. Given time, even Bibi Dong would be no match for my charm. Besides, do you really think I am without capability?" Bai Ying pressed herself almost entirely against Qian Renxue, her arms tightly embracing the delicate form of Qian Renxue. Savoring the exquisite sensation, Qian Renxue gazed down at her brother in her embrace, letting out a resigned sigh. Suddenly realizing that he seemed to have transformed into a different person since his return, Tang Sect would eventually find himself enamored with an adversary. Though uncertain of the authenticity of this sentiment, she felt compelled to prepare for the future, both for the sake of the Wuhuan Temple and for Xiaoying. Qian Renxue gently spoke. "All right, you may now release me from your grasp." Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying reluctantly complied. "Although uncertain whether the future you spoke of was genuine or not, I assure you, Xiaoying, that I shall marry you and become your wife. I will not abandon you, so rest assured. Is this truly your promise? Sister, remember what you said today. Once I complete the second trial of the Azure God, I shall have grandfather arrange our wedding. What do you say? Are you afraid I might flee? Very well, I accept your proposal. What, do you not believe me? When have I ever deceived you? But what if I truly fall for someone else?" Chapter 20. The Truth. What must I do to earn your trust? Qian Renshue's tone was teasing, igniting a fire within Bai Ying. In the next moment, Qian Renxue unexpectedly kissed him, leaving him momentarily bewildered by her sudden action. Can this now be proven? Rest assured, I shall have no one but you. As he felt her delicate skin against his, Bai Ying's face flushed, the warmth in his mouth causing him to involuntarily lose himself in the moment. Just as he wished to delve deeper, he suddenly sensed a breath silently manifesting around them. Bibi Dong stood outside the door. As the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, she was deeply captivated by the child's words regarding the impending doom of the Wuhuan Hall. With her formidable strength, she could perceive the events transpiring within the room. What on earth is this little rascal up to, engaging in such lewd behavior? Although Qin Daoliu had already betrothed Qian Renxue to him, this conduct was rather inappropriate. This boy truly is a lecher. All men are the same. Inside the room, the two were reluctantly parting ways. Bai Ying found himself lingering on the conversation. "Sister Schwer, you have labeled me a rogue, yet I perceive you as the more dubious one. Leave me be. I am not the person you envision. However, I confess my growing curiosity regarding Tang Sect, the figure you speak of. How did I come to harbor affection for him? Moreover, how did he orchestrate the downfall of the Spirit Hall? This, indeed, is the very question that intrigues Bibi Dong, who attentively listens to the unfolding dialogue within the room. Let us commence with the reasons behind your sentiments. In my understanding, you are likely devising a plan, one that involves infiltrating the Tiando royal family, biding your time to dismantle the entire Tiando empire. You intend to execute a ruse akin to a cat swapping places with a prince, masquerading as Prince Shuqinghe. Am I correct? Qian Renxue was taken aback by this scheme. One so clandestine that even Bibi Dong remains unaware. The only individuals privy to this plan are she and her grandfather, having only recently been proposed. Thus, Beiying could not have anticipated it beforehand. Do not be astonished. I have previously stated that I am aware of all forthcoming events in the Daoliu continent, through internal maneuvers. Reclaiming the Tiando Empire indeed proves most advantageous, preserving the strength of the Spirit Empire. As you surmised, this endeavor has met with success. And you have garnered the trust of the Tiando royal family, being crowned as the prince. It is at this juncture that Tang Sect emerged, dazzling the continent with his identity as the son of Tang Hao of the Qian Sect during the Soul Master competition. A moment that ensnared your interest and sparked ambiguous feelings towards him. Ultimately, you harbored intentions to subdue Tang Sect, even contemplating marriage. It was this very thought that led you to spare him on several occasions. You possessed ample opportunities to end his life and could have ascended to divinity before him. Arguably the first in millennia to achieve such a status on the Daoliu continent. Yet, your affection for him culminated in this tragic outcome. Are you implying that the majority of this is my fault? The blame does not rest entirely upon your shoulders. It is merely a matter of fate. Rest assured. My presence here guarantees that the future will indeed alter. Outside the door, Bibi Dong felt a profound shock. Although uncertain of Beiying's veracity, she distinctly sensed Qian Renxue's emotional turmoil. Qian Renxue, the ruse of the cat and the prince, infiltrating the Tiando royal palace to dismantle the royal family. While I cannot fully trust this information, I cannot entirely dismiss it either. It appears that Qian Renxue will indeed develop feelings for Tang Sect, the son of the Haotian Daoliu, thus he warrants careful observation. Bye. Please continue, Qian Renxue urged, her expression darkening, yet she gritted her teeth and listened intently. Deep down, she understood that the individual before her could not possibly deceive her. Sister Schwer, I realize you may find this hard to believe, but everything I say will come to fruition, so you must prepare yourself. Is it simply a matter of my disliking Tang Sect? Of course not. You merely play a facilitating role. The primary issue lies in the profound discord within the Spirit Hall. Do you know how your father, the former Pope Qian Xuanji, met his demise? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression shifted, her voice laced with venom. It was that woman's doing. Bibi Dong, observing Qian Renxue's fury, felt a pang of sorrow. I have never been favored by him. He regarded me as a stain upon his life. My grandfather revealed this truth to me long ago. He foretold that one day, the position of Pope would rightfully belong to me. Schwer, you're mistaken. I have shared part of the truth with you, yet there remains more you do not know. However, I am aware that, as your mother, I genuinely care for you. Care for me? You are unworthy of such a title. If you truly cared, you would not have isolated me during my childhood. I despise you to the point of wishing for your demise. At this juncture, a fierce hatred flashed across Qian Renxue's face. She no longer regarded Bibi Dong as her mother, only animosity resided in her heart. Bibi Dong felt a deep ache seeing her own daughter harbor such intense loathing. What mother would not find this deeply ironic and painful? If I were to reveal to you the truth behind your father's death, I believe your resentment towards your mother would dissipate. Sister Schwer, please, calm yourself. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, striving to stabilize her emotions, gritting her teeth to continue listening. He sought to unveil the truth to Schwer, yet he could not allow her to learn it now. What impact would the revelation have on her? These two questions suddenly loomed in Bibi Dong's mind. Although she had always viewed Qian Renxue as a blemish, she acknowledged that a sliver of affection lingered for her daughter. When Qian Renxue was born, Bibi Dong had contemplated eradicating her, yet Qian Daoliu intervened. Throughout the years, despite their overt animosity, Bibi Dong could not deny the intrinsic bond of motherhood. This was an immutable fact. With this thought, Bibi Dong abruptly pushed open the door and declared, enough. Chapter 21. The cruel truth of a biological mother. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's sudden entrance, Qian Renxue immediately stood, demanding, what brings you here? Leave. Qian Renxue, I am your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother? Qian Renxue scoffed. You dare claim that title? I have long declared that I have no mother, only the murderer of my father. You are unworthy of that title. Do you understand? Now, what is your purpose here? Bibi Dong replied, does a mother require justification to visit her daughter? Enough of your pretense. As the tension escalated, Beiying interjected, Xiaxue, it is a privilege for the Pope to visit us. It seems she has been eavesdropping for quite some time. Young man, it appears you have already discerned the truth. I must warn you, this matter must not be disclosed. What truth could elicit such an emotional response? I am eager to hear it, Qian Renxue said, her interest piqued. Xiaoying, share what you know. Rest assured, I will protect you. Qian Renxue, is this how you treat your own mother? Qian Renxue, she reiterated, smiling coldly, it appears you are deaf. I have stated that I have no mother. Only the murderer of my father. From the moment you took my father's life, I have regarded you solely as an enemy, not a mother. Alas, we are of the same blood. Why must we turn on one another so fiercely? Today, I shall lay bare all truths before the Pope. In the past, Bibi Dong was indeed the favored disciple of your father, distinguished as the first wielder of twin martial souls in the annals of Daoliu history. She was heralded as the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed the moment she fell for Yu Xiaojing. In her infatuation, she even contemplated severing her ties with the Spirit Hall, a notion vehemently opposed by your father. To retain your mother, she employed despicable tactics, forcibly claiming her, resulting in your birth. Thus, your mother harbored resentment towards you. Upon hearing this, both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue's expression shifted dramatically. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Bibi Dong, as memories of her torment at the hands of Qian Xuanji flooded back. Those were days she wished to forget. Xiaoying, is what you say true? Was my mother coerced by my father into giving birth to me? Qian Renxue struggled to accept this truth. Her gaze filled with both anger and sympathy for Bibi Dong's turbulent emotions. Could her father have truly committed such unspeakable acts? Why had she never been told? Qian Renxue's voice trembled as she repeatedly questioned Bibi Dong about her past. At that moment, Bibi Dong, gripping her Pope's scepter, felt her hand quiver as she stepped back, pain flickering in her eyes. What can you change with this knowledge? Now that you are aware, do you feel satisfied? If it weren't for you, I would have long been with Xiaojiang. If it weren't for your grandfather, I would have ended your life. You are but a cursed child. Do you truly despise me so? Qian Renxue asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Of course, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Seeing you reminds me of the torment inflicted upon me. Yet, she had come to a realization, since they had destroyed her everything. She would obliterate all that they cherished in return. One day, I will kill you and annihilate your angelic lineage. Bibi Dong. I ask you one final question. Have you ever regarded me as your daughter? Was there ever a moment? Bibi Dong, I understand now. I am merely your stain. And I should not harbor any expectations, Qian Renxue replied, her figure appearing fragile in the face of Bibi Dong's indifference. As she stood there, her smile faded, replaced by endless sorrow and acceptance. It seemed she finally comprehended her place in this world and the complexity of her mother's feelings towards her. Suddenly, as if all strength had abandoned her, she swayed, her eyes closing tightly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, a symbol of her inner turmoil. Her body slowly crumpled, akin to a wilting petal brushing against the ground. The atmosphere around them felt as though it had frozen, with only Bibi Dong remaining still. A myriad of conflicting emotions flickering in her eyes. She observed Qian Renxue collapsing but did not move to assist her. Internally, she wrestled with her pride and anger, preventing her from taking that crucial step. Shuer, are you all right? Just as Qian Renxue was about to fall, Buying swiftly supported her. How are you feeling? I'll fetch a doctor immediately. You mustn't be harmed. I'm fine. Don't worry, Qian Renxue replied, her gaze towards Bibi Dong laden with complexity. Bibi Dong, I owe you a life. I shall repay this debt in due time. Bibi Dong silently regarded Qian Renxue, her eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. Biting her lip, she endeavored to control her inner turmoil. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and resolutely turned away, her silhouette gradually fading into the light until she vanished around the corner. Qian Renxue stood motionless, her gaze hollow as she watched Bibi Dong depart. Her heart brimmed with disappointment and helplessness, as if the entire world had crumbled at that moment. She recognized that the rift between her and her mother was irreparable, and this relationship was destined to reach its conclusion. The air felt suffocatingly still, and Qian Renxue slowly lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she sought to numb her heartache through physical pain. Yet, that anguish surged forth like a relentless tide, leaving her powerless to resist. Thank you, Xiaoying, for revealing everything to me. Sister Shuer, please do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. It is your father's doing, and you are innocent in this matter. Do not let this affect you. Otherwise, I shall feel guilty, truly. Seeing Bai Ying's concern, Qian Renxue managed a smile. Do not worry. I will not be affected. That is a relief. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace, where in her chambers, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. What have I done? What have I truly done? Qian Renxue, after all, is my daughter. I have failed as a mother. Unaware of how long she had cried, Bibi Dong eventually regained her composure, transforming back into the cold, resolute Pope. Qian Daoliu. You were clever. You chose my daughter and sought to use her as leverage. Yet, I lament that he is merely a child. I must grow stronger swiftly. With this thought, she called out, instructing for the title Daoliu, Ghost Daoliu, to visit the Pope's palace. Chapter 22. Yilingling, Your Holiness, why have you summoned us? Within the Pope's palace, Ghost Daoliu and Ju Daoliu stood respectfully before her. In the coming days, I intend to visit the Stardow Forest. I require a 100,000-year-old spirit ring for my second martial soul, so prepare accordingly for our departure tomorrow. As you wish, Your Holiness. Sister Shui, I have a gift for you. A gift? What sort of gift? It is a mystical herb found within the Sunset Forest, capable of enhancing your innate talents and facilitating your training. Look here. This herb is called Heartbreak Red, known for its remarkable healing properties. It thrives only among those in mutual affection. By placing a drop of blood upon it, the bond will be recognized, and only those truly in love can claim it as their own. All right, I shall give it a try. Qian Renxue pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the Heartbreak Red. In an instant, it erupted in a dazzling crimson light, causing the stone resting atop it to shatter. It truly succeeded. Shui, consume it at once. I assure you, your spirit power will increase by at least 5 levels. However, Qian Renxue gazed at the Heartbreak Red and expressed, it appears splendid, yet consuming it feels like a waste. Since this is your decision, I shall respect it. That said, we must discuss something further. You must refrain from acting as a spy in the Heaven Do Palace. It is truly unwise. Unwise? Why do you deem it so? Explain. Being a spy in the Heaven Do Palace will squander precious time. With your talent, remaining in the Spirit Hall, coupled with your grandfather's assistance, you could inherit the title of Angel God within a decade. At that point, should you ascend to divinity? In that case, the Spirit Hall will unify the continent, and your role will be even more significant. There is a saying that holds true. In the Daoliu continent, strength reigns supreme. I need to ponder this matter further. You need not concern yourself with it. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is. I have garnered the recognition of the Shura God, who wishes for me to inherit his divine position as the Shura. The second trial lies in the hands of the 1,000 streams. I must endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks. In my grandfather's presence, I must also withstand for 2 incense sticks. I firmly believe you are capable of this. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Buying sighed and said, very well. If you have any matters to discuss, you must certainly inform me. Do not bear the burden alone. Rest assured, I will do so. After Bai Ying departed from Qian Renxue, she promptly sought out Yilingling. How are you settling in? Bai Ying gazed at Yilingling, remarking, not bad. Thank you. Yilingling coldly responded, her gaze fixed on Bai Ying, and then inquired, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Is it not permissible for me to visit if there is nothing pressing? Bai Ying replied with a smile. By the way, I have discerned a rather serious issue. Have you always been so reticent? This habit is quite detrimental, presenting an air of aloofness that invites distance rather than closeness. I genuinely worry about whether anyone will come to court you in the future. Your Highness, I understand. I shall certainly make an effort to change. Bai Ying rose and spoke. I am not blaming you. Come, let us take a stroll today, for I am in a rather pleasant mood. Bai Ying extended his hand, and Yulingling's face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Your Highness, where are we headed? She inquired. Perhaps I am a bit hungry? You haven't dined yet, have you? Not yet, she replied. Very well. Let us go and enjoy a meal. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills, which are unparalleled. Being guided by a man instilled a sense of tranquility within her, a sensation she had never experienced before. The pair arrived at the kitchen, where Yulingling found herself with little to do, watching Bai Ying's adept movements as he heated the oil in the pan. After a brief while, a generous platter of skewers emerged, freshly cooked. Stepping outside, he produced a bottle of cola, a reward from the system. Please, indulge yourself, he urged. Upon hearing this, Yulingling swiftly seized a skewer and attempted to take a bite. Just as she was about to place it in her mouth, he gently intervened, saying, Do not be so anxious, it's merely a meal. Rest assured, it is nothing to fear. The skewers had just been prepared and were still quite hot. Consuming them immediately would surely scald her mouth. You might want to let them cool a bit, he advised. Bai Ying remarked, then picked up a skewer, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. Seeing this, Yulingling mimicked the action. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire. Why are you so reticent? Has something troubled you? Upon hearing this, Yu Lingling seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, but gazing into Bai Ying's inquisitive eyes, she finally spoke. My father passed away when I was young. Now, in the Jiuxin Haitang family, there are only my mother and me left. We have been bullied since childhood. Which is why I am not fond of speaking. You must remember that here, no one will bully you. If anyone dares to do so, you must inform me. And I shall ensure they receive their just deserts. In fact, the reason I came to find you today is that I wish to assemble the strongest team. Would you be willing to join my squad? The strongest team? Could I really be a part of it? You should possess a bit more confidence. Do not forget that your martial soul is the 10-star Haitang, which even the 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda, renowned as the continent's premier support-type martial soul, cannot surpass. Well, as long as the Holy Sun does not find me lacking, I am willing to join your team. The system has detected that the host has triggered a hidden task, affection for Yu Lingling. System, you truly understand my desires. How do you always know what I wish for? Of course, the system is inherently aware of the host's thoughts. Otherwise, how could it possibly serve you? Holy Sun, what are you pondering? Yu Lingling inquired, feeling genuinely embarrassed at this moment, having never been alone with a male before. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Come a little closer. My hearing might be slightly impaired. Yu Lingling obediently moved a bit closer, then asked, I am asking you, Holy Sun. What exactly are you thinking? Come a little closer, and you shall find out. Yu Lingling complied, inching closer. At this moment, the distance between them had become exceedingly small. In the depths of Bai Ying's mind, a sense of opportunity arose, prompting him to swiftly complete his task. Chapter 23, Shyness. As Yu Lingling drew closer, Bai Ying acted with lightning speed. He planted a kiss, catching Yu Lingling completely off guard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Soul Evolution Pill. Upon consumption, the soul will undergo a qualitative transformation. This reward was rather impressive, wasn't it? It took Yu Lingling quite some time to regain her senses. And she abruptly pushed Bai Ying away. Your Highness, what are you doing? Didn't you just say you knew what I was thinking? Well, I can tell you now. I was thinking of you. Caught off guard by the sudden confession, Yu Lingling was left in a daze, her speech faltering as she stammered. You were thinking of me, Your Highness? Is this for real? Of course it is. I apologize for earlier. How do you feel now? Bai Ying, with an audacity that bordered on impudence, initiated a conversation. It feels rather delightful, he remarked. Yu Lingling, in a moment of whimsy, uttered a reply, only to realize, with a sudden rush of embarrassment, that her face had flushed crimson. Perhaps you should give it a try, he suggested. I have no intention of doing so, she retorted. What? Are you blushing now? Upon hearing these words, Yu Lingling felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet Bai Ying firmly grasped her hand, pulling her abruptly into his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloping him left Bai Ying nearly breathless. Lingling, you are truly exquisite. You are among the most beautiful girls I have ever encountered. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Taken aback by this sudden confession, Yu Lingling gazed at the handsome man before her and remarked, You are quite dashing. Lingling, you have discerning taste. Would you consider being mine in the future? He inquired. Be yours? I heard you were betrothed, she countered. Fear not. I shall resolve this matter, he assured her. Just as Yu Lingling was about to speak, she felt a delicate shiver as Bai Ying nibbled on her ear. In that instant, she pushed him away and, blushing fiercely, declared, Your Highness, let us discuss this another time. I must take my leave. Very well. We shall revisit this later. I assure you, you will become mine, he proclaimed. By the way, tomorrow I am free. Shall we spend some time together? Yu Lingling, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, fled without daring to look back, her demeanor quite flustered. What a timid woman, yet I find it endearing, Bai Ying mused. Yu Lingling returned home, breathless and flushed, her mind racing as she recalled the events that had transpired. Did he just kiss me? Truly, no man is without his flaws. Yet that sensation was undeniably intriguing. Meanwhile, Yu Renxue emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, and inquired, Lingling, where have you been? I did not see you earlier. Mother. His Highness summoned me to discuss certain matters, she replied. Oh, that's quite all right. Come, dinner awaits. I have already dined and must rest now, she stated, closing her door behind her. How peculiar. Today seems unusually strange, she reflected. At Du Gubo's residence, Bai Ying arrived to find both Du Gubo and Du Guyin present. How have you been, Senior Du Gu? Bai Ying inquired. Ah, young lad. I have been exceedingly well. My ailments have subsided, and I sense a new vigor within you. It appears you are nearing the threshold of level 94. Du Gubo observed. Congratulations, Senior, Bai Ying responded. No need for such formalities. I owe you my gratitude. You provided me with a much-needed release during our earlier encounter. Had it not been for that arrogant level 95 soul master, I would not have sought refuge with the Tiando royal family. Such is the way of things. We are all family here. No need for formality. By the way, I am here to form a battle team, which I shall call the 7 Affinities of Purgatory. So, you wish to cultivate your own group, Dugubo remarked. Indeed, Senior, I aspire to create a team that will triumph in the continent's Soul Master Tournament, ensuring our name resonates throughout the Spirit Hall and beyond. You are ambitious, young lad. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Dugubo replied. May I have a moment alone with your granddaughter? Buying requested. Of course, Yin Yin, do converse with him, Dugubo instructed. Once aside, Buying inquired. Are you experiencing any discomfort? No, thank you. I can clearly feel that my abilities have greatly improved, and my cultivation speed has accelerated, Du Guyin responded. This is to be expected. Your martial spirit, the Azure Phosphor Poison Dragon, is distinctly superior to your previous one. With dedication. It is but a certainty that you will become a titled Daoliu, perhaps even a peerless Daoliu in the future. By the way, how do you find the Spirit Hall compared to the Tiando Royal Academy? Buying asked. I prefer the Spirit Hall, at least here. There are no arrogant scions of powerful families. Though most are commoners, the atmosphere seems far more pleasant, Du Guyin replied, sensing Bai Ying's unwavering gaze, which made her feel somewhat self-conscious. Your Highness, why do you stare at me? She inquired. I cannot help but admire your beauty. It captivates me, he confessed. Am I truly so beautiful? Du Guyin asked, lacking confidence. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful of all. By the way, in the Spirit Hall. Do not refer to me as your Highness, simply call me Bai Ying or Xiao Bai. I prefer a more personal connection. As I am but an ordinary person without the pomp of titles, he said. Understood, Bai Ying, she replied. Having said all that needed to be said, Bai Ying continued. I have a small request. Would you accompany me tomorrow for a stroll? Shopping? Certainly, I will join you, she affirmed. Dugubo, having overheard their exchange, discerned a hint of affection from his granddaughter towards Bai Ying. After Bai Ying departed, he inquired, My dear, what do you think of Bai Ying? He is wonderful and quite handsome, Du Guyin admitted, her cheeks flushed. I have heard from the golden crocodile Daoliu that this young man has passed the divine trials and may soon ascend to godhood. While the truth of this remains uncertain, his potential is undeniably formidable. Should you consider pursuing him? Dugubo suggested. Grandfather, what are you saying? He may not even notice me, she protested. Ah. Children will find their own fortunes, Dugubo mused. I believe I shall retire now. The next morning, a notification appeared. Host rewards have been signed in. Do you wish to claim them? Claim, Bai Ying responded. Congratulations, host. You have received the Qian Renxue Divine Ring, which contains infinite space, surpassing the previous soul-guiding device you possessed. Time within is accelerated, equating to 10 years for every day outside. Furthermore, your cultivation within will flourish rapidly. Most importantly, it conceals your aura. Even divine-level beings will be oblivious to your presence, and you can alter your appearance as well. A ring materialized in Bai Ying's hand. After securing it, he proceeded to the worship hall. Old man, how do you intend to train me? Qian Daoliu sat before the angel statue, his gaze fixed ahead. The best training is through real combat. Are you suggesting I spar with you? I am but a level 20 soul master, while you are a level 99 peerless Daoliu. This is hardly a fair match, Bai Ying protested. Moreover, the second trial of the Azure God provides me with ample time. Why must you be in such haste? Qian Daoliu's gaze shifted thoughtfully toward the silvery expanse, and with a hint of gravity, he spoke. I wish for you to mature swiftly. Did you not mention that a person named Tang Sect would bring about the ruin of the Spirit Hall? Thus, in order to prevent the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, I must prepare accordingly. Bai Ying let out a sigh and said, All right, but I must warn you, old man, please show some mercy and do not strike me down. Qian Daoliu remained silent, yet an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his being, an intangible pressure instantly spreading throughout the surroundings. At this moment, Bai Ying disregarded everything and unleashed his extraordinary artifact, the Time Battle Blade. The first soul technique, Hidden Dragon Roar. The Time Battle Blade, the first divine skill of intimidation. A dragon's roar echoed in Qian Daoliu's ears, and a flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes, yet it was swiftly suppressed, leaving no trace of impact. He maintained his original posture, as if the dragon's roar were merely a whisper in the wind, utterly inconsequential. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying smiled faintly, secretly marveling within. He understood that the power of this dragon's roar was immensely terrifying, yet before Qian Daoliu, it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, silent and untraceable. This exemplified the unfathomable strength of a peerless Daoliu. He inhaled deeply, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, emanating a divine presence as if he were the sovereign of the world, with everything under his command. Qian Renxue sensed a suppression of his soul power, and his expression shifted abruptly. Time blade, seal of time. No sooner had he uttered these words than the surrounding time came to a standstill. Just as Bai Ying began to feel a sense of self-satisfaction, Qian Renxue spoke, conceding, "I must admit, you are indeed quite formidable. If your soul power were to reach the soul sage level, combined with this divine artifact, I might truly be at a disadvantage. However, as it stands, you are still too weak to harness the true potential of the artifact." Second soul skill, Radiance of the Holy Light. An exclusive golden radiance, characteristic of an angelic deity, erupted from Qian Daoliu's entire being. The moment this golden light made contact with Bai Ying, he felt his doom approaching. His soul power was suppressed, leaving him devoid of even a shred of resistance. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment. The golden radiance coalesced into the shape of a sword, swiftly cleaving towards him. With a resounding crash, Bai Ying was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The white shadow, struggling to rise from the ground, spoke, "Old man, are you intent on pushing me to my limits? You wield your strength against the weak, showing no respect for age. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true disrespect for age means." A voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed within the sanctuary. Time passed. Though its measure was unclear, the white shadow, battered and bruised, arrived at Qian Renxue's residence. "Great offering, is this not a tad too hasty?" remarked the golden crocodile Daoliu within the sanctuary. Little Shadow is still but a child. Despite having achieved the Sure God's ninth trial, as he himself stated, he has ample time. He sighed, "This endeavor is not solely for his benefit, but more so for little Shue's. I sense that Bibi Dong has also received a divine legacy. Though I am unaware of which deity she has inherited from, it certainly is no trivial matter. He must mature swiftly to safeguard the angel lineage." "I understand. Great offering." Upon witnessing the battered form of the white shadow, Qian Renxue's heart ached. "Who did this to you?" "It's nothing, truly. My grandfather was merely assisting me in completing the Sure God's assessment. He has already shown leniency. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to counter his moves. All right. Do you not remember we planned to go shopping yesterday? Can you still go looking like this?" "It's fine. It merely appears worse than it is, just some superficial wounds." Though her heart was heavy with concern, Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. After reuniting with Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, that day, both Du Guyan and Yi Lingling cast discreet glances in the direction of the white shadow. Only Qian Renxue remained sullen, as if burdened by unspoken worries. As evening fell, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling departed, while Qian Renxue and the white shadow returned to her abode. "Little Shadow, I have made a significant decision." "What decision?" "I intend to go to the Tiando Imperial Palace." "Have you lost your mind?" "Sister Shui, I have long warned you that you would fail. It would be better to remain within the spirit hall and cultivate with grandfather's assistance. You are destined to be among the first to ascend to godhood." "Xiaobai, this decision has been on my mind for quite some time, and grandfather has consented." "What? That old man has agreed? That infuriating old fool, I shall confront him. Do you understand how perilous it is to be in hiding? Did I not say that once I passed the second trial of the Sure God, we would be together? Consider it my plea, Sister Shui, do not go." "My mind is resolute. I must go." Bai Ying, upon witnessing Qian Renxue's resolute demeanor, let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Is it truly impossible to alter this course? Very well, since this is your decision, I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave now. Is it indeed the will of destiny that cannot be defied, or is it merely fate that has been predetermined?" As Bai Ying walked, his thoughts wandered until he suddenly spotted dozens of soul saints moving in an orderly fashion towards a singular direction. What could this mean? Was there some covert operation underway? An ominous feeling enveloped him. At that moment, he caught sight of the figures of Zhu Daoliu, Gui Daoliu, and Bai Dong emerging from the spirit hall. What intentions did these three harbor? Chapter 25, The Rescue of Xiaowu. Indeed, I should inquire with Qian Daoliu. He surely possesses knowledge of these events. In the Hall of Offerings, Bai Ying called out, "Old man, come forth. Why did you send Shui heir to the Heavendo Imperial Palace?" Qian Daoliu, hearing the voice from afar, understood that someone had come to settle a score with him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he replied, "This is a decision made by Xiao Shui herself. I have no authority to intervene. Are you not concerned that your granddaughter may encounter peril? She is your own flesh and blood. If something unfortunate were to befall her, what then? I have already conveyed this to her, just as I am now conveying it to you. The infiltration plan pales in comparison to the value of her remaining by your side. Given her talent, she would undoubtedly inherit the title of angel god sooner rather than later. I have stated, this is Xiaoshui's own choice. Moreover, for her, this experience serves as a form of training. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If you intend for me to persuade Xiaoshui to abandon this plan, then I suggest you return. Very well, old man. Since this is Xiaoshui's decision and you will not dissuade her, I shall not squander my time here. I wish to inquire about the large number of individuals departing from the spirit hall. What is their purpose? Bai Dong seemed intent on venturing into the Star-Do forest to obtain a 100,000 your soul ring. A 100,000 your soul ring? The Star-Do forest? Why does that sound so familiar? It felt as though something was eluding his memory. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special mission. Rescue Xiaowu. Mission reward, increase in soul power by 10 levels. Xiaowu's favorability rating, 100. How could I have overlooked this? Given the current progression of events, it appears Bai Dong intends to take action against Xiaowu and her mother. Old man, promise me one thing. If I can pass the second trial of the Azure God, I wish to travel across the Daoliu continent. Agreed. Upon witnessing this, Bai chose not to utter another word and directly returned to his chamber. Having observed the formidable presence of Bibi Dong, he noted that among the numerous Soul Sage level experts, there were 2 titled Daoliuos in addition to himself, totaling 3. It seemed there was no alternative. System. I wish to activate the 3-minute God level experience card. Congratulations, host. Activation successful. A surge of terrifying power instantaneously erupted from within him. The white shadow adorned with the universe ring then donned a cloak of stealth, ultimately leveraging his formidable strength to forcibly tear through the fabric of space. In the Star-Do forest, the white shadow arrived and immediately unleashed his spiritual power in search of the whereabouts of Xiaowu and her companions. Xiaowu, hurry. Mother will hold them off for you. Just run. Aru's voice was strained and desperate, clearly showing signs of fatigue while facing numerous soul saints and 3 titled Daoliuos. You shall never obtain my soul ring and soul bone. Aru understood that her demise was inevitable. Yet she was resolute in ensuring her adversaries would not have an easy victory, just as she was about to self-destruct and annihilate her own soul bone. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at her and remarked, thinking of suicide? Unfortunately, you cannot accomplish that. Rest assured, after your death, I will claim your soul ring and soul bone, and I will ensure your daughter soon reunites with you. Rift of the Abyss. The terrifying soul power sliced through the void, hurtling directly towards Aru. Invincible golden body. Aru, having faced the specter of death, was instantly enveloped in a golden glow, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, the 2 titled Daoliuos, Judolua and Gue Dolua, also initiated their attacks. 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum, Fallen Petals, Heartbreak. 9th soul skill, Hellish Wraiths. The sky was filled with petals that transformed into lethal blades, mercilessly racing towards Aru as if heralding her demise. Simultaneously, countless ghostly hands erupted from below the ground, resembling the souls of the damned, striving to drag her into the endless abyss. Confronted with this barrage of lethal assaults from all directions, a glimmer of despair flickered in Aru's eyes, yet she refused to abandon her resistance, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy once more. Amidst the chaos, Bibi Dong's figure appeared like a demon descended from the heavens. Her 6 spider spears emanating a chilling luminescence, charged with apocalyptic power as they surged towards Aru. These spider spears seemed capable of penetrating all defenses. And despite Aru's full exertion, she found it nearly impossible to withstand this fatal strike. In that instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the scene, causing the trio's attacks to dissipate at an observable rate. Aru vanished into thin air. Who dares to show themselves? Bibi Dong scanned her surroundings with keen vigilance, just as a figure clad in indistinct black garments emerged before her. Who are you? The spirit hall, the figure replied, but step aside, or the only fate awaiting you is death. The silhouette of the white shadow gradually became discernible in midair, his visage obscured by a dark cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes as profound as the stars. He cradled a rower, his nonchalant posture suggesting he was safeguarding his most treasured possession. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he gestured towards Bibi Dong and her companions below, an intangible pressure instantly enveloping the Star-Do forest in silence. You 3, depart. The white shadow's voice resonated with calm authority, akin to a decree from the heavens, imbued with an irresistible force. Bibi Dong, the golden Daolua, and the ghost Daolua exchanged glances, unaccustomed to facing such a formidable adversary. The oppressive aura rendered them nearly breathless. They could distinctly sense their soul power being ensnared by a mysterious force, making even the most fundamental movements exceedingly arduous. Is this power divine? Impossible. It cannot be. How could a deity exist within the Stardow forest? Time's trace. The instant the words escaped his lips, Bibi Dong and her companions found themselves enveloped in a radiant glow, accompanied by an excruciating pain that penetrated their very souls. This agony was inescapable, and the trio immediately cried out in torment. 9 soul skill, Undying Body. How can this be? I activated the Undying Body. Why then do I still feel pain? The technique seemed to disregard both physical and spiritual defenses. What kind of sorcery is this? This is divine technique. Bibi Dong, do you see? The chasm between mortals and deities is vast. I advise you to depart post-haste, or I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain here forever. A palpable aura of impending doom permeated the air. Meanwhile, the Shura god, far removed in the divine realm, suddenly sensed a disturbance. His blood-red eyes snapping open as he beheld the unfolding scenario. What is happening? Why does this being emanate a divine presence? Has another deity intervened? Such audacity, do not let me discover who it is, or I shall ensure they face dire consequences. Chapter 26, Auror's Sacrifice. No. I cannot allow the chosen heir to be snatched away by another. With that thought, the Shura god projected a divine thought, causing the Shura mark upon the white shadow's forehead to flicker ominously. Second trial of the Shura god completed. Reward, soul power increased by 5 levels. The Shura god, still in the divine realm, exhaled in relief, muttering, "Do not let me discover which scoundrel seeks to claim my heir. Otherwise, I shall eradicate them without mercy." What is happening? Why did I pass the second trial of the Shura god so inexplicably? Boy, have you perhaps acquired the inheritance of another deity aside from me? Reveal to me the identity of this scoundrel. The Shura god's voice dripped with murderous intent, leaving the white shadow baffled by the implication of receiving another divine inheritance. So that is the reason. No wonder the Shura god allowed my second trial to be so effortlessly completed. He sensed the divine aura within me, fearing that his heir might escape, thus facilitating my success. What exactly are you implying? I have not received the inheritance of any other deity. Best not to. For if I discover otherwise, I will hunt down that scoundrel. As the Shura god's voice faded, the white shadow could distinctly sense a mixture of jealousy and fear emanating from him. Mother, how are you? From a distance, Xiao sprinted towards Auror, who lay grievously injured, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Buying gently assisted Auror to her feet, channeling his soul power into her body in the most tender manner possible. Alas, had he arrived too late? Please, I beg you, save my mother, Xiao implored, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon the unconscious figure, as if she were grasping the last straw of hope. Aren't you afraid that I might be a villain as well? Bai Ying's words prompted Xiao to shake her head without hesitation. I know you must be a good person. Only a good soul would come to our aid. I beseech you, save my mother. A good person, you say? I wish to save her. But she sought to destroy her own soul rings and bones in her final moments. That attempt was forcibly interrupted, and her body has sustained irreparable damage. I am powerless to assist. How can this be? How could you possibly fail? Xiao pleaded, desperation lacing her voice. My mother, I implore you. At that moment, the figure slowly began to awaken, realizing that her time was short. She turned to Bai Ying and said, "Thank you for your help. I am sorry. I am unable to assist. Your injuries are too severe. I understand. Those who sought my soul rings and bones will undoubtedly return. Xiao, you must leave at once. Mother, I will not abandon you." In the distance, Bai Ying observed this heart-wrenching scene. Great Shura god, are you still there? What is it? Great Shura god, I seek your assistance. Surely you possess the means to revive this soul beast. Why should I help you? It's merely a soul beast. Furthermore, I must inform you that gods cannot interfere in the affairs of mortals. Great Shura god, as an enforcer of the divine realm, who would dare question you if you were to break the rules? Besides, rules are for the dead, while the living must not be bound by them. For my sake, please save her. The Shura god furrowed his brow, contemplating the difficulty of finding a successor. What if the request was not met and the individual fled? His own retirement would then be indefinitely postponed, and finding another successor could take an eternity. Yet, he truly wished to refrain from meddling in mortal affairs. There is a way, and out of respect for your status as my successor, I shall reveal it to you. However, it will be somewhat arduous. I understand. What is this method? As the words left his lips, the blood-red phantom of the Shura god materialized in the Stardow forest. 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. I am the Shura god. I offer you a chance to ascend to divinity. Do you accept? Both Xiao and Auror were taken aback. But realization dawned upon them, the Shura god, indeed a true deity. Auror, possessing knowledge as a 10,000-year soul beast, recognized the immense power of the spectral figure. To annihilate them would be but a fleeting thought for such an entity. Xiaowu, gazing at the blood-red phantom, immediately knelt, tears streaming down her cheeks. I beg you. Save my mother. Upon witnessing the situation, Baiying swiftly assisted her to her feet and spoke. The Lord of Shura is exceptionally powerful. He will undoubtedly save your mother. Do not worry. Is that true? The Lord of Shura is indeed a deity, a true god. That is wonderful. At this moment, Aro was filled with immense joy. She did not wish to part from Xiaowu, for which mother would not yearn to gaze upon her child just a moment longer. Senior, may I inquire the method? The cold voice of the Lord of Shura resonated. This method is simple yet complex. Ultimately, the choice lies in your hands. You must gather your soul and offer your soul rings as a sacrifice to my successor. When he ascends to my divine position, you shall be resurrected. Sacrifice. Aro hesitated for a fleeting moment, fully aware of the implications of willingly sacrificing her soul rings and soul bones, even merging her own essence within them. Regardless of the recipient's strength, they could absorb it completely. Seeing Xiaowu's tear-filled eyes, a mother's instinct kicked in. She understood that she had no other options left. Rather than squander her soul rings and soul bones, she resolved to take a chance. I comprehend now, Senior. I understand exactly what I must do. Baiying and Xiaowu both heard of this method, and at that moment, Xiaowu felt utterly powerless, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. The White Shadow never anticipated that the god of Azura would resort to such a method. With his capabilities, there were undoubtedly alternative approaches available to him. His actions were undoubtedly motivated by self-interest, aimed at facilitating his own ascension to divinity. Benefactor, may I beseech you for a favor? Baiying inhaled deeply and respectfully stated. So you agree. Aro nodded and spoke. Rather than squander it, I would prefer to give it to you. I can discern that you possess a kind heart. May I ask a simple favor? After my demise, please refrain from harming my daughter. This is my sole request. The only concern that troubled Aro was her dear daughter, Xiaowu. You need not worry about that. I am not that kind of person. I swear an oath that I shall never lay a hand on your daughter. Thank you, Aro replied, her body beginning to tremble as her life force waned rapidly. She understood that this was her final moment. Drawing in a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes, and then her body ignited with flames. The blaze taking on a sanguine hue, reminiscent of a sunset scorched by the fierce sun, both resplendent and heart-rending. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was a unique conflagration that only manifested during a soul beast sacrifice, symbolizing Aro's determination and selflessness. The flame spread swiftly, engulfing her entirely. Her figure becoming increasingly indistinct amidst the blaze. Aro's silhouette gradually dissipated within the flames, transforming into a radiant beam of light that soared into the heavens. From this luminescence, 100,000-year soul ring materialized instantaneously, seemingly absorbing all of Aro's essence and vitality, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This soul ring was extraordinary. It was not merely a testament to Aro's strength, but also a crystallization of her boundless maternal love for Xiaowu. The soul ring ascended gently, resembling a mysterious vortex, swirling slowly in the air. Baiying felt an overwhelming force drawing him towards it, compelling him to rise and approach the soul ring. The 100,000-year soul ring willingly merged with Baiying's own soul ring. Once the sacrifice concluded, Xiaowu appeared lost and desolate, staring blankly at her mother's vanishing form. Mother, I'm so sorry. If only I could have been quicker, you would not have perished. Hearing this, Xiaowu wiped her tears and said, It is not your fault. They are the ones who killed my mother. I am Baiying. What is your name, little sister? Xiaowu, that is a lovely name. It seems your mother truly cherished you. Rest assured, your mother will surely be revived. When I ascend to divinity, I will bring her back to your side. All right. I believe you. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Congratulations, host. Xiaowu's affection level reaches 100. Meeting is destiny. Why don't you consider me as your brother? As my sister, you shall not lose anything. Your mother may have passed, but with your mother's soul ring, I have the obligation to care for you. Will you accept me as your brother? Brother. Chapter 27. Will you be my sister? Are you truly willing to be my brother? Xiaowu asked earnestly. Of course, I never speak falsely. As long as you wish it, I shall be your brother. All right. I shall henceforth be your sister. Upon hearing this response, Baiying displayed immense satisfaction. As the saying goes, a tower by the water will catch the first light of the moon. Tang Sect could never have imagined that his future wife was affirming her bond with him at this very moment. This is for you. He presented a ring, which contained a space within. Entering it for cultivation was equivalent to spending 3 years inside for just 1 day outside. Furthermore, this ring possessed the ability to conceal the aura of one's spirit beast. Thank you, brother. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. It is not a gift without conditions. In our human world, bestowing a ring upon a girl signifies an intention to marry her. Thus, by accepting this ring, you acknowledge that I will marry you in the future. Marry me, brother? Will you truly marry me? Xiaowu, with her inherently innocent thoughts and having spent years in the Stardow forest, was easily swayed by Bai Ying's eloquent words. Of course. But this ring is only for you. Remember, wearing this ring signifies that you are mine. Xiaowu gazed at the ring with immense affection, treasuring it as she slipped it onto her finger. Very well, I am willing to marry my brother. Are you truly sincere in your words? Such matters are not trifles. They require genuine commitment. My mother has passed away. Aside from Deming and Heir Ming, you are all I have left. I trust that you would never deceive me. I will undoubtedly protect Xiaowu and ensure she comes to no harm. Should anyone dare to harm you, they would first have to tread over my corpse. My mother once told me that when I found a man willing to comb my hair, I should gift him this comb. Brother, you have given me a ring. Yet I possess nothing to offer you in return. This is the only thing my mother left for me. As she spoke, Xiaowu retrieved a wooden comb from her little rabbit backpack. This is for you. Upon seeing the comb, Bai Ying immediately accepted it, assuring her, do not worry. I will cherish and protect this comb. After Bai Ying neatly stowed away the comb, she retrieved some celestial herbs from her storage soul guide. To her astonishment, her host displayed an unexpected audacity. What is the need for face? Have you not heard the adage, a tree without bark is doomed to die? Just as a person without shame is invincible, what value does pride hold, as long as one can achieve their goals through any means necessary? Brother, I must depart now. Yet I assure you, I shall return to seek you out. If you ever visit the human realm, make sure to come to Nodding Academy. I will await you there. Do you understand? Brother, are you also leaving? I don't want you to go. I wish to accompany you from the Stardow forest to take revenge on those people. Please take me with you. Your strength is far too feeble. They are formidable foes, all titled Daoliu strong beings. If you desire vengeance, you must first empower yourself. Do you comprehend? Until you grow stronger. Do not seek them out for revenge. Do not put yourself in harm's way. Otherwise, your mother's sacrifice will be in vain, and I shall worry for you. Do you understand? I understand, Xiaowu replied. I will obey. Here, take this. It is called Bodhi Transformation Saliva. It is a celestial herb that can enhance your physique and grant you greater talent. Absorb it, and when the time is right, leave the Stardow forest to find me at Nodding Academy. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, brother. After absorbing the Bodhi Transformation Saliva, Xiaowu seemed to have grown slightly taller. Bai Ying gently tousled her hair and said, you must wait for me. Do you understand? Never reveal your soul beast identity in the human world. Be cautious, and do not remove the ring I have given you. With those final words, she cast one last glance at Xiaowu and activated the teleportation symbol. Activation successful. Fortunately, the system's task had been completed, having grievously wounded Bibi Dong, which dealt a significant blow to both Ju Daoliu and Gue Daoliu. Yet, as the saying goes, a loss can be a blessing. Suddenly, the voice of the Shura god echoed in Bai Ying's mind. Shura 9 trials, 3rd trial. Within 10 years, slay a titled Daoliu level powerhouse. Titled Daoliu? It appeared this challenge would be relatively straightforward. Arriving at the worship hall, Bai Ying addressed the elder, I have good news for you. I have passed the 2nd trial of the Shura god. Qian Renxue was left speechless upon hearing this. Could it be that this child had lost his mind? Xiaoying, I understand your concern for Xiaoshui, but we cannot afford to lie. Do you comprehend? Elder, do you truly believe I would deceive you? Feel the vitality emanating from me. Have I not surpassed level 30? Furthermore, I have obtained a 100,000, your soul ring. Look, as she unleashed the 100,000, your soul ring. Qian Renxue was utterly dumbfounded. When had the divine trials become so effortless? He recalled his own arduous journey to complete the angel's 6th trial, which had nearly cost him his life. Was the Shura god's trial truly easier, or was the angel god's examination excessively rigorous? As Qian Renxue pondered, he gazed at Bai Ying and inquired, how did you manage to pass the trial? You wouldn't understand. It was the Shura god who saw my efforts and allowed me to pass the 2nd trial directly. Honestly, I am bewildered by how I succeeded. What do you mean by bewildered? You must be jesting. Yet how can this child explain his circumstances? By the way, the Shura god has informed me of the 3rd trial. I must slay a titled Daoliu level powerhouse within 10 years. What do you think? Quite simple, isn't it? Upon hearing the word simple, Qian Renxue could not help but exclaim, you little rascal, do you know what a titled Daoliu represents? Killing one of that caliber is an extraordinarily arduous feat. What difficulty is there? It is merely a matter of slaying a titled Daoliu. For me, it poses no challenge. Bai Ying retorted. Enough, enough, Qian Daoliu conceded. Since you have passed the second trial, in a few days, Xiaoshui's substitute plan will commence. You should go and see her off. I understand. Over the course of that night, I have come to realize many things. Only by strengthening my own power can I protect those dear to me. I must grow stronger, transcending all, so that I can alleviate Xiaoshui's struggles. Qian Daoliu spoke. In the end, this is all my fault. Enough, elder, do not blame yourself. I have a request. What is it? I wish to travel across the continent. And most importantly, I desire to become a teacher at Notting Academy in the Heaven Do Empire. Though it is merely a primary Soul Master Academy. I have credible information that Tang Sect is studying there. This is something you must agree to. You intend to harm Tang Sect? Of course not. I wish to take from him his most cherished possession. This matter is settled then. Elder, I am off. Farewell. Oh, and regarding my identity. You must have a way to keep it concealed? I beg of you, grandfather. The White Shadow understood well that certain matters were immutable. I must prepare adequately. It seems that the time has come for departure. The following morning, the Snake Spear Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu team, acting on reliable intelligence, learned that the second prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, would be venturing out of the palace today. The roads had been meticulously prepared, and numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including 2 titled Daoliu, were stationed strategically. This plan was nothing short of flawless. A lavish carriage appeared, swaying gently into view. Its body adorned with gilded edges, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, as if proclaiming the unmatched majesty of the royal family. The surrounding populace spontaneously knelt, their heads bowed in reverence, a testament to their awe of the Tiando Empire's royalty. As the carriage approached, its window half open, a fragrant breeze wafted out. The ambushers of the Spirit Hall were tense, holding their breath, as if even their very inhalation might disrupt this sacred moment. Their eyes were sharp, fixated on the carriage, weapons trembling slightly in their grasp, betraying their inner excitement and anxiety. Inside the carriage, Prince Xue Qinghe sat upright, his handsome features illuminated by a glimmer in his eyes. Clad in resplendent princely attire, he exuded an extraordinary aura. A smile graced his lips, tinged with satisfaction. At last, I have become a soul master. Surely, my father will value me even more now. When the carriage reached a secluded corner, an ambush was unleashed. Quick, protect the prince. The guards surrounding the carriage were swiftly dispatched by the oncoming soul masters from the Spirit Hall. In the next moment, the Qingwan Daoliu struck, eliminating the Soul King inside the carriage before he could even react. This scene horrified Xue Qinghe, who had never before witnessed such a gruesome spectacle in his life as a prince. Do you not know his identity? He is the second prince of the Tiando Empire. If you dare to harm him, the Tiando Empire will not spare you. One of the Soul Saints shouted, believing that few would be unafraid of the princess status, suspecting that these assailants were here to rob. However, before he could finish, a serpent spear shot forth with a swift motion. A chilling sound echoed as the Soul Saint's head was severed from his body, a sight most horrifying. Trembling, Xue Qinghe asked, "Who are you?" "I am Xue Qinghe." Qian Renxue stepped forward, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Do not approach. I am the second prince of the Tiando Empire." "The second prince? We are here to kill the second prince. Help. Someone, please." Yet his cries went unheard, for his guards had already been dealt with by the ambushers of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue swiftly dispatched Xue Qinghe, then commanded, "Dispose of the body." "Yes, my lord." A soul master replied. "The plan has succeeded beautifully. You two go inform grandfather," Qian Renxue stated, employing a soul bone skill to transform into Xue Qinghe. Speaking in a calm tone, his gaze drifted towards the window, seemingly awaiting someone. Perceiving Qian Renxue's worry and remorse, the Snake Spear Daoliu remarked that the grand offering had forbidden him from intervening, fearing that his emotions might jeopardize the infiltration plan. "I understand. Let us return to the Tiando Imperial Palace." "Wait." At this moment, Bai Ying was panting heavily. Snake Spear Daoliu spoke, shouting, "What brings you here? You should return quickly." "How did you know we would depart on this day?" inquired Qingwan Daoliu. However, Bai Ying did not respond. Instead, she walked towards the carriage. "I will only bid farewell to Sister Xue. It won't take much time. You need not worry. I understand well what should and should not be done." The two did not hinder her as she entered the carriage. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue fell into a profound silence, as if a multitude of words hung in the air, yet remained unspoken on their lips. "Xue, take care of yourself," Bai Ying said. Qian Renxue nodded and inquired, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Witnessing the successful completion of their plan, Bai found himself at a loss for words, yet implored her to remember that everyone has their own responsibilities. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Rest assured, I will grow stronger soon. And by that time, I will protect you well. With that, their conversation reached an impasse. Qian Renxue observed Bai gazing at the carriage and asked, "Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" "I am sorry." However, he remained silent, his gaze shifting to the snake spear Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu, who promptly resumed their respectful demeanor. "Esteemed elders, please return and inform the grand offering that I wish to journey across the Daoliu continent. He need not worry for my well-being. I shall return when the time for the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament arrives. I must grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue wept inconsolably within the carriage, while the two Daoliu nodded silently in agreement. The carriage then resumed its course towards the Tiando Imperial Palace. Congratulations, host. The main storyline task has been activated. Please proceed to Nodding Academy to assume the role of a teacher. Host, I sense an emotional disturbance within you. After living together for so long, the prospect of parting is bound to evoke a sense of sorrow. What is today's sign and reward? Congratulations, host. You have received a bronze mask. Once donned, it will alter one's appearance and conceal one's aura, with effects surpassing those of the Qian Divine Ring. It appears to be quite a remarkable item. Thank you, system. In the Hall of Offerings, after Daoliu and Qian Renxue successfully executed their plan, an indescribable sadness enveloped Daoliu. The snake spear Daoliu bowed and asked, "Grand offering. Do you truly feel indifferent about Xiao Ying's departure from the Spirit Hall to traverse the continent?" Daoliu sighed deeply, turning his back as he replied, "One must inevitably grow. Remaining in a comfortable environment forever stifles personal development. He is a strong individual and should comprehend this truth. Since Xiao Ying's arrival here, she has been accompanied by various anomalies. I firmly believe she will become a formidable power in the future." Chapter 29, Becoming a Teacher, Nodding Academy. The Seoul Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. After numerous trials and efforts, Bai finally arrived here. From a distance, he noticed a grand archway leading to the academy. Although its area may not compare to that of other primary institutions, it is still quite commendable in this desolate little town. Bai promptly approached, but was halted at the threshold by a young man. "What business do you have here? This is not a place for a rustic like you to enter," he remarked disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Bai responded, "I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Here are my credentials." The young man merely cast a cursory glance at the papers before scoffing. "You, a mere child, claim to be an intern teacher from the Spirit Hall? Do you honestly expect me to believe that? You are nothing but a lowly wretch. Let me pass, or else beware of the consequences." "You dare insult me?" the young man retorted, his indignation rising. "A child like you has the audacity to challenge me? You have no idea of my prowess." With that, he clenched his fist and struck, aiming a blow directly at Bai Ying's face. The pale figure softly remarked, "I had no intention of causing trouble, but if you insist on provoking me, you cannot blame me." With a swift motion, the youth's fist was firmly grasped, the overwhelming force compelling his body to retreat involuntarily. No matter how much he struggled, he could not reclaim his fist and, in a fit of rage, declared, "Let me go at once, or you shall regret it." "Very well, I shall release you now." With a resounding slap, the youth was struck, causing him to fall to the ground. Clutching his now swollen face, he was visibly flustered. "How dare you hit me? I have made it clear. I only sought entry. Yet you chose to provoke me, and thus, I had no other option but to retaliate." At that moment, the principal of the Nodding Academy appeared. Upon seeing the principal, the gatekeeper youth immediately gained confidence, barking, "Principal, there is someone trespassing in the academy." The principal, however, disregarded the gatekeeper's alarm and instead focused on the individual before him, who was adorned in opulent attire, unmistakably a scion of wealth. The principal inquired, "May I ask, young one, why you have struck him?" He endeavored to soften his tone, for in the absence of knowledge regarding the other's identity, appearance served as the best credential. "Greetings, I am an intern teacher dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Here is my credential." He produced a document. The principal of Nodding Academy stood momentarily bewildered, gazing at the young boy before him, and finally spoke, "This is no jest." While it was true that the Spirit Hall would be sending soul masters to assist the faculty at Nodding Academy in the coming days, he never anticipated that the envoy would be a mere child. Observing the credential in hand, the principal, despite his reluctance, was compelled to respond with a cordial demeanor. "Ah, so you are a teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. It is indeed my oversight." The principal sighed, recognizing that regardless of the boy's perceived inadequacies, he must extend the proper respect due to one sent by the Spirit Hall. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had dispatched numerous instructors, most of whom were only mediocre, though some were formidable soul masters. However, they typically returned to the Spirit Hall after a brief tenure at the academy. Is there an issue? Just as he was about to enter the academy, the principal glanced at the credential and remarked, although you are sent by the Spirit Hall, our academy requires a minimum of a 3-ring soul master. If you do not meet this standard, while Notting Academy may not be widely renowned, it is clear that we do not recognize your capabilities. A mere 3 rings. Just watch. The silhouette of the white shadow instantly became erect, an indescribable aura emanating from him, as if it were poised to envelop the entirety of Nottingham Academy. This aura was so potent, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest, that it compelled onlookers to hold their breath. At that moment, a spectral dragon emerged behind the white shadow, flickering in and out of visibility as though traversing from another realm. It opened its colossal maw and unleashed a deafening roar, causing the very air around to tremble. The students of Nottingham Academy peeked out from their classrooms, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Beneath the shadow of the white figure, 3 soul rings gradually ascended, each radiating a brilliant light, concealed by the bronze mask. The rings displayed an exquisite interplay of yellow and purple, reminiscent of a resplendent rainbow. Observing the spectacle, the dean's eyes widened in astonishment, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. Might I now be granted entry? He inquired. The dean's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting a full 180 degrees as he eagerly responded, Of course, of course. Allow me to escort you to your faculty dormitory at once. Such a prodigious talent at this tender age, undoubtedly a key figure nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Cultivating even a slight association with this individual could yield immeasurable benefits for him. I apologize for the trouble, he added. There is no trouble at all. This is our duty, came the reassuring reply. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the accommodations were quite modest, yet furnished with all the necessary amenities, tables, chairs, and beds were all present. The dean cautiously inquired, Is there anything else you require? Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall attend to it immediately. The pale figure glanced around and spoke softly, It is like this. I wish to add another bed. The director, somewhat perplexed, replied, But there is already 1 bed here. What do you need 2 beds for? The pale figure smiled faintly and mysteriously remarked, There is no need for you to inquire about this. Simply follow my instructions. Although the dean felt perplexed, he dared not press further and could only nod in agreement. He hurriedly departed from the dormitory and soon returned with several workers and a brand new bed. Congratulations, host. The reward has been issued, 6 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir. Upon hearing the system's announcement, he chose to disregard it. Baying gazed at the freshly made bed, nodding in satisfaction. He sat upon the bed, gently caressing the bronze mask, as if lost in contemplation. According to the original tale, the delicate-boned rabbit, Xiaowu, should be arriving in a few days. The first encounter between Tang San and Xiaowu took place in the dormitory. Now, I am curious to see how the Tang San of today will appear in this meeting. It is time to pay a visit to the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon arriving at the faculty dining hall, all students were captivated by the figure before them. Bai Ying, adorned with the bronze mask, obscured his features. Yet his aura exuded an otherworldly, enigmatic charm. This is the faculty dining hall, not the student cafeteria, one teacher interjected. I am a teacher here, albeit newly appointed. It is only natural that you do not recognize me. The newcomers appeared to be of a similar age to the students, raising eyebrows among the onlookers. Teacher Bai, you have come for a meal as well, the dean exclaimed, hurriedly approaching with an expression that was nothing short of humble. Did the dean know this teacher Bai? Questions swirled in the minds of the students, but the dean soon clarified. This is a newly appointed intern teacher from the Spirit Hall. Do not be deceived by his youth. He has already become a 3-ring spirit master, with a future that holds boundless potential. A 3-ring spirit master. With the dean's revelation, the students grasped the gravity of the situation. This individual was undoubtedly a key candidate nurtured by the Spirit Hall, possessing immeasurable talent. After finishing their meal, as Bai Ying was about to depart, a voice called out from behind, Teacher Bai, please hold on. The speaker was a middle-aged man, exuding a calm demeanor, with a hint of stubble gracing his face. Bai Ying gazed at the individual before him and suddenly recalled something. He turned to inquire, Hello, may I assist you? It appeared that this was the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang. What could he possibly want from him? Hello, Teacher Bai. May we have a conversation? Of course, Bai Ying replied. After all, one should never strike a smiling face. The two then proceeded to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, which was predominantly filled with books. May I ask, Teacher, what brings you to seek my company? Yu Xiaojiang, however, did not respond immediately. His penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Bai Ying, contemplating that this individual undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent. If he could take him as a disciple, it would surely elevate his own reputation to great heights, rather than rushing to provide an answer. Yu Xiaojiang exuded an air of profound mystery. Bai Ying, is that your name? Your martial spirit is the Shadow Dragon. I see from your certification that you possess innate full soul power, correct? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Not at all. However, there is a slight discrepancy. Your certification does not accurately reflect that you are a twin martial spirit bearer, and your innate soul power has indeed reached level 20. Am I right? Bai Ying inquired. How did you come to know that? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang could not help but chuckle inwardly, pondering how to cleverly evade the question. Surely, he could not admit that it was information relayed by the Spirit Hall. He then replied, what could be difficult about this? It is quite simple. I am a master, not merely a teacher. Although I am not an instructor at this academy, I am simply a resident here. My intention is to take you as my disciple. I have conducted extensive investigations into those who possess spirit souls, yet I have never encountered anyone with a talent as extraordinary as yours. Therefore, I am certain you must possess another spirit soul. Am I not impressive? Would you consider becoming my apprentice? Bai Ying comprehended his intentions. He merely sought to take on an apprentice. However, he maintained a facade of utmost politeness, stating, as it happens, I already have a master, and thus cannot accept you as my teacher. I hope you can understand. A look of disappointment flickered across Yu Xiaojiang's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed. How could a soul master from the Spirit Hall, possessing twin martial souls, not receive the utmost training? I must have overthought this. So, who is your master? Bi Dong. Upon hearing that name, Yu Xiaojiang's face lit up with hope as he exclaimed, you are actually her disciple. I never would have imagined. No wonder you possess twin martial souls. Very well, I am Yu Xiaojiang. Should you encounter any issues at the academy, feel free to seek me out. You claim to be Yu Xiaojiang, the one who devised the 10 core theories? Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang replied, pride evident in his voice. I am the creator of the 10 core theories. You may address me as master. Master? The 10 core theories were conceived by you? No wonder you are regarded as a mere waste. My teacher once mentioned a fool who pursued her while flaunting the 10 core theories, and to think it was you. How dare you speak so insolently? I speak as I wish. I initially believed you to be a person of great stature, yet you are merely that fool. The first principle of your 10 core theories is already flawed. Martial souls are classified solely as beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Moreover, your second principle, that there are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters, is nothing but childish nonsense. Are you not the very embodiment of waste? How could you dare to hope that I would take you as my master? These words left Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. He longed to defend himself, but found no words to articulate his thoughts. All he could do was clench his fists tightly to express his inner fury. He had initially thought the reason for this meeting was of some importance, yet it turned out he was genuinely being asked to be an apprentice. Let me tell you, he declared, even if I did not have a master, I would never take a charlatan like you as my teacher. You are only capable of leading the young astray. You lack an understanding of martial souls. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. This is mere folly. Upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang, Bai Ying felt a surge of anger and resolved to stoke the flames further. My mentor, Bi Dong, once recounted a tale of a worthless suitor who pursued her for many years. She nearly succumbed to his advances, but fortunately, her teacher, Qian Renxue, ultimately united with her. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have undoubtedly been hindered by such mediocrity. To my astonishment, it turned out to be you. Enough of this. Bi Dong truly expressed such sentiments. Otherwise, why would I deceive you? Now that the master is no longer in distress, I shall take my leave. By the way, I must remind the master to take a closer look at his book, The 10 Core Theories, which has been discredited by the Spirit Hall as mere child's play. One must not place faith in it. Lastly, I wish to impart this wisdom, without sufficient strength. One ought not to pen excessive theories. Theoretical frameworks should be constructed upon a foundation of practical prowess. Your approach of merely reorganizing the knowledge of predecessors into your own theories constitutes plagiarism. True theoretical knowledge must be grounded in diligent practice and genuine experience. Bai Ying departed abruptly, inciting Yu Xiaojiang's ire. In an attempt to mask his simmering anger, he overturned the books on his desk. That detestable Bi Dong. One day I shall prove myself and make you regret your actions. Yu Xiaojiang, a seemingly inept soul master, fancies himself a theoretical master of unparalleled prowess. Within the original narrative, he brazenly parades under the title of master. having deceived many, including the remarkably talented Tang Sect, claiming the credit for his own theoretical supremacy. Upon arriving at the dean's office, he was greeted with a cheerful smile. "By Lao Shi, what brings you here?" The dean inquired. "What exactly is Yu Xiaojiang?" Bai Ying responded. "Oh, him? He is merely a resident here. He is a friend of mine." "What of it?" "He claims he wishes to take me as his disciple. I must advise you to steer clear of such individuals. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. His ability to produce such drivel only serves to illustrate his own inadequacy. I do not wish for such an occurrence to transpire again." The dean, taken aback, finally sighed and said, "I understand. Rest assured, this will not happen again." Chapter 31. The appearance of Xiao Wu very well. I trust the dean is an astute individual. The dean promptly responded, "I shall go and have him removed at once." With a smile, Bai Ying shook his head and spoke. "This so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang, is said to be invincible in theory, is he not? What I mean is, there is no need for you to drive him away. I intend to bring about his disgrace. Do you have any grievances with him?" "Well, one might say so. His relationship with the spirit hall is rather complicated. I only need you to subtly suggest to him to refrain from such actions. After all, the connection between the spirit hall and him is quite evident. In other words, I came here precisely because of him. The master has ties to the spirit hall, a fact that even the dean, who has become friends with him, is unaware of." "I understand. He is indeed a living ancestor, and one must serve him well." "Very well, Dean. I have no further matters to discuss, so I shall take my leave. By the way, just a gentle reminder is all that is needed. As for how to do so, you are an astute individual and should not require further elaboration from me." "I understand. Rest assured." Upon returning to the faculty dormitory, in the recesses of Bai Ying's mind, she reminisced about the inaugural encounter between Xiao Wu and Tang Sect, which transpired within the confines of the 7th dormitory at Notting Academy. At that time, they were both work-study students, embarking on their journey in this esteemed institution. The majority of the students at Notting Academy were categorized into ordinary students, noble academicians, and work-study individuals. The work-study students occupied the lowest echelon, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, rendering them frequent targets of bullying. As time passed, it was anticipated that Xiao Wu would soon arrive as well. A few days later, Notting Academy officially commenced its academic year, and old Jack, accompanied by Tang Sect, finally reached the illustrious halls of Notting Academy. In recent days, Bai Ying has been lingering at the school gate, observing the ebb and flow of students. Due to his status as a teacher, the students tend to lower their heads, refraining from conversation. Although they have privately speculated about Bai Ying's true capabilities, none dare to confront him, given his affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Old Jack escorted Tang Sect to the entrance of the school. Upon noticing the two, the guard became markedly more courteous, acutely aware that another visitor from the Spirit Hall was beyond the responsibilities of a mere sentinel. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly appeared, his demeanor suggesting he had just endured a reprimand from the dean. Upon seeing him, his expression soured as if he had consumed something distasteful. As a teacher, it seems rather inappropriate to be so idly engaged, Yu Xiaojiang remarked with a hint of mockery. The white shadow spoke without a trace of mercy. "Which of your eyes has seen me idling about? Furthermore, do I need your permission to live as I please? Besides, you are not exactly idle yourself. Yet you dare to criticize me for residing here for 3 years without charge, while you concern yourself with others." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted once more. His hands clenched tightly, yet he dared not retaliate, for he recognized that he was no match for the individual before him. Just then, he noticed some commotion at the entrance and approached. "Could you kindly show me the proof from the Wuhuan Hall?" Old Jack, understanding the significance of the person before him, swiftly retrieved the document. The proof was indeed authentic, innate full soul power and blue silver grass. Perhaps this could allow him to become my disciple. After reprimanding the guard, Tang Sect felt an increased fondness for the master. "Thank you, teacher. I am not your teacher here. The gap between a master and a teacher is quite considerable. Then you must be a leader here, or at least hold considerable status. I am merely someone who enjoys free meals." He continued, "By the way, would you care to be my disciple? To take you as a master?" Tang Sect, being exceptionally astute, would not easily consent without first discerning the opponent's background, as this would neither offend the master nor reveal the reasons for his potential acceptance. Yu Xiaojiang, a cunning old fox, understood this as well. He then stated, "It is because you are the 4th individual to possess twin martial souls." Tang Sect was utterly taken aback. Astonished, he inquired, "How do you know this?" Seeing the trust that had begun to form, along with the previous goodwill, Yu Xiaojiang capitalized on the moment, saying, simply because of this proof. He then elaborated on his research theories to Tang Sect, who was on the brink of agreeing to become his disciple when a voice intervened. Little brother, I advise you not to let such a person brainwash you. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly face endless troubles in the future. The sudden appearance of the white shadow incited an even greater fury within Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Tang Sect gazed at the figure before him with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. This man is nothing but a deceiver. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from him. Otherwise, you will inevitably come to regret it." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang was about to retort, but he suddenly realized that if he displayed too much anger, it would only serve to diminish his credibility, thereby validating the other's claims. He understood a profound truth. The more incompetent a person is, the more they tend to argue loudly. Meanwhile, Tang Sect was unable to absorb this information. He could discern, solely from a certificate, that he was a twin martial soul bearer. Such a person must possess unfathomable depths. "Thank you for your warning," Tang Sect replied without a moment's hesitation, then knelt down and bowed his head in submission to acknowledge his master. Willingly leaping into the fire. The white shadow exudes a certain humor. The dog bites El Dong Bin, oblivious to the kind-hearted intentions. "You too, master and disciple, shall become my repository of experiences." Upon witnessing Tang Sect bowing to him as a disciple, Yu Xiaojiang hastily took him away, fearing that someone might snatch away his apprentice. Beiying waited until the afternoon, and at last, a girl with a ponytail, adorned with a small bunny backpack and possessing an exquisite appearance, appeared. It was Xiwu. How wonderful! She must hurry to take him away. It was imperative to prevent any encounter with Tang Sect. As Xiwu approached the doorway, she inquired, "Is this Nodding Academy?" Noticing the absence of a response, she was about to ask again when a familiar voice rang out from behind her. "Xiwu, long time no see." Xiwu abruptly turned around, and a surge of bittersweet memories flooded her mind, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She gazed at the masked figure before her and cautiously asked, "Brother, is that you?" "Of course it's me. I never expected you would actually come. It seems I did not misjudge you." Upon hearing his voice, Xiwu tightened her grip on the bunny backpack. Still in disbelief, she asked, "Is this real? Am I not dreaming?" "You silly sister, I am indeed real." He then removed his mask, revealing a face that was both familiar and handsome. "This is truly real? How wonderful! I have finally found you, brother." Chapter 32. The leader of the 7th dormitory. "Of course it is real. Come, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Xiwu, oblivious to the peculiarity of his words, felt nothing but joy as she exclaimed, "Brother, have you been waiting for me all this time?" "Certainly. Let us go. We should enter the academy." Beiying retrieved the bag from his waist and led her into the academy. "You entered as a work-study student, didn't you?" "Yes, brother." "Is there something wrong?" "It's nothing, Xiaowu. You see, I have a room in the academy that happens to have an extra bed, which is quite spacious for two. Why don't you stay with me?" "All right, let's go." A radiant smile illuminated Xiaowu's face, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. A manifestation of pure joy and comfort emanating from her heart. As she gazed at Beiying, she silently thought, "I have finally found my brother." The sensation of regaining what was lost brightened her entire world. They arrived at the teacher's dormitory, where Beiying meticulously assisted Xiaowu in organizing her belongings. Each item was gently placed in its most suitable position. Her clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe, books categorized on the shelves, and her daily necessities arranged for easy access. Everything exuded warmth and a sense of home. Meanwhile, Tang Sect had vanished, and under Xiaowu's influence, he swiftly ascended to the position of leader of the 7th dormitory. Just then, a teacher entered and addressed Beiying, "Mr. Bai, I heard you brought a work-study student with you. Is there an issue?" The teacher continued, "You see, the academy stipulates that the teacher's dormitory is exclusively for teachers, and students are not permitted to reside with teachers. This is a rule, and I hope you understand." The teacher appeared exceedingly respectful, clearly recognizing Beiying's esteemed status within the Spirit Hall, perhaps even having received a prior notification from the principal. Moreover, regarding the work-study student, this young lady will need to fulfill her duties. It may be somewhat inconvenient for you both to reside together in the teacher's dormitory. Beiying inquired which regulation prohibits students from residing with their teachers. Furthermore, she asked whether the dean was interested in a discussion. She continued, "Very well. I shall not press you. I will first take my sister to inspect the environment of the work-study dormitory. If the conditions are satisfactory, I shall arrange for her to move there. However, if I deem it unsuitable, then it simply will not do. Should it come to that, I shall cover her tuition fees myself." After bidding farewell to the teacher, the brother suggested, "Perhaps I should move out." He added, "Let me take you to see the work-study dormitory first. If it proves inadequate, I shall seek assistance from the dean." Upon arriving at the work-study dormitory, they found Tang Sect sitting cross-legged on his bed. At that moment, the other residents of Dormitory 7, noticing the newcomers, expressed their curiosity about the arrival of two additional individuals. As Tang Sect opened his eyes and recognized the familiar voice, he promptly rose from his bed and respectfully greeted. "Hello, teacher." Buying nodded. How could he possibly be a teacher? It seemed like a mistake. He appeared to be of a similar age to us. How could he have become a teacher? Is this truly the dormitory for work-study students? It looks quite lively. Brother, I adore this place. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, and I am also a work-study student. Are work-study students like them? Tang Sect cleared his throat and spoke. Indeed. Every individual who enters this dormitory must engage in sparring. Teacher, do you think this is acceptable? The victor will assume the role of the leader here. The idea of sparring seemed quite entertaining. Brother, may I participate? All eyes turned toward him, and Buying nodded, showing no signs of refusal. I too wish to witness your true strength. All right. Before Tang Sect could react, Xiao Wu stepped forward and launched an attack at him with her right foot. True to his nature, Tang Sect adeptly shifted his body slightly to the right, evading Xiao Wu's incoming kick, then seized her ankle and forcefully hurled her forward. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have likely been thrown out entirely by such a move. However, Xiao Wu possessed remarkable flexibility and promptly adjusted her stance, employing her agility to counter. In a swift motion, her twin arms locked around Tang Sect's neck, leveraging her own suppleness to send him flying. Bai Ying could clearly discern that Tang Sect had not exerted his full strength. Were he to unleash his complete power, it was likely that Xiao Wu would not withstand even a single round. According to the rules of our dormitory, you are now the leader of our 7th dormitory. Leader. This seems rather intriguing. Am I impressive, or what? Indeed, exceedingly impressive. At that moment, the dean, hastily informed, pushed open the door and entered, only to find Bai Ying. Upon seeing this esteemed figure, he immediately addressed, "Teacher Bai, what brings you to the work-study student dormitory?" "Oh, it is nothing of consequence. Merely a bit of playful banter among the children. By the way, my sister and I would like to reside in the faculty dormitory. Is that acceptable?" The dean glanced at Xiao Wu and replied, "What a thing to say. Of course it is acceptable. Is there anything else you require?" "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to." What exactly is Teacher Bai's identity? Why does the dean treat him with such profound respect? After the dean departed, the students eagerly gathered around, exclaiming, "Leader, your brother is truly remarkable. Even the dean shows him such deference." Xiao Wu, equally proud, chimed in, "Of course. He is my brother, a person of great prowess. He has already surpassed the 3rd ring. 3rd ring Soulmaster." All eyes turned towards Bai Ying, who simply smiled and remarked, "It is merely a stroke of luck." Now that Xiao Wu has assumed the role of leader in this dormitory, should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out in the faculty dormitory. If anyone dares to bully you, you may also approach me. I will stand up for you. Is that truly the case? How wonderful. With Teacher Bai around, those noble offspring will no longer look down upon us. At that moment, Tang Sect felt a peculiar sensation within him, as if he could vaguely sense Xiao Wu's significance to him. Why do I feel this way? Why do I harbor such feelings for a young girl? What on earth is happening? Xiao Wu desperately wished to remain here, yet how could Bai Ying possibly acquiesce? He did not want to foster any connection between Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, for if he did, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Brother, why is it not permissible? I wish to stay with my classmates. Why can't I? Bai Ying remarked, "It is simply unacceptable. What does it mean for a girl like you to reside in a boys' dormitory? Furthermore, should anything untoward happen to you, how would I explain it to your mother?" Chapter 33. Let me see your strength. Moreover, I am your brother. How could I possibly wish you harm? Additionally, be wary of Tang Sect, as he is not a person of good character. Exercise caution and avoid any interaction with him. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Bai Ying, her eyes reflecting a flicker of hesitation and confusion. His words instilled a sense of unease within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, in her heart, Bai Ying had always been the loving and caring older brother she cherished. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's expression and let out a soft sigh within his heart. He understood that his words might be somewhat difficult for her to accept. "Xiao Wu, you must trust me." Bai Ying's tone softened. "I mean you no harm. I merely wish for you to steer clear of those who would bring you misfortune. Tang Sect is not someone you can easily contend with." "All right, I understand. Let us go. We shall eat first." Beiying's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the shadows that lingered in Xiaowu's heart. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with delight. As if all her worries had been swept away by the allure of delicious cuisine, she joyfully sprang up, her face radiating a childlike innocence and joy. Wonderful! We are going to have something delicious. Xiaowu's voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Beiying gazed at Xiaowu's countenance, and a gentle warmth enveloped his heart. He extended his hand and tenderly ruffled her hair, before the two of them ambled towards the dining hall. The cafeteria of Nodding Academy was indeed a vibrant hub of activity. They navigated through the bustling crowd and ascended to the second floor. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the first level, the second floor exuded an air of tranquility, adorned with exquisite decor. Only a handful of students occupied the space, clearly indicating that the prices here were beyond the reach of the ordinary. Beiying expertly selected several signature dishes, each a feast for the eyes and the palate, evoking an irresistible desire to indulge. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled like two twinkling stars as she eagerly grasped her chopsticks, relishing these rare delicacies. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, she exclaimed, savoring every bite and completely forgetting her earlier troubles. Observing her contentment, Beiying felt an immense sense of satisfaction. As they departed, Xiaowu glanced at Wang Xin and the others dining on the first floor, their plates filled with uninspiring fare that appeared far from appetizing. Beiying naturally comprehended the thoughts swirling in Xiaowu's heart, so he invited the entire class to dine together. However, as he surveyed the cafeteria, he failed to notice Tang Sect's absence. Where could that peculiar Tang Sect be? Upon exiting the dining hall, he spotted Yu Xiaojiang in the company of Tang Sect. Arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Beiying formally commenced his guidance of Xiaowu's training. Over the years spent in the library of the Spirit Hall, he had not idled his time away. His understanding of spirit theory far surpassed that of the average individual. Furthermore, the unparalleled Daoliu from the Hall of Offerings often shared their profound knowledge of spirits with him, an experience that was incomparable to that of Yu Xiaojiang. From this day forth, I shall mentor you in your cultivation. You must heed my instructions. Do you understand? Brother, will you continue to guide my training? Of course. I am far superior to any master you may know. Now, before we proceed, absorb this soul bone. What Beiying produced was indeed the soul bone that Xiaowu's mother had sacrificed for him. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, he was unable to absorb the soul bone, so he had kept it within a storage-type soul guide. Now, it was perfectly suited for Xiaowu. Upon seeing the soul bone, Xiaowu's eyes flickered, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Through the aura it emanated, she realized that this was the soul bone left by her mother as a sacrifice to Beiying. This soul bone belongs to your mother. Using it on you would be a return to its rightful owner. Brother, but this is something mother left for you. I cannot accept it. Beiying sighed softly and gently tapped Xiaowu's head. What are you doing, brother? She inquired. You truly are a foolish little sister. My martial soul is rather unique. It cannot absorb any soul bones. Hence, this soul bone is utterly useless to me. Moreover, I am already immensely grateful for the 100,000-year soul ring your mother bestowed upon me. I initially intended to reserve this 100,000-year soul bone for you. I understand, brother, Xiaowu replied. The soul bone emanated a gentle pink glow, seemingly imbued with boundless warmth and affection. As Xiaowu pressed the soul bone firmly against her forehead, the light instantly softened, reminiscent of a mother's caress, warm and compassionate. She closed her eyes, immersing herself wholeheartedly in the process of absorbing the soul bone. Her body gradually radiated a faint pink aura, harmonizing beautifully with the glow of the soul bone. In a short while, she had fully absorbed it. Brother, I succeeded, Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement. Beiying replied nonchalantly, shall we engage in a contest? Remember to unleash your full potential. Do not hold back. I wish to see to what extent you have progressed. Xiaowu nodded, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and curiosity. She too yearned to discover the formidable power of her mother's soul bone after her absorption, the 100,000-year soul bone skill, instant teleportation. In an instant, Xiaowu appeared before Beiying, swiftly utilizing her graceful technique, one delicate foot launching towards him with lightning speed. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw, she declared. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. The white shadow was enveloped in a golden radiance, yet its right arm transformed into a grotesque sight, shrouded in ominous black mist. Xiaowu's attacks proved utterly ineffective. Upon realizing her soul skill had no impact on the white shadow, she instinctively clutched its neck tightly with her legs, preparing to employ her grappling techniques to throw it aside. In the next moment, the white shadow reacted with remarkable swiftness, soaring into the air. Her grappling maneuver momentarily faltered in midair, and seizing this fleeting opportunity, the white shadow yanked her down with force. Is this truly your utmost effort? If so, you are no match for me. She mused internally, acknowledging the impressive agility of her opponent's legs. Indeed, Xiaowu's flexibility, attributed to her soft bone rabbit lineage, far surpassed that of the models from her previous life. Such slender legs. This sensation is exhilarating, she thought, a smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Brother, you're too small. Watch closely." In an instant, one foot pressed firmly against the white shadow's neck, while the other mirrored the position, effectively constraining it. Before executing the 8-segment throw, once the first strike was delivered, resistance would be futile. Perhaps victory was finally within her grasp. However, a sly grin crept across the white shadow's face. Is that all? With a roar, the first soul skill, Dragon's Roar, was unleashed, followed by the third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A thunderous dragon's cry resonated, causing Xiaowu's mind to go blank, and she found herself involuntarily plummeting downward. Be careful. Upon encountering Xiaowu, Bai Ying felt himself plummeting. In a swift motion, he grasped her and reversed their trajectory midair. Chapter 34, Taking Advantage. With a resounding thud, they remained unscathed, thanks to the invincible golden body that shielded them. Upon seeing that Xiaowu was unharmed, Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the unconscious Xiaowu in his arms, he urged her to awaken. "Wake up, Xiaowu, please wake up." As she remained unresponsive, panic began to creep into Bai Ying's heart. Could it be that her soul had sustained some irreversible damage? Was artificial respiration necessary? The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement through him. "Xiaowu, if you awaken, please don't hold it against your brother. I had no other choice." He pondered what her lips might taste like, and the more he thought, the more he felt the beast within him stir restlessly. Suddenly, he lunged forward and pressed his lips against hers fervently. Then, he placed his hands over her heart, uncertain of the efficacy of his actions. Surely, a rabbit's heart must be somewhat akin to that of a human, right? In her dazed state, Xiaowu felt something in her mouth and instinctively began to suck on it. This movement sent a jolt through Bai Ying, stirring the beast that lay dormant within him. Nearly breaking free. What is this? It tastes so sweet. As Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes, she found Bai Ying leaning over her, their positions exuding an intimacy. "Brother, what happened to me?" Just as she was about to voice her confusion, realization struck her. She suddenly remembered what had transpired and instinctively pushed Bai Ying away. Although Xiaowu had only recently entered the human world, she understood what had just occurred. This was an act typically associated with the propagation of species. With this thought, her face flushed crimson. "How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that hurts?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine, brother. What happened between us just now?" The white shadow feigned the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, claiming that his previous actions were a result of her unconscious state, devoid of any ulterior motive. "Please do not misunderstand me. I truly did not mean any harm." At this juncture, a palpable sense of guilt washed over his countenance, for he had indeed engaged in actions that would render anyone self-conscious when confronted by the very person involved. Upon hearing his words, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, akin to the fiery hues of a sunset. Her heart raced like a drum, the embarrassment evident in her every gesture. With her gaze cast downward, she clutched the hem of her garment tightly, seemingly in search of a modicum of solace. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she replied, "I understand, brother." Bai Ying gazed at the bashful demeanor of Xiaowu, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He endeavored to suppress his inner feelings, gently stroking her head and murmuring, "Xiaowu, it is truly a relief to see you well." He then continued, "Shall we return to our previous discussion? I am already aware of your physical condition. You have absorbed a soul bone of 100,000 years, which has significantly elevated your physical prowess beyond that of ordinary individuals. When a 100,000-year soul beast transforms into a human, it inevitably relinquishes all its powers. This is precisely why such ancient soul beasts seldom choose this path. The greed inherent in humanity poses a grave danger. However, there are two advantages to this transformation. Generally, a soul beast that takes on human form can produce its own soul rings. This method allows it to acquire skills that are most suitable for itself. According to my research, the limit for absorbing soul rings varies for each individual, contingent upon their physical condition. For instance, I possess twin martial souls, which is why both my first and second soul rings are the 10,000-year caliber. My body has reached an unimaginable level compared to ordinary humans. Now, with you having acquired your mother's 100,000-year soul bone, coupled with the dual enhancement from my Bodhi transformation, your physical condition is undoubtedly superior to that of an average transformed soul beast. Hence, you will certainly be capable of producing soul rings of even greater age. Therefore, when you break through to level 20, you must strive to generate at least a 1,000-year soul ring. I understand, Brother, she replied. That is good to hear. Remember, aside from me, never reveal your identity as a soul beast to anyone else, and avoid appearing before a titled Daoliu. Titled Daoliuos are rare, aren't they? Within this academy, there seem to be no stronger beings than titled Daoliuos. Moreover, with the ring you provided me, as long as I remain silent, no one will know. Not necessarily. Anything is possible. If by chance someone were to discover your identity, I may not be able to protect you. My reluctance for you to associate with Tang Sect stems not only from his character, but also from the fact that his father is a titled Daoliu-level powerhouse. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, are you certain? Tang Sect's father is a titled Daoliu-level powerhouse? How can that be? There is no mistake. His father is the esteemed Haotian Daoliu, Tang Hao, revered across the continent. Therefore, you must absolutely avoid encountering him. As a titled Daoliu-level individual, Tang Sect's father possesses extraordinary discernment. Do not engage with Tang Sect and maintain as much distance from him as possible. At that moment, Xiao felt genuine fear, realizing that if her identity were to be revealed, it would not only endanger her but also those she held dear. Observing Xiao's despondent demeanor, Bai Ying felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed softly, extending his hand to tenderly caress her rabbit ears. This gesture caught Xiao by surprise. She looked up into Bai Ying's eyes, filled with concern, and her inner turmoil and anxiety seemed to find a measure of solace. Bai Ying smiled gently, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in her eyes. Xiao, do not fret excessively. As long as we exercise caution, your identity will remain concealed. Moreover, I shall always be here to safeguard you. The sight of little Dance's rabbit ears reminded Bai Ying of the alluring attire worn by bunny girls in his previous life, and he couldn't help but scrutinize her. He pondered how splendid she would look in such an outfit, and the mere thought filled him with excitement. Yet, he reminded himself to remain composed. The moment was not yet ripe. As Bai Ying continued to exert more pressure, the sensations from little Dance's rabbit ears intensified, causing her expression to grow increasingly peculiar. Brother, please stop rubbing my ears. It's becoming uncomfortable, and I can hardly bear it, she exclaimed. Noticing her strange demeanor, Bai Ying recalled that the ears of rabbits are among the most sensitive parts of their bodies, and it was no wonder she felt discomfort from his vigorous affection. That night, fearing the darkness, the two chose to sleep together. Mother, I found my brother. If you were still here, little Dance would truly miss you, she whispered. Rest assured, I will make certain that the murderer pays with blood for the vengeance you've left behind. Chapter 35. A lesson the following day. Bai Ying rose early and ventured outside. What is today's sign-in reward from the system? He inquired. Congratulations, host, for signing in to obtain the miraculous alchemy technique. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's previously indifferent expression transformed with intrigue. The extraordinary alchemy technique was a coveted skill often associated with numerous organizations and fantastical novels, where many alchemists garnered favor from enchanting characters by assisting them with antidotes. After packing a meal from the cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory. Glancing at the still slumbering little Dance, he gently ruffled her rabbit ears, saying, Rise and shine, little bunny. Have you forgotten that you still need to clean the back garden of the playground? Hurry up. Little Dance, rubbing her sleepy eyes, slowly opened them to behold the sumptuous spread on the table. Her initial displeasure vanished as she eagerly began to feast. Brother, this is delicious. If it's tasty, then you should indulge yourself, he replied. By the way, remember, you are currently a work-study student, so don't forget your responsibility to clean the playground. Upon hearing this, little Dance's heart sank as she muttered, Oh no, I must leave now, and hurried out. Meanwhile, on the playground, Tang Sect was busily cleaning, panting heavily. Unlike little Dance, he possessed little wealth. In fact, he had none, as most of his funds had been squandered by Tang Hao on alcohol, forcing him to work at the blacksmith's shop. Observing from the shadows, Bai Ying felt an inexplicable thrill. My apologies for being late, Xiao San, he said, his voice laced with guilt. Tang Sect waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Since you've helped me clean for so long, I'll give this to you. He pulled a gold soul coin from his rabbit backpack. Is this truly a gold soul coin? Little Dance exclaimed. This was given to me by my brother, who taught me that when one receives kindness, they should extend it to others as well. It's called sharing. Tang Sect felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed at the coin she offered. Take it. I have plenty more, considering we're the same age. Your generosity surpasses even my own. I have never received such a benefit from my master, Yu Xiaojiang. He may offer theoretical guidance, but at this moment, money is what I most desperately need. Thank you, Tang Sect said, astonished. I never expected you to be so affluent. I will repay you for this. You fool. I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. Isn't it only right for the leader to take care of their little brother? If there is anything you cannot resolve, feel free to seek me out. Even if I cannot help, my brother surely will. Tang Sect pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. I need to go to the soul-hunting forest to obtain a soul ring in the coming days. Would you assist me with cleaning for a few days? I'll take care of the cleaning for a week upon my return. No, how about a month's worth of cleaning? Little Dance agreed with a nod. And soon time passed swiftly. Brother, what will you teach me today? As Bai Ying pondered, a thought struck him, and he inquired, what level has your soul power reached? It's almost at level 20. I am absolutely confident that I can break through to level 20 within these few days. Very well, then adjust your mindset, train diligently, and prepare for the breakthrough. However, as I have previously stated, you must avoid any excessive intimacy with Tang Sect. Do you understand? Brother, why do you harbor such animosity towards Tang Sect? Because his father is my enemy. Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend these matters. Telling you would only serve to increase your worries. Regardless, you must refrain from any close contact with him, or I shall break your legs if I catch you. Seeing Bai Ying's stern demeanor, Xiaowu paused, then responded, all right. How many times have you repeated that? You act like an old nanny. That evening, as Xiaowu and Tang Sect gazed at the stars, Xiaowu suddenly proposed a duel. Tang Sect readily agreed, sensing that Xiaowu genuinely mattered to him. Xiaowu charged forward, her braid whipping through the air like a long whip aimed at Tang Sect. At that moment, Tang Sect swiftly retreated, using his Qian skill to engage her in combat. The two were engrossed in their spirited exchange, oblivious to Bai Ying's fiery jealousy. As their playful sparring escalated, a voice interrupted, what are you two doing? Xiaowu, why are you learning to fight? The sudden remark sent a chill down Xiaowu's spine, prompting her to turn around quickly, her forehead glistening with sweat. Brother, we are merely practicing, she replied defiantly. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of dread in Bai Ying's presence. Is it really just practice? From my perspective, your movements seem rather intimate. Tang Sect quickly interjected. Teacher, we are genuinely just engaging with one another. There are no other intentions. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. However, it is quite late. Xiaowu should return home. Come along. You little rascal. Teacher Bai, what are you doing here? A fellow teacher approached, having witnessed the earlier scene. Just as he intended to intervene, Bai Ying interjected. It's nothing but a couple of kids sparring. Is it truly sparring? Their actions appear rather familiar. Teacher Bai, I advise you to educate your sister properly. Ensure she does not stray from the right path. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed teacher. My sister has been a bit unruly. It is my responsibility as her brother. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur again. Are you not returning home? What are you still doing here? Oh, all right, brother. Xiaowu, resembling a timid quail, shrank back and followed him, returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the teacher's quarters, Xiaowu dared not meet Bai Ying's gaze. What did I tell you? You are forbidden from getting too close to Tang Sect. How have you acted? If others had seen you just now, what do you think they would think? A child of such tender years, misbehaving and sparring. Do you understand the concept of knowing a person's face but not their heart? Brother, I truly erred this time. Please forgive me, my dear brother. As the saying goes, if the child is uneducated, it is the father's fault. If the teacher is lenient, it is their negligence. You have taken advantage of my affection to run wild at Notting Academy, and while I might indulge you, why must you insist on getting close to Tang Sect? I have warned you several times. Chapter 36. A spanking, staying up all night to engage in fights, and to be seen by a teacher no less. Do you have any idea where that leaves my dignity? Bai Ying exuded an overwhelming aura, articulating the simplest yet most direct of statements. As the saying goes, one must face the consequences of their mistakes. Upon hearing these words, Xiaowu was enveloped by an unsettling sensation. She released her grip and began to flee. Yet, before she could fully take flight, Bai Ying swiftly positioned himself in her path. Her heart raced like thunder, and in that instant, she resolved to employ her remarkable agility, leaping forward with fervor in an attempt to escape his grasp. Within the confines of the room, her figure mirrored that of a nimble rabbit, tracing an elegant arc through the air. However, at that very moment, a hand, as unyielding as an iron claw, firmly seized her mid-air. Xiaowu lost her balance, tumbling heavily into Bai Ying's embrace. His breath brushed against her ear, imbued with an undeniable seriousness and depth. Her heart pounded even more fiercely as she lifted her gaze, locking onto the profound depths of Bai Ying's eyes. Struggling to break free from his hold, she found herself ensnared by the relentless grip of his iron-like hand, rendering her immobile. A warmth crept across her cheeks, her heartbeat echoing in her ears, as if it threatened to burst forth. Let me go, brother. I truly regret my actions. Xiao Wu's voice trembled, her teeth biting into her lower lip as she endeavored to rein in her emotions. Baying gazed at her, a flicker of intricate emotions passing through his eyes. He inclined his head slightly, drawing close to Xiao Wu's ear, his deep voice possessing an almost enchanting quality that rendered her body involuntarily rigid. Do you truly understand your mistake? Suddenly, Xiao Wu smiled, a glint of cunning illuminating her gaze. In an instant, she adjusted her posture and launched another attack. However, this time, Bai Ying's reaction was swifter than hers. A subtle smile graced his lips as he deftly pressed his finger against her acupoint. Who would have thought you would dare to resist? It appears you are unrepentant. I had no intention of striking you. I merely sought to instill a sense of fear. Yet now you have provoked my ire. You refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing and still wish to retaliate. It seems I must impart a proper lesson upon you. Rest assured, I have merely touched your acupoint. This will render your body immobile. In an instant, Xiao Wu's body became rigid, as though ensnared by an invisible force. She widened her eyes, staring at Bai Ying in disbelief. The numbing sensation rapidly spread from the acupoint throughout her entire being, making even the slightest movement extraordinarily challenging. While Xiao Wu was indeed restrained, her expression radiated a defiant arrogance, as if to say, "Go ahead, strike me." She was utterly convinced that her brother would never truly harm her. At most, he would only frighten her a little. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's expression, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. He smiled gently and remarked, "It seems you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin." Following this, Bai Ying approached the bed and slowly positioned her across his lap. Mother always said that naughty children deserve a spanking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face fell, and a hint of panic danced in her eyes. As the head of the nodding academy, she held an unassailable position. The thought of others discovering that her own brother had spanked her was utterly mortifying. What would become of her image and stature within the academy? At that moment, Bai Ying's fingers lightly landed upon her backside. Though the touch was not heavy, it sent a jolt through Xiao Wu, as if struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily stiff. A searing pain radiated from her dairy truly. The posterior of a leading lady possessed an extraordinary sensation, like striking a sponge. It was astonishingly soft. It was a curious thought that she was the first to experience such an intimate touch. "Please, do not strike me again. I truly regret my actions," she pleaded. Yet, her cries for mercy evoked no sympathy from Bai Ying, whose voice echoed over her like that of a devil. "Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions? Knowing you would face my discipline, why did you not heed my words? I assure you, this punishment is unavoidable." The sounds of slaps echoed in succession, and Xiao Wu soon found herself in tears. "Now you understand the pain, do you? What were you doing earlier? Did you truly believe I would not strike you? Did you think I was overly lenient?" Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Bai Ying finally seized his hand, releasing the acupoints on Xiao Wu's body. She immediately sprang up. Yet the fiery sensation from her backside caused her to grimace in agony. "Brother, you are such a pervert. Could you not strike a little more gently? Besides, it was not intentional." "Enough," he replied. "If you wish to avoid further punishment, remain silent. Your injury requires treatment. I will fetch some medicine. You must lie here and refrain from moving about. As for the arrangement between you and Tang Sect, I will address that with the school. From this year onward, I shall take care of all your needs, food, clothing, and shelter. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt somewhat appeased, though her behind still throbbed painfully. Her insufferable brother seemed utterly devoid of tenderness or concern for her well-being. "What are you pondering? Hurry and lie down. I shall apply the ointment." As Xiao Wu witnessed this scene, her internal complaints about Bai Ying gradually subsided. Once she lay down, a blush crept across her face as the cool ointment was applied to her pert backside, eliciting an unfamiliar sensation that involuntarily drew soft moans from her lips. The white shadow found himself momentarily entranced, his inner beast teetering on the edge of control, exacerbated by the current sounds that almost unraveled his composure. With his eyes covered, he summoned every ounce of willpower to maintain his restraint. After applying the ointment, the white shadow set it aside and solemnly cautioned Xiao Wu. "Should you dare to engage in any further intimate interactions with Tang Sect, the consequences will undoubtedly be far more dire. Do you believe me?" Xiao Wu, fully convinced this time, had no desire to relive the painful experience of a spanking. She nodded fervently, aware that even if she were to see Tang Sect again, the haunting shadow of that day would remain vividly etched in her memory. The pain on her backside swiftly dissipated under the ointment's effect. "All right, it should be fine now. It is quite late. Let us retire for the night." Bai Ying finished speaking and lay down beside Xiao Wu, his arm wrapping around her waist. Xiao Wu's entire body shuddered momentarily, but it was brief. Gazing at her brother, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a mischievous rascal you are. Had I known I would not have acknowledged you as my brother. What did you say? Chapter 37, Disturbance. I said nothing. At this moment, Xiaowu felt a surge of anxiety within her, pondering why he had yet to fall asleep. The white shadow's hand gently descended upon her waist, and a deep, magnetic voice slowly emerged. I can hear you. It seems you intend to deny our brotherly bond. Am I right? Let me assure you, that is impossible. Our connection has already been established. You promised to marry me? Have you forgotten? As she felt his touch, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself and spoke. Of course I haven't forgotten. I was merely jesting. However, I do not wish for you to utter such words again in the future. Do you understand? Brother, will you truly marry me? Before she could finish her words, Xiaowu felt herself ensnared. As her eyes gradually opened, she beheld the white shadow's gaze, which resembled the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a soft yet resolute light. Within those eyes seemed to lie countless unspoken words, filled with profound tenderness, deep affection, and an endless promise made to her. In that instant, Xiaowu's heart was utterly captivated, as if drawn into the world contained within those eyes, unable to escape. I have declared my intentions. I shall certainly marry you. Do not forget, you have seen my wedding ring. In our world, the wedding ring symbolizes our commitment. I understand now, brother. Suddenly, Xiaowu felt a warm, moist sensation upon her lips. The white shadow pressed closely against her, fervently drawing in the essence of Xiaowu, an experience from which he found himself utterly captivated, as if submerged in its depths. Xiaowu's heart raced wildly, yet she reveled in the sensation. And so they continued their kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Xiaowu, promise me you will never leave my side. Do you understand? Rest assured, brother. I shall never depart from you. That is all I wish to hear. Tomorrow, I will assist you in obtaining your second soul ring. From that moment onward, you need only place your trust in me. The following day, within the confines of the room, Xiaowu sat cross-legged, fully embracing a state of profound relaxation. Suddenly, a layer of pink light enveloped her being. These specks of luminescence gradually coalesced into a purple thousand-year soul ring. In the depths of Bai Ying's heart, the sight of the purple millennium soul ring filled him with pride. Indeed, his conjecture was not mistaken. From the moment Xiaowu absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone left by her mother, her physical limits had surpassed those of other humans. Even now, Tang Sect could only possess a century-old yellow soul ring as his second. Brother, I have succeeded. As you said, every individual possesses unique physical qualities, and thus the soul rings they can absorb vary. It is unfortunate that my second soul ring is merely a millennium ring. Is that truly something to lament? Relax. Your second soul ring is a purple millennium ring, which already places you above most of your peers. With diligence, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power as a titled Daoliu. Please, brother, spare me the mockery. Your first and second soul rings are of 10,000-year caliber, and even your third is a 100,000-year ring. Though it was a sacrifice made by my mother for you, your prowess is indeed impressive. You truly are my brother. It is nothing to be concerned about. Achieving 2 rings at the tender age of 10 is commendable. Strive diligently, and in due time, you shall avenge your mother with your own hands. As the subject of vengeance arose, Xiaowu's expression turned somber. Brother, do you think if my mother were still alive, she would feel comforted? I believe if she could see you now, she would undoubtedly take pride in your growth. Now go. It's time for your class. After Xiaowu departed, Bai Ying felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. This should resolve any issues. Host, there is something I am uncertain whether to express. Speak freely, system. Host, if you continue to flirt, your cultivation will stagnate. Should you be surpassed by Tang Sect, do not blame me. Do you think I desire this? I sense that my cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. My soul power has reached level 27. I am but a hair's breadth away from breaking through level 30. Yet, despite countless strategies, I remain unable to advance. Your martial spirit is a genuinely divine one. Hence, breaking through such a bottleneck will be more arduous than for an ordinary person. However, fear not, for as long as I am here, should you diligently complete tasks, I will certainly devise a way for you to advance rapidly. Yet you have not issued any tasks at present. Choosing to focus on preparations, Bai Ying resolved to procure various herbs. After all, protagonists in all fantasy tales are well prepared. After perusing the local market, Bai Ying acquired an assortment of ordinary herbs and began concocting remedies. After an entire afternoon of diligent work, he finally completed the preparations. Just as he was about to take a moment to relax, a sudden, loud knocking resounded at the door. Not good, teacher. Xiaowu, something has happened. What has transpired? That girl has caused trouble again. It is the senior, Xiao Qinyu, who is bullying us. Xiaowu has gone to stand up for us. Xiao Qinyu? I've heard his father is the Lord of Nodding City. It seems that the tiger does not roar, and they mistake me for a sickly cat. Where are they fighting? The student, panting heavily, replied that it was at the back mountain. Understood. Do not worry. I will handle this matter. Those who dare to bully me shall face consequences. Little girl, you are quite attractive. Would you like to be my follower? I am currently in need of one. Xiao Qianyu's face was filled with arrogance. As the leader of the academy, he was well aware that Xiao Wu was merely a first-year student. His soul power level was the highest in the entire academy. Shada, are you afraid of me? Are you worried that if you lose, you'll have to become my follower? Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to fight, let us do so without hesitation. Do you still consider yourself a man? Xiao Wu's face clearly displayed her impatience as Xiao Qianyu taunted. Such a little girl. I shall make you regret this today, no matter how high the opponent's cultivation. She thought he still had the backing of senior students. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Even if she could not defeat him, how could she fear just one person with so many allies at her back? With that thought, confidence filled Xiao Qianyu's expression. What are you all doing gathered here? Xiao Wu, did I not advise you against fighting? Chapter 38. Taking action, and you, students, instead of focusing on your studies, you choose to engage in brawls? Are you not bored? The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone, and in the presence of this teacher, all felt a profound sense of trepidation. At this moment, Tang Sect had also arrived, intending to seize this opportunity to present himself favorably before Xiao Wu. Indeed, it was Xiao Qianyu who instigated the situation. Brother, this time I truly did not initiate any conflict. My little followers have been bullied, and as their leader, if I do not stand up for them, what would become of my authority? Bai Ying gazed at the visibly flustered Xiao Qianyu and said, So it is you who has bullied my disciple, is it? And if so, what of it? Xiao Qianyu, though lacking confidence, still maintained an air of bravado in front of his subordinates. Dare to engage in a duel with me? If you emerge victorious, you may have whatever you desire. However, should you lose, you will promptly return to your classes. Rest assured, you may all participate together. Upon witnessing Bai Ying's composed demeanor, Xiao Qianyu realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. Do you dare to proceed? Provide a definitive answer swiftly, otherwise, you may as well concede. Teacher, are you truly intent on battling us? Even if your level surpasses ours, your age is likely similar to ours. At most a couple of years apart, while we boast this multitude. Enough of the idle chatter. In that case, we humbly request your guidance, esteemed teacher. With that, the numerous students surged forward. Bai Ying chuckled, stating that it is often said that taking advantage of the weak is an immoral act. Today, however, he would serve as a stern teacher for their parents. With a swift motion, Bai Ying launched himself into the air, delivering a heavy kick to one of the students. Lu Long couldn't help but cry out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Utilizing him as a springboard, Bai Ying unleashed a flurry of punches. The sharp sound of slaps echoing repeatedly. Every face, save for Xiao Qianyu's, bore clear marks of his strikes. Your father is the Lord of Nodding City, and out of respect for him, I shall refrain from striking you today. However, should you continue to ally with the upperclassmen and allow my sister to be mistreated, you can only imagine the consequences. Even if your father were to kneel before me, it is unlikely he would be able to save you. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Ying, 3 spirit rings slowly rising around him, and a dragon's phantom materialized in an instant. 3 rings, 2 of which were 1,000-year-old. This was not someone to be trifled with. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Since you acknowledge your mistake, we shall proceed according to what you and Xiao Ji agreed upon. But let me remind you, this matter is settled only if you do not stir up further trouble. You understand the consequences of such actions, do you not? Tang Sect was momentarily stunned. Even he could not comprehend the identity of this teacher who had achieved the rank of 3-ring soul master at merely 7 years of age. He could hardly believe that such a feat could be accomplished without substantial backing. Enough, everyone disperse. Brother, you are truly impressive. Of course, Tang Sect hurried to catch up. A hint of shyness in his voice as he addressed Bai Ying. The striking aspect was that this individual was only slightly older than him. Perhaps just a year or 2. What is it? The teacher said to see when you have time for a visit. Yu Xiaojiang wishes to see me. I wonder what this fellow is up to. I understand. Thank you. Xiao Wu, you and Xiao Seng go ahead. Upon arriving at Yu Xiaojiang's study, Tang Sect inquired, What do you need from me? Faced with his hypocritical master, he found it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. I wish to discuss a transaction with you. A transaction? What could we possibly discuss? You previously claimed that my 10 core theories were erroneous. I would like to know what evidence you have to support that assertion. I genuinely wish to understand. Because of this, I will enlighten you today, for my mood permits it. You ought to recognize your errors. Yu Xiaojiang, however, had no intention of genuinely admitting fault. He merely sought to glean useful theoretical knowledge from Bai Ying. Additionally, he was curious about the current situation of Bibi Dong. Did you bestow the mandala snake spirit ring as the first ring for her? Bai Ying settled himself down, resembling a dignified elder. Is there a problem with that? Indeed. There is a significant issue. You do not comprehend the true essence of martial soul theory. Are you aware of the actual conditions required for the emergence of twin martial souls? Remember, only martial souls of similar qualities can give rise to twin martial souls. Although I am unaware of what his second martial soul is, I can sense that it must be exceptionally formidable. Can a soul master who possesses twin martial souls merely have an ordinary blue silver grass as their first soul? Furthermore, each individual's limits differ. Thus, their capacity to absorb soul rings varies as well. As long as one's body can withstand it, absorbing a first soul ring of over 10,000 years is entirely feasible. And as for your so-called master, have you truly engaged in any practice? Genuine theory must be grounded in reality to be deemed authentic. I understand. Thank you. May I ask you one more question? How's Bibiong doing now? Since she is willing to discuss my matters with you, I trust you are her confidant. Could you share some insights about her? Tend to your own affairs. His matters do not concern you. With that, he abruptly slammed the door and left. As night fell, Xiao Wu, can you see if your soul can enter the Qian divine ring? I will give it a try, brother. Xiao Wu slowly exhaled. And within the Qian divine ring, an alluring force seemed to draw her entire being inside. Upon entering, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming vitality within the ring, far superior to that of the outside world. Very well, from today onward, you need not attend classes at the academy. I will inform the teachers and excuse you. You must devote these days to cultivation here. However, prior to that, the most crucial aspect is your physical body. The ability to absorb high-quality soul rings depends on your body's endurance, and your current physique is far too weak. Therefore, rather than focusing solely on cultivation, you should prioritize enhancing your physical form. I expect you to reach the level of 3 souls before graduation. What? That will exhaust me. Xiao Wu found herself utterly unable to refuse and had no choice but to acquiesce. Greetings, everyone. In this chapter, I truly struggled with my writing. It was initially intended to directly depict the journey to Shrek Academy, but I felt compelled to include this segment, despite its imperfections. Please forgive me. The next chapter will undoubtedly contain what you wish to see. Chapter 39, The Rescue of Zhu Shiqing. The following day, Xiao Wu arrived at Nuoding Academy, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Wu, did you not sleep well? You think you slept well? I was merely exhausted from training. Time passed swiftly. And under Bai Ying's influence, Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang Sect no longer mirrored that of the original novel. As graduation approached, Bai Ying felt increasingly troubled. For Yu Xiaojiang had repeatedly mentioned Xiao Wu's impending graduation and subsequent enrollment at Shrek Academy to escape his entanglements. Bai Ying took Xiao Wu and fled just days before graduation. Brother, why are we leaving at this time? Because you are graduating, and besides, I need to carefully consider whether to return to the Spirit Hall or continue exploring the continent. Brother, I do not wish to go to the Spirit Hall. My mother died because of that woman, and I will absolutely not go. Rest assured, I will not lead you into a trap. Our destination is Soto City, where, according to Yu Xiaojiang, there exists a Shrek Academy, a place exclusively for the gifted. Really? That is wonderful. Bai Ying harbored no fondness for Shrek Academy. In fact, it was merely a deceitful institution. However, the System S demands necessitated a visit to Shrek Academy and subsequent enrollment. This predicament posed a challenge, yet ultimately, he took Xiao Wu along the path to Shrek Academy. As dusk approached, after a day of travel, Xiao Wu fell into a deep slumber. Please complete the hidden task. Rescue Zhu Shiqing. Reward, Zhu Shiqing becomes your most loyal servant. Upon hearing this task, Bai Ying felt invigorated. Following the System S guidance toward the distant woods. Second miss, do not blame us. Blame your royal lineage. In the distance, dozens of cloaked figures surrounded Zhu Shiqing entirely. Elder sister, do you truly wish for my demise? Zhu Shiqing's expression remained cold, betraying no hint of fear. At that moment, her left arm had been pierced by a sharp weapon, blood staining her leather attire, and she felt herself wavering. Yet, she understood she could not fall. To do so would mean certain death. She slightly crouched, adopting a prostrate posture, and with a deep breath, she charged at the group of cloaked figures. Yet, even with her fierce resolve, she was ultimately outnumbered and sustained injuries. Did I truly have to perish here? Zhu Shiqing, you are far too unwilling to accept this fate. Boss, she is not bad looking. Shall we have some fun? What are you thinking? Do you know how significant her identity is? If the Zhu family finds out, you will regret it. One cloaked figure admonished another. Boss, if you don't say anything, neither will I. Who will know? Besides, here in the wilderness, she cannot escape. Don't you wish to sample her? One of the black-clad men wore an exceedingly lecherous expression, his gaze fixated on Zhu Qing, eliciting her utmost disdain. You dare treat me this way? The Xinglua royal family will never forgive you. Second miss, do you still not grasp the situation? Once you are dead, no one will know. Even if they do, it will merely serve as a lesson for us. Oh dear, second miss, you are truly pitiful. In search of that useless prince, you have ventured alone into the Heaven Do Empire, and now you are on the brink of death in this desolate wilderness. I genuinely pity you. Rumors suggest that the useless prince, Dai Mubai, has been indulging in a life of excess to evade the struggles of succession. Does he even deserve you? With those words, the cloaked figures broke into malicious smiles, inching closer to Zhu Qing. Clenching a dagger tightly in her left hand, Zhu Qing, though wounded, was still capable of launching an attack. Is it not shameful for a group of grown men to bully a young girl? A voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. The cloaked figures froze in shock at this unexpected voice, halting their advance and scanning their surroundings in search of its source. At that moment, Buying appeared, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he had emerged from the shadows, seamlessly blending with the night. His gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, whose delicate features appeared even paler under the moonlight, yet her resolve remained unwavering. Blood continued to flow from her left arm, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Her grip on the dagger tightening, prepared to confront any impending threat. In the depths of Bai Ying's heart, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was truly remarkable. The black bodysuit clung to her form, subtly trembling with her movements, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Under the moonlight, her skin emanated a delicate jade hue, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite, pure and transcendent. The well-defined cleavage, highlighted by the tight-fitting attire, resembled two majestic peaks, standing proudly. Her icy demeanor was akin to a solitary plum blossom in winter, aloof yet irresistibly captivating. Is it amusing for so many of you to bully a single individual? She questioned. Who do you think you are to obstruct us? Are you aware of our status? Oh, and what status might that be? As the saying goes, this mountain is mine, and this tree is of my planting. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. You are on my territory, bullying a vulnerable woman, which is simply unacceptable. Brother, why waste words? Just kill him. Kill me? Do you really think you can? Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of the man before him, the leader of the group understood that he was dealing with a formidable opponent. He spoke, I advise you not to meddle in this matter, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. We are the esteemed Zhu family of the Silla nobility. If you can just leave now, the Zhu family will be immensely grateful. The Zhu family of the royal nobility? Then I cannot possibly let you go. If you were merely common folk, perhaps I would consider sparing you. But you are of the Silla aristocracy, and I am afraid that is a different matter altogether. Remember, it is Bai Ying, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, who seeks your life. When you reach the afterlife, do not forget this. How could a member of the Spirit Hall be here? Even if you are, do you truly wish to intervene? I will involve myself in matters before me, and I have taken a liking to him. I intend to make him my woman. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing was instantly taken aback, realizing she had stepped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Chapter 40. Zhu Qing. The servant we must leave quickly. This person's strength must be incredibly formidable. Upon witnessing Zhu Qing's actions, Bai Ying instinctively comprehended his intentions. He then spoke. I advise you to remain obediently here. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Once I have dealt with these worthless beings, you shall belong to me. To think that I could stumble upon such a piece of news here, a royal noble. It appears my gains will be considerable. At this moment, Bai Ying regarded the black-clad individuals with a distinctly amused expression. Flee, if you can escape, perhaps your lives are not yet forfeit. I may reluctantly spare you. What say you? The black-clad figures, upon hearing this, were instantly incensed. After all, they were sole masters of the Soul King and Soul Sovereign ranks. And judging by his youthful appearance, he could not be very formidable. In the next instant, 3 soul rings gradually ascended. Bai Ying, adorned with a bronze mask, concealed his aura, revealing the most standard configuration of soul rings, 100 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years. I had anticipated a greater threat. Who would have thought you were merely a 3-ring soul sovereign? With our numbers, can we not vanquish you? Advance, eliminate him. The first soul technique, Shadow Dragon's Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated in the minds of all present, inducing an intense pain within their skulls. The second soul technique, Shadow Dragon's Claw. With a series of sickening cracks, Several black-clad figures were violently torn apart. I offered you a chance to escape, yet you sought your own demise. There is a saying, the enemy not only refuses to surrender but dares to launch an attack against me. Truly, they seek death. The gruesome fate of the fallen black-clad individuals left the remaining ones utterly paralyzed with fear, prompting them to flee in a frenzy. I granted you the opportunity to run. You refused, yet now you wish to escape. Where, then, is my dignity in this? Time blade. Temporal seal. In an instant. The surrounding space fell into a state of stillness, as a gust of wind swept through. When time resumed its flow, they were astonished to discover that their heads had been severed, their bodies irrevocably separated from their souls. How is this possible? Who on earth are you? One would not expect the dead to be so verbose. With that, he concluded the matter with the remaining individuals. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, observing her injured state, and he felt a profound ache in his heart. What if this left a scar? That would mean he could no longer relish the presence of this little feline. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. The slave mark has been issued. Would you like to use it? Use it. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of light surged into Zhu Zhuqing's body with breathtaking swiftness. Who are you? Fear enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's face as she retreated step by step. Who am I? You only need to remember one thing. I am now your master. Master? No, I have no master. Slowly rising despite her wounded left arm, her eyes brimmed with lethal intent as she gripped the dagger tightly. I don't care who you are. Leave me alone. 2 soul rings rose beneath her feet, preparing for an attack. What a disobedient little kitty. Do you truly believe you can resist me? Leave. First soul skill, nether stab. Just as her attack was about to land on Bai Ying, he lightly coughed and seated himself comfortably. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's body fell completely out of her control, compelling her to sit abruptly. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? What have you done to me? What have I done? Why? I have made you my exclusive little kitty. The Star Luo royal family is a magnificent acquisition. How could I allow you to depart so easily? Aren't you afraid the Star Luo Empire will hunt you down for this? Do they dare to trouble me? Do you truly think it possible? My identity is that of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I have the entire Spirit Hall backing me. Moreover, who could possibly prove that I took you? Even if they could, do you think the Star Luo Empire would risk offending the entire Spirit Hall over you? And if you wish to survive, you had better behave. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were ablaze with murderous intent, yearning to charge forward and eliminate him. Yet, her body was firmly restrained by an overpowering force, rendering her powerless. Do not harbor illusions. I have already subtly seized control of your body, and you shall not escape my grasp. I will kill you one day. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tightly. Then I shall await that day. But your only option now is to become my servant. Stand up. I will take you to tend to your wounds, lest you bear scars that mar your beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of utter helplessness. Just as she attempted to refuse, her body, unbidden, followed him deeper into the woods. The searing pain coursing through her body combined with her lack of control evoked tears from her previously composed face, a sight that stirred pity. Before long, overwhelmed by the pain, she collapsed to the ground. Noticing that her wound had begun to fester, Bai Ying paused. He slowly crouched beside her. His face twisted in disgust as he harshly remarked, "To try not to die. It would be a significant loss for me." Then, to his astonishment, he began to pull aside her clothing. "Pervert! You lecher!" With a sharp crack, Zhu Zhuqing's palm landed heavily on his face. Bai Ying found himself utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that complete control was attainable? How could he possibly break free? What on earth is happening with the system? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. I apologize. The system encountered a slight malfunction, but all is well now. A mere slight malfunction? I have suffered blows because of you. My handsome visage has been marred. Do you have any idea how deeply this affects me? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback to realize that she instinctively longed to control her body, yet found herself incapable of doing so. Fear crept into Zhu Zhuqing's heart. So now you know fear? Very well. Once you have healed, I shall settle this score with you. Rest assured, I will make you pay for this. You might as well end my life now and grant me relief. Do not attempt to provoke me. Such tactics are futile. Besides, I cannot bear to harm such a beautiful woman. Your worth is substantial. I am in need of a warm bed partner, and you fit the bill perfectly. What do you think? My arrangements for you are rather generous. It is your privilege to warm my bed, so do keep that in mind and express your gratitude. Chapter 41. Taking a cat girl as a wife. As a noble of the Xinglua Empire, Zhu Zhuqing possessed her own temperament and was certainly unwilling to comply. Have you not yet recognized your current predicament? You have no say in this matter. Your life and death are firmly in my grasp. I possess numerous methods to deal with women. Would you care to test them? You despicable scoundrel, taking advantage of another's misfortune. Buying laughed and remarked. As the saying goes, in warfare, deception is paramount. As long as one can achieve their objectives, any means may be employed. The strong thrive while the weak perish. In the struggle for existence, only the fittest survive. As a noble of the starry Luo Empire, surely you comprehend this principle? Buying spoke, your words are quite resolute. You must still possess some strength. Please, do not succumb to death. The White Shadow directly confined Zhu Shiqing into his storage soul guide. Upon returning to the inn, it was already well past midnight. He turned on the faucet, allowing water to fill the tub, and then added a copious amount of the concocted medicinal solution. Finally, he released Zhu Shiqing, who still exhibited an unyielding defiance upon her face. Undress. The scent upon you is overwhelmingly pungent, and you require a thorough cleansing, he stated. Impossible. Zhu Shiqing retorted, refusing outright. I have made it clear that your consent is irrelevant. Controlling her body, he compelled her to remove her garments, one by one. You beast. Once I find an opportunity, I will not let you go, Zhu Shiqing exclaimed, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, yet her hands continued their task without hesitation. Soon, she had stripped herself entirely, revealing her fair skin, marred by a multitude of scars. As her delicate feet stepped into the tub, she immediately felt her body heat up. This is a carefully concocted solution. You are fortunate indeed. This potion also alleviates fatigue and restores strength. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon the distressing scars that marred Zhu Shiqing's skin, and his expression softened slightly. He murmured, It seems you have endured your fair share of assassination attempts. Zhu Shiqing clenched her teeth, her eyes shimmering with a defiant light as she coldly retorted. What business is it of yours? Though her voice dripped with disdain, Bai Ying discerned the profound fear and unease lurking beneath her words. The White Shadow offered no response, merely gazing at her in silence. The pale figure smiled faintly, his gaze revealing an undeniable air of dominance. You are now my servant, and this is an immutable truth, he declared, his fingers gently tracing the delicate curve of Zhu Shiqing's cheek, as if admiring a precious work of art. A shiver coursed through Zhu Shiqing's body, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and fear. She bit down hard on her lower lip, suppressing any sound that might escape her. She understood that in her current state, she possessed no power to resist, destined to be at the mercy of this enigmatic man. The pale shadow appeared quite pleased with Zhu Shiqing's reaction as he slowly released his grip and turned towards the door. Remember, I am your master, your life and death. Your honor and disgrace lie within my whims. He added, by the way, after your bath, do not forget the clothes I specifically purchased for you. Zhu Shiqing trembled all over, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with despair. She had never anticipated that her journey to the Heaven Do Empire to find Daimubai would lead to her abduction. The predicament she found herself in raised questions of moral decay or the unfairness of fate. I must escape. I must free myself. I must find Daimubai. She silently encouraged herself. After a long moment, she turned her gaze towards an article of clothing in the bathroom. It was a beautifully crafted cat-eared outfit, perfectly tailored to her figure. She had to admit, the garment was indeed exquisite. With a sigh, Zhu Shiqing ultimately resolved to step out of the bathtub and, with a sense of humiliation, don the attire. The instant Zhu Shiqing emerged from the bathroom, the pale shadow was left utterly speechless. The outfit seemed exceedingly large for her, and it exuded a sensual allure. He could not help but be surprised that the system had rewarded him with such a garment this time. The White Shadow fixed an unblinking gaze upon Zhu Shiqing, resembling a famished wolf. Come here. These two simple words transformed Zhu Shiqing's previously relaxed demeanor into one of palpable tension as she approached. All right, I shall tend to your wounds now. By the way, what do you think of this outfit? I designed it myself, quite exquisite, isn't it? Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Zhu Shiqing paused momentarily, then comprehended his intent. She cast her eyes downward to inspect the cat-eared attire she wore, then lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in her eyes. Although the garment evoked a sense of humiliation, it must be conceded that it indeed showcased her figure splendidly. Bai Ying approached Zhu Shiqing, gently cradling her wrist as he meticulously bandaged her wound. His movements were tender and adept. Before long, the injury was entirely attended to. There you go. Your wound has been treated. Given the late hour, it is time for us to retire. As the saying goes, an early night and early rising is beneficial for one's health. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shiqing suddenly sprang up, swiftly retreating to the side. Her gaze filled with wariness as she scrutinized the man. I can't believe I was momentarily touched. Indeed, it was all an illusion. With this thought, her body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Meanwhile, Bai Ying chuckled, remarking, "You are still quite young. I have no interest in children." At these words, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, her mind secretly protesting. Where exactly am I lacking in maturity? Is it here or there? Well then, he continued, if you choose not to sleep, you may as well stay close to me. I, for one, am utterly exhausted after this long night. By the way, do not touch the bottles on the table. They contain poisons I have meticulously concocted. Just remember not to touch them. What do you truly intend to do? She inquired, her voice quivering. What do I intend to do? Surely you already know. To acquire a beautiful kitty as a female servant, the experience is rather delightful. He smirked. But I digress. You may sleep on the sofa. Rest assured, my intentions are harmless. With that, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained on high alert, her vigilance towards this unfamiliar man unprecedented. What was his true purpose in capturing her? She realized she had to make a choice swiftly, otherwise her peaceful existence would inevitably be shattered by him. I can control my body now, she thought. Did he not say that those jars contain poison? If I consume the poison and bide my time, perhaps an opportunity will arise. I must take the risk. Chapter 42. An unusual punishment. This was her only chance. With this thought in mind, Zhu Zhuqing walked resolutely to the table. Ignoring all reservations, she downed the contents of the vials in one go. The intense potency of the poison surged through her body, eliciting excruciating pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Am I to die? Perhaps that would be a relief, freeing me from the shackles of my family. As she spoke, a look of liberation crossed her face. Yet the searing agony did not persist for long. Zhu Zhuqing was bewildered. Could this poison truly be harmless? Has he deceived me deliberately? With despair enveloping her, she sobbed intermittently, her cries echoing throughout the room, rousing Bai Ying from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open in confusion. All right, stop crying. Bai Ying descended from the bed, intending to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, only to suddenly realize that all of the meticulously prepared potions had vanished. Gazing at the empty bottles, Bai Ying's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended in this place? You wish to consume poison and take your own life, do you not? Zhu Zhuqing's silence was an implicit acknowledgement. The pale figure painfully covered his face. A mixture of relief and profound regret etched upon his features. Why did I not put everything away? All the well-preserved medicine has vanished. All has disappeared. Everything is gone. Suddenly, Bai Ying recalled something of great importance and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? These medications are all restorative. There are only a few vials of poison, and I've already used the majority of them. Therefore, none of these remedies can possibly be lethal to you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss as to whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from his survival, while the sorrow arose from the fact that he remained in the clutches of this demon. Zhu Zhuqing slowly rose to his feet and gazed at the man before him, saying, What do you intend to do with me? Whether to kill or to torture, I leave it to your discretion. Humph, how naive you are. If I were to kill you, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? I refuse to engage in a losing transaction. After consuming so much, do you really believe your body can withstand it? My heavenly snow silkworm, my millennium-old ginseng, and my ice spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit, do you understand that the concoctions you've ingested are derived from these extraordinary herbs? Do you truly feel nothing at all? These divine herbs possess exceedingly potent properties. For an ordinary person, even a mere drop could pose a grave threat to their life. Zhu Zhuqing, with a demeanor akin to a pig unafraid of boiling water, retorted, How could anything happen to me? I am perfectly fine. Either you release me now, or I will continue to act as I please. Release you? Not a chance. Let me tell you, your fantasies are quite amusing. Don't think for a moment that I would hesitate to kill you. You dare to behave so audaciously before me? I intended to converse, yet you insist on courting death. With that, Bai Ying lifted Zhu Zhuqing and placed her on the bed. She tightly shut her eyes, as if that could provide her with a sense of security. However, what Zhu Zhuqing did not anticipate was that Bai Ying would produce a feather. Soon, you shall experience the taste of torture. You must be sure to savor it. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, what harm could a single feather inflict upon me? Yet, to her astonishment, Bai Ying proceeded to remove her shoes and socks. A chill enveloped her feet as the feather gently glided across the soles, reminiscent of a soft breeze. Yet this breeze carried an indescribable itch, compelling her to withdraw her foot instinctively. She attempted to maintain her composure, but the sensation was as if it possessed an enchanting magic, causing her toes to curl involuntarily and her foot to twist. She struggled to suppress her laughter, but it erupted from her heart, impossible to contain. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter echoed throughout the room. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her expression contorted. She sought to escape this torment. Yet those large hands gripped her ankles firmly, leaving her no means of escape. Ha ha. Ha ha. The relentless laughter made Zhu Shiqing feel utterly despondent. Well then, do you recognize your mistake? Bai Ying gazed at Zhu Shiqing and chuckled, and soon he found himself laughing as well. Humph, if you have the ability, face me in a direct duel. What sort of skill is this underhanded scheming? Gradually, Zhu Shiqing could no longer endure it, prompting her to cease her laughter. Her mirth faded, leaving her cheeks flushed, her breath quickened, and her chest rising and falling erratically. Within her eyes flickered a fire of indignation, albeit tinged with a hint of helplessness. She struggled to sit up, yet Bai Ying gently restrained her. What? Still unwilling to concede? A glint of mockery danced in Bai Ying's gaze as he released his grip, allowing Zhu Shiqing to rise. She shot him a glare but offered no reply. Her heart brimmed with humiliation and rage, yet she understood that in this moment, she was no match for the man before her. She knew she must remain composed and seek an opportunity. Bai Ying gazed at her, a flicker of admiration dancing in his eyes. He recognized that this woman, though stubborn, possessed a keen intellect. He would not let her slip away so easily, nor would he permit her to perish in such a manner. What he desired was her submission to him. For today, he would let the matter rest, but should she err again, the punishment would mirror that of today. With that, Bai Ying reclined and tightly embraced Zhu Shiqing, anticipating any mischief she might conjure. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing suddenly felt as though a fire had ignited within her being, leaving her breathless. An uncontrollable blaze surged through her veins, her cheeks aflame as if two infernos were ablaze upon her skin. Her heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from her chest. She cast a glance downward, observing a faint blush spreading across her skin, reminiscent of being scorched by fierce flames. This conflagration raged not only upon her exterior but also ravaged her very blood. She felt as if her body were being consumed by this fire, trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What have you done to me? I shall never forgive you, you scoundrel. Zhu Shiqing's gaze began to blur, her body seemingly drawn by an invisible force, moving uncontrollably closer to Bai Ying. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, threatening to burst forth from her chest. Her cheeks burned, her lips slightly parted, occasionally releasing soft moans. Humph, it would be strange if you weren't affected after consuming so many restorative herbs. You should be grateful that I am not the sort to take advantage of a vulnerable moment. Otherwise, I could have taken advantage of you right now. Zhu Shiqing, mustering her remaining strength, threatened, Do you dare? Chapter 43. What is there that I would not dare? Zhu Shiqing, clinging to her last vestige of reason, declared. If I lose my purity, I shall first slay you, and then take my own life. Bai Ying remarked that you stubbornly held your ground, and I shall observe just how long you can endure. As time passed, Zhu Shiqing felt an intensifying heat enveloping her body. She gasped for breath, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Her crimson lips could not resist the urge to swallow, and she found herself teetering on the brink of losing control. I must leave swiftly, she thought, summoning her strength to rise from the bed. Trembling, she steadied herself against the wall as she made her way towards the door. However, just as she regained her balance and took a step forward, her body suddenly weakened, threatening to collapse. In that moment, Bai Ying swiftly caught her, offering firm support. Leaving now will not resolve anything, he stated. Rest assured, as my woman, I shall treat you well. Do you understand? Zhu Shiqing's mind was clouded and muddled as she weakly protested. No, I must go. Yet the strange sensations coursing through her body compelled her to halt. Her gaze fixed upon the man before her. Bai Ying leaned his entire body against her, and Zhu Shiqing instinctively drew closer, feeling the warmth radiating from the person in his embrace. How could you endure for so long? Zhu Shiqing's allure was utterly captivating, her eyes seemingly imbued with an enchanting charm, transforming her into a figure of exquisite seduction. You're so cold, come a little closer, my body feels so hot. The sound escaping Zhu Shiqing sent a shiver through Bai Ying. Gazing at her, he swallowed hard and remarked, My little kitty, this is all of your own making. You can hardly blame me. The longer they lingered, the more muddled Zhu Shiqing's intentions became, and in the next moment, she threw herself at Bai Ying, kissing him passionately. What is happening? Although my little kitty has taken the initiative, you are still Dai Mubai's fiancée. Are you truly willing to give yourself to me? I wish to be with you. Observing such a proactive Zhu Shiqing, Bai Ying could no longer contain the fire within him and abruptly pinned her down. Their struggle was intensely fervent. Before they knew it, morning arrived. Zhu Shiqing suddenly awoke, gazing at the disheveled marks on her body and the crimson stain on the sheets. What did I do last night? The recollection of her experiences plunged Zhu Shiqing into a feeling akin to hell. As she looked at the slumbering Bai Ying, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Sensing the malice emanating from Zhu Shiqing, Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, immediately meeting the gaze of an enraged Zhu Shiqing. What's wrong? Did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing seethed. I will kill you. You scoundrel who tarnished my reputation. By heaven's grace, you were the one who took the initiative last night. I had no need for secrecy. Did you forget I even inquired about it? Furthermore, was it I who compelled you to take those medicines? Each of those vials is immensely precious, worth their weight in gold. You consumed the medication and then engaged in such acts with me, and now you dare to blame me? Is there no justice in this world? Zhu Shiqing, upon realizing there was no justification to counter his claims, felt as if her reckless actions had led to their current predicament. You villain! What am I to do now? Zhu Shiqing was utterly devastated, unable to hold back her tears any longer. You wicked fiend, you have ruined my innocence. If Dai Mubai finds out, he will not spare me. The mere thought of Dai Mubai and her family prompted Zhu Shiqing to make a harrowing decision. I must kill you now, and after that, I will take my own life. With a smile, Bai Ying remarked, you have a better choice. Join the spirit hall. Rest assured, I will treat you well. You beast. I want you dead. I want you dead. Zhu Shiqing exclaimed, launching a swift bite towards Bai Ying's neck. However, the strength of Bai Ying's physique was unparalleled, for beyond what she could harm. After a moment, Zhu Shiqing realized that there was not a single mark on his neck. The white shadow spoke. Do not waste your efforts. My physical form is exceedingly strong, and with your current strength, you cannot inflict any harm. The reason you seek Dai Mubai is that you fear for your life and wish to survive. Is that not so? The Star Luo royal family, through brutal competition, will produce only one king. Why not choose me? I can offer you a chance to live. I am superior to Dai Mubai. Noticing Zhu Shiqing still weeping, the white shadow continued, Zhu Shiqing, I now present you with a choice. You may leave at once to search for Dai Mubai, but there is a significant chance you will perish. Alternatively, you can join the spirit hall, and I assure you will never die, as long as you obediently comply. In due time, I shall assist you in avenging your sister. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing regained her composure and retorted. What makes you think you can stand against the entire Star Luo Empire? On what grounds? The white shadow replied, on the strength of my abilities. In the future, I shall undoubtedly be a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm on the Daoliu continent, and the entire Star Luo Empire will bow before me. That is my confidence. Zhu Shiqing fell silent, while the white shadow, with a calm demeanor, rose from the bed and began to wash up. After a while, Zhu Shiqing asked, will you take responsibility for me? The white shadow responded, of course. A true man must take responsibility for his actions. As Zhu Shiqing's emotions stabilized, the white shadow approached her bedside. In a low voice, he said, yesterday, I aided you. Do you not owe me some compensation? Compensation? I was the one who suffered. Not you. I require no compensation. You took advantage of me while pretending to be innocent. The white shadow replied, very well then, I shall compensate you properly. Last night, I kept you awake for so long. Today, I will make it up to you. The memories of the previous night flooded Zhu Shiqing's mind, causing her face to flush crimson as she defiantly retorted, what do you intend to use to compensate me? You shall find out shortly. Before Zhu Shiqing could react, the white shadow lunged at her like a famished wolf, startling her. Damn it, is he some kind of perpetual motion machine? Zhu Shiqing realized she could not resist and was forced to accept passively. Initially, she felt a sense of aversion, yet as time passed, a flicker of joy emerged within her, and she began to respond actively. Half an hour later, Zhu Shiqing lay curled in the white shadow's embrace, breathing softly. You will take responsibility for me, right? Of course, rest assured, he replied. I will handle everything. You need only to be my little kitten. I am not a little kitten. I am a wild cat. Chapter 44. A clash of wills. A wild cat can inflict wounds, Zhu Shiqing declared proudly. Let me tell you, I have boarded your ship of thievery. If you do not treat me well, I shall ensure our mutual destruction. With a gentle exertion of his left hand, Bai Ying playfully smacked Zhu Shiqing's pert backside, uttering, let us not speak of such ominous phrases as mutual destruction. Rest assured, all will be well, and I have a particular fondness for spirited little wildcats like you. Zhu Shiqing felt a warm flush rise to her cheeks as she registered the playful contact, emitting some peculiar sounds in response. In any case, I am resolutely by your side, she declared, before leaning in to kiss him, an action that momentarily startled Bai Ying. The room soon filled with the sounds of spring's awakening. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had finally risen from her slumber and tidied herself up. Brother, are you still asleep? She mused, recalling how he often teased her for being a little lazy, yet now he lay there like a slumbering pig. Well, considering he has generally treated me kindly, I suppose I shall reluctantly awaken him. At the threshold of his room, Xiao was suddenly taken aback by an unexpected voice. Brother, are you awake? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice outside, both individuals reacted simultaneously. Buying replied, Not yet. I am just about to get up. Who is outside? Came the inquiry. The tone somewhat unappealing. Is it another girl? Surely, you do not have another woman besides me? Ah, if my fiancée were outside, would you believe me? He retorted. Never mind that for now. I must hasten to dress. Zhu Zhiqing felt a strange emotion stir within her. She had long suspected that this man would not be exclusive to her. Yet hearing those words escape his lips left her with a sense of disappointment. She had finally found a man who satisfied her, only to realize he could not belong solely to her. Brother, are you all right? I am coming in. Xiao announced just as she pushed the door open. Zhu Zhiqing and Buying exchanged glances with Xiao, who stood momentarily at a loss upon seeing the two of them. Once they had donned their attire, Xiao pointed at Zhu Zhiqing and inquired, Brother, who is she? Buying began to speak. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhu Zhiqing, my newly acquired maid. She continued, Maid, brother, do you not think I have committed some misdeed? Brother, you are indeed a fickle-hearted rogue, for apart from me, there exists another woman. Have you truly cast me aside? A barrage of inquiries ensued, prompting Bai Ying to hastily clarify, Brother does not wish to forsake you. It is merely that he finds himself unable to resist certain temptations. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, now that I have pledged my word, your parents shall not retract their consent. Zhu Zhiqing, having regained her previously aloof demeanor, appeared as though transformed from the individual she had been moments prior. Upon hearing the term maid, a faint shift in her expression was noticeable. Yet it swiftly returned to its usual composure. Humph, indeed, a maid. I am a member of the esteemed Qianluo royal family, not merely a maid. Moreover, is there truly a maid as beautiful as I? Xiao interjected, Is that true? You must not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you? He replied, swiftly closing the distance to plant a kiss on Xiao. A shiver ran through her. Her body responded before her mind could comprehend, surrendering to an overwhelming wave of emotion. This scene, even for the thick-skinned Zhu Zhiqing, was somewhat awkward. Do you not see that there are others present? Furthermore, you insufferable man, you dare to bully me and, in my presence, mistreat another woman, truly believing I am invisible. As the two slowly parted, Xiao, her cheeks flushed, remarked, Brother, you smell delightful. I am quite fond of it. It seemed that brother still held a place for me in his heart, which brought me solace. Buying sighed in relief. Indeed, managing relationships with women proved to be more challenging than scaling the heavens. Host, please continue your efforts. This system has high hopes for you. It is said that the harem is prone to conflict. Oh, mischievous system, spare me your jests. What reward awaits me today? Congratulations. Host, you have gained a 3-level enhancement in soul power. As the system's voice faded, Buying felt a breakthrough in his previously stagnant power. He had reached level 35. Having struggled at level 32 for so long. Level 35 truly, the system was commendable. Thus, the trio continued their journey, yet Buying sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Although Xiao and Zhu Zhiqing maintained a facade of normalcy, the way they gazed at him sent chills down his spine. It was over. He was truly doomed. Even with their utmost efforts, it took Buying and his companions 2 days to reach Soto City. During this time, Xiao and Zhu Zhiqing were at odds with one another. Both vied for the affection of their beloved brother, with Zhu Zhiqing's rivalry growing increasingly fierce. Aware that she had no other options left, having betrayed Daimu Bai, she could only rely on Buying. Consequently, Zhu Zhiqing often sought to flaunt her affection in front of Xiao, asserting her position as his most cherished woman. Buying, possessing remarkable intelligence, naturally took notice of the situation. For the past 2 days, he had either been mediating disputes or en route to do so. These two women were truly formidable, akin to living ancestors, and I could not afford to offend either of them. At long last, we arrived at Soto City, situated within the realm of the Barak Kingdom, which wields considerable military power over the Tiando Empire, making it the most formidable among the empire's vassal states. Were it not for the Tiando royal family retaining control over military mobilization, the Barak Kingdom would have likely seized the opportunity to usurp power. The current situation is marked by corruption within the Tiando royal family and a harrowing level of exploitation of the lower classes. Among the vassal states, aside from obligatory tributes, everything operates entirely autonomously, contributing further to the decline of the Tiando Empire. After 2 days of travel, we finally arrived. Observing everything in Soto City, Xiao could not contain her curiosity, glancing from side to side. Brother, look at how different Soto City is from Notting City. Will you accompany me to explore it properly? Of course, no problem, he replied. What do you think of Shrek Academy? I am truly eager to find out. Let us first find a place to rest. That one seems nice, she said, pointing in a particular direction. Xiao Wu, filled with boundless imagination for the future. And the three of them soon reached the entrance of a hotel. The Rose Grand Hotel, she remarked. The name sounds delightful. She pointed at the hotel's decor, exclaiming, "This is really impressive." However, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying understood all too well that this was undoubtedly a couple's hotel. Chapter 45. Rest. Xiao Wu bounced inside energetically. While Zhu Zhuqing shot Bai Ying a sidelong glance and lowered her voice, saying, "You scoundrel, just wait. What does this have to do with me? I'm the real victim here," he retorted. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing spotted an incredibly familiar figure approaching from a distance, a blonde man, flanked by a pair of sisters, whose camaraderie was unmistakable. This was the man Zhu Zhuqing could never forget. He was the very reason she had come to the Tiandou Empire. Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing never imagined she would encounter Dai Mubai in such a manner. Should she greet him? What identity should she assume? In that moment, she felt as if her body were frozen, unable to move. She longed to confront Dai Mubai and demand to know who these two women were. But as she reconsidered, she questioned what difference there was between herself and Dai Mubai, and what right she had to accuse him. With this thought, her expression shifted subtly. And Bai Ying noticed this change. "Isn't that your fiancé? Why not go say hello?" he teased. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled as she turned sharply to find Bai Ying wearing a knowing smile. "I have long since severed any ties with him," she insisted. "Do not jest. I am yours now. Let us hope so. Shall I offer you a mask? I can sense your trepidation. Your heart must be racing, is it not?" Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Bai Ying promptly produced a bronze mask and spoke, suggesting that if one was uncertain about confronting him, it might be best to postpone such an encounter. Regarding their relationship, he offered that if she wished to avoid any interaction with him, or felt too timid to face him, she could allow him to speak with him instead. He believed that he was a clever individual who would know what actions would serve him best. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing realized the implications and responded, saying that she had grown up with him, having shared a childhood bond, and insisted that she was now Bai Ying's. She pleaded, "Please do not harm him. I implore you." Bai Ying conceded, "Very well, for your sake, I shall refrain from taking action, as long as he does not provoke." Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a delightful fragrance of roses that immediately relaxed Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, displaying her displeasure, remarked, "Brother, why have you taken so long?" To which Bai Ying replied, "Well, we are here now." The receptionist at the front desk looked at Bai Ying with an expression of understanding, as if to convey a shared awareness. "One room, please." The attendant responded, "How fortunate. We have only 2 rooms left." Her eyes lingered on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, revealing a hint of envy. Zhu Zhuqing, though masked, could not fully conceal her icy yet bashful demeanor. It was her first visit to such a place. As a member of the Star Luo royal family, what was she thinking? "Zhu Zhuqing, what are you so conflicted about? Dai Mubai has long forgotten you. Look at him. He has moved on, and so should you. You must remember, you are now a different woman. If you were to recognize him, what identity would you assume in his presence? Let us go. We should rest now." Suddenly, Bai Ying's words snapped Zhu Zhuqing back to reality. She cast one last glance at the entrance. The hotel's interior was simply adorned, allowing for clarity at a glance. As they ventured deeper, the scent of roses intensified, enveloping them in a comforting embrace, washing away the weariness from their bodies. The doors to the rooms were painted in various hues, each representing a different type of rose. Upon opening the door, a subtle fragrance of roses wafted in, and the room was bathed in warm tones. The walls were a deep black, reminiscent of the night sky, mysterious and profound. At the center of the room lay a grand bed, draped in black linens and pillows adorned with silver rose embroidery, exuding both nobility and elegance. A delicate bedside lamp cast a warm glow, adding a touch of coziness to the ambience. Bai Ying gazed at the sign at the entrance, which read Black Sensation. Instantly, he swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to Zhu Zhuqing. "It seems I have made a splendid choice. Brother, the rooms in this hotel are quite spacious, far larger than those in our college dormitory. Of course, what do you think this place is? After such a long time, they could finally enjoy a moment of genuine relaxation." Upon entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, preparing to indulge in a soothing bath. Yet, the sound of rushing water could not overshadow Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. While Xiao might be unaware, Zhu Zhuqing certainly understood the true nature of this place. Despite her constant reminders to remain calm, how could she possibly find tranquility in such circumstances? The white shadow slowly shed her garments and began to luxuriate in a soothing bath. Meanwhile, Xiaowu rolled back and forth on the large bed. Just then, a voice emerged from the bathroom, calling for Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, I need to speak with you. Come in. Zhu Qing's heart raced, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. She stood at the doorway of the bathroom, clutching the edges of her clothing, filled with trepidation and indecision. She knew she could not evade this moment. She had to confront it. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and pushed open the bathroom door. The sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. The white shadow stood in the bathtub, enveloped in steam, his skin appearing even more exquisite under the soft glow of the lights. His profound gaze was fixed intently upon her, as if attempting to peer into the depths of her soul. Zhu Qing's heart raced once more. She felt irresistibly drawn to the white shadow's eyes. Unable to divert her gaze, biting her lower lip, she struggled to conceal her fluster. Zhu Qing, what are you thinking? Come give my shoulders a massage. The playful tone of the white shadow eased Zhu Qing's tension slightly. She approached him, lowering her gaze to his robust shoulders, and gently placed her hands upon them. Her fingertips glided softly over the white shadow's shoulder, eliciting a subtle sensation. Bai Ying closed his eyes, savoring the massage from Zhu Qing, feeling his shoulders gradually relax beneath her delicate fingertips. The softness and finesse of her touch ignited an inexplicable warmth within him. Zhu Qing, your fingers are remarkably gentle, he murmured, his voice imbued with a magnetic allure that captivated those who heard it. A faint blush crept across Zhu Qing's cheeks. She remained silent, her focus intensifying as she continued to knead Bai Ying's shoulders. Do not be so bashful. It is not our first encounter, he teased, suddenly seizing her hand and turning to kiss her fervently. The commotion instantly drew the attention of Xiaowu. What on earth are they doing? Chapter 46, Determination. Surely they are not up to mischief again. I cannot allow anyone to steal my man. With this thought igniting her fury, Xiaowu kicked the door open. At that moment, Bai Ying and Zhu Qing turned towards the entrance, their tension dissipating upon recognizing Xiaowu. Xiaowu, what brings you here? I came to take a bath, she replied, her face flushed. Bai Ying and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, and Zhu Qing, understanding the situation, stepped outside while casting a glance at Xiaowu, saying, now he is yours. Do well. Xiaowu, her cheeks flushed, nodded in response. In the bathroom, only Bai Ying and Xiaowu remained, both at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Bai Ying finally spoke. Xiaowu, weren't you here to take a shower? I'll be done shortly. You may step out first. Xiaowu, taken aback, protested, brother, is this not a bit unfair? Why is it acceptable for him, but not for me? You are still too young. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's anger flared instantly. She retorted, how am I still young? After taking a few deep breaths, she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, brother, I am no longer a child. You once said you would marry me. Why is that not possible now? Let me serve you. I assure you I can do better than her. Xiaowu, do you comprehend what you are saying? I am giving you a chance. Hurry and see, or else I will. What will you do, brother? I am curious to know. As she took step after step closer, a seductive smile adorned Xiaowu's face as she began to slowly shed her garments. Stop it. Why should I stop? Did you not say you would marry me? I want it now. Silently, Xiaowu activated her second soul skill, enchantment. It was undeniable that Xiaowu, the heroine of Daoliu, possessed striking beauty. Under the influence of her enchantment skill, she appeared even more alluring. Detecting the host's hesitation, the system issued a task: engage in dual cultivation with Xiaowu. Reward: soul power increased by 5 levels. The system's voice rang out, particularly conspicuous at that moment. He desired it, yet his rational mind insisted it was not the right time. Outside the door, Zhu Qing tightly covered her ears. Although she had experienced such matters before, hearing it firsthand still made her cheeks flush. This rascal truly has the audacity to pursue other women. What a scoundrel, a despicable man. To be honest, she felt she had lost the right to choose. All she could hope for was that the person she had chosen would allow her to survive. With this thought, Zhu Qing sighed and sat down to wait. Some individuals can choose everything, while for others, even living is a struggle. Inside the room, the gaze of Bai Ying turned unusually earnest as he extended his hand, gently grasping Xiaowu's shoulder, causing her body to tremble slightly. His voice was deep and powerful, as if each word bore the weight of significant responsibility. Xiaowu, are you truly willing to be with me? His eyes were profound, seemingly capable of piercing through Xiaowu's very soul. This was no jest, but a genuine promise. I am a man, but I am also a man who takes responsibility. If you consent, I shall devote all my strength to protect you, to cherish you, to love you. Xiaowu looked at him, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. She nodded and softly replied, I am willing. Ever since Aro's demise, Xiaowu's world had been solely occupied by Bai Ying, whom she had already regarded as her man, thus she willingly accepted. Her gaze was filled with determination as her hands gradually ascended to Bai Ying's neck. Their eyes met at that moment, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. She tenderly kissed his lips, and in that instant, all emotions surged forth like a torrent bursting through a dam. Bai Ying embraced her tightly, as if to merge her into his very being. Their heartbeats echoed in the tranquil air, reminiscent of a beautiful symphony. At that moment, they seemed to intertwine their souls, becoming indispensable parts of each other's lives. Time passed unmeasured as Xiaowu lay weakly curled in Bai Ying's embrace. Unexpectedly, this troublesome system had caused her soul power to soar to level 40. Now, she must acquire a fourth soul ring. As she contemplated her upcoming journey to Shrek Academy, she hoped for greater gains. With this in mind, Bai Ying glanced at the already slumbering Xiaowu, gently lifted her, and exited the bathroom. He then placed her upon the bed, tucking her in with care. Are we done? Can we talk? Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated behind Bai Ying. At that moment, it seemed she had come to a realization. Of course, let us step outside. Xiaowu was quite tired. Sitting on the sofa, neither spoke initially. What is it you wish to say? Why do you gaze at me so? Zhu Zhuqing finally broke the silence. I wish to discuss matters concerning Daoliu Bai. I desire to clear things up with him. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as if time had frozen. Zhu Zhuqing sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, her gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, she finally shattered the stillness. I have come to understand that rather than evade, it is better to confront directly. Her voice was low, yet filled with determination. She raised her head, bravely meeting Bai Ying's eyes, continuing, I know there exists a special bond between you and Xiaowu. I do not wish to disrupt it, nor do I seek to compete for anything. I merely hope you can assist me in freeing myself from Daoliu Bai and the Xing Luo royal family. Are you implying that you wish to establish clear boundaries with Daoliu Bai? If you have already resolved this matter with him, then I can assist you. Please, help me. I do not wish to perish, nor do I want my siblings to turn against one another. Therefore, I will clarify to Daoliu Bai that I have joined the Spirit Hall, and you need to ensure he relinquishes all hope. You are correct in your thinking. Daoliu Bai's strength is inadequate. Above him is Davis, and with his capabilities, he cannot inherit the throne. If you align yourself with him, it would only lead to your demise. Rest assured, I will assist you with this. Let us go. Daoliu Bai should still be downstairs. I will guide you to clarify matters with him. Zhu Zhuqing added, try to avoid confrontation. I wish for a peaceful separation, not to witness him get hurt. For we have grown up together, and there remains some affection. Very well. Chapter 47. Falling for him, young Master Dai, take it slow. In the lobby of the Rose Grand Hotel, Daoliu Bai was currently embracing two women, playfully bantering. Slow? Not a chance. They are a pair of stunning sisters. Tall and possessing beauty that, while not extraordinary, is certainly captivating. Young Master Dai, it has been a while since your last visit. We have missed you. Indeed, indeed. Where have you been all this time? Daoliu Bai chuckled as he looked at the two women. I have been busy battling at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Today I finally have the time. After holding back for so long, I intend to let loose. Tonight, you both must take good care of me. Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying descended the stairs. Bai Ying, with a profound sense of meaning, gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and softly remarked, let us see your performance then. You wouldn't disappoint me, would you? After uttering these words, he departed without further ado. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, Daoliu Bai's initially relaxed expression morphed into one of turmoil. Zhu Zhuqing, what brings you here? He forcefully pushed aside the two individuals beside him, fixating his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, but never anticipated it would occur in such a setting. Why can you come, but I cannot? Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, her gaze unwavering. Though she had felt a tinge of fear earlier, she now stood resolute and unafraid. Before encountering him and engaging in conversation, a sliver of guilt had lingered in her heart, but that sentiment had now vanished entirely. What could a prince, who squandered his days in indulgence, offer her? Relying on him would only lead to her demise. For Zhu Zhuqing, the paramount concern was survival. Only by staying alive could she contemplate other matters. This was something Daoliu Bai seemed utterly incapable of, as he struggled to ensure his own safety. Daoliu Bai, I wish to speak with you. Ah, Dai Xiao. Is this your little sister? Teased one of the sisters present. She appears to be of your age. Who would have thought you had a preference for this type? However, Daoliu Bai felt no interest in their jests, as he was consumed by guilt regarding Zhu Zhuqing. As a prince of the Xingluo Empire, He was acutely aware of the royal family's brutal customs. Each generation's heirs were compelled to engage in ruthless battles, with only the victors prevailing while the vanquished faced the destruction of their martial souls or death, both outcomes equally unbearable. Dai Bai could only imagine the sacrifices Zhu Shiqing had made to seek him out, rendering him incapable of facing her directly. Zhu Shiqing, maintaining a solemn demeanor, spoke softly. I initially thought your avoidance was merely a fleeting phase, yet I never expected you to have fallen to such depths. As the prince of the Xinglua Empire, you are well aware of the rules. Why do you choose to flee? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact your actions have on me? Dai Bai found himself at a loss for words. He knew the truth of his own situation. Ever since the death of his second brother, he had lived in fear, refraining from contesting with his elder brother, Davis, and had been overshadowed by his presence since childhood. Thus, he resorted to indulgence as a means of numbing his pain, hoping to forget the burdens that weighed heavily upon him. Zhu Qing, I apologize. Allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive it, he implored, grasping her wrist hastily, only to have her shake him off vehemently. I do not wish to converse further with you, for speaking with you is merely a waste of my time. From the moment I was born into the Zhu family, my fate was intertwined with yours, leaving me no room for choice. I am weary. I am truly weary. For all these years, I have sought nothing but to survive, yet even this modest wish remains unfulfilled. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, the manager had already dismissed the crowd. Zhu Qing, hear me out. It is not as you think. He had made attempts, yet everything had culminated in failure. But I believe that with sufficient effort, I shall eventually surpass my elder brother. Surpass your brother? What assurance do you have? With your current self? Do you truly believe that a debauched wastrel could offer me anything? Zhu Shiqing replied with biting disdain. Dai Bai, I implore you, spare me. For your sake. I attempted to resist, but now I understand that you are merely a privileged young man with a modicum of talent, utterly ignorant of the cruelty of royal struggles. Please do not pursue me any longer. I will not entangle myself with you again. Let us both free each other, shall we? At this, Dai Bai interjected. No. You are my fiancée. How could I allow you to face this alone? Trust me, one day, I will ascend to that position, and you shall be the exalted princess consort. Zhu Shiqing laughed derisively. Dai Bai, how naive you remain after all these years. Do you truly believe I would fall for your empty promises? I assure you, it is impossible. Disappointment washed over her as she realized that a prince given to indulgence was no match for Bai, who possessed formidable talent and the backing of the Spirit Hall. Even a fool could discern the superior choice. Enough. I already have a boyfriend. Let us cease all contact. I do not wish for my boyfriend to misunderstand. A boyfriend? Who dares to take what is mine? Dai Bai fumed, his anger flaring. Zhu Shiqing, you must be deceiving me, attempting to make me reconsider. I am not lying. This is the truth. I wish to live for myself now. The man you saw earlier is my boyfriend, the one I genuinely care for. Thus, Dai Bai, we are truly over. Impossible. I cannot agree. You are mine, and that is an absolute truth. That man must have bewitched you, correct? Think what you will. But do not show your face to me again, Zhu Shiqing declared, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart, leaving her invigorated. Dai Bai stood in stunned silence, unable to process the surprising turn of events. Could it be that he was truly this inept? Zhu Shiqing, who had grown up alongside him, now chose to confront him for a mere outsider, igniting his volatile temper. I must see what sort of wretch could provoke such a rift. I will prove that I am the better choice. As he exited the lobby, Bai swiftly embraced Zhu Shiqing, asking, has it been resolved? In that moment, Zhu Shiqing's expression shifted, and she playfully chided, clarify your intentions. You must cease this behavior. Why? You seem quite anxious, he teased. Could she not be anxious? At that very moment, Dai Bai, having pursued them, witnessed this scene. Upon seeing his betrothed, bound by engagement, so intimately close to another man, a surge of rage coursed through him, as if he were donning a garish green hat. Clenching his fists, he glared at the pair, who, sensing his presence, quickly separated. Upon seeing Dai Bai, Zhu Shiqing's expression shifted, returning to its icy demeanor as she inquired, what brings you here? Did we not agree to part ways? Dai Bai pointed accusingly at Bai. Is this the boyfriend you sought? Just a pretty face, isn't he? I expected more from you. To think you would settle for a mere pretty boy. Do not forget, you are a noble of the Xinglua Empire. Who among the entire continent could be worthy of you, besides myself? I shall disregard your previous words. Come back to me. Bai chuckled heartily. Do you truly consider yourself a paragon of genius? It seems that apart from you, everyone else is but a fool. The prince of the Xinglua Empire may appear exalted in the eyes of others, yet to me, you are nothing but insignificant. Do our conversations require your interjection? What is your standing? Zhu Zhiqing is mine. She is my betrothed, a union arranged by our elders since childhood, one that you cannot alter. You, a person of dubious origins, are utterly unworthy of her. Whether I am deserving or not is of no concern to you. I believe I made that abundantly clear just moments ago. Zhu Zhiqing no longer harbors feelings for you, so I kindly ask you to depart. As for the nature of my relationship with her, that is not something you need to fret over. Bai Ying grasped Zhu Zhiqing's hand, intertwining their fingers in a display of triumph. Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no resistance, allowing herself to be drawn into this moment, which ignited a profound fury within Daoliu Bai, who stood nearby. To see his fiancée now entwined with another was an intolerable affront. Have you ever heard the saying that only the unloved are the third party? From this day forth, we shall be open and unashamed in our union. While you continue to squander your days in debauchery, rest assured, I doubt you will enjoy this lifestyle for long, according to the customs of your Xinglua royal family. Even if you attempt to evade it, you will ultimately have to confront your fate. Do not worry, considering your long-standing camaraderie with Zhu Zhiqing, when your time comes, I will ensure that she pays her respects at your grave, a final gesture of dignity from me. Very well. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Daoliu Bai's eyes turned crimson, his clenched fist seeming capable of shattering the very air around him. The veins in his arms bulging like twisted earthworms. His garments rustled violently in the wind, as if they might be torn asunder by the strength of his fury. His breath quickened and became heavy, akin to a beast on the verge of eruption. His gaze cut through the air, fiercely slicing past the hands of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhiqing, a glimmer of madness flickering within his eyes. His body trembled slightly, a terrifying force surging within him, as if it yearned to burst forth. Each step he took resonated with the weight of thunder, causing the very space around him to quake. Witnessing Daoliu Bai's reaction, Bai Ying felt an insatiable glee. Daoliu Bai, a prince of the Xinglua Empire, had indulged in countless women, yet he ultimately found himself with Zhu Zhiqing, ascending to divinity. Even Zhu Zhiqing, in the end, forgave him. Had it been anyone else, they would have received a sharp slap to remind them of their place. I understand now how you managed to win Zhu Zhiqing's heart. As these words were exchanged, both parties exhibited a fleeting awkwardness, a subtle change that Daoliu Bai astutely detected. Given his knowledge of Zhu Zhiqing, her icy demeanor suggested she would never casually choose a man. This individual must have employed some despicable means. Yet, judging by Zhu Zhiqing's demeanor, it was clear she was not coerced, but rather seemed to act of her own volition. We share a mutual affection, albeit our time together has been fleeting. Nevertheless, we have fallen for one another. This is what fate entails. Do you comprehend the concept of underhanded tactics? Just because you cannot match Zhu Zhiqing does not imply I resorted to such measures. Brother, times have changed. Yet your delusions remain absurd. Furthermore, since you have chosen a life of revelry and evasion, Zhu Zhiqing's change of heart is inevitable. Do you truly believe she would place her hopes in a worthless prince like you? Even without my interference, her heart would likely waver. You and your shameless companion will not escape my wrath. Upon hearing the term shameless pair, Bai Ying and Zhu Zhiqing's expression shifted. Zhu Zhiqing attempted to speak, but Bai Ying silenced her, gazing at the enraged Daoliu Bai, who decided to stoke the flames further. He gently wrapped his left arm around Zhu Zhiqing's waist and planted a kiss upon her cheek. You lecher, do not behave this way. Have you not done so before? Why the sudden shyness? It seems your fiancé remains oblivious. We were halfway through our conversation, and even a fool would grasp the implications. Daoliu Bai, at this moment, realized that you two had already become entwined. I am but a jester in this scenario, am I not? Did you just come to this realization? It seems you are not completely dim-witted. You seek death. At that moment, a spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind Daoliu Bai, and 3 spirit rings appeared at his feet. Do you dare to fight me? Very well, I too wish to ascertain your strength. Let us step outside for a proper duel. My heavens, Dai Xiao is truly furious. Such occurrences are rare. Daoliu Bai's identity had always been shrouded in mystery. Even the manager of the Rose Hotel, who had hosted him on multiple occasions, knew only that he was a soul master, unaware of his true power. Now, the manager observed as Daoliu Bai revealed 3 spirit rings, a clear sign of a soul master of considerable strength. I shall return shortly. Be cautious, his strength is formidable. Zhu Zhiqing could not help but warn. Bai Ying paid no heed to his words and directly followed Daoliu Bai to a secluded corner. Soon after, Bai Ying unleashed his martial spirit, and Daoliu Bai observed that his soul ring configuration was identical to his own, comprising 3 soul rings. You appear younger than I am. Indeed, with your prowess, you possess the qualification to boast, yet this does not imply you can vanquish me. Have you ever heard the adage, wisdom is not determined by age, ambition renders one's century futile? Why engage in such trivial discourse? Let us commence the battle. Regardless, your defeat is inevitable. From the moment I released my martial spirit, your fate was sealed. Arrogant youth, today I shall demonstrate my might. With a roar, Daimubai charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bai Ying mirrored his actions, and as their fists collided, a resounding crash echoed through the air, forcing both combatants to stagger back a few steps, with Daimubai nearly losing his balance. I initially presumed you to be formidable, yet it appears you were rather underwhelming. Bai Ying's actions served two primary purposes. First, to render him devoid of rationality. Second, to convey to others that there are always individuals beyond one's comprehension, and what he deemed as talent is but trivial in the eyes of those more gifted. Daimubai was utterly astonished, gazing at his own hands, acutely aware of his formidable physical prowess. Yet, he found himself bested by someone younger than himself. Despite having the initiative, he was utterly incapable of showcasing the advantages that came with it. Zhu Zhuqing also witnessed this scene, marveling at the formidable strength displayed. Daimubai's level and cultivation were undoubtedly commendable. Those who could gain an upper hand against him were exceedingly rare. At this moment, his expression was one of deep dismay. This confrontation was of his own volition. He sought to vanquish Bai Ying to make Zhu Zhuqing regret her choices, to illustrate that he was indeed her best option, and to witness her in tears. Yet now, he found himself in an utterly disheveled state, a reality he struggled to accept. Your strength is formidable, and in terms of talent, I must concede that I fall short. However, my soul power has now reached level 38. What level have you attained? Level 38, perhaps? I advise you to concede. Do not allow yourself to suffer an ignominious defeat. Though you and Zhu Zhuqing have severed ties, out of respect for her, I wish to extend you a measure of grace. I cannot possibly lose. It is absolutely inconceivable. In an instant, the second and third soul rings of Daimubai radiated with intense brilliance. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, unleashed a terrifying transformation upon him, causing his entire being to swell with immense power. His form became enveloped in a crimson glow, and with a sudden eruption, he released a fearsome white light from his mouth. The White Tiger's transformation is fierce, and the White Tiger's radiant wave is unleashed. This time, Daimubai genuinely regards the White Shadow as his adversary, sparing no effort in his approach. Your strength is truly lacking. Initially, I believed you could grow a little stronger, but it seems you are destined to disappoint me. Faced with the White Tiger's radiant wave, the White Shadow exhibits no intention of defense. Standing still as the wave rushes towards him, Daimubai smirks, declaring that such bravado in accepting my White Tiger's radiant wave will surely leave you battered, if not dead. Oh, you possess such confidence in yourself. There is a saying about the law of smoke and no injury. The White Shadow is enveloped in a layer of golden light, and after absorbing this strike from the White Tiger's radiant wave, he shows no signs of injury, not even a tear in his clothing. The first soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar. A dragon's roar resonates in Daimubai's mind, and he feels as though the figure before him has transformed into a dragon, his very soul seemingly torn asunder. Under this attack, Daimubai's aura noticeably diminishes, and he becomes unsteady, on the brink of collapse. Shall we continue? The chilling voice of the White Shadow resonated, momentarily cleansing Daimubai's mind. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who resolutely insisted on pressing forward. With his first soul skill, the White Tiger Guardian Shield, and his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Daimubai harnessed the protective barrier of his first soul skill to charge ahead. He was enveloped in a murderous aura, and the terrifying gust of his palm sliced through the air, producing a resonant sound. Then he unleashed his second soul skill, the Shadow Dragon Claw. The entire arm of the White Shadow was enveloped in a delicate layer of dark, purple scales. His fingers transformed into fearsome dragon claws, and upon their collision, Daimubai was propelled violently against the wall, producing a series of resounding thuds that resulted in a massive hole being created. The sound of cracking bones emanated from Daimubai's body. Although this blow would not lead to his death or disability, it was sufficient to confine him to bed for several days. Daimubai had suffered a complete and utter defeat, one so humiliating that even he had not anticipated such a dismal outcome. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he was being mercilessly overwhelmed, utterly devoid of any power to retaliate. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Daimubai with a hint of concern. Her worry did not stem from lingering feelings for him, but rather from the fear of what might happen if he were to be killed. Even if the White Shadow were backed by the Spirit Hall, concealing such an incident would not be a simple endeavor. After all, despite Daimubai's carefree demeanor, he was a prince of the Starluo Empire, and as long as he bore that title, his life was paramount, especially here. Rest assured, he is unharmed. I have merely fractured a few of his bones. He will likely need to remain in bed for several days before he can walk again. I am not so foolish. Do not worry, he will awaken shortly. The white shadow indeed exuded an air of effortless nonchalance, as if discussing a matter of trivial significance. How about that? Am I not impressive? I hope I haven't let you down. Zhu Qing cast a cold glance at the white shadow and remarked with a hint of indifference, you were truly remarkable. It was not that Zhu Qing lacked the desire to commend. Rather, her naturally reticent disposition had made her seldom inclined to offer praise to others. Bai Ying smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation, as if he were yearning for a precious gift. He spoke softly, I have resolved your matter. Should you not bestow upon me a reward? Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Ying to make such a straightforward request. She raised her gaze to meet his, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, yet ultimately she nodded in agreement. What reward do you desire? Zhu Qing inquired softly. The pale figure smiled faintly, refraining from immediately responding to Zhu Qing's inquiry. Instead, he gradually approached her, lowering his head to gently whisper in her ear. The reward I desire is you. As he spoke, his hands became restless, wandering indiscriminately across her form. Please, not here. Chapter 50, Dai Mubai's fury at that moment. Zhu Qing felt genuine fear, for she understood that this individual was capable of anything. Compared to Dai Mubai, the machinations of this man could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. The events of the past few days had only served to validate this perspective, forcing her into a corner where she had no choice but to acquiesce to him. One must wonder, with such ruthless tactics, how many could truly match his capabilities. Well then, since the situation has been flawlessly resolved, it is time for me to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Subsequently, the two joined hands and made their way back to the room. Upon reaching a colossal sofa that could comfortably accommodate several people, Zhu Qing felt a mix of excitement and shyness. Bai Ying embraced Zhu Qing, his fervent breath cascading over her neck, igniting a tingling sensation throughout her body. At that moment, her face flushed crimson, and she hesitantly murmured about what they would do if Xiaowu awakened. Without regard for Zhu Qing's concerns, Bai Ying advanced upon her. After a tumultuous struggle, both Bai Ying and Zhu Qing found themselves panting heavily. How do you feel? He inquired. Not too bad, she replied. But now, I lack the strength to even stand. Now, I am yours, and you, wicked man, only know how to take advantage of me. Is it truly taking advantage? He countered. Besides, was this not your own volition? Zhu Qing realized she could not match Bai Ying's arguments and sighed softly before settling into a lotus position, channeling her soul power to recuperate. Noticing her silence, Bai Ying reclined comfortably on the sofa, mentally summoning the system. What is today's reward? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Qian Renxue technique. Additionally, you have acquired the All Things Disguise Breaking card, which allows you to discern the value and function of items for a duration of 3 minutes. Uncertain of its utility, Bai Ying decided to keep the card, recognizing its potential to unveil the true nature of objects. The Qian Renxue was among the most elite techniques from the legendary Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber. With this, his prowess would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Host, I must caution you regarding the Qian Renxue. This supreme internal skill requires utmost vigilance. Otherwise, you risk succumbing to madness. Given your current soul power, you can only cultivate to the 2nd level. Do not attempt the 3rd, for the consequences could be dire. I understand. The more profound the internal skill, the higher the requirement for personal comprehension, correct? Rest assured, I grasp the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into Bai Ying's mind, inducing excruciating pain. It felt as though countless pieces of information whirled chaotically within his consciousness, each collision amplifying his agony. Yet, he recognized this as the inheritance of the Qian Renxue, the key to his empowerment. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain conscious, enduring the torment. His vision blurred, only to gradually sharpen, revealing characters that shimmered with enigmatic light. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to stabilize his mind. Following the patterns and inscriptions in his mind, he commenced the slow cultivation of the Qian Renxue. His internal soul power began to surge, flowing along the designated pathways of the technique, each movement birthing a wondrous strength within him. As time elapsed, Bai Ying's physique began to transform. Waves of internal energy manifested around him, coursing through his meridians and gradually entering his dantian. The Qian Renxue was indeed exquisite. Even after enduring the trials of the ice and fire duality spring and absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings alongside 100,000-year soul ring, his physical constitution could only support cultivation to the 2nd tier. The pale shadow slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. He felt as though his body was infused with a formidable power, a sensation he had never experienced before. He gently clenched his fist, sensing that energy pulsating at his fingertips. At that moment, Xiao Wu also awakened, descending from the bed to find Bai Ying and Zhu Shiqing. Brother, you are both awake. Why did you not call me? I simply wanted you to enjoy a little more rest. It's still not too late. Perhaps you should sleep a bit longer. Humph. I am far too hungry now. It is time for a meal. Bai Ying nodded and said, all right, once Zhu Shiqing has finished her cultivation, I will take both of you out for a meal. In the meantime, focus on your recovery. 2 days from now, we shall head to Shrek Academy. You might as well take this time to relax. After a while, Zhu Shiqing slowly opened her eyes, and the three of them proceeded to dine together. Meanwhile, Daoliu Bai, who had been beaten, grew increasingly furious as he reflected on the incident. Not only had he been assaulted, but it had also occurred in front of his fiancée, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He could not shake the memory of being carried back by the hall manager. As a student of Shrek, he had never experienced such disgrace. At that moment, a plump young man entered the scene, his rotund figure topped with a head of vibrant red hair. Boss Dai, what happened to you? I heard you were carried back, and at first, I thought it was a joke, but it seems it was true. Ma Hongjun observed the injuries on Daoliu Bai, growing more incredulous at the severity of the beating. Fatty, refrain from making sarcastic remarks. Be careful, or I might just give you a beating, Daoliu Bai warned. Ma Hongjun immediately shrank back, cautiously asking, who was it that attacked you? Their soul power must exceed yours. Should we seek out Teacher Zhao for justice? There's no need for anyone else to intervene. This matter is mine alone. Besides, even if Teacher Zhao were to know, I doubt he would assist me. The truth is, I was defeated by a soul master younger than myself. You didn't get beaten while trying to flirt with girls, did you? Ma Hongjun's comment only intensified Daoliu Bai's anger. And he retorted, mind your own business. Oscar then entered and echoed the same thoughts. Boss Dai, are we not brothers? Why don't the three of us go together and seek retribution for you? Oscar suggested cautiously, fully aware of Daoliu Bai's formidable strength, which was the highest among their peers at Shrek Academy. Very well, if you refuse to confront him, then Oscar, you should eat some of your sausages to aid in your recovery. Once you are better, we shall go find him and reclaim your honor, Ma Hongjun added. Daoliu Bai pondered for a moment and then sighed. It seems this is the only way. I will settle this score eventually. Bai Ying was accompanying Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing on a leisurely shopping excursion when an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, prompting him to sneeze unexpectedly. How peculiar. He mused. Why would I sneeze? Could it be that someone is thinking of me? Chapter 51. Treasure brother, what's wrong? Hurry up, Xiao Wu urged, leaving Bai Ying with no choice but to follow them reluctantly. Along the streets, a myriad of shops displayed an array of enticing goods, and at each establishment, Xiao Wu would indulge in purchasing numerous items. Xiao Wu, the money your brother has is not simply blown by the wind. If you continue to spend like this, we shall find ourselves penniless before we even reach our destination. White Shadow could not help but admire the formidable purchasing power of women. The trio eventually arrived at the entrance of a shop, where 3 peculiar symbols were displayed, a sword, a dragon, and a hammer. Let us enter and take a look, one suggested. I sense there must be treasures within. As they approached the interior, they were enveloped by a distinct aura of spiritual energy, and upon entering, they were greeted by an unexpectedly familiar figure. Tang-san, what brings you here? Upon turning, Tang-san recognized White Shadow and the others. Do not call me Teacher Bai anymore. I feel old. It's not my doing. It's your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, who sent me to Shrek Academy. Why are you here? According to Yu Xiaojiang, Shrek Academy was a place for extraordinary beings, exclusively admitting monsters. Intrigued, I decided to explore. The master suggested I enroll in Shrek Academy, Tang-san explained. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, revealing a sense of awe. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found it impossible to look away from her, as if his heart momentarily skipped a beat in her presence. Teacher Bai, I must take my leave, Tang-san said hurriedly, clutching a crystal in his hands. Brother, did you not say that Yu Xiaojiang is merely a name-dropper? Why insist we go to Shrek Academy? Is it not permissible to take a look? Besides, I enjoy the company of monsters. Conversing with them is quite fascinating. The shopkeeper, lounging in a recliner, appeared to be napping. He bore a face reminiscent of a worn shoe. Wearing glasses that hinted at a cynical disposition, his expression reeking of cunning, a quintessential swindler. Alas, in the original narrative, Flinder was indeed a charlatan, a merchant of dubious integrity. Engaging in commerce with him was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, futile. Good sir, Do you possess any worthwhile items? One inquired. Feigning sleep, Flinder responded coolly. Can you not see for yourself? What is this attitude? Xiaowu retorted, visibly displeased with the middle-aged man, while Zhu Qing glared at Flinder with equal ire. You mentioned you were enrolling in Shrek Academy, correct? And what of it? What business is it of yours? Xiaowu, unable to suppress her disdain, turned a white shadow, exclaiming, Brother, this man is clearly a swindler. He does not appear to be a good person. Fear not, Xiaowu. I have always told you that one must not judge by appearances. Courtesy is paramount in human interactions, you understand? Upon hearing their intent to enroll in Shrek Academy, Flinder straightened in his seat, rising from the recliner with intrigue. Ah, so it is a recommendation from the master. Your talents must be commendable. You Xiaojiang. You finally deigned to meet me? With that thought, Flinder approached and declared, Today, I am in high spirits. Choose whatever catches your eye. And you may take it without charge. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt an immense sense of relief. As the quintessential rogue among merchants, Flinder had managed to ensnare him, leading to a total financial loss. How could he not feel exhilarated and pleased? Yet, he knew he must not reveal his emotions and instead inquired, Might you incur a loss by doing this? I am quite curious as to why you would offer us such generosity without any apparent motive. At present, it may seem inconsequential, yet in the future, it will undoubtedly bear significance. Do you wish to accept it? Today, I am in a good mood, hence my decision to offer it to you free of charge. However, do not blame me should I change my mind later. Given that, it is only proper to comply with your wish. The items within the shop appeared to be quite antiquated, primarily comprising various ores and peculiar stones. Venturing further inside, he noticed a collection of unknown antiques displayed upon the shelves. Brother, it seems this store lacks anything of real value. Should we not explore further? There is no need. I have already discovered something worthwhile. System, activate the Universal Deception Breakthrough card. Activation successful. In the next moment, all the information regarding the items within the shop was clearly unveiled before him. The gaze of the pale figure fell upon a remarkably dilapidated box, and his expression instantly brightened with delight. He hurriedly rushed to the counter, eagerly retrieving the box. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a myriad of blueprints and an assortment of cannons, most of which were oddly shaped and adorned with a pair of wings, though they appeared dull and lackluster. However, what truly astonished him was the rhomboid soul guide nestled in the upper left corner of the box. A flicker of realization sparked within Bai Ying, as the soul power he had infused was swiftly retracted, causing the radiance to dim once more, rendering the diamond-shaped soul guide seemingly dormant again. He lifted his gaze toward Flinder, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he remarked, Boss, this soul guide appears to be far more complex than you suggested. Flinder's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but he soon regained his composure, responding with a smile. Oh, you discern that? Indeed, it is a remarkable artifact, yet it has lost its efficacy. I merely regard it as a decorative piece. A decorative piece? Bai Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk, though disbelief lingered in his heart. He could distinctly sense the immense energy encapsulated within the soul guide, which, though currently sealed, was certainly not akin to an ordinary ornament. Take all of these items away. They are merely rubbish if left here. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance. No need to thank me. Our paths shall cross again. Bai Ying, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing exited the shop, each grasping the tattered box that contained intricate blueprints, peculiar artillery, and a diamond-shaped soul guide device. Flinder stood at the entrance, watching them depart, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes, as they traversed the bustling street. Xiaowu excitedly shook the box in her hands and curiously inquired, Brother, do you know the purpose of the items within this box? Especially that diamond-shaped object. It feels rather extraordinary. The white figure smiled and shook his head, saying, I am not entirely certain of its specific function, but I can perceive the immense energy contained within this diamond-shaped soul guide. Today, we have undoubtedly stumbled upon a great fortune. This is highly likely to be a 9th-level soul guide. And what is a 9th-level soul guide? Look at how elated you are. Chapter 52, Repairing the Soul Guide. Bai Ying hurriedly returned to the hotel, and upon arrival, he hastily overturned the large box onto the floor, beginning to rummage through the other soul-guiding devices within. In addition to the blueprints and the pair of flying wings, there was also this diamond-shaped soul-guiding device. Bai Ying's hand rummaged through the box, his fingertips brushing against a hard object. A surge of curiosity ignited within him as he carefully extracted it. It was a carving knife, slender and approximately 30 centimeters long, its blade adorned with intricate patterns of deities and spirits. The steel glimmered with a chilling radiance, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of one's soul. Grasping the hilt, Bai Ying felt a wave of coldness emanating from his palm, seemingly piercing through to his heart. He marveled internally. This carving knife was no ordinary tool, but rather the exquisite creation of a master craftsman. Brother, look at how excited you are. To me, this seems like mere rubbish. These are far from trash. They are soul-guiding devices capable of slaying a tidal Daoliu. Kill a tidal Daoliu? How is that even possible? Nowadays, most soul-guiding devices are merely auxiliary, as the majority of soul-forging technology has been lost to time. Do you think I would deceive you? Enough now. You two should enjoy yourselves. But please refrain from disturbing me. After bidding farewell to the two, Bai Ying was left in a state of exhilarating excitement. While others might not comprehend the true power of these soul-guiding devices as a seasoned aficionado of novels, he was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities that soul technology would possess a millennium hence. It appeared these artifacts were remnants from the Sun and Moon continent. In 1,000 years, as soul technology advanced rapidly, even tidal Daolius could find themselves in peril before certain powerful soul-guiding devices. Most of these artifacts were damaged. Yet if the core magical formations could be restored, they would undoubtedly be rendered functional once more. According to the original narrative of Daoliu, the application of soul-guiding devices far surpassed that of concealed weapons. The primary challenge with concealed weapons lay in their reliance on specific techniques for utilization. Whereas soul-guiding devices required no such expertise, any soul master, regardless of training, could wield them with ease. Bai Ying resolved to first repair some relatively simple soul-guiding devices. Little did he know, even the most basic of these devices possessed a complexity in their core formations that was beyond the comprehension of the present Daoliu continent. How could the disparity be so profound? Alas, my treasures can only be admired and not utilized. It is truly tormenting. After stowing away his precious items, Bai Ying felt utterly deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. Dear host, in recognition of your diligent pursuit of tasks, this system has graciously bestowed upon you a comprehensive compendium of soul-guiding device knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was invigorated once more. He exclaimed, System, you are truly like a father to me, as if you possess the insight of a worm nestled within my very being, knowing my every thought. Dear host, let us not exaggerate. I am, after all, your system, and we are interconnected. Now, do not push me too hard, or I shall find immense joy in granting you more. Do not assume this is without cost. The reward comes with the task. However, this endeavor will prove exceedingly challenging for you at this juncture. Are you suggesting that this reward is not complimentary and necessitates the completion of a task? I knew you were no benevolent entity. After all these years, you cannot even bestow a simple reward without conditions. How miserly of you. So this is what you humans refer to as a change of face. Never mind, I shall not hold it against you. The task is to eliminate Tang Hao. Rest assured, there is no time constraint. As long as you succeed in slaying Tang Hao, the reward will be substantial. Meanwhile, Tang San had also found a quaint inn. Enchanted, he gazed intently at the crystal before retrieving a massive hammer from his soul-guiding device. With a mighty swing, the crystal shattered into fine powder, transforming into a multitude of small spheres. Splendid! I have truly acquired a remarkable treasure. I have finally obtained a concealed weapon ranked highly in the Qian Renxue. What a fortunate windfall! After storing his findings, Tang San reclined on the bed, his mind drifting back to the day's encounter with Xiaowu. He felt an inexplicable significance attached to this young lady. This sensation had even surfaced during his training sessions, and despite his attempts to suppress it, he found it utterly futile. Xiaowu. According to Bai Ying, she should also be heading to Shrek Academy. Once I arrive there, leveraging my charisma and the experiences of my 2 lifetimes, winning the affection of a young girl should prove to be an effortless task. Xiaowu, you are mine. As the saying goes, fate brings kindred spirits together from afar. With such thoughts, Tang San gradually succumbed to slumber. After acquiring the knowledge of soul-guiding devices, Bai Ying could hardly contain his eagerness to commence repairs. Brother, have you been well? It's been 3 whole days. Since returning, Bai Ying had sequestered himself in his room, engrossed in his studies of the soul-guiding devices. Zhu Qing, I am genuinely concerned for my brother's well-being. Has he lost his sanity? 3 days. He has tirelessly labored over those worthless trinkets. How could he possibly perceive them as treasures? Who knows? Zhu Qing replied coolly. He has always been intelligent. He should not make such foolish errors. I believe there must be genuine value in those objects. Suddenly, Bai Ying let out a triumphant shout, his voice brimming with ecstasy and excitement. Hearing his exclamation, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing rushed into the room. They found Bai Ying amidst a dazzling array of soul-guiding devices, his face radiating an unprecedented smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement and pride, resembling a man possessed. The once dilapidated devices, deemed worthless, now gleamed with newfound vitality in Bai Ying's hands. They had been restored to perfection, transformed as if reborn. Emanating a faint glow that whispered of their illustrious past, Bai Ying delicately lifted one device, admiring it as though it were a masterpiece. I have succeeded. I cannot believe I have repaired a level 9 soul-guiding device. Fortunately, I only needed to address the core formation. Otherwise, my current abilities would never have sufficed. At last, it is complete. Brother, are you all right? Xiaowu inquired cautiously. I am fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiaowu, could you fetch me a glass of water? Chapter 53, Shrek Academy. Are you truly unscathed? At this moment, even Zhu Zhuqing voiced her concern. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying immediately embraced Zhu Zhuqing without hesitation and kissed her passionately. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for a considerable time, and only after a moment did she react and push Bai Ying away. The white shadow chuckled and said, See, I told you I am fine. There's no need to worry so much. At this moment, Xiaowu had also returned and, noticing the unusual atmosphere, inquired, What happened just now? Is everything all right? The white shadow presented 3 pairs of wings to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu, saying, These are gifts for you. Try them on and see if they suit you. Upon receiving the wings, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The wings, crafted from a material reminiscent of the purest moonlight, shimmered with a soft silver glow, and with a gentle flutter, seemed to stir the surrounding air. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to don the wings. The contrast against her black bodysuit accentuated her striking elegance and nobility. Xiaowu, not to be outdone, adorned herself with the wings and danced gracefully in the sunlight, resembling a beautiful, ethereal sprite. These are flying soul-guiding devices, powered by soul energy for flight. You too should give them a try. With anticipation gleaming in their eyes, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing stood on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing spread her wings and leapt lightly into the air. Initially, her body swayed as if a fragile leaf caught in the breeze, but soon she found her balance and began to soar with ease. Xiaowu followed closely, her wings glimmering in a spectrum of colors beneath the sun, transforming her into a fluttering butterfly. The two danced and intertwined in the sky, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. The speed of the flying soul-guiding devices was astonishing, quickly drawing gasps of amazement from onlookers. Before long, the trio arrived at the Shrek Academy registration area. Ahead lay an endless sea of people. Xiaowu, gazing at the crowd, wondered aloud, When will it be our turn? Patience is key, replied Zhu Zhuqing. If you truly find this academy unsatisfactory, we can always leave. After all, I have only a slight interest in Shrek Academy. Moreover, with our talents, if we genuinely wish to join, we have plenty of options. As they conversed, Daimyo Bai suddenly recognized 3 very familiar figures. It's them. Anger surged within him at the sight of the white shadow, and he leapt down from the tree to confront her. Well? You choose to come here of your own accord, even though I never sought you out. What brings you back? Daimyo Bai's abrupt appearance caused Zhu Zhuqing to feel a twinge of nervousness. The pale shadow approached Daimyo Bai and remarked, You are a student of Shrek Academy? I had expected the students here to be formidable characters, yet it turns out you are merely one of them. What a disappointment. Daimyo Bai clenched his teeth in fury, his hands tightly balled into fists, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. Meanwhile, Li Yusong, the admissions officer, noticed the tension and slowly made his way to the two, asking, Mubai, what troubles you today? Teacher Li, he struck me last time, Daimyo Bai replied. There are so many witnesses here. If you wish to settle this, do so after the registration. Li Yusong then turned to the pale shadow, saying, You are here to register as well? Of course, what else would I be doing here? I simply did not expect to encounter the one I despise most. You assaulted Daimyo Bai, Li Yusong said with a serious expression, while the pale shadow remained unfazed. What of it? If you seek vengeance, then come at me. What a peculiar creature you are. Shrek Academy seeks individuals like you, those who can defeat Mubai at such a young age. You are truly a prodigy. May I see your hand? Li Yusong inquired. Go ahead. The pale shadow replied nonchalantly. He extended his hand, and Li Yusong examined it closely, even knocking on his leg. Very well. What is your martial spirit? Shadow Dragon. He answered, and a colossal dragon materialized behind him. The fearsome aura made the elder's expression shift slightly, and he instructed, Mubai, lead him inside. Though Daimyo Bai was reluctant, he ultimately complied due to the authority of his teacher. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu also passed the registration and were brought inside. Daimyo Bai muttered, Just wait. Once we are in the academy, I will deal with you. I'm so scared of a failure like you trying to act tough. You had better not provoke me, or you may find yourself paralyzed. I doubt you wish to experience that sensation, the pale shadow retorted, successfully instilling fear in Daimyo Bai. The latter, both frightened and angry, took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu approached and asked, "Are you all right? Did he harm you?" "Don't worry. He wouldn't dare do anything in public. Besides, if he had the audacity, I would simply retaliate. He is no match for me," Daimyo Bai assured them. Xiao Wu nodded, praising her brother's strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of anguish as she noticed the pale shadow ignoring her completely. "No. I cannot be bullied on my own turf. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure you are beneath my feet, suffering endlessly," she thought, clenching her fist with a dark expression. As the registration continued, Shrek Academy could be described in one word: dilapidated. Most of the buildings were in disrepair, akin to hazardous structures on Earth. The roofs were missing tiles, and the walls leaned precariously, as if a gust of wind could topple them. The ground was uneven and dusty, and the trees lining the area appeared withered and lifeless. At that moment, Tang Sect arrived and, upon seeing Xiao Wu, his expression became one of great excitement. He felt utterly defenseless in her presence. "Xiao Wu, I didn't expect you to arrive even before me. Don't call me Xiao Wu. It's Sister Xiao Wu. Tang Sect, our relationship isn't that close, so don't let my brother misunderstand," she replied. Tang Sect nodded, acknowledging, "I forgot. I should address you as Sister Xiao Wu. That's better. Don't worry, I will still look out for you as before." In that instant, Tang Sect felt a twinge of disappointment within, unable to comprehend the nature of this feeling. At this moment, Bai Ying's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance, where a delicate-looking young lady approached. It was Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who was quite charming in appearance. "Brother, I crave a sausage," said Xiao Wu, her eyes drawn to a sausage stall at the academy's entrance, which was already bustling with eager customers. The vendor, a bearded man, appeared to be a middle-aged fellow. "Xiao Wu, you can't eat that? Is there something wrong with the sausage?" Tang Sect, seizing the opportunity, immediately chimed in. "What could possibly be wrong with a mere sausage? I shall buy it for you." With that, he approached the stall, while Oscar's gaze also shifted in their direction, his attention lingering on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. "Mister, I would like one sausage, please," Oscar declared, his tone slightly irritated. "I am not just any mister. I am your senior." "My apologies, senior. I was presumptuous," came the reply. Tang Sect, clutching the sausage, made his way back to Xiao Wu, who, upon witnessing this scene, reached out to take it, only to be halted by Bai Ying. "Sir, please prepare a fresh sausage," he requested. "I assure you, the quality of your sausage is guaranteed. There are absolutely no issues." "Brother, what exactly is wrong with this sausage?" Tang Sect interjected. "I see no fault in these sausages. In fact, they smell delightful." The pale figure spoke softly, suggesting that once you witness his crafting process, enlightenment would follow. "My dear brother, if I am not mistaken, your martial spirit must be of the culinary variety. Coupled with your endeavor of selling sausages here, I deduce that your martial spirit is indeed related to sausages. I have heard that food-type soul masters possess a myriad of peculiar soul spells. I wonder what yours might be." Oscar's expression slightly faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, yet Daimyo Bai interjected, "Did I not mention that you should refrain from selling grilled sausages at the school gate? For heaven's sake. You are bringing shame upon the academy. Hurry, create a new one." The shadowy figure gazed intently at Oscar, as if aiming to consume him whole. Oscar, resigned to his fate, let out a sigh and remarked, "I possess a rather large sausage." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. She finally understood why her brother had claimed there was something amiss with that sausage. The mere sight of it elicited a look of distaste from him. At that moment, Tang Sect knew that no explanation could absolve him. He looked at Oscar, maintaining a facade of politeness while inwardly seething with rage. After all, he had finally been granted an opportunity to shine, only for it to be utterly ruined. "Very well, let us proceed to the examination," he proposed. "Daimyo Bai, could you kindly lead the way?" Daimyo Bai was genuinely astonished by the revelation before him. How could he have known there was an issue with Xiao Ao's sausage? Initially, he had intended to inform him only after he had consumed it, to let him experience a moment of revulsion. Yet, he was taken aback by the other's perceptiveness. Casting a sidelong glance at the shadowy figure, Daimyo Bai felt a twinge of disbelief but ultimately chose to guide them. "Teacher, they need not participate in the second round. I shall escort them directly to the fourth," he declared. At this juncture, dissent arose among the onlookers. Why were they allowed to bypass the second round? Daimyo Bai then produced a crystal ball for testing soul power, revealing that the first test, the shadowy figure, boasted an astonishing level of 40. The second was Xiao Wu, whose soul power had reached 29. Next was Zhu Zhuqin, also at 30, followed by Tang San at 29, and lastly Ming Rongrong at 26. Those who had previously protested were swiftly silenced, their spirits deflated as they resigned themselves to the second examination. As Tang San and Dai Mubai engaged in conversation, the shadowy figure began to survey the surrounding environment. Most of the instructors at Shrek Academy surpassed level 60, with the highest being Soul Daoliu level. A formidable presence on the continent. However, he mused, was it not still lacking? Dai Mubai and Tang San continued their dialogue. The esteemed director has always stated that Shrek Academy will only admit monsters, never useless individuals, even if the doors were to close. The academy had previously enrolled 26 students. Yet only 14 had graduated, one of whom had ascended to the position of elder within the spirit hall. Haha, you truly amuse me. Dai Mubai. Do you concoct these tales without a hint of credibility? An elder of the spirit hall, do you expect me to believe such exaggerated claims? Came a voice of skepticism. Do not push your luck. At this moment, Dai Mubai was thoroughly incensed. Yet the overwhelming presence of the shadowy figure and the pain he had previously endured compelled him to restrain his anger. I have heard of most elders from the spirit hall within my family. Some even maintain cordial relations with us. Pray tell, which elder are you referring to? To attain the status of an elder in the spirit hall, one must either be a theoretical master or possess soul power reaching level 90, becoming a title Daoliu. Yet, I have never heard of any title Daoliu emerging from Shrek Academy. You simply lack knowledge, was the retort. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. Soon, they arrived at the final trial. Before them sat a figure resembling a mountain, imposing and robust. Teacher Zhao, I have brought them for assessment. To his surprise, 5 candidates had been found. Greetings, I am Zhao Wujie. You have all proceeded directly to the 4th trial, which suggests you are indeed prodigies. I shall not elaborate further. Instead, I will engage in a little game with you. You will have the duration of an incense stick to ensure that at least one among you remains standing. Should you succeed, you will pass. To his astonishment, he had encountered the unmoving king here. The white shadow suddenly spoke, instilling a hint of pride in Zhao Wujie's countenance. Young man, have you heard of my illustrious name? The younger generation of my family once mentioned it, though I never anticipated you would be here teaching. May I inquire if any means can be employed for the examination of the 4th challenge? Wujie nodded. As long as you can endure for the duration of a jaw stick in my presence, you may utilize whatever methods you wish. Very well, let us commence. The youthful bravado surged forth. Since you have heard of my name, you must be aware of my prowess. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage directly. For I am quite eager to encounter a worthy opponent. Teacher Zhao, how does this sound? I shall face you alone. If I should lose, I willingly depart from Shrek Academy. However, if I succeed, do my companions also pass the examination? Of course. Chapter 55. The Might of the 9th Level Soul Guiding Device Now. This arrangement suffices. Let us begin. At this moment, Dai Mubai harbored a cold smile within, reflecting on the folly of his opponent. Soon, he would learn the true meaning of overwhelming dominance. Dai Mubai held a deep-seated grudge against the White Shadow for having taken his fiancée and publicly humiliated him. A combination that would ignite the ire of any man, though he was acutely aware of his own inferiority and strength. Brother Bai, do not act impulsively. Rest assured, I am confident this will be resolved swiftly. Indeed, I have encountered arrogance, yet none as brazen as yours. You may confer amongst yourselves, since he seeks his own demise. I shall oblige by subduing him. Zhao Wujie spoke slowly. At that moment, the White Shadow's eyes glimmered with a hidden mirth. Such a rare opportunity to test a soul sage as a guinea pig was almost unattainable. The two stepped aside, and Zhao Wujie gestured, "You may strike first. Let us witness your capabilities. I assure you that alone, you cannot withstand a jaw stick's duration under my hand. I advise you to relinquish this endeavor. Such empty words. Do not worry, you shall soon experience the taste of defeat at my hands." Zhao Wujie could not suppress a smile. As a formidable immovable king and a level 76 soul sage, how could he possibly be vanquished by a mere youth? Tang San observed the scene, equally convinced that the White Shadow had lost his senses. After all, he was facing a soul sage. Even a combined effort from all could scarcely endure a jaw stick's duration. Furthermore, he was alone now. Everything must be fine. It must be fine, Xiao Wu fretted, her lips murmuring incessantly. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie charged forward, unleashing a kick. Even without utilizing his soul power, The sheer might of his physical prowess was formidable. With a swift motion, Bai Ying unleashed a powerful punch, and the resounding impact echoed as Zhao Wujing was surprisingly forced to retreat several paces. This astonishing scene left Dai Mubai and the others in disbelief. How could the formidable king of invulnerability, a level 70 soul sage, be so easily affected? The first level of the Great Shift of the universe was said to bestow immense strength capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Yet it merely caused Zhao Wujing to stumble back a few steps. It appears that I am still too weak, Bai Ying thought. Zhao Wujing, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "Is your strength merely this?" At that moment, he reveled in his own prowess, recognizing that this young man, despite his lofty aspirations, had managed to withstand a week in his presence, showcasing his innate talent. Soon, I shall ease my efforts, he mused, a confident glint in his eyes. Yes, it is time. He has earned the right to experience my 9th-level soul-guiding device. As Bai Ying extracted the diamond-shaped soul guide radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors from the device, the attention of the crowd was inevitably drawn towards it. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow in confusion, gazing intently at the soul guide in Bai Ying's hand. He had never encountered such a unique artifact, emanating a mesmerizing spectrum of hues. What purpose does this soul guide serve? He inquired. Teacher Zhao, please exercise caution. With a gentle smile. The white shadow infused his soul power into the diamond-shaped block, which instantly erupted in a blinding white radiance. As the light flickered, the block began to transform, as if it harbored boundless magic within. The onlookers were transfixed by this spectacle, witnessing the block gradually enlarge until it morphed into an ancient and formidable cannon. The cannon emanated a powerful wave of soul energy, as if it were about to tear through the very air itself. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this soul tool. At that moment, the white shadow abruptly yanked the cannon's pull ring, and with a thunderous boom, a terrifying beam of soul power shot forth from the cannon, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujie. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous soul tool concealed such formidable power. In a flurry, he activated his martial soul, the mighty diamond bear, instantly transforming into a gigantic, frenzied bear with muscles rippling and strength surging. He crossed his arms before his chest, attempting to withstand the impending onslaught of the terrifying beam. Just then, a blinding flash of light surged forth, accompanied by a deafening explosion, as the soul power beam struck fiercely against Zhao Wujie's defenses. He was immediately propelled backward, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The surrounding air seemed to tremble from the force of the impact, resonating with a deep rumble. All present stood in stunned silence, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Zhao Wujia, the soul saint formidable as a mountain in their minds, appeared so fragile under that single blow. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. How could this be? This was Teacher Zhao. How could he possibly lose? Meanwhile, Xiaowu covered her mouth, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Dai Mubai's jaw dropped, as if he could swallow an entire egg. His astonishment surpassed that of anyone else. White Shadow, whom he had always deemed arrogant, had truly achieved the impossible. The White Shadow, however, showed no intention of stopping. He slowly approached Zhao Wujie and extended his hand to help him rise. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's face was marred with bruises, and blood stained the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his injuries. Yet, in his eyes flickered a light of admiration and approval as he gazed at the White Shadow, murmuring, "Well done, young man. Today, I, Zhao Wujie, concede defeat. But you have truly astonished me." Zhao Wujie widened his eyes in shock, staring at the cannon in the White Shadow's hand, as an indescribable turmoil surged within him. A 9th-level soul guide? He had never encountered such a sophisticated soul guide before. It was entirely beyond his comprehension. Unable to suppress a gulp, he stammered, "What on earth is this?" Bai Ying gazed upon Zhao Wujie's astonished expression and remarked with a subtle smile. The 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus is known as the Annihilation Cannon. He gently caressed the cannon's barrel, as if it were his own child. He continued, "You should consider yourself fortunate. At present, I am unable to unleash its full potential, and moreover, this device is not entirely restored. Otherwise, its power would be even greater. A soul saint like you would likely be reduced to ashes beneath its might." Upon finishing his words, the Annihilation Cannon instantly transformed back into a rhomboid crystal. Had this statement been made moments earlier, few would have believed it. Yet now, all were convinced. "Teacher, does this mean we have passed?" Zhao Wujie's face turned pale. He could scarcely fathom that he, a formidable soul saint, had been bested by a mere child. "You all have passed." Chapter 56. Tang Hao, then I thank you, teacher. At this moment, Bai Ying gazed at Zhao Wujie's disheveled figure, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He turned to Tang San and stated that the matter was resolved. Tang San stood there, utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom how a formidable soul sage had been so effortlessly vanquished. The power of that cannon was in no way inferior to their most elite concealed weapon. The rainstorm pear blossom, and could even be said to far surpass it. As Tang San contemplated this, his gaze towards Bai Ying grew increasingly laden with trepidation. The potency of such a weapon was truly immense, far exceeding that of the Tang Sect's hidden arms. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Daimu Bai and said, "Take me to the dormitory." Daimu Bai, genuinely frightened, respectfully escorted him to the dormitory. Tang San, observing the direction where Bai Ying had departed, could not help but lament. What a rare opportunity lost. As evening fell, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Bai Ying is truly terrifying. He exists beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You should have seen how Teacher Zhao was injured with a single blast. Those soul-guiding devices are astonishingly powerful. Daimu Bai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, remarked, "You should be grateful they did not harbor any murderous intent towards you. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." At that moment, Daimu Bai fully grasped the vast disparity in strength between himself and Bai Ying. Such an individual could not possibly hail from an ordinary family. It was highly likely that he was nurtured by a formidable clan or a powerful faction. The soul-guiding devices he possessed were unlike anything even a prince of the Star Luo Empire had ever witnessed. Oscar patted Daimu Bai on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation, advising, "Daimu Bai, I suggest you steer clear of any intentions towards that woman beside him, otherwise the repercussions would be unimaginable." Daimu Bai, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not entertain any thoughts about Zhu Qing. Although she was his fiancée, safeguarding his life had become paramount. Inside the room, Bai Ying was entirely exhausted. It was excessively taxing for him to wield a 9th-level soul-guiding device with only a recent breakthrough to level 40. It appeared necessary to procure materials for crafting soul-guiding devices the following day. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Bai Ying drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning arrived. The White Shadow rose early and proceeded to the dining hall to partake in breakfast, which primarily consisted of dishes prepared by the local villagers. Thus, after finishing breakfast, Bai Ying arrived directly in Soto City, his purpose this time being the pursuit of rare materials, particularly the formidable soul-guided bombs. System. What is today's sign and reward? Congratulations, the host has received a defensive soul-guided device, the Qian Shield. The Qian Shield, you say? It appears rather impressive and formidable. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the Qian Shield manifested in Bai Ying's hand. It resembled an exceedingly transparent light blue orb. Its surface smooth as a mirror, subtly emanating a kaleidoscope of colors within. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ying discerned intricate patterns and runes swirling inside the orb, their gentle luminescence captivating. The core magical array within was astoundingly intricate, verging on the unfathomable. Bai Ying cautiously tucked away the item he had acquired. After a fruitful morning wandering through Soto City, he was returning to Shrek Academy when he suddenly noticed a figure cloaked in black. The person swayed slightly, as if intoxicated. Yet Bai Ying sensed an undeniable malevolence emanating from him. The aura of murderous intent felt strangely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Even as their paths crossed, the memory eluded him. Upon his return to Shrek Academy, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered that this particular aura belonged to the realm of the god of death. In this world, only 2 individuals possessed such a power, the Pope, Bibidong, who could not possibly be in Soto City, and Tang Hao, who also wielded the same deadly prowess. Recalling the original story where Tang Hao had severely injured Zhao Wujie, Bai Ying wondered whether his presence had altered the course of events. Would Zhao Wujie still be beaten? Just then, a notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission, caused Tang Hao's old wounds to resurface. Reward, 1 golden pill. To ensure the host's safety from Tang Hao's wrath, the system thoughtfully provided a divine experience card. The thought of confronting Tang Hao, father of Qian Renxue, who had once suffered grievous injuries at his hands, made Bai Ying even more resolute. With this in mind, he sought out a shop and purchased a set of night clothing before stealthily following Tang Hao. The latter made his way to the back mountain of Shrek Academy, revealing a semblance of concern for Tang San. Forgive me, my son. I cannot reveal myself to you just yet. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would not be enduring such hardships. As night fell, Zhao Wujie, after a cordial exchange with Tang Hao, finally found relief from his long-standing ailments. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's visage was a sight to behold, swollen and bruised to the extent that he resembled a pig's head. The most absurd part, to Bai Ying's amusement, was that despite his battered state, Zhao Wujie still expressed gratitude. Tang Hao informed the two of Tang San's circumstances before they took their leave. Just as Tang Hao prepared to depart, Bai Ying appeared silently before him. Using the Divine Experience card. Activation successful. Who are you? Tang Hao questioned, his demeanor shifting. As a titled Daoliu, his ability to sense Bai Ying's presence indicated that the latter was at least on par with him in strength. You are not yet worthy of knowing my name. I have come to settle an old debt you incurred many years ago. A debt? Tang Hao's expression was one of bewilderment. When did I ever owe anything to a titled Daoliu? This is entirely beyond my knowledge. The white shadow approached step by step, and Tang Hao could distinctly sense that he had fallen into an extremely perilous situation. The opponent's power was formidable, and he was undoubtedly no match for it. Uncertain of the elder's intentions in this place, he pondered what debts he owed. A decade prior, for a single soul beast. You had severely injured the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue. I wonder if that incident still lingers in your memory. Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for their interference, how could he have witnessed his beloved wife being sacrificed? Had it not been for their scheming, how could he have lost his mother at such a tender age? A lackey of the Spirit Hall, how dare you appear here? The illustrious Haotian Daoliu has been reduced to this state? If this were to be divulged, no one would believe it. Today, I shall seek your counsel on the strength of the youngest titled Daoliu. Chapter 57. Tang Hao faints as soon as the words left his mouth. The white shadow shot forward. A powerful punch struck Tang Hao, and with a resounding thud, he staggered back several steps, barely stabilizing himself with his soul power. Indeed, you are worthy of being the contemporary Haotian Daoliu. It is commendable. Few can withstand a blow from me, and you are one of them. Tang Hao now understood that the strength of the individual before him was extraordinary, likely surpassing his own. The opponent had not summoned any soul rings, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Suddenly, a Haotian hammer materialized in Tang Hao's hand, shimmering with faint lightning, as if it harbored boundless power. He gripped the hammer tightly, and 9 soul rings gradually unfurled around him, each radiating a brilliant light, resembling 9 resplendent stars encircling him. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, akin to a reawakened fierce tiger, exuding a ferocity that dared not be gazed upon directly. Tang Hao's gaze turned resolute and profound. With a firm grasp on the Haotian hammer, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, he appeared before the white shadow, wielding the Haotian hammer and striking down with the might of thunder. The white shadow spoke, "Your strength is commendable, yet it reaches its limit here." In an instant, the once mighty Haotian hammer halted mere centimeters from the white shadow. Regardless of how desperately Tang Hao exerted himself, it would not budge an inch. Who exactly are you? Why is your power so formidable? Who am I? The white shadow replied, "You are not worthy to know, but today I am in a good mood. So I shall tell you, I am a revered member of the Spirit Hall. Just moments ago, you were rather arrogant, boasting about your strength without the use of spirit rings. Yet here I stand, not employing any spirit rings against you. If you can endure in my grasp for the span of a single incense stick, I shall grant you your freedom." At that moment, Tang Hao never anticipated his own wretchedness. He found himself utterly powerless, facing an opponent whose aura felt like divine retribution. They were clearly on different planes of existence. What kind of power did this individual possess? Could he be a peerless Daoliu? Within the Spirit Hall, there existed only one peerless Daoliu, Qian Daoliu. Could this person be Qian Daoliu? Before he could ponder further, Tang Hao's body was launched backward, crashing heavily like a cannonball, shattering several trees before finally stabilizing. Do not be overly arrogant. Tang Hao slowly rose, truly enraged. The Haotian hammer in his grasp morphed into a crimson hue, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeating the air. The 9 spirit rings that had previously remained tranquil now fluctuated violently, with a series of explosive sounds. The first and second spirit rings shattered, merging into the Haotian hammer. Great Samurai Hammer. The Haotian hammer transformed into a resplendent golden hue, a terrifying surge of spirit energy flooding into it. With a mere flick, trees around him shattered one after another. Under the great Samurai Hammer, perish. Tang Hao swung the mighty hammer down, and in an instant, a time war blade appeared in the white shadow's hand. Time lock. In that moment, time itself was suspended, the entire world bathing in a pallid hue. A mere mortal dares to slay a god? Time's trace. In the next heartbeat, time resumed its flow, and a scream erupted from Tang Hao as he plummeted from the air. An indescribable agony coursed through him, though he bore no physical wounds. He could feel his very bones, blood, and soul trembling uncontrollably. What is this? What have you done to me? What have I done? How does it feel? Do you remember this sensation? Tang Hao, a titled Daoliu in his own right and possessing formidable willpower, found himself writhing in torment. Akin to a hammer relentlessly striking his skull. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tang Hao, consumed by madness, swung the Haotian hammer wildly. His body, already bearing old injuries, was now further battered. With a resounding crash, the youngest titled Daoliu in history, Tang Hao, coughed up blood and fell into unconsciousness. Ah! Striking him is truly satisfying. Tang Hao, did you ever imagine this day would come? This is not a matter of vengeance. The time simply was not ripe. To dare oppose the spirit hall, there is only one fate awaiting you. For now, I shall keep you alive. After all, one must extract the wool from the sheep. Bai Ying cast a glance at him before turning away. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Bai Ying chose not to head to the dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the quarters of Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu. As time and space momentarily froze, he pushed open the door to their dormitory, revealing the silhouettes of Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu, who were preparing for slumber. After briefly observing the two, Bai Ying's gaze settled on Ning Rongrong. It must be said that although Ning Rongrong may not possess the physique of Zhu Shuqing or the temperament of Xiao Wu, she exudes a unique charm of her own. Zhu Shuqing embodies an ethereal coolness. Xiao Wu radiates vivacity, while Ning Rongrong epitomizes the capriciousness of a spoiled young lady. Having just emerged from her bath, Ning Rongrong was enveloped in a delicate fragrance reminiscent of milk, intertwining with the refreshing aroma of her shower gel, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. Her long hair, damp and glistening as if freshly retrieved from water, shimmered with sparkling droplets, casting a mesmerizing glow under the light. Bai Ying gently approached Ning Rongrong's bedside, his gaze lingering on her serene countenance. Her sleeping face exuded tranquility and peace, with long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks. Unable to resist the urge, Bai Ying reached out his hand to caress her cheek, but at the last moment, he withdrew it. Would this be inappropriate? Contemplating this, he turned his attention to Zhu Shuqing. There is a saying that aptly captures this sentiment. One who eats from the bowl still yearns for the pot. Bai Ying still could not convince herself. Finally, she gazed at Ning Rongrong and sighed, saying, "You will inevitably belong to me." The white shadow gently gestured towards Zhu Shuqing, who instantly regained her composure. How did you come to be here? What has happened to them? Zhu Shuqing inquired. Rest assured, they are unharmed. I have merely halted their time. They will soon return to their normal state. Bai Ying gazed intently at Zhu Shuqing and said, "My little kitten. It has been an eternity since I last indulged in petting a cat." Zhu Shuqing's cheeks flushed. Despite having engaged in such moments numerous times before, she still felt a profound sense of shyness. We have class tomorrow. Do not overdo it, or we might attract unwanted attention. Rest assured, I guarantee that nothing will be noticed, he replied. Shuqing, at this moment, you are my utmost favorite. Chapter 58. The willful and headstrong Ning Rongrong. Under his fervent gaze, Zhu Shuqing instinctively recoiled slightly. Without hesitation, Bai Ying pressed his lips against Zhu Shuqing's, causing her to completely relax. After a considerable duration, her face gradually flushed with color. In the next moment, she boldly leaned in closer. You allow Shuqing to serve her master well. Zhu Shuqing had received guidance in the past, and coupled with their prior encounter, the knowledge flooded back into her mind. At this moment, Bai Ying was entirely at ease. The following day, both Bai Ying and Zhu Shuqing appeared in the square of Shrek Academy, sporting significant dark circles under their eyes. Shuqing, did you not sleep well last night? Ning Rongrong inquired. It's nothing, just a bit restless, Zhu Shuqing replied. Observing her state, Ning Rongrong playfully suggested, you wouldn't have been up to any mischief behind our backs. Would you? Zhu Shuqing's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent, while Bai Ying couldn't help but marvel at the little kitten's stamina. My back hurts so much, had I known, I would have refrained from such actions. Soon after, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flender, made his entrance. Mu Bai, please inform them of the Academy's regulations. You all may return to rest for now. The first class will commence in the evening, with the exception of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Bai Ying certainly comprehends the essence of this lesson. It is nothing less than to venture to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to engage in spirited combat. The term spirited combat refers to the exchange of skills among spirit masters, allowing them to hone their abilities. Through this means, one can acquire wealth. Bai Ying let out a sigh and soon found a relatively quiet spot nearby. He began to sketch the core magic circle, for according to the unfolding narrative, they would soon venture into the Stardew Forest to acquire soul beasts. Everything must be meticulously prepared, for as the saying goes, fortune favors the well-prepared. Oscar. How much further must we run? Although Ning Rongrong often engaged in running, she had never felt such fatigue as she did now. It is still early. I have already asserted that this task is insurmountable. However, there is no need to worry about hunger, for I am a food-type soul master. Would you care for a sausage? I possess a large sausage. I also have 2 loaves of bread. What more do you need? Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong immediately protested. Was it merely a matter of Shrek Academy? I shall not run any longer. I am curious to see what he intends to do. With that, Ning Rongrong turned and left, leaving Oscar utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ying realized that his opportunity had arrived, and he promptly gave chase. Ning Rongrong intended to indulge in a sumptuous feast in Soto City when a voice echoed behind her. I recall the dean instructed you to run. Why have you failed to comply and chosen to leave without permission? What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs, she retorted, her tone laced with defiance. Be careful, or I shall strike you. From a young age, Ning Rongrong had been cherished by both Ning Fingxi and the title Daoliu, Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu, which nurtured her haughty and willful demeanor, accustomed as she was to having others cater to her every need, even during meals. As the most gifted individual of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she held a certain disdain for those around her. I merely caution you. Someone has been observing you since the moment you departed from the playground, and you have been followed ever since. How foolish to bite the hand that offers kindness. She scoffed. Do not deceive me. You have been tailing me. Haven to you? Is it not my beauty that draws your attention? I have encountered many like you. Bai Ying found himself utterly bewildered by the words spoken, unable to counter the formidable little sorceress. In the realm of reality, she would undoubtedly excel in the art of argumentation. Believe it or not, I merely offered this counsel out of respect for our shared camaraderie. Should you doubt my sincerity, consider my words mere folly. Alas, I never anticipated that the daughter of the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would exhibit such crassness and haughty arrogance. It appears that the legacy of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has indeed fallen into decline. Humph, you speak nonsense. Let me enlighten you. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is an entity beyond your imagination. Who do you think you are, daring to declare our esteemed school has diminished? I merely speak the truth. I have no desire to continue this conversation, for engaging with a cur is a flagrant waste of my time. As the little sorceress of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had never encountered anyone bold enough to address her in such a manner, insinuating that she was akin to a dog. How dare you insult me? Do you wish for your demise? A mere 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot possibly intimidate me. If you cannot endure such a modicum of training, I suggest you return whence you came. It is truly lamentable to witness the current direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School being reduced to a prideful wastrel. Stop right there, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Her temper is unruly as ever, unable to tolerate anyone who dared to disparage the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Having departed from Shrek Academy and walking along the path, Bai Ying deliberately slowed his pace and addressed her. Do you require something? By what authority do you label me a wastrel? On what grounds? I am the most exceptional genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you comprehend what it means to achieve 2 rings by the age of 12? Do you? Is that truly remarkable? You ought to recognize that there are always greater beings beyond your kin. Your so-called talent pales in comparison to those who surpass you. In this realm, every individual is extraordinary. Take Oscar, for example. He is an innate full soul power food system soul master. Innate full soul power? How can that be? There is nothing impossible in this world. Your ignorance is painfully evident. If you aspire to grow stronger, I advise you to train diligently. However, if you wish to play, I suggest you leave promptly. Your father has already sent someone to Shrek Academy. My father has already come? Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished. How do you know this? What is your purpose in telling me this? That I cannot disclose. Bai Ying cast a glance at her and remarked, what hope is there for a willful and headstrong young lady to achieve greatness? Ning Fingxi, despite his lifetime of wisdom, found himself momentarily befuddled. At this point, Ning Rongrong was genuinely incensed. She retorted, on what grounds do you make such a statement about me? Who do you think you are? Just wait. How dare you speak to me in this manner? I shall ensure you come to know the true strength of this young lady. Bai Ying paid him no heed and departed without a backward glance. Upon arriving in Soto City, he procured some materials and returned to Shrek to commence his engraving work. For him, crafting core magic arrays of such caliber was a mere trifle. Before long, he had successfully developed a soul-guided bomb, its appearance intriguingly deceptive, resembling commonplace objects. I have searched for you for quite a while, yet I never expected to find you here. Chapter 59. Ning Rongrong's transformation into an unattractive creature. Ning Rongrong gazed at Bai Ying, her frustration mounting. She had never been so incensed before. You dared to insult me just now. Do you even know who you are? Get lost, Bai Ying coldly retorted. Ning Rongrong, utterly infuriated, turned her attention to the bizarre shapes surrounding them. Her curiosity piqued. She casually picked one up, causing Bai Ying to panic. Wait, that is a soul-guided bomb. If mishandled or accidentally struck, it could explode. She was the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If anything were to happen, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Give that to me, quickly. Seeing Bai Ying's reaction, Ning Rongrong's expression brightened. You're begging me now? As long as you plead with me, I shall grant you this. With a glance at the object in her hand, she couldn't help but smirk. Look at you. So anxious over a mere black object. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was truly on cloud 9. Give it to me, Bai Ying insisted. And what if I refuse? What can you do about it? She taunted, pulling a face. Earlier, you called me a waste. What do you consider yourself? A wild child. Born of no one and nurtured by no one. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying's mind erupted in disbelief. Could such a statement truly emanate from a young girl? Had he misheard? Yet, the stark reality lay before him, as Ning Rongrong continued to hurl a barrage of unpleasant insults. Ning Rongrong, immediately retract that statement you just made and return my belongings, or I shall ensure you face the consequences. Fear gripped him. After delivering her taunt, Ning Rongrong erupted into laughter. At that moment, Bai Ying's emotions surged to their zenith, yet he valiantly restrained himself. As the saying goes, one may know a person's appearance but not their heart. Who would have anticipated Ning Rongrong's brazen and capricious nature? As she spoke, she playfully shook the spherical soul-guiding bomb in her hand. Is this the soul device you devised? It appears rather ominous. Bai Ying gazed at the soul-guiding device in her hand, realizing that the core magic array inscribed upon it was incomplete, and thus its power would be limited. A thought struck her, and she addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, I shall grant you one chance. Relinquish this object without resistance, and I will act as though nothing has transpired. She continued, It is quite simple for me to let it go. All you need to do is plead with me, kneel and beg, and I shall comply. Ning Rongrong, confident in Bai Ying's hesitance to act against her, displayed an audacity that provoked Bai Ying's ire. Her initial anger morphed into a calm smile as she remarked, You squander this opportunity, the fault lies with you. She had long desired to test the potency of these soul-guiding bombs. While inscribing the core magic array, she had deliberately infused it with mental energy, which would enable her to detonate the bomb at will. The bomb in Ning Rongrong's possession began to heat up at a visibly alarming rate. With a sharp crackle, Ning Rongrong promptly tossed the bomb to the ground, clutching her injured hand and crying out in pain. A resounding explosion followed, and the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Ning Rongrong's silhouette. Her face was completely blackened, as if she had just emerged from the depths of a furnace, her eyebrows and eyelashes indistinguishable. Her garments lay in tatters, resembling a victim of countless sharp blades, with her skin marred by charred marks. In a state of disbelief, she stared at her hands, struggling to comprehend the chaos that had just unfolded. Her eyes brimmed with terror and shock. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated the device would explode, and in an instant, she felt her composure shatter. How dare you treat me this way? Do you have any idea what our 7 treasures glazed tile sect represents on this continent? As the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, she had never endured such humiliation. Staring at her disheveled appearance, she glared fiercely at Bai Ying. Bai Ying, exhibiting an air of indifference akin to that of a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, remarked, I have long insisted that you return this item to me. Yet, you have chosen to court your own demise. You should consider yourself fortunate that the core formation of this soul-guiding device has not been fully inscribed. Otherwise, its power would have been exponentially greater, leaving you with nothing but ashes. I advise you to refrain from provoking me, for the consequences would be dire. Your 7 treasures glazed tile school may be formidable across the continent, but remember, there are always greater forces beyond the horizon. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Bai Ying with a mixture of hatred and helplessness, her frustration palpable. Soon after, fearing that others might witness her disgraceful state, she fled in humiliation. Observing her departure, Bai Ying casually called out, Dean, how much longer do you intend to hide? How did you discover my presence? Flender slowly emerged, experiencing a rare sense of trepidation toward the individual before him. I have been aware of your covert observations from the very beginning. Enough of your incessant prattle. I have no desire to listen. Should the esteemed dean wish to pursue this matter, you are always welcome to do so. Buying. You are indeed a member of the Spirit Hall, are you not? Buying felt no surprise whatsoever. Instead, she calmly acknowledged the situation. Is there a problem? Flandre sighed in relief at the unexpected presence of a member from the Spirit Hall. No, you should return to your dormitory and rest. Prepare well for tonight's lessons. This matter will be handled. The letter from Xiao Gang indicated that he was a direct disciple of Bai Bai Dong, the Pope's personal disciple. Why would he be here? Good heavens, what has our Shrek Academy done to attract Tang Sect, the son of the Haotian Daoliu, and now another from the Spirit Hall? It seems Shrek Academy is destined for fame. As the completion of all soul-guided bombs drew near, evening fell. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had changed into a fresh set of clothes, yet her hair bore the unmistakable signs of having been singed. Flandre looked at Oscar and remarked, Oscar, you exhibit a commendable spirit. Now, go run 20 more laps. Until you finish, you are forbidden from eating or sleeping. I have sealed your soul power. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, and you, Ning Rongrong, have yet to fulfill my task. Tell me, will you or will you not? Ning Rongrong was seething with anger. She had already been blasted and now was expected to run again, having completely forgotten about the task. I forgot to run, she admitted. Flandre replied. I offer you two choices. First, pack your belongings and leave. Second, prove to me that you will not err again. Ning Rongrong retorted, on what basis? You are merely a soul sage. Flandre responded, my identity is one you cannot afford to offend. It would be wise not to cross me. Do you think I am afraid? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying, feeling rather bored, strolled outside of Shrek. After a while, when Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai made their appearance, Bai Ying promptly followed them. Brother, are you aware that Ning Rongrong was scolded to tears by the dean? Scolded to tears? That individual is quite proud and haughty, accustomed to pampering at home. It's perfectly normal for her to exhibit such emotions, with proper guidance. She will undoubtedly flourish in the future. Enough of this matter. If she cannot find her own way out, then no amount of advice from others will reach her. The group then arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena. A few individuals, including Bai Ying, arrived at the registration area. Brother, shall we form a team? Shall we suggested. Bai Ying shook his head and remarked, you intend to team up with Tang Sect? Did you not previously advise me to avoid any interaction with him? Tang Sect possesses an abundance of combat experience, and joining forces with him would undoubtedly present an excellent opportunity for growth. Regardless, you shall heed my words. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tang Sect was about to broach the subject of forming a team with Xiao Wu, only to have her preemptively disclose the matter, rendering his efforts effortlessly successful. The pale figure did not partake in the sparring session but rather proceeded directly to the gambling duel. It is well known that such duels are bound to draw blood. Greetings, I wish to enter the duel, he announced. The attendants at the reception displayed little astonishment. After completing the payment, one of them remarked, bear in mind, the duel is indeed a bloody affair. Can you withstand it? You need only focus on your task, the rest is none of your concern. Bai Ying sat in the waiting area, biding his time. A myriad of individuals surrounded him, most engaged in recuperating their strength. The faint scent of blood wafted through the air, evidently emanating from them. Soon, Bai Ying found himself on the battlefield. His opponent was a weapon spirit master, wielding a formidable blade as his spirit. This man was tall and muscular, with sharply defined contours, and a scar on his face that seemed to narrate tales of past battles. He brandished a massive battle knife, its blade marred by chips and stained with blood, emanating an aura of impending doom. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fixated on Bai Ying as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of his soul. Child, are you truly certain you wish to engage in combat with me? His voice was gravelly and deep, resonating as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Bai Ying remained unfazed, his gaze calm and resolute, as if everything were within his grasp. As a soul master, your soul power level should also be at level 40. It has been a long time since I last flexed my muscles. Today, I shall indulge in a bit of play with you. With a thunderous roar, the Black Blade Soul Master unleashed his first soul skill. Instantly, the entire arena appeared to be sliced into fragments by countless blades, each gust of blade aura emanating a chilling intent to kill. Surrounded by this tempest, Bai Ying found himself amidst a veritable sea of swords and mountains of blades. Feeling the icy essence of the blades will, rather than deter him, this sensation ignited an unusual excitement within him, reminiscent of the feeling when he was ruthlessly trampled by the golden crocodile Daoliu at the Spirit Hall. The figure of the white shadow flickered and vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Black Blade Soul Master. The expression on the Black Blade Soul Master's face shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the astounding swiftness of the white shadow. In a hurried reaction, he spun around, swinging his blade towards the white shadow. However, it was as if the white shadow had foreseen his movement, effortlessly evading the strike with another flicker of his form. With a second soul technique, the Shadow Dragon Claw. The Black Blade Soul Master felt an overwhelming force as his wrist was suddenly seized by the white shadow's dragon-like claw. The claw was extraordinarily sharp, with a mere swipe. His defenses were shredded as though made of paper, blood cascading from the wound. He gazed at the white shadow in horror, disbelief etched across his features. Bai Ying, however, granted him no opportunity. His right fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike upon the chest of the Black Blade Soul Master. The latter felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his body to soar backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. As onlookers stared in astonishment at Bai Ying, they could scarcely believe that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Black Blade Soul Master sat slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. The silhouette of Bai Ying loomed magnificently on the arena. Each step he took towards the prostrate figure of the Black Blade Soul Master resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, evoking a sense of trepidation. The atmosphere within the arena became overwhelmingly oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Kill him, echoed the thoughts of all present, their faces betraying an unmistakable excitement. The Black Blade Soul Master was engulfed in despair, struggling to rise, yet his grievous injuries rendered him immobile. He gazed at the advancing figure of Bai Ying, his heart heavy with dread. The white shadow approached the Black Blade Soul Master, gazing down at him with a flicker of indifference in his eyes. He extended his right hand, gently grasping the man's neck. What do you intend to do? The Black Blade Soul Master trembled, fear evident in his eyes. With a sharp crack, the man's neck was suddenly twisted, ending his existence. Following this encounter, several more battles ensued, and without a doubt, the white shadow emerged victorious each time. As he prepared to depart, a voice interrupted, "Excuse me. May I request a moment of your time?" A well-dressed individual, though not a soul master, exuded an extraordinary demeanor. "I am the supervisor of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Here is my business card. What do you want this for? Having achieved 7 consecutive victories without sustaining any injuries, your prowess is indeed remarkable. And I wish to befriend you." "Oh, that's of no concern to me. I must take my leave, farewell." The supervisor persisted. "Please, I urge you to stay a moment." Damu Bai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongzhen, had all witnessed the White Shadow's participation in the gambling match. The method he employed to vanquish his foes was nothing short of brutal. While Tang San had previously surmised that the White Shadow's strength was not significantly superior to his own, having now observed the battles, he realized the disparity was overwhelmingly one-sided. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Bai Ying surged forth with the swiftness of a racing bolt, as if pursued by creditors from behind. It seemed that Ning Rongrong awaited him at this very moment. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to delve deeper into the enigmatic nature of that little sorceress. Should he win Ning Rongrong's favor, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly become his most steadfast ally. Contemplating this prospect, a playful smile graced Bai Ying's visage. Chapter 61, The Poison. A frightened Ning Rongrong Bai Ying directly employed a spatial teleportation symbol, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy. Gently, he knocked on the wooden door, and Ning Rongrong's voice resonated, inquiring, "Who is it?" The figure in white remained silent, yet the incessant knocking at the door persisted. At this point, Ning Rongrong was utterly infuriated. She forcefully swung open the dormitory door, only to confront the figure in white. "Are you out of your mind? Knocking at the door like this? Are you insane?" Bai Ying's cold gaze pierced through Ning Rongrong, sending shivers down her spine. Her voice softened involuntarily as she queried, "What brings you to the girls' dormitory?" "Of course, I am here to find you. You have ruined one of my soul-guided bombs. Surely, you do not think this matter will simply be dismissed? I intend to settle this account with you now." "Settle accounts? I have yet to hold you accountable. Yet you seek me out first. Do you realize that if your soul-guided bomb had truly harmed me, the repercussions for you would be unimaginable?" "Humph. Do you think I am afraid? With them still absent, it is the perfect time for us to resolve this." Ning Rongrong, maintaining her demeanor as a spoiled heiress, retorted, "Do you dare lay a hand on me? Can you? My father is Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And my grandfather is the Sword Dolua Chenshin and the Bone Dolua Gu Rong. Should you dare to harm me, they will not let you go." "How amusing. Wielding the power of others. If I were to kill you now, who would ever know?" With that, Bai Ying seized Ning Rongrong's wrist. Surprised that he would actually resort to violence, she still retorted defiantly, "You actually dared to confront me. I advise you to leave quickly, or I shall call for help." Did you think I was unprepared? In an instant, Bai Ying conjured a Qian Renxue barrier, enveloping the entire dormitory building within its confines. Within this barrier, no cries for help would be heard. Ning Rongrong's bravado evaporated, replaced by genuine panic as she exclaimed, "Help! Help! I suggest you conserve your strength. This barrier is soundproof. Now, shall we discuss the matter of compensation? All right, I will give you whatever you desire. Just do not harm me. I can offer you money, a substantial amount." Ning Rongrong realized that she had indeed provoked a formidable adversary, one who was not easily intimidated. At this moment, her priority was to preserve her life. Bai Ying remarked, "It would have been better to come to this understanding sooner. Let us proceed inside." With that, he forcefully pulled her into the dormitory. "Now, what can you offer me in compensation? If it does not satisfy me, I shall end your life this very moment." Ning Rongrong gulped, swallowing hard before responding. "I can give you 1,000, no, 3,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? 3,000 gold coins in exchange for one soul-guided bomb? Do you take me for a beggar? Do I look like someone in need of money? I am not afraid to tell you. I am the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, one of the future elders of the Offering Hall." The Saint Son of the Spirit Hall? How does one of such standing find themselves here? Stop deceiving me. Ning Rongrong remained skeptical until Bai Ying casually produced a Pope's order from his storage soul guide. As she beheld the order, the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School quickly recognized its authenticity. "You truly are the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. What do you intend to do?" Ning Rongrong, still gripped by Bai Ying, glanced at him in fear. Though she often appeared fearless when confronted with real danger, she was the first to falter. "My soul-guided bomb is neither cheap nor expensive. You surely understand that offensive soul-guided devices have become lost in the annals of history across Daoliu continent. As for gold soul coins, I have as many as I desire. So what can you offer that would satisfy me? What exactly do you want? I will give you anything I have." Ning Rongrong pleaded. "Are you certain?" With that, Bai Ying tightened his grip on her wrist. Pain etched itself across her delicate features, tears brimming in her expressive eyes. "It hurts. I beg you. I shall ask you once more. You claim you can give me anything, correct?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed with tears and snot, implored, "I beg you, let go. You are going to break my hand. Very well, then you shall be my servant. Only then will I spare you." As he spoke, Bai Ying grasped her fair neck, lifting her off the ground. The intense sensation of suffocation left her dizzy. "Do you agree? If not, I shall end your life here and now." After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall have always been at odds. If I were to kill you, the Spirit Hall would only reward me. Ning Rongrong shook her head, but the pressure on her throat intensified. "I agree. Good, you have my word." Before she could react, Bai Ying shoved a golden elixir and a soul evolution pill into her mouth. Then he released her, allowing her to gulp down air desperately. "What did you make me swallow?" "Something beneficial for you. Do not worry, you will not die. Although it is a poison, as long as you obey. You want to perish, and you will gain tremendous advantages." Upon hearing it was poison, Ning Rongrong burst into tears. Bai Ying firmly grasped Ning Rongrong's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I must possess some means of control, otherwise, I may not even be aware of my own demise. And do not entertain thoughts of undoing the poison. The antidote resides solely with me." Bai Ying, observing Ning Rongrong's expression with great care, noted that she was utterly terrified at that moment. Indeed, without the harsh lessons of society, a few words were enough to frighten her. "Do you comprehend?" At last, Ning Rongrong reacted. She began to plead. "I beg you, spare me. I realize my mistake." "Realize your mistake?" He retorted. "That is inconceivable. The poison has already coursed through your veins. You are now tainted to the core. If you dare to meet my gaze, you shall succumb to a fate of blood weeping from your 7 orifices." Though Ning Rongrong harbored a sliver of hope, the excruciating pain radiating through her body compelled her to accept the grim reality. "How could you truly poison me? Are you not afraid of the consequences should anything befall me?" Chapter 62. Ning Rongrong's bewildering behavior. "Fear not. If anything does happen to you, I shall simply find a suitable spot to bury you without a second thought." Bai Ying observed the gradual disintegration of Ning Rongrong's composure and remarked, "Moreover, this is not poison. How could you possibly be in peril? If this is not poison, then what is it?" Ning Rongrong inquired. At that moment, Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, "You shall find out soon enough." A severe agony began to emanate from her body, causing tears and snot to stream down Ning Rongrong's face. She could scarcely fathom that her demise could occur in such a manner. "Father, had I known, I would not have fled. Where are you, father? Bai Ying. I shall not spare you even in death. I shall not let you escape. Her voice grew increasingly faint as Ning Rongrong felt as though something was seeping from her entire being. She curled up tightly, engulfed by the common dread of death. Especially profound for someone as sheltered as Ning Rongrong. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her composure. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I implore you, spare me. Upon uttering these words, she felt a warm current coursing through her, flowing into her dantian. Her previously level 26 soul power surged, ascending by 4 levels. I have broken through to level 30. Enough of lying on the ground. The words of Bai Ying jolted Ning Rongrong back to reality, prompting her to inquire, why do you wish to assist me? Bai Ying replied, do not be foolish. I am not aiding you, but rather serving my own interests. What you have consumed is a golden elixir, along with a specially crafted soul evolution pill. I have bestowed upon you these 2 extraordinary potions, which can only be described as an investment, one that necessitates recompense. Ning Rongrong slowly rose, casting a timid glance at Bai Ying as she asked, what kind of recompense do you seek? Bai Ying responded, have I not already stated? What I desire is you, a daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, to serve as my attendant. That is the compensation I seek. The pale shadow cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, all right, you should hurry and take a bath. You truly reek. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong finally realized the unsightly black substance emitting an unpleasant odor from her body, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. What is this? It smells so bad. These are the impurities within you. Your body has now expelled these toxins. Go wash up, and I shall explain further afterward. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong rushed to the bathroom, disregarding everything else. As she stood in the shower, she pondered, why is this person helping me? Why does he want me to be his servant? Is it to gain something from me? Possessing a keen intellect, Ning Rongrong discerned that the pale shadow surely had ulterior motives. Moreover, what he sought was undoubtedly intertwined with their 7 treasures glazed tile school. After her bath, Ning Rongrong, still trembling with trepidation, looked at the pale shadow and asked, what exactly do you want from me? I have already stated my desire. I want you. You want me? Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip and queried, why do you want me? She herself was taken aback by the audacity of her words. The pale figure chuckled softly, expressing, in my lifetime, I have 2 aspirations. The first is to attain unparalleled power. The second is to gather the world's exquisite beauties. You, Ning Rongrong, are certainly one of them, and thus, I find myself quite fond of you. The mere thought of pinning the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school beneath me is exhilarating. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt a mixture of shame and anger. How could this person utter such brazen words? While he had always been notorious for his willfulness and had indeed spouted a fair share of cultural phrases, those were merely words. The current situation, however, was entirely different. Forget it. My father would never agree to this. Who said anything about needing your father's approval? All that matters is your consent. Besides, do you truly believe you have any room for resistance now? And even if your father were to find out, he would likely agree. Do you believe it? Look at your martial soul. Ning Rongrong was filled with doubt, yet she still summoned her martial soul. To her astonishment, the originally 7-tiered 7 treasure glazed tile tower transformed into a 9-tiered 9 treasure glazed tile tower. She was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Is this your doing? She questioned incredulously. Of course, it is. Who else could it be? He replied. Now you understand my prowess, do you not? It is widely recognized that while the 7 treasure glazed tile tower is the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent, it bears a significant flaw. It can only absorb 7 spirit rings throughout one's lifetime, capping at the spirit saint level. I possess a method to liberate you from this curse, and I believe your father would be quite intrigued. Ning Rongrong, astonished, asked, do you truly have a way? As a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she understood the significance of the 9 treasure glazed tile tower all too well. If Bai Ying truly had a solution, it would render him a savior for the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. Come here. The gaze of the white figure gradually intensified, the avaricious look unabashedly fixed upon Ning Rongrong. She involuntarily flinched at the intensity of that fiery stare, yet, steeling herself, she approached. As soon as she did, she was pulled into the embrace of the white figure. What are you doing? What is this about? Of course, it is to instruct you on how to serve your master. Bai Ying's hand began to wander over Ning Rongrong's thigh, filling her entire being with an unusual sensation. She had just emerged from the bath, and the faint scent of milk enveloped her, continuously wafting into Bai Ying's nostrils. Truly, she was an enchanting little sorceress, irresistible in her charm. Bai Ying gently whispered into Ning Rongrong's ear, inquiring whether she understood how to serve her master well. There is no need to rush. From today onward, you will learn something new each day. I shall teach you diligently. With that, Bai Ying embraced Ning Rongrong and began to nibble at her. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the sounds escaping her lips. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally parted. Ning Rongrong's face was flushed crimson. Yet she displayed no reluctance. Instead, her gaze was fervent, leaving Bai Ying perplexed. Have you learned how to serve your master? Bai Ying asked. Ning Rongrong nodded, replying, I understand what to do now. Why do you not express any reluctance? Bai Ying questioned. Why should I hold back? Ning Rongrong responded, exuding confidence as she declared. What my master desires, Rongrong shall certainly fulfill. In the next moment, she pushed Bai Ying down, her body pressing close as she said, Rest assured, my master, tonight. Rongrong will ensure that all is right. Chapter 63. Sleeplessness. Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly a fairy among fairies. This was the singular understanding Bai Ying had of her. Ning Rongrong, do you realize what you are doing? He asked. She nodded, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, Of course I do. Humph. I've long since discerned your intricate relationship with Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing. In truth, I had noticed you from the very beginning. At our age, achieving level 40 is no small feat. Moreover, the cannon you wielded against the unmoved king and Zhao Wujia was a weapon of unparalleled power that I had never encountered before. And now, you have transformed my 7 treasure glaze tile into a 9 treasure glaze tile. This proves you are nothing short of a prodigy. And now, do you think I can resist? Instead of being coy, it is better to be direct. As she spoke, a determination shone in her eyes. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong leaned in and began to kiss Bai Ying, igniting a tempest of passion. Time seemed to lose meaning as she surrendered completely. You will take responsibility for me, won't you? Ning Rongrong asked. The pale figure softly remarked, hoping that you would not regret the decision made today. I have never experienced regret. At that moment, the door creaked open. Zhu Shiqing and Xiaowu gazed in astonishment at the appearance of the pale figure. Brother, how did you end up here? At this juncture, the pale figure expressed surprise, questioning how they had entered. What on earth is happening? Why could the two of them come in? It is, of course, a deliberate action by this system. Damn it, you are putting me in a predicament. The two exchanged glances toward Ning Rongrong, only to discover she had already fallen asleep. A breath of relief escaped them. They had assumed the pale figure was seeking them out. Brother, you haven't let Rongrong notice your presence, have you? Xiaowu cast a worried glance in Ning Rongrong's direction. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed and pretending to be asleep, also exhaled in relief upon hearing this. No. We have finally returned. I had been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Zhu Shiqing's expression changed, and Xiaowu's face similarly flushed. Xiaowu hurriedly approached, casting a somewhat guilty glance toward Ning Rongrong. Rongrong is still here. What if she wakes up? Rest assured, she is sound asleep and will not wake. Xiaowu took a glance before cautiously approaching Ning Rongrong's bedside. Ning Rongrong's heart raced. She dared not make a sound and could only continue feigning sleep. The white shadow's heart raced with fervor. If Xiaowu were to discover that he had come in search of Ning Rongrong, one could only imagine her reaction. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, he truly felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled heavily in the afternoon and spoke. Brother, you should leave quickly. Xiaowu, do you think I would depart so easily? It has been far too long since I savored your essence. I find myself yearning for it intensely. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's face flushed as she replied, It's right here. Shall we step outside? Venturing out now would likely be too late, and besides, Ning Rongrong is already asleep. I trust Zhu Shiqing will not disturb us. Zhu Shiqing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief herself. For her, the combat prowess of the White Shadow was exceedingly formidable. The last time he had tormented her, it had drained her energy completely throughout the night, leaving her on the brink of exhaustion the following day. Xiaowu glanced at Zhu Shiqing, who nodded in agreement before pulling off the blanket and lying down to sleep. Xiaowu took a deep breath. While the White Shadow was already filled with anticipation, he swiftly lifted Xiaowu into his arms, causing her heart to race. At that moment, it was not Xiaowu who felt the most anxious, but rather Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. Brother, is this truly acceptable? Do not worry. No one will notice us. Xiaowu, you performed splendidly in your first soul duel. I am proud of you. Of course, who do you think I am? But your sister? Brother, do not change the subject. Tell me, have you attracted many girls? One could say so. Then, in comparison to them, who do you favor more? Well, each possesses their own merits. I truly cannot say. At that moment, Xiaowu grew indignant and playfully bit down on the White Shadow's lip, causing blood to appear. Humph. Brother, I feel you are merely coveting my body. Zhu Qing has told me that men are the most unscrupulous. Zhu Qing was utterly taken aback by this revelation, never having anticipated Xiao Wu would voice such a statement at this moment. Did Zhu Qing teach you that? I know it. Then perhaps I should take my leave. As the white shadow prepared to rise, Xiao Wu grasped his hand and said, Brother, I was merely joking. Why do you take it so seriously? The white shadow seized the moment, decisively inquiring whether this was also a lesson imparted by Zhu Qing. Indeed, he has led you astray. Just wait and see how I will deal with him tomorrow. This statement startled Zhu Qing, for she had first-hand experience of Bai Ying's methods, which could render one utterly helpless. Sister Ning Rongrong, observing this unfolding drama, slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, ever since your mother passed away, I have been by your side. Do you still not trust me? Brother, that is not my intention. What I mean to say is, perhaps you should refrain from enticing so many people. What do you mean by enticing? Xiao Wu, today I shall demonstrate my prowess. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt a peculiar sensation envelop her neck, one that carried an irresistible allure of decadence. Her tone shifted, becoming irresistibly seductive. Brother, I was wrong. Do you remember what I said? When one errs, one must acknowledge it. Only then can one learn a lesson. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu realized that it was futile to resist, and thus resigned herself to fate. The initial torment gradually transformed into a pleasurable experience, and Xiao Wu was enveloped in ecstasy. The two were closely intertwined, their heated breaths and whispers rendering Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong utterly sleepless. Brother, brother. The repeated calls of brother caused both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing to blush deeply, the strange sensations in their hearts intensifying. They could only tightly shut their eyes, feigning sleep, terrified to make a sound. Especially for Ning Rongrong, she felt that familiar warmth flooding her heart once again. The volume of their voices was undeniably excessive. Sleep eluded them entirely. Time passed, though it felt interminable, until the sounds gradually subsided. At this moment, Bai Ying was also panting heavily, while Xiao Wu was drenched in fragrant sweat. I must take my leave. By the way, tomorrow I will accompany you and Zhu Qing to the Star Doe forest to procure suitable soul rings. At this point, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. For Xiao Wu, Bai Ying's combat prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Her current physique was simply unable to withstand it. And at this moment, Zhu Qing also opened her eyes, looking at Xiao Wu with a sense of trepidation. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Zhu Qing, I'm fine, don't worry. I hope we didn't wake Rongrong. The two of them glanced towards Ning Rongrong, who quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. If she had seen me like this, I wouldn't know how to face anyone. Had I not begged for mercy midway, he might have truly drained me dry. Xiao Wu, I must admit, I felt a bit frightened. Zhu Qing shared her sentiments deeply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and let out a silent sigh of relief. The earlier commotion had ignited a fervor within her. The next day, why hasn't Oscar arrived? The initial reaction of everyone regarding Oscar was that he was simply slacking off. Just as Flinder was about to erupt in anger, Oscar's exuberant voice rang out. What have you been up to? Dean, I have broken through to level 30. That's splendid. Flinder's fury gradually subsided upon hearing this news. It was only then that Flinder, as the Dean, announced the second lesson, to consume one of Oscar's sausages. The words of Bai Ying came as no surprise. In fact, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. After all, the sausage was at least hygienic and clean. If such sausages existed on Earth, their business would undoubtedly flourish. Soon after, Tang Sect, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu finished savoring the sausages. In Chapter 64, titled Fighting, Zhao Wujin found a modest hotel and secured a room for himself before ascending the stairs. Bai Ying gestured grandly, assigning everyone their own private rooms. Upon witnessing this, Oscar promptly praised the extravagance, exclaiming how affluent this individual was, far surpassing the wealth of Big Brother Dai. Ma Hongjun interjected, suggesting, indeed, why don't you treat us today? Bai Ying stated directly that since they were to venture into the Star Doe forest to procure soul beasts, it was imperative to indulge in a hearty meal today to ensure they had ample energy. Ma Hongjun chimed in, saying that since you have expressed it so, we certainly shall not skimp on expenses. Following this, Ma Hongjun began to order dishes, predominantly selecting the more extravagant options. Bai Ying exhibited an extraordinary generosity, showing no signs of wanting to cease. Brother Bai, how can you be so wealthy? Tang Sect inquired cautiously. My grandfather is an exceedingly significant elder within the spirit hall, a figure whose authority is unparalleled. Even the Pope, Bibidong, must treat him with utmost respect. Tang Sect immediately comprehended, recalling that when he departed from Notting Academy, The master had warned him that Bai Ying's background was quite extraordinary, and he should refrain from forging a close relationship with him. Daimyo Bai, wearing an expression akin to someone owed millions, interjected, "Humph, what's so impressive about it? He is merely an elder from the spirit hall." Daimyo Bai, do you wish to be taught a lesson again? The memory of his fractured ribs sent a shiver down Daimyo Bai's spine, and he swallowed hard, opting for silence. Though the veins on his hands betrayed his defiance, reflecting on his status as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, albeit the second prince. He still bore the dignity of royalty, making him a prominent figure among his peers. No one in the entire Star Luo Empire dared to speak to him in such a manner, nor could anyone render him so humiliated. The atmosphere became lively. Some indulged in drink while others feasted, creating a scene of vibrant merriment. Suddenly, the hotel door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. A group strode in, their expressions steeped in disdain and superiority. Leading them was a balding figure, followed by 8 men and 1 woman, all adorned in garments emblazoned with the characters Songhui. That girl is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes greedily fixed on the sole female spirit master among them. For Ma Hongjun, there was nothing he relished more than this pursuit, as his spirit, the evil fire phoenix, was difficult to contain, and he could only find relief in such endeavors. At that moment, Daimyo Bai glanced over and remarked, "It's merely a small Songhui academy. What are they so arrogant about?" Yet, his gaze remained firmly locked on the female spirit master. In truth, Daimyo Bai felt an even greater urgency than Ma Hongjun. He had previously attempted to pursue Zhu Shiqing multiple times, only to be rebuffed. Zhu Shiqing had warned him that should he persist in his advances, Bai Ying would administer a lesson. That experience of having his ribs broken made Daimyo Bai wary of harboring any further intentions towards Zhu Shiqing. Nonetheless, he believed that once his strength surpassed Bai Ying's, he would undoubtedly reclaim Zhu Shiqing. At this moment, a hint of amusement flickered in Daimyo Bai's eyes. Ma Hongjun nudged Daimyo Bai's shoulder, saying, "What do you think? I told you that girl is quite appealing, didn't I?" The white shadow is utterly exasperating. If situated here on Earth, it would undoubtedly be deemed a rogue, with the forbearance of others merely a testament to their inherent kindness. These 2 individuals are simply instigating trouble, and at this moment, the members of Songhui Academy have also overheard the conversation between Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun. They are instantly consumed by rage, for this is a blatant mockery of their students, disregarding Songhui Academy entirely. How can one endure such insolence? Yujiqiu leaned in close to a fellow student and whispered a few words of encouragement. Upon hearing this, the student rose. Noticing that the waiter was indeed about to serve Daimyo Bai and his companions, he promptly followed behind, and as the waiter presented the dishes, he forcefully pushed, just as the tray was about to tumble from the waiter's grasp. Tang Sect swiftly employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon from the Xiantian skill, expertly catching it. "My sincerest apologies," the Songhui Academy student remarked, before resorting to further mischief, carefully kicking Daimyo Bai's chair. At that moment, Daimyo Bai was infuriated, for as the saying goes, a tiger does not show its power. "Do not mistake me for a sickly cat." With a swift kick, he retaliated, and in the wake of a double strike, the Songhui student was sent flying. Thus, the conflict erupted in earnest, with Yujiqiu urging the students to charge forward and confront Shrek. "Alas, you 2 are simply seeking trouble where none exists." Bai Ying rose with an extraordinarily elusive grace, rivaling even the ghostly shadows that danced in the dark. With a swift motion, the art of shifting forms came into play. Suddenly, a series of sharp claps echoed through the air, as several individuals, before they could reach the forefront, were sent flying. Yujiqiu barely had time to react before witnessing their figures sprawled on the ground, their faces marked with vivid red handprints. Bai Ying nonchalantly resumed his seat and began to eat at a leisurely pace. "Brother, I haven't moved in ages. I long to engage in a brawl." "What brawl? Do you not understand the disgrace of such behavior?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun had barely grasped the situation when they saw someone being thrown out. The few students who had been struck were seething with rage, ready to retaliate, but were swiftly silenced by Bai Ying's piercing glare. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from him. 3 soul rings slowly materialized beneath his feet. The mere appearance of these rings startled not only the members of Songhui Academy but also the others from Shrek. Of course, Xiao was the exception. These 3 soul rings were predominantly black. The significance of black soul rings is well known. They are 10,000-year soul rings. Is it conceivable for a mere human to possess 3 black 10,000-year soul rings? This was truly the epitome of monstrosity. Daimyo Bai was taken aback. He had initially thought that the opponent was only slightly weaker than himself, but now it was evident that the gap was insurmountable. With just a glance, they were all intimidated into submission. "Pray tell, who are you?" I am Yu Shiqiu, the director of Tsanghue Academy. Leave. As he spoke, Bai Ying produced a token. The moment Yu Shiqiu laid eyes on the token, his demeanor transformed to one of obsequiousness. The papal order. So it was the esteemed dignitaries of the Spirit Hall. This young man had inadvertently provoked someone of great stature. I apologize. I told you to leave. Did you not hear me? Yu Shiqiu respectfully returned the papal order to Bai Ying and promptly retreated with his companions in disgrace. The significance of the papal order was well understood by Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. It represented the utmost authority of the Spirit Hall. The bearer of this token was regarded as if the Pope himself had arrived. Chapter 65. Dai Mubai faces misfortune with the papal order in hand. Bai Ying's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Dai Mubai snorted derisively and remarked, I had intended to vent my frustrations. Why did you allow them to depart so easily? They are nothing but waste. It would be beneath me to intervene. True experts remain inconspicuous, revealing nothing. Dai Mubai could not suppress a scoff. Do you consider yourself an expert? Do not feign superiority. Your age is not vastly different from ours. I am at least stronger than you. The words of Bai Ying sent a chill through Dai Mubai, prompting him to snort disdainfully before choosing silence. He rose and made his way towards the door. At that moment, Tang Sect hastily inquired, Where are you going? To find a place to vent, came the response. Fatty, would you care to join? This statement enlightened the members of Shrek, and at that instant, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. Without hesitation, he stood up and exclaimed, Why not? Let us go. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying realized that these two individuals were intent on seeking out such a place. Instantly, his appetite waned, to be frank. He himself harbored a desire to go. However, observing the expressions of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu, he felt it was utterly impossible. If the three of them were to discover his intentions, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After finishing their meal, everyone retired to their rooms. In the dead of night, a commotion erupted. This is terrible. This is terrible. Ma Hongjun's voice echoed from upstairs, awakening Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Tang Sect, and Oscar. Infuriated, Oscar exclaimed, What has happened to that glutton? Didn't he and die to go out? Is it a matter of funds, or are you simply not satisfied with your revelries? It's far too late to disturb my slumber. Fatty, what has happened to your face? The others soon noticed that Ma Hongjun's visage was swollen and bruised. Who is responsible for this? Tang Sect inquired. Something truly unfortunate has transpired. After Daida and I ventured out, we sought out several individuals from the Tsanghue Academy, intending to vent our frustrations. However, we were unexpectedly ambushed, and Daida was captured. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly, or I would not have returned. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Dai Mubai, you are utterly reckless. Regardless of your status as a soul master of the third ring, you should have known better than to confront someone of the fifth ring. Tang Sect recognized this as an opportunity if he could perform admirably this time. Perhaps he could earn Xiao Wu's favor. The pale figure descended from the upper floor, exclaiming, You two truly do not allow me a moment's peace. Very well. Let us be off. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was tightly bound with ropes, his body marred by numerous bruises. If you possess the courage, face me one-on-one. Do you believe that your numbers will intimidate me? Just wait until our numbers grow. I assure you, you will regret underestimating us. You, a mere ruffian, dare to boast in our Tsanghue Academy and brazenly harass our female classmates? Do you wish to court disaster? Yu Shiqiu interjected, asserting his role as a teacher with the right to safeguard his students. It was unacceptable for the perpetrators to stand idly by while their actions unfolded before them. However, he remained cautious. Despite Dai Mubai's grievous injuries, they were merely superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. After all, among them was an individual wielding the papal order, a matter that instilled a significant amount of trepidation within Yu Shiqiu. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Dai Mubai in a state of disarray. The moment he spotted the members of Shrek, his demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Fatty, you truly lack loyalty. Hurry and come to my aid. Bai Ying swiftly admonished them, so they come to realize that our Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with. Bai Ying, however, paid no heed to Dai Mubai's words and instead approached Yu Shiqiu, requesting the release of the captive. Yu Shiqiu nodded and subsequently instructed his men to let go of Dai Mubai. Despite his desire to continue the fight, Dai Mubai was obstructed by Bai Ying. Was it not enough to suffer such humiliation? The inheritor of the evil spirit White Tiger martial soul, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, had been captured, truly a disgraceful predicament. They had exploited their advantage, and furthermore, one could hardly contend with a multitude if they were willing to face me one-on-one. I would undoubtedly vanquish them all. Yet, Yujichio interjected, stating that it was you who instigated the conflict. Had you not first provoked my student, I would never have bound you. I sincerely apologize, but our Shrek Academy has always favored aiding friends over reasoning. Daimubai is, after all, a student of our Shrek Academy. Who among you is responsible for binding them? Step forward. Upon hearing this, Yujichio understood that the situation might not be easily resolved and promptly stood up. Shingue manifest. The white shadow advanced towards Yujichio step by step, each stride intensifying the formidable aura emanating from his form. The terrifying dragon pressure of the shadow dragon left Yujichio feeling somewhat breathless, his body trembling under the weight of the oppressive force. Regret began to seep into Yujichio's thoughts. Had he known, he would not have been so resolute in his actions. Daimubai, who had initially believed that the white shadow would advocate for him, found his earlier joy completely extinguished by the next words spoken by the white shadow. Bai Ying cast a glance, and Daimubai immediately remarked, "But today, let us give him a lesson. I want to hold it against you all. If there is a next time, I advise you to think thrice before acting. This person's identity is no trifling matter." Upon hearing this, Daimubai was instantly engulfed in fury, exclaiming, "Bai Ying, what do you mean? Just let it go? I'm unwilling to accept this. Your unwillingness stems from the fact that if you had provoked someone else's female classmate first, do you think you would have been assaulted? You have tarnished the reputation of Shrek Academy. If you seek justice, it must be achieved through your own merit. This is the Daoliu continent, not your home. What is wrong? Feeling wronged? You should have anticipated this outcome when you undertook such actions." Yujichio, upon hearing this, sighed in relief and retracted his martial soul, nodding and apologizing. "I'm sorry. We'll take our leave now." Daimubai noticed that Yujichio had already led the members of Tsanghue Academy away. The pent-up frustration within him erupted entirely. "Do you think you are someone significant? Why should they be allowed to leave? Why? Simply because I can defeat you and grind you into the ground. That is my confidence." Daimubai, consumed by rage, disregarded everything and summoned his evil demon White Tiger martial soul. With the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Daimubai's aura surged dramatically, launching an attack toward Bai Ying. Bai Ying merely scoffed, stating, "Have you gone mad? Let me tell you, I specialize in treating madness, so consider yourself fortunate today." In the next moment, Daimubai's figure flew out, crashing to the ground with a series of crackling sounds as several of his ribs were broken. His agonized cries filled the air, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were utterly taken aback that Bai Ying would strike at his own. What does this mean? Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Do you wish to fight? I am more than willing to engage in battle right now." However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun instantly backed down. "Enough, you handle the aftermath here." With that, he turned and left. At this moment, Bai Ying's actions undoubtedly incited the wrath of the crowd. As a prince of the Starluo Empire, when had he ever been treated in such a manner? Unable to contain the fire within, he spat blood and fainted directly. Seeing Daimubai in such a state brought immense joy to Ning Rongrong. It was Daimubai who had previously declared he was unworthy of remaining in Shrek Academy. Now, witnessing his current plight, she felt elated. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Ying headed straight to his room. When Zhao Wujin saw Daimubai's condition, he erupted in fury, demanding, "Who did this?" However, after Zhao Wujin was informed of the events, a puzzled expression crossed his face as he looked at Daimubai and said, "This is entirely your own doing. You sought out women and ended up in such a predicament. It is a disgrace to our Shrek Academy." Originally, Daimubai had expected Zhao Wujin to join him in chastising Bai Ying, but was instead scolded himself. This was outright discrimination, and Daimubai could hardly bear it. Yet he had no choice but to endure. Unlike others, Ning Rongrong had never been so pleased. This was the consequence of offending her. "All right, you all should rest now. Tomorrow, we must venture into the Stardow Forest. Mubai, consider this a lesson." "I understand." As everyone returned to their rooms to rest, Ning Rongrong stealthily knocked on Bai Ying's door. "What now?" When Bai Ying opened the door and saw Ning Rongrong, he asked, "What brings you here? Can I come in to talk?" Ning Rongrong replied, her face flushed. "That is fine, but I must warn you, if there is nothing urgent, do not disturb my sleep by knocking on my door. My mood is quite sour right now." Once inside Bai Ying's room, Ning Rongrong took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for helping me take revenge." "Revenge? What are you talking about?" Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and responded, "It's about Daimubai. When I entered Shrek Academy, he insulted me, and today I consider it avenged. This matter? I simply found it intolerable, nothing more. Is there anything else? If not, you should return and rest." "I'm a bit scared. May I sleep here?" "Are you sure? It's rather dangerous to intrude into a man's room at this hour." Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong, surprisingly calm, replied, Dangerous? When you were sleeping in the same bed as Xiaowu in the dorm, I watched the whole thing unfold. I must say, I was right. You truly are a little scoundrel. Saying this, Ning Rongrong approached the bed, lay down, and said, Turn off the light. Truth be told, Ning Rongrong was quite flustered. It was her first time lying on a man's bed. Although nothing had transpired between them yet, her heart raced uncontrollably. The intertwined breaths of the two created a subtle atmosphere. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Ning Rongrong's face. She tightly shut her eyes, attempting to calm her racing heart and breaths. Yet, lying on an unfamiliar bed with a potential rogue beside her, she found it impossible to suppress her anxiety and panic. Bai Ying lay on the bed, feeling the gentle rhythm of Ning Rongrong's breath and the warmth of her body beside him, his heart stirred with ripples of emotion. This was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Bai Ying spoke, Your heartbeat is quite erratic. Is there something troubling your mind? Ning Rongrong abruptly opened her eyes and replied, It's nothing. I'm merely frightened. The pale shadow softly inquired, What is there to fear? Ning Rongrong replied, I fear your hands may wander. Bai Ying smiled gently, his voice deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very depths of Ning Rongrong's soul. Do you believe I am that kind of person? Ning Rongrong was drawn back to reality by his words. She turned to face Bai Ying, his features sharply defined in the moonlight, his gaze profound. In that moment, she suddenly realized that her previous fears and anxieties were unwarranted. This seemingly cold man was not as terrifying as she had imagined. I do not know. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled slightly, acknowledging that her understanding of this man was far too limited. Bai Ying sat up and moved closer to Ning Rongrong, his gaze imbued with seriousness and gravity. Ning Rongrong, he declared, I must assure you that I am not one to take advantage of others. Nor would I ever compel a woman to do anything against her will. As Ning Rongrong's breathing gradually steadied, Bai Ying lay beside her. Yet it felt as if he were ensconced in a thicket of thorns, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. The echoes of his own words reverberated in his mind, each syllable as piercing as a needle, inflicting a dull ache upon his heart. The righteousness of his earlier declaration left him devoid of excuses in this moment of inner turmoil. With a gentle sigh, he extended his hand, yearning to smooth away the faint trace of worry etched upon Ning Rongrong's brow. However, his hand lingered in the air for a brief moment, ultimately refraining from descending. He feared that his gesture might disrupt Ning Rongrong's sweet dreams, and even more so, he worried that he might seize the opportunity to act upon his desires. After all, the agony of merely gazing upon such a stunning beauty without the liberty to touch was nearly unbearable. There was a distinct possibility that he might succumb to temptation, and he pondered how she would perceive him in such a moment. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's hand found its way to his shoulder, her entire being pressing against him. As he felt her steady breath and the softness of her presence, the flames of desire within him surged ever higher. Yet, he clenched his teeth, resolutely reminding himself that he must not yield, absolutely must not. What a mischievous sprite she was, a little enchantress. The following day, upon awakening, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback to find herself nestled against Bai Ying. How did I end up over here? She wondered, bewildered. The shadowy figure with dark circles around his eyes coldly remarked, What do you think? Do you have any idea how great your allure is to me? Just yesterday, I nearly left in haste. Had I done so, it might have aroused suspicion in others. He urged, Let us move swiftly. Chapter 67. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake Ning Rongrong flashed a sly smile before pushing the door open. Upon entering the Stardow forest, it was the joyous Xiaowu who thrived the most. After they had traversed a distance, Zhao Wujie spoke, instructing everyone to halt. Oscar promptly conjured a sausage, declaring, This sausage possesses certain detoxifying properties. In the event of danger, you should urge him to consume it. The group nodded in understanding. And with Dai Mubai and the shadowy figure leading the way, they arrived at a relatively open area. Zhao, I actually have a method to locate a suitable spirit beast. The white shadow appeared abruptly. Zhao Wujie turned his head to gaze at the white figure and inquired, Do you have any solutions? Speak quickly. Bai Ying nodded and finally retrieved a fragrant celestial herb, the ethereal aroma. Upon its emergence, a refreshing fragrance enveloped the crowd. Is this the ethereal aroma? How did you acquire it? Tang San's face was a canvas of shock. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he was well acquainted with the properties of this herb. While the ethereal aroma does not possess detoxifying effects, any toxins within its vicinity would become inert. It is documented as one of the most practical celestial herbs in the Tang Sect's mystical tome. Do you recognize this item? Zhao Wujie inquired, turning to Tang San. Tang San nodded, gazing at Bai Ying and said, You intend to utilize the ethereal aroma's medicinal properties to attract spirit beasts. That is indeed correct. However, I find this approach somewhat questionable. While the ethereal aroma can lure spirit beasts, it cannot guarantee the strength of those attracted. If we draw a formidable spirit beast, we could face dire consequences. I have already contemplated this matter. Rest assured. Bai Ying produced the Qian Renxue shield, and in an instant, a faint aura of soul power radiated outward, forming a protective barrier. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired. A soul tool? It should be classified as a level 9 soul tool. Are you confident? Teacher Zhao, please rest assured. I am absolutely confident. Zhao Wujie's contemplation led him to ultimately agree to this method. After all, it would be far more time-consuming for a few individuals to search repeatedly through the vast expanse of the Stardow forest. A delicate fragrance emanated from the exquisite Yuxiang Qilua, instilling a sense of abundant soul power. Tang Sect gazed longingly at the Yuxiang Qilua, wishing to claim it as his own. Just then, a sound emerged from a nearby thicket. The group quickly prepared for battle, their eyes betraying a fierce determination. Is that the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent? Bai Ying exclaimed almost instinctively. How do you know? Zhao Wujie asked. I say this because I have slain too many. It has become muscle memory. Do you believe me? Zhao Wujie felt a wave of exasperation. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing leaped into a tree to observe, promptly detailing the characteristics of this soul beast. Indeed, it was the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent, and Zhu Shiqing took the lead, unleashing her first soul skill, the Nether Strike. Diving straight down, the serpent, sensing the impending threat of death, exhaled colorful mist. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward, 3 soul rings rapidly materializing beneath it. The shadow dragon claw tore a massive gash in the serpent's body, blood cascading down. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent let out a pained cry, its body thrashing violently. It was already injured, and the next moment revealed something unexpected. Bai Ying, using sheer brute strength, forcibly brought the serpent down. The serpent attempted to struggle, but the aura of Bai Ying's martial soul left it shivering uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, the serpent cried out in pain as Bai Ying audaciously tore off one of its wings. This gruesome sight made everyone feel a wave of discomfort. Bai Ying, you are far too brutal, Oscar murmured. In this world, the survival of the fittest is an inherent natural law. The act of soul masters hunting soul beasts has been a long-standing norm, devoid of moral implications, merely a matter of strength. Oscar, stop being so sentimental and quickly absorb it. I have an uneasy feeling. Oscar rushed forward, plunging his blade into the serpent, causing a purple 1,000-year soul ring to slowly emerge from its corpse. He swiftly sat down to absorb the soul ring. I never expected it to be this easy. Zhao Wujie sat on the ground, astonished at how effortlessly Oscar absorbed the soul ring. Just as everyone relaxed, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance, "Stop right there." Zhao Wujie sprang to his feet and summoned his martial soul. Approaching from afar were 2 figures, an elderly man, sprightly despite his white hair, with skin as youthful as a maiden's, and behind him, a young woman clad in tight black attire, exuding a stunning allure. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie's 7 soul rings, the old woman, Chao Tianxiang, altered her tone and cautiously requested, "Esteemed soul sage, could you grant me this phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent for my granddaughter?" Zhao Wujie replied, "It's too late. My student has already begun the absorption." Chao Tianxiang's tone shifted as she glanced at Oscar, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul rings, exclaiming, "This person has actually surpassed level 30. Observing Oscar's age, she mused that he was not much older than her granddaughter. "May I inquire your name?" "I am the indomitable Ming Wang," Zhao Wujie. The more Chao Tianxiang thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became. The soul beast hunted through great effort by her and her granddaughter was ultimately claimed by another. "Brother Zhao, I must insist on an explanation regarding this matter." "An explanation for what?" "If you seek to place blame, you can only fault yourselves for arriving too late." Ming Yiran interjected, "You are bullying us. This soul beast was clearly acquired through our arduous efforts, and you merely took advantage of the situation. But it is merely a soul beast. Would you have me compensate you? Compensate us? Are you jesting? Finding a suitable soul beast is exceedingly difficult. Is this a jest? You will soon find out if you wait here for just a moment." Bai Ying spoke with unwavering confidence, addressing Chao Tianxiang. "This is merely an ordinary student from the academy. If you seek an appropriate soul beast, you need only wait here for a while. It will soon appear. By the way, allow me to caution you. Should you contemplate taking action, I advise against it. This barrier, even against a formidable title Daoliu, would require some time to breach, let alone you mere soul emperors." "What nonsense! My grandmother is a soul emperor. And do you know how long we have searched for this soul beast?" "Who cares how long you have searched? Whoever claims it first shall keep it," he retorted. Chapter 68. The Rules of the Soul Master Realm. Furthermore, I must warn you, even if you too wish to cause us trouble, you must ensure you possess the means to survive. Xiao Tianxiang questioned the implication of this statement. While it may be somewhat challenging for a soul sage to deal with a soul emperor, it is not insurmountable. Xiao Tianxiang feared that Zhao Wujie might strike unexpectedly. With her husband, Long Gong Mengshu, absent, she knew she could not contend with Zhao Wujie alone, especially with his granddaughter Meng Yiran in tow. What do you mean by that, Zhao? Do you intend to lay a hand on this old woman? Zhao Wujie responded, of course not. My student merely suggests that soon many soul beasts will converge here. Given your current strength and the need to protect your granddaughter, you may find the situation rather troublesome. As Xiao Tianxiang pondered this, a distant roar of soul beasts approached, growing louder. A throng of soul beasts surged forth like a black tide, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their roars echoing like thunder. Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran's faces paled instantly. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Xiao Tianxiang clutched Meng Yiran tightly. Her heart filled with dread. She realized that as a mere soul emperor, she stood no chance against such a multitude of soul beasts. Moreover, the responsibility of protecting her granddaughter left her feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's figure interposed before them, his eyes shimmering with determination, exuding an overwhelming aura. He took a deep breath and charged forward, directly confronting the horde of soul beasts. Zhao Wujie immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form, transforming into a mighty diamond bear, and launched an attack towards the massive soul beasts. Yet, despite his strength, the sheer number of soul beasts proved overwhelming. At that moment, Tang Sect urged, quickly retract the fragrant and enchanting celestial item, or we shall be in grave trouble. Bai Ying was naturally aware of this and subsequently withdrew, returning with Meng Yiran into the barrier. Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran were completely taken aback by the scene. They beheld a multitude of creatures frantically assaulting the barrier from the outside. Zhao Laodi, what on earth is happening? Zhao Wujie helplessly shrugged and turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. If I were to say that I am also in the dark, would you believe me? At that moment, Tang Sect found himself at a loss, confronted by the sheer number of soul beasts. Bai Ying, filled with excitement, produced dozens of soul-guided bombs. In his hands, these bombs were tossed with the ease of mere toys, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle and accurately landing amidst the horde of soul beasts. As a series of deafening explosions erupted, the entire assembly of soul beasts reacted as if provoked, swirling into a frenzy. The fiery blasts illuminated the surrounding forest, while shockwaves trembled the ground, causing the trees to sway. The soul beasts, caught in the explosive onslaught, emitted a cacophony of wails and roars, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Tang Sect and his companions, standing within the protective barrier, were struck with awe at this spectacle. They had never witnessed such terrifying power. It was reminiscent of the firearms Tang Sect had encountered in his past life. Incredible, Brother Bai. You are simply astounding. This little device has vanquished so many soul beasts, it's almost beyond imagination. Listening to the anguished cries of the soul beasts outside, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of sympathy. Now, watch what I can do. In an instant, Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul. The moment his Dragon Slayer martial soul manifested, the surrounding soul beasts sensed an overwhelming draconic might, an undeniable, terrifying pressure that invoked a deep-seated fear from their very bloodlines, causing them to scatter in disarray. Beneath Bai Ying's feet, 2 black and 1 red soul rings emerged, astonishing everyone present. Is that my mother's soul ring? Xiao Wu gazed blankly at the brilliant crimson soul ring, which was 100,000 years old, her heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Bai Ying propelled himself into the air, and in the next instant, a colossal shadow dragon emerged behind him, exuding a terrifying aura that compelled all the soul beasts to retreat in haste. All is well now. Come forth. The pale figure gently exhaled. Glancing back and addressing Zhu Shuqing, you have also surpassed level 30, haven't you? This soul beast should be quite suitable for you. With that, he pointed towards the Millennium Soul Beast. Simultaneously, he turned to Ning Rongrong, remarking, its attributes should align with yours. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing stepped forward together. Zhao Wujie then spoke, you two have also reached level 30. With a mischievous smile, Ning Rongrong replied, this is all thanks to Bai Ying, who provided us with the celestial herbs. The two swiftly dispatched the soul beast and dragged it back to the barrier to begin their absorption. Bai Ying turned to Qian Renxue and inquired, Senior, might I ask if there are any soul beasts among this group that you favor? It was only then that Qian Renxue came to her senses, staring blankly at Bai Ying, momentarily taken aback. What she had just witnessed was astonishing: 2 black 10,000-year soul rings and 1 red 100,000-year soul ring. Even among the titled Daoliu, those possessing a 100,000-year soul ring are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of Daoliu continent's history, barely numbering more than a handful. Qian queried. May I ask to which sect you belong? The Hall of Worship, Bai Ying responded. Upon hearing this, Qian was utterly stunned. She understood the significance of the Hall of Worship. It is the most revered place within the Spirit Hall, accessible only to those who have ascended to the rank of titled Daoliu. Legend has it that there are only 7 esteemed members within the Hall of Worship, each a formidable being who has reached level 95. Qian's tone shifted to one of deep respect. I apologize. It is my fault. It's nothing, Bai Ying replied. In the future, you must yield when encountering me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you both vanish from the entirety of Daoliu continent. Who do you think you are? My grandmother has already apologized, Meng Ran retorted, unafraid as a young calf, having been pampered by the Dragon King and the Snake Sovereign. She felt a swell of indignation at her grandmother's treatment. Qian was infuriated, understanding that the Hall of Worship and Spirit Hall were entirely distinct entities, the former possessing far superior strength compared to the latter. What do you intend to do? She demanded. Let us adhere to the customs of the Soul Master community. You are the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Sovereign. You are not yet worthy to challenge me. However, I can recommend someone for you to face, Tang Sect. Suddenly named, Tang Sect, though reluctant, steeled himself and replied, Very well. If you can defeat him, then you may earn the right to challenge me, Qian declared. Chapter 69. Meng Ran's remarkable figure. Tang Sect's expression darkened. As a noble disciple of the Tang Sect, he was not someone who could be easily trifled with. Surrounded by so many onlookers, he had to temper his temper. All right, once I defeat him, I shall come to challenge you. Meng Ran stepped forward. And despite Tang Sect's discontented demeanor, he approached. In a flash, Meng Ran lunged forward, her serpent staff striking at Tang Sect. Tang Sect, known for his short temper, swiftly employed his first soul skill, Bind, as he executed the Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, causing countless blue-silver grasses to ensnare Meng Ran completely. With her entire being entangled and further hindered by the Mandala snake's venom, Tang Sect felt confident that this match was nearing its conclusion. The White Shadow cautioned, warning that she was about to unleash her true powers. In an instant, Meng Ran summoned her soul force, causing 2 soul rings to materialize. Her entire form seemed to dissolve, transforming into a pool of liquid that swiftly extricated itself from entanglement. The serpent staff expelled 2 flying blades aimed at Tang Sect. In a flash, Tang Sect seized the staff. Had it not been for the presence of the serpent woman, Meng Ran might have met her demise at his hands. Thus commenced a fierce contest of soul power, with Tang Sect, endowed with the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, the Qian skill, exerting overwhelming pressure on Meng Ran. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from afar, as if the very forest quaked in response. All present instinctively halted their movements, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. A colossal figure darted swiftly among the trees, soon coming into view. It was a gigantic ape. As imposing as a mountain, its muscles bulging and skin rough as iron, with eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its arrival exuded an invisible aura of oppression, rendering every individual present breathless. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape was anticipated by the White Shadow. Its target was Xiaowu. Zhao Wuzhi and Chao Tianxiang reacted swiftly, yet their combined efforts were dismissed by the Titan Great Ape, which immediately unleashed its gravitational domain. Quickly retreat into the Soul Guide, or it will be too late. The White Shadow forcefully pulled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun into the depths, where both succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered instantaneously, as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer. The crowd found themselves paralyzed under the weight of this oppressive force, their hearts seemingly gripped by an unseen hand, making each breath laborious, their faces drained of color. Yet, the instinct to survive propelled them to desperately flee into the distance. Meng Ran gazed at the unconscious Zhao Tianxiang, a tide of fear surging within her. Her legs felt as though they had lost all sensation, trembling uncontrollably against her will. Tears of terror pooled in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks as a warm stream. The rapid thumping of her heart echoed in her ears, as if it might leap from her chest. She yearned to escape, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. She wished to scream, yet only a faint whimper escaped her throat. Helplessly, she could only watch as the towering figure of the Titan Great Ape loomed ever closer, its massive hand appearing capable of effortlessly crushing her fragile form. The White Shadow wielded the art of spatial transformation, simultaneously transporting Zhao Wuzhi and Tang Sect into the Soul Guide apparatus. Meng Ran felt an overwhelming pressure, being merely a 2-ring Soul Master. He was utterly incapable of withstanding the regal might emanating from the Titan Giant Ape, causing him to faint instantly. At that moment, only Xiaowu and the White Shadow remained conscious. Erming, "They are my friends," the white shadow declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Titan giant ape came to a halt. The white shadow continued, "Xiaowu, it has been quite some time since you last saw the Titan giant ape. This is an opportune moment for you to acquire your third soul ring. Accompany the Titan giant ape. I trust its protection implicitly." The Titan giant ape regarded the human before it and spoke in a deep voice, "Human, what is your relationship with Sister Xiaowu? Rather than inquire of me, perhaps you should ask Xiaowu herself," came the response. "Very well, you two may depart." The Titan giant ape concluded. With that, Xiaowu followed the Titan giant ape, leaving the place without hesitation. Buying turned his gaze to the other three, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, who were still in the process of absorbing their soul rings, a task that would consume considerable time. Zhao Wudre and Chao Tunxiang had only experienced a slight shock, as the Titan giant ape had not truly attacked. The most severely injured were Tang San and Ming Yiran. Buying approached, checked Tang San's pulse, and concluded that, with his mastery of the Xian skill, he would likely awaken without significant issues. His attention then shifted to Ming Yiran, whom he gently lifted into his arms. Ming Yiran possessed a serene beauty, distinct from Zhu Zhuqing's absolute coldness. With a temperament that bore a hint of Ning Rongrong's volatility. Observing the unconscious individuals, Bai Ying exhaled softly and remarked, "You cannot blame me. You are injured, and I am merely aiding your recovery." He adjusted her posture and unleashed the force of Qian Renxue, a surge of pure and formidable energy that instantaneously flowed into her body. Ming Yiran coughed lightly and gradually regained consciousness. Due to the immense inner strength from Qian Renxue, her attire, already damaged by the blue-silver grass, disintegrated into ashes. It must be said, Ming Yiran's physique was indeed remarkable, her skin smooth as water. One could describe her as possessing a grace akin to that of a ballet dancer. Her flexibility exceptional beyond compare. However, Bai Ying was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment for such thoughts, especially with her grandmother still present. Any untoward actions on his part would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Upon opening her eyes, Ming Yiran immediately spotted Bai Ying. When she realized her clothing was gone, she exclaimed, "You rogue." With a sharp slap, her hand struck Bai Ying's face. Instantly, Ming Yiran sprang to her feet, retreating with a guarded stance, eyeing Bai Ying warily. "I was saving you. Without me, you would have perished," he protested. Ming Yiran reflected on her recent ordeal and acknowledged that had it not been for him, she might indeed have met her demise. However, recalling her lack of attire, she retorted, "But you shouldn't have removed my clothes. Please. Who would want to take your clothes off? At your age, I wouldn't even glance your way." He shot back, adding, "I'll remember this slap. Had I known, I would have left you to your fate." Ming Yiran glared at Bai Ying and declared, "Did I ask for your help? Who told you to save me? You are nothing but a rogue." For the first time, Bai Ying found himself utterly speechless in the face of a woman's rebuttal. This moment could well serve as a lesson for me. It appears that I have misjudged her intentions. Nevertheless, I shall settle this score in due time. Humph. Chapter 70. The Fourth Soul Ring Grandmother. Are you all right? Xiangxiang slowly regained consciousness, assisted by Ming Yiran as she rose to her feet. "We must hurry. This place is perilous, and the Titan giant ape may return at any moment. We need to find your grandfather." Ming Yiran nodded, helping Xiangxiang as they departed. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were the first to awaken. Observing the surrounding ruins, they couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. "It is good that you have completed your absorption. However, Xiaowu has been captured by the Titan giant ape, and I must search for her. You all should leave the Stardow Forest as soon as Teacher Zhao regains consciousness," Ning Rongrong stated. "And what about you? Do not worry, I shall be fine." With that, she activated her flight soul guide and soared into the distance. The heart of the Stardow Forest is centered around a certain lake, teeming with life energy. Throughout history, few have ventured into this sacred place, for it is home to two sovereign spirit beasts, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. At this moment, Bai Ying employs a flight soul guide, whose velocity rivals that of certain airborne soul beasts. It draws ever closer, inching nearer and nearer. Bai Ying could sense the formidable aura belonging to the Titan giant ape. Under the influence of this terrifying presence, all spirit beasts retreated in fear, resulting in an absence of any soul beast along the way. Soon, Bai Ying spotted Xiaowu and the Titan giant ape. From a distance, he observed that Xiaowu was enveloped in a blood-red glow, with a yellow 100-year spirit ring and a purple 1,000-year spirit ring shimmering around him. However, beneath the blood-red radiance, a third spirit ring emerged. It seemed my theory was not unfounded. The sudden sound startled the Titan giant ape, causing it to turn sharply and behold Bai Ying. The Titan giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its terrifying aura overwhelming the surroundings. Yet, to its astonishment, the unique presence of the Soul Beast King had no effect on this human. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take Xiaowu back. I am aware of her identity as a soul beast. You need not worry, I do not intend to harm her. I am her friend. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing human. How could this human possibly know Xiaowu's identity as a soul beast? What was this person's origin? As time passed, Xiaowu finally completed his third spirit ring. Congratulations, Xiaowu. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaowu abruptly leaped down from the Titan giant ape. Brother, I have obtained my third spirit ring. Congratulations. Xiaowu excitedly introduced, this is my friend. He will not harm me. Brother, this is Erming. Xiaowu, be cautious. No human is trustworthy. Do not be deceived, warned Erming. You're the one who isn't trustworthy. If it weren't for my life-saving grace back then, Xiaowu would have long since become that wretched woman Bibi Dong's spirit ring. Indeed, Erming, my brother is a good person. Furthermore, we met long ago. My mother even sacrificed her spirit ring for him. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape scrutinized the human before him. Is it true that a rose sacrificed her spirit ring for you? You can see for yourself. In the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura emerged as 3 spirit rings appeared instantaneously. The first and second spirit rings were surprisingly 10,000-year rings. How could this be possible? Yet, here I stand, having accomplished it. What exactly do you possess, human? Enough, Erming. Show some respect to my brother. Brother, let me take you to the center of the Stardow Forest. Xiaowu, the center of the Stardow Forest is my brother's secluded refuge. It may be inappropriate to let a human enter. Do not worry, Erming. Xiaowu gave the Titan giant ape a reassuring glance and then led Bai Ying toward the center of the Stardow Forest. As they entered, the serene sight before them revealed a vast, tranquil lake, seemingly boundless. The crystal-clear water mirrored the towering ancient trees surrounding it. A gentle breeze rippled across the surface, evoking the very breath of nature. The life energy here was so rich it felt almost tangible, with green energy flowing through the air like countless dancing sprites. Bai Ying stood by the lake, absorbing the pulsating life energy, his heart tranquil. Though no fish were visible on the surface, Bai Ying could sense a creature slumbering beneath the waters. Brother, Xiaowu is back. As the words left his lips, the once calm lake suddenly roiled with waves. The true king of the forest, the azure bull python, declared, I am here. It possessed a serpent's body yet bore the visage of a dragon. Its invisible aura spreading throughout the area, compelling even the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, to retreat. Its eyes seemed to hold the depth of a starry sky, profound and mysterious. Bai Ying stood to the side, feeling the overwhelming pressure that enveloped him. Yet his heart remained untroubled by fear. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his gaze resolutely locking with that of the azure bull python. Xiaowu approached and whispered something inaudible, after which the azure bull python spoke. So you are the human that Xiaowu mentioned? Its voice resonated like that of a weathered elder, imbued with an undeniable authority. Bai Ying nodded and replied fearlessly, Indeed, I am a friend of Xiaowu. I have come here solely to take her away, harboring no ill intentions. The heavenly azure bull python, with its immense dragon form, approached Bai Ying. A terrifying aura descended. Yet it had no effect on him. Possessing the dragon-slaying martial soul, he was unperturbed by dragon might. In the face of this king of the forest, his tone was surprisingly calm. May I inquire what your purpose is? You, a mere human, so young yet capable of absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings and a 100,000-year soul ring, possess unimaginable potential. You are aware of Xiaowu's identity, yet you choose to actively conceal it without causing harm. Your character is truly noble, and for this, I express my gratitude. Let us forego the thanks. May we depart now? Human, I wish to pose one more question. Have you truly received the divine inheritance? As a 100,000-year soul beast, I can faintly sense the divine aura emanating from you. Since you are aware, why inquire further? The fact that a deity would bestow their legacy upon you signifies that you are destined for divinity. Enough of this idle chatter. What is your intent? If there is nothing further, I shall take Xiaowu and leave. The heavenly azure bull python, despite facing a human's impatience, remained unfazed. I wish to propose a transaction. Rest assured, you will not suffer any loss. What sort of transaction? This I cannot disclose for now. Once you reach the title Daoliu level, you will come to understand. Very well, you may take Xiaowu back now. After the two departed, the Titan giant ape appeared puzzled. Brother, why did you entrust Sister Xiaowu to a human? I had no choice. This human has attained a divine position, which is precisely what Xiaowu aspires to. Soul beasts that transform into human form typically have a short lifespan of merely 100 years. although their cultivation talents surpass those of ordinary individuals. The path to divinity remains exceedingly elusive. Thus, I allowed Xiaowu to accompany him. After all, he is the only leverage for her to transcend that realm. Xiaowu, you should rejoin them. I will hunt a soul beast and acquire the 4th soul ring before meeting you again. Brother, let me accompany you. Your current strength is far too weak. I must ensure your safety. Obey me. Besides, with so many soul tools at my disposal, I shall be fine. You must reunite with them first, then come find me. Very well, take care of yourself, brother. As Xiaowu's silhouette gradually faded away, Baiying finally felt at ease. After searching for a while, a terrifying crimson dragon, known as the bloodthirsty mad dragon, appeared within Baiying's line of sight. This rare breed was distinguished by its unique frenzy, a state that significantly amplified its strength, speed, and defense. Baiying took a deep breath, gradually mobilizing the soul power within him, preparing to confront the impending challenge. The bloodthirsty dragon let out a low roar, its massive form lunging forward with ferocity. Its claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking down towards Baiying. Baiying's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only an afterimage. His speed was so extraordinary that it seemed to transcend the constraints of space, momentarily bewildering the bloodthirsty dragon. Yet, Baiying did not pause in his advance. He flickered in and out of sight, weaving through the dragon's onslaught, each reappearance drawing him closer to the beast. With soul power surging in his hands, his 3 soul skills overwhelmed even the bloodthirsty dragon. The time battle blade suddenly materialized in Baiying's grasp, its blade shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Gripping the hilt tightly, he surged forward and positioned himself behind the bloodthirsty dragon. Time seal, he exclaimed, sweeping the blade forward. An invisible blade of energy sliced through the air, enveloping the bloodthirsty dragon in an instant. Its colossal body seemed to freeze, movement slowing to a rigid halt. Immediately, Baiying called out again. Time slash. This time, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly circling the bloodthirsty dragon. With each rotation, a fierce blade of energy struck decisively against the dragon-esque form. The bloodthirsty dragon appeared completely immobilized, unable to respond. Now is the moment. Chapter 71. The entanglement of dragon and serpent. The bloodthirsty dragon was now battered and bruised as Baiying lifted the time freeze. In an instant, the dragon unleashed a furious roar, its entire body thrashing violently. A crimson light emanated from it, enveloping its form. This was the bloodthirsty dragon's frenzy. How intriguing. Yet, it was unfortunate for you that you encountered me. Farewell. Baiying had affixed several soul-guided bombs to the bloodthirsty dragon, with a resounding explosion coinciding with the dragon's roar. Its body was engulfed in a fiery blast. The next moment, as the smoke cleared, the dragon swayed precariously. At this juncture, Baiying swiftly dealt with the bloodthirsty dragon and promptly seated himself in a meditative posture to begin absorbing its soul rings. The soul rings of the bloodthirsty dragon were exceedingly unstable, the soul vibrations terrifying and dreadful, causing Baiying's entire form to glow a deep crimson. After several arduous hours of absorption, Baiying's body finally ceased its tremors. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that shimmered with a profound red light, reminiscent of a night that had devoured countless lives. His aura grew overwhelmingly powerful, as if an invisible tempest raged within him. The surrounding air appeared distorted by this force, and Baiying's figure flickered in and out of existence amidst the light and shadows. Behind him, the soul ring of the bloodthirsty dragon spun slowly, emanating a disquieting resonance. The ferocity and intent to kill embedded within that soul ring, under Baiying's control, became docile and obedient. The white shadow slowly rose, gazing at its 4th soul ring, unable to suppress a smile. At last, it was accomplished. My 4th soul skill is named Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from the corpse of the bloodthirsty dragon. Upon closer inspection, 2 soul bones appeared. The emergence of soul bones usually occurs when a soul beast voluntarily sacrifices itself or when it harbors an immensely powerful resentment before its demise. Moreover, it is known that only someone of the stature of the Pope, Bibi Dong, has witnessed a single soul beast yielding 2 soul bones. What a treasure this is! I must secure it carefully. Today, in the Stardow Forest, I have truly stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. As Baiying was preparing to leave, she suddenly heard a voice coming from a distance. Initially assuming it was Zhao Wuji and the others, she did not dwell on it and proceeded towards the source of the sound. Grandfather, where has that human-faced demon spider gone? My dear granddaughter, do not worry. I will certainly help you find it. As the white shadow drew closer, it became apparent that it was Ming Aran and the others. Is it you? Grandfather. He is the one who bullied me. Ming Shu, gazing intently at the white shadow, spoke, "You have bullied my granddaughter." "I did not bully her, rather. I was saving her." At that moment, your granddaughter, Meng was injured and unconscious. As I was channeling my soul energy to her, her clothing could not withstand it and tore. It was not my intention. Both Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged glances, their expressions becoming subtly intricate, while a distinct flush and shyness appeared on Meng Yiran's face. "Who asked you to save me? Did I request your help? You are nothing but a scoundrel." "Humph. It seems my efforts were in vain. Had I known, I would have allowed you to be trampled by the Titan ape instead of intervening." "Very well. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. The more I wish to avoid certain individuals, the more I encounter them. My spirits were quite high, but your presence has extinguished my good mood." Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran was immediately infuriated, her anger flaring as she implored her grandfather, Meng Shu. "Grandfather." He looked at my body. "You must make him pay the price." "Pa, spare me your words. Who has seen your body? Besides, it is hardly appealing. Resembling a snake, far from attractive. Moreover, you slapped me. Is that not enough? I see you will never find a husband. You are a petty and jealous woman. Do you think you are beautiful? In my eyes, you are nothing." Initially, Meng Yiran was already furious, and now being insulted further inflamed her rage. At this moment, her grandfather, Meng Shu, could hardly believe someone would dare speak such words about his granddaughter. "Young man, regardless of the circumstances, you have laid eyes on my granddaughter, who has never been subjected to such insults throughout her life. You must provide us with an explanation." "An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek?" Buying sighed, declaring that today marked his downfall. He resolved that this debt must eventually be settled, and thus he proposed to abide by the rules of the Soul Masters. "I challenge you," he asserted. "If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. However, if I emerge victorious, not only will this matter be overturned, but I shall also demand your granddaughter, Meng Yiran, to serve me as a servant. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Meng Yiran immediately interjected. "My grandfather is a formidable soul emperor. How dare you, a mere soul master, challenge him?" "Very well, I shall accept your challenge on his behalf." "Yiran, do not act recklessly," cautioned Chao Tianxiang. "Their insults have reached me," Meng Yiran retorted. "Moreover, do you truly believe grandfather will lose?" Meng Shu, a soul emperor among the dragon prince and snake matriarch, naturally bore the pride of a powerful being. He spoke with authority. "Very well. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall concede your victory. Should you endure even one of my blows without faltering, that too shall be deemed a victory for you." With that, Meng Shu initiated the assault, wielding his dragon-headed staff to strike fiercely at Bai Ying. The white shadow stepped lightly, utilizing the 3rd soul skill, the invincible golden body, to absorb the incoming strike, and not only that, but also seize the dragon-headed staff. In the next moment, the white shadow directly unleashed his martial soul, which possesses a formidable restraining power over all dragon-type martial souls. Meng Shu released his soul rings, and 6 luminous rings gradually appeared. Suddenly, the dragon-headed staff grew immense, and a fierce black beam shot towards the white shadow. However, to his astonishment, he simply consumed it. It must be said, it was truly delectable. My martial soul has the ability to devour the flesh and blood of dragon-type soul masters. Although my current strength is insufficient to fully consume you, I can easily absorb the remnants of your essence. Now it is my turn. You two should join forces and unleash your martial soul fusion technique. Perhaps there is still a chance, otherwise, only death awaits you. As formidable beings, Long Gong and Sheepa found it hard to believe that they would need to resort to a martial soul fusion technique against a younger opponent, especially considering the vast difference in their levels of mastery. It was laughable. For me to employ a fusion technique, you are simply unworthy. Is that so? I hope you will still hold that belief shortly. In the next moment, Bai Ying produced a diamond-shaped device, the Annihilation Cannon, which re-emerged with grandeur. What is this? The trio pondered, yet the white shadow merely smiled and remarked that you are the second ones to compel me to use the Annihilation Cannon. Although this device is not yet fully repaired and lacks its former might, it is still beyond your capacity to withstand. Which is why I encouraged you to execute your fusion technique, since you seek your demise. I shall grant you the opportunity to learn the consequences of offending the son of the Martial Soul Hall. Chapter 72. A man with a vengeful bite prepared to witness the power of a level 9 soul guide. Amidst the deafening roar, the level 9 Annihilation Cannon finally unleashed its fury. The once feeble red glow at the cannon's mouth blazed fiercely, as if a long-suppressed flame had finally been set free. That terrifying aura surged like a waking dragon, rampaging through the air, leaving all breathless. At that moment, the expressions of Long Gong and Sheepa turned grave. They had traversed the continent for years, facing countless life and death situations, yet now they truly felt the threat of death looming. Without hesitation, the two simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Dragon Snake attack. A flash of golden light illuminated the sky, and a colossal golden dragon materialized. Its claws poised and radiating intense golden brilliance, as if it could rend anything apart. The golden dragon surged forward with a thunderous momentum towards the cannon's mouth. As the golden dragon collided with the cannon, a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the very world around them. Fear flickered in the eyes of Long Gong and Sheepa as they perceived their fusion technique crumbling before the opponent's might, as fragile as paper. The golden dragon emitted a mournful roar, its golden light flickering violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. In an instant, both fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, they gazed at the soul guide device with terror, having just experienced its dreadful power firsthand. The commotion soon attracted a multitude of soul beasts, and the two struggled to their feet, panting heavily. However, to their astonishment, Meng Iran and the White Shadow had simultaneously vanished without a trace. Iran and the others were filled with regret, but before they could retreat, dense waves of soul beasts encircled them. Although individually weak, these beasts posed a significant threat in numbers, and dealing with them would consume considerable time. With Meng Iran's fate uncertain, compounded by their own grievous injuries, their already dire situation grew even more precarious. Let me go. Quickly, let me go. Otherwise, my grandparents will never forgive you. Meng Iran struggled fiercely in the White Shadow's embrace, her small fists raining down like raindrops upon his chest. Yet to him, it felt merely like a tickle, as he maintained a serene smile, as if everything were under his control. Release me, you wicked villain. Her face flushed with anger as she attempted to kick him. But alas, he held her firmly, rendering her utterly immobile. The pale shadow offered a faint smile, softly uttering, Meng Iran, it would be prudent for you to remain quiet at this moment. Your grandparents are currently in a precarious situation. If you wish for their safety, you must obediently comply. Otherwise, I shall abandon you here. You ought to be aware of the perils that lurk within the Stardow forest, given your abilities. Should you encounter a slightly more formidable soul beast, it would spell certain doom for you. At this moment, Meng Iran was in tears, her sobs cascading like pearls severed from their string, dampening her cheeks. Having been pampered by her grandparents throughout her life, she had never before experienced such fear and helplessness. Bai gazed at Meng Iran's tear-streaked face, devoid of any compassion. He spoke coolly, Meng Iran, you are now my servant. Who compelled you to wager against me? Now that you have lost, you must face the consequences. Furthermore, I have never wronged you, so why harbor such animosity towards me? Now, I am curious to see if you, the spoiled princess, have rectified your faults. I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have offended you. I implore you, spare me. Such thoughts were indeed fanciful, but it was too late. From the moment you crossed me, I offered you countless chances, yet you chose to persist in your folly. Now that you recognize your mistake, it is too late. Seeing that Bai Ying was resolute in his refusal to relent, Meng Iran boldly inquired, what do you wish to do? What do I wish? Let us adhere to the rules. You lost, and now you must be my servant. Upon finding a secure location, they finally came to a halt. Meng Iran, hoisted over Bai Ying's shoulder, felt the violent jostling induce a wave of nausea. She attempted to employ her second soul skill, Serpent's Body, to escape. However, her plans and intentions had long been anticipated by Bai Ying, who had preemptively sealed her soul power and struck her acupoint. Young lady, do you now comprehend the harshness of society? I understand. Will you then release me? Absolutely not, he replied without hesitation, leaving Meng Iran in despair once more. What must I do to earn your mercy? Did I not already inform you? Become my servant, and I shall let you go. Know this, as a future elder of the Spirit Hall, your opportunity to serve me is a fortune earned from your past life. Meng Iran clenched her teeth in silent fury, pondering whether this fortune was truly worth having. Aside from this, what else do you desire? I can grant you anything, but this is what I desire, and the things you offer hold no value for me. Did you not just label me a villain? Today, allow me to show you what a true villain is. With that, under the gaze of Meng Iran's terrified eyes, he pressed his lips against hers. She was taken aback by Bai Ying's sudden movement, her eyes widening in shock, her lips parting slightly as if she had forgotten to breathe. His lips, as gentle as feathers, brushed against hers, and in that instant, she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, the entire world around them frozen in time. The lips of the pale figure were warm and soft, and Meng Iran could distinctly feel his breath and heartbeat. Her own heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving her utterly uncertain of how to respond. The tip of Bai Ying's tongue gently probed into her mouth, and Meng Yiran felt a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. She yearned to resist, yet her body seemed immobilized, as if nailed down. One thought consumed her mind. Her innocence was irretrievably lost. Was this truly the embodiment of villainy? As Meng Yiran separated from Bai Ying, she comprehended the sheer terror of this man. He was infinitely more vindictive than she had presumed. How dare you kiss me? No one has ever dared to act so brazenly towards me. Meng Yiran's face flushed crimson, a blend of fury and embarrassment overwhelming her. Well, since you now recognize your error, I shall grant you time to reflect. You have become my servant. Thus, it would be wise to behave. Rest assured, your future will not be without its rewards. However, the condition is your obedience. Disobedient servants meet but one fate, death. Do you truly dare to kill me? Chapter 73. Meng Yiran addressed him as master. What is there to fear? Even if you were to perish, it would merely present me with additional inconveniences. Do you genuinely believe your grandparents can threaten me? The Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron, perhaps esteemed figures in the Daoliu continent, were but sole emperors in the grand hierarchy of the Spirit Hall. Countless individuals surpassed them in strength. Rather than fall into your hands, I would prefer to take my own life. Determination etched across Meng Yiran's face, yet in the next moment, her neck was brutally seized. A powerful sense of suffocation enveloping her, compelling her to gasp for air. Nevertheless, the pressure around her throat only intensified. Do you feel it? This is death. Did you not wish for it? I shall grant you that wish. Meng Yiran initially intended to threaten him with her demise, hoping to persuade him to release her. Yet he deviated from her expectations. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation ignited an instinctive fear within her. The desire to survive surged fiercely, tears rapidly welling in her eyes. Yet, confronted by his formidable power, she ultimately suppressed her cries. As Bai Ying observed Meng Yiran's breath growing ever fainter, her gaze increasingly turned pallid. This is the taste of death. Now tell me, do you still yearn for it? If you desire to die, I can grant you that wish right now. I do not wish to die. I truly do not. Meng Yiran was genuinely panicking at this moment. His voice dwindled further as he clutched the hand that gripped his throat, pleading for mercy. Remember what you have said today. If you ever seek to end your life again, this will be your fate. Anyone who offends me will either meet a torturous demise or endure a fate worse than death. Considering your remarkable beauty, I have chosen to show you leniency. Do not mistake my mercy for weakness. With that, he flung her to the ground. Meng Yiran gasped for fresh air. His eyes filled with terror and reverence as he looked at Bai Ying. I now present you with two choices. Remember, you have but one opportunity to choose. Should you fail to make the correct choice, your fate will be unbearable. Listen carefully. The first option is that I will summon some formidable soul beasts. If you can survive their onslaught, our grievances will be settled. However, I must warn you that most of these soul beasts are of the 10,000-year caliber. Given your current strength, you may well serve as their prey. After all, your flesh is delectably tender. Meng Yiran pondered for a moment and shook his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Bai Ying. The second option is for you to obediently call me master so that I may hear it. If you can bring me joy, not only will I spare you, but I shall also bestow upon you a tremendous gift. Choose wisely. The opportunity has been granted. But my time is limited. I shall allow you a mere 10 seconds to decide. As Bai Ying began the countdown, Meng Yiran found himself engulfed in profound turmoil. Tears streamed down his face as he initially contemplated refusal, yet the memory of Bai Ying's earlier methods made his body involuntarily shudder. How could he have dared provoke such a beast? If given a second chance, even if it meant death, or losing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent soul ring, he would resolutely avoid inciting this harbinger of doom. As time slipped away, Meng Yiran, filled with humiliation, reluctantly uttered the word master. I did not hear you. Speak louder. Master. With each utterance, Meng Yiran felt as though his heart were being pierced by 1,000 blades. That's better. Remember, I am now your master. You must obey my every command. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences, are you not? Do you understand? Answer me, do you understand? The voice of the white shadow intensified. And without warning, Meng Yiran jumped, her lips trembling as she stammered. I understand. As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. I have a rather irritable temperament, so do not harbor any illusions about me. Now come closer. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Yiran slowly stood up, feeling only fear in the presence of the man before her. Approaching him, she trembled uncontrollably. What are you doing? Do not be so afraid. I have already promised to grant you an extraordinary gift. Subsequently, the white shadow retrieved an 8-petal celestial orchid from the soul-guiding space. Consume this, and your strength will experience a remarkable enhancement. Meng Yiran dared not resist. She sat down and began to absorb the celestial herb. After an hour, she sensed a qualitative leap in her soul power. I have actually broken through to level 35, an increase of 5 levels? How did you manage this? You need not concern yourself with the details. Just remember this. I will not mistreat you. Following me means you will share in my fortune. At that moment, Long Gong and Shipu arrived, both bearing numerous wounds, evidently exhausted from dealing with a horde of soul beasts. Iran, do not be afraid. Your grandfather is here. Mengshu said, his face dark with worry. Release Iran. If there are grievances, let them be directed at this old man. Senior, you may have misunderstood. She willingly agreed to become my servant. Nonsense. How could that be? Why is it impossible? I can elevate her strength in a short time. That is no feat beyond my capabilities. At this juncture, Chao Tianxiang approached Meng Yiran and, upon inspection, discovered her soul power had indeed risen by 5 levels. They have only been apart for a brief time, yet her soul power has increased so swiftly. Rest assured, Senior. I merely administered the celestial herb, which will not harm her innate foundation. Allow me to assure you, within 10 years, I can help her surpass the title Daoliu realm. Moreover, she shall serve as my attendant for only 3 years. After that, if she wishes, I can return her to your side. During this period, I shall not compel her to act against her will. What do you say? The words of the White Shadow left Long Gong and Shipu in silence. The prospect of breaking through to the title Daoliu realm within 10 years was previously inconceivable, yet now they found themselves reconsidering. Being in the company of this saint's son would undoubtedly offer Meng Yiran greater benefits than remaining with them. Furthermore, they had just witnessed her remarkable 5-level increase. Could they achieve such rapid advancement in a short span? At that moment, Meng Yiran spoke up. Grandfather, grandmother, I consented to follow the saint's son of my own volition. Yiran, do you truly wish to go? Chao Tianxiang inquired. Meng Yiran nodded and reassured them. Do not worry, grandfather and grandmother. This is entirely my choice. No parent wishes for their child to remain unaccomplished. Ultimately, Long Gong acquiesced. Since this is your decision, we shall respect it. Young man, heed my warning. Should you dare to mistreat Iran, I will not let you off easily. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Long Gong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran, they departed. Chapter 74. Conclusion. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, indeed surprising the White Shadow. Well then, grandfather and grandmother have left. I hope that your words hold true, and I will break through to the title Daoliu realm within 10 years. Of course. Have you finished absorbing the soul ring? Meng Yiran snorted in indignation, replying, This is all your fault. The phoenix-tailed chicken soul ring was stolen by you. And now the human-faced demon spider is nowhere to be found. Enough. I will find you a more suitable soul beast. Your martial spirit is the serpent staff. So it is only fitting to seek a serpent-type soul saint to fully unleash its potential. Let us proceed. After traveling a short distance, they soon encountered a fitting soul beast, the blazing venomous snake. Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled as she beheld the creature, its body radiating with a fiery intensity. Its scales shimmering with golden brilliance under the sun. Its crimson eyes seemed capable of spewing flames, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Bai Ying smiled faintly, gesturing to Meng Yiran that the soul power of this fiery venomous serpent resonated with her, and its fierce disposition made it perfectly suitable as her new soul ring. Meng Yiran nodded, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Gripping her serpent staff tightly, she moved like a flash of lightning towards the fiery venomous serpent. The staff traced an elegant arc through the air, slicing through the rushing wind, as Meng Yiran's speed was astonishing, bringing her almost instantaneously before the serpent. Startled by her sudden assault, the fiery venomous serpent let out a thunderous roar, its crimson body coiling violently in preparation for an attack. However, Meng Yiran was swifter still, and her staff struck precisely at the serpent's vital point. The serpent writhed in agony, its scarlet eyes filled with terror. Observing this, Bai Ying promptly unleashed his own soul power to stabilize the fiery venomous serpent, and in that fleeting moment, Meng Yiran decisively ended the serpent's life. Taking a deep breath, Meng Yiran tightened her grip on the serpent staff and began to absorb the fiery venomous serpent's soul ring. The surrounding air grew intensely heated, and her silhouette flickered amidst the flames. Her aura gradually swelled, as if an invisible force surged within her. The fiery venomous serpent was an extraordinarily unique soul beast. Within the entirety of the Stardow forest, even the so-called nightmares like the faceless demon spider dared not provoke it lightly. Its most distinctive feature lay in its fiery toxin, which even the king of poisons, the faceless demon spider, would regard with utmost caution. After an indeterminate span of time, she finally completed the absorption. I succeeded. I succeeded, she exclaimed with exuberance. What is your third soul skill? Meng Yiran joyously responded, the flame of poison. This skill embodies the venom of the fiery, venomous serpent. Once infected, one feels as though engulfed in blazing flames, ultimately succumbing to excruciating death. A remarkable soul skill indeed. Now, consolidate your realm. With that, he returned Ming Iran to his soul guidance device. At this moment, Bai Ying glanced at the sky. He had to locate them before nightfall, lest the consequences become dire. With this thought in mind, he resumed his journey forward. After traveling a certain distance, he noticed movement among the distant grass. This time, he did not approach recklessly but instead moved cautiously. Soon, he beheld a spider, its entire body laced with venom, adorned with a terrifying human visage. The faceless demon spider, it seemed this little rascal was about to unlock a new power. How intriguing. How could I possibly refrain from assisting him? With this thought, Bai Ying turned and swiftly departed, soon attracting a multitude of soul beasts. Before long, a cacophony of rustling sounds emanated from afar. Were it not for Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he would have been oblivious to such commotion. Originally, Tang San had struggled against the faceless demon spider, and now, with an overwhelming number of soul beasts converging, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Using his purple extreme demon eye, he discerned that the soul beasts were still at a distance. Thus, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Wujue and his companions arrived. Teacher Zhao, this faceless demon spider is perfect for my soul ring. Please assist me. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. With a mighty gravitational force, he firmly restrained the faceless demon spider, followed by a powerful strike that sent it crashing against a tree. The faceless demon spider was in dire straits. It had already been grievously wounded by Long Gong and Shi Pa, and now, faced with the formidable Zhao Wujie, it was as if misfortune compounded. A swift whoosh echoed as Tang San unleashed arrows from the Zhuge Divine crossbow, striking the faceless demon spider, which collapsed in agony. Damn it, Tang San. Could he truly be the chosen one? Puzzled, he wondered why the horde of soul beasts had not yet arrived. Were they dead? Tang San promptly seated himself to absorb the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Its soul ring was exceptionally domineering the moment it entered Tang San's body. He was beset by overwhelming pain. It seemed he had unwittingly sacrificed his own interests to assist another. Had he known, he would have acted sooner. Preventing Tang San from acquiring his most formidable external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Those 8 spider lances were originally mine. He lamented. One day, I shall make Tang San aware of what true genius entails. In exasperation, Bai Ying felt a pang of regret. That external spirit bone had the potential to evolve alongside its master, its capabilities rivaling those of a 100,000-year spirit bone. Teacher Zhao, I have returned. The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone, causing them to instinctively prepare for battle. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, they relaxed. Where have you been? Of course. I went to obtain the 4th spirit ring. My martial soul is rather unique. It requires either a sub-dragon or a dragon-type spirit beast for absorption. Observing Tang San's situation, although Bai Ying felt a tinge of reluctance, he still remarked, I can't believe you also acquired the 3rd spirit ring. Just now we were looking for you when this human-faced demon spider emerged. Coincidentally, Tang San had just broken through to level 30, so we took action and killed it. So that's how it is. Bai Ying, can you discern anything from Tang San's condition? Don't worry, he's fine. The power from this human-faced demon spider is overwhelmingly strong. The limitations of a muddlehead lie within the strength of their physical body. I believe Tang San will surely turn this peril into an opportunity. After a day and night, Tang San finally regained consciousness. Now, 8 spider legs had sprouted from his back, making him appear as a living monster. Logically, I should have absorbed the spirit ring from the human-faced demon spider, but I am perplexed about these 8 spider legs. These are external spirit bones. Congratulations, Tang San. You've acquired the spirit bone from the human-faced demon spider. Upon hearing this, everyone was incredibly excited. Spirit bones are rare treasures that are hard to come by. I, Tang San, truly am the child of destiny. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, everyone eagerly went to rest. During this time, the system's voice echoed once more. Are there any rewards for signing in this time? Congratulations, host, you have received the Heart Sutra of the Goddess. The greatest characteristic of this technique is its ease of practice. It is divided into 9 levels, and when cultivated to its peak, one can even attain the sanctification of the physical body, sweeping all before them. Moreover, during cultivation, the inner strength flows unceasingly, ensuring survival as long as there is a breath of life. Note that this technique can only be practiced by women. This technique from the system is quite good. Congratulations, host. You have also received the Taiji Divine Art. Although it does not compare to the Great Luo technique and the Heart Sutra of the goddess, it encompasses the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, and its potency surpasses that of their mysterious heaven technique. You are indeed generous, system. Chapter 75. Meeting the father-in-law after returning to Shrek Academy, Bai Ying was promptly called away by Ning Rongrong. This situation left Oscar seething with frustration. Having finally garnered the attention of 3 beautiful junior sisters, now they were all revolving around one person, while he was left with nothing but scraps. Rongrong, do you need something from me? I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Let's talk as we walk. Ning Rongrong began. You know our 7 treasure glazed tile sect is the foremost auxiliary sect in the continent, yet we lack any combat capability. I understand. You wish to utilize soul-guided devices to enable everyone in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to have the ability to defend themselves, correct? But you could simply approach Tang Sect. His so-called hidden weapons could also suffice. Ning Rongrong shook her head, saying, I have observed that the hidden weapons he employs are vastly inferior in power compared to your soul-guided devices. Moreover, Tang Sect mentioned that this is a Tang Sect secret, and he needs to contemplate it carefully, which is why I came to you to see if you're willing. Of course, I am willing. However, I have yet to develop an offensive soul-guided device, but it should be ready soon, if you need it urgently. I can provide it in a few days, but I will need your assistance with something. What is it? Every soul master with the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul possesses a strong ability to appraise treasures. I must seek the materials required to create the soul-guided devices. And I need you to accompany me. Of course, I will accompany you tomorrow. I am too fatigued today and need to rest well first. I will come find you tonight. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. You are coming? No, please don't come looking for me to find Xiaowu and Zhuxing. What are you thinking? I intend to teach you a technique. This technique is particularly suitable for your cultivation. A technique? What technique? You will find out tonight. The reason Tang Sect was able to cultivate to the tidal Daoliu realm in such a short time was partly due to the invaluable assistance of techniques. While watching Daoliu, I had often pondered why, after several millennia of evolution, this world had not produced any techniques, and even if there were, they were merely rudimentary ones. Although Daoliu continent is regarded as the underbelly of fantasy, it is still a world. Even Tang Sect, with his mediocre techniques, could achieve divinity, and the Heart Sutra of the goddess awarded by the system would surely elevate them to another level. When night fell, Bai Ying arrived punctually. This frightened Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who thought Bai Ying was coming to seek them out. Seeing their reaction, Ning Rongrong chuckled. I actually knew about your situation long ago. Don't worry, I want to spill the beans. Both girls flushed with embarrassment, and Bai Ying cleared his throat, stating, Tonight, I am here to teach you cultivation, so do not overthink it. What kind of cultivation can be done at night? Yet none dared to voice their questions. Upon reaching the back mountain of the academy, Bai Ying enveloped the area with his soul-guided device. Before I teach you the technique, I would like to introduce someone. With that, Meng Yiran appeared. This is Meng Yiran. I believe we have all met her, so I want to elaborate further. She is now, like you, one of my women. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but interject. You heartbreaker, how many women have you entangled yourself with? I'm not sure. But there will definitely be more in the future. Xiaowu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, at a loss for words. At this moment, Meng Yiran's face was also flushed. All right, you 4, sit cross-legged. I will impart the technique to you. Upon hearing his words, they complied. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes appeared increasingly enigmatic. They sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration, as if entering a marvelous world isolated from the outside. Bai Ying stood before them, gently waving his hands. Streams of soft light flowed from his palms, gradually seeping into their foreheads. This was the power of the Heart Sutra of the goddess, akin to a bubbling spring nourishing their spiritual sea. Each strand of light felt like delicate silk, caressing their souls and bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Begin your cultivation according to the technique. Remember, this is your first training session, so do not be overly anxious. Bai Ying's voice resonated like celestial music in the night sky, imparting boundless peace and strength. Bathed in moonlight, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Filled with curiosity, Ning Rongrong could not help but ask, Is this the technique you are giving us? Bai Ying nodded slightly. His voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Indeed, this is the technique I have meticulously chosen for you. The Divine Maiden Heart Sutra not only facilitates a swift enhancement of your cultivation, but also enables you to master a unique maneuver known as the Divine Maiden Step. This step is not only light and agile, but can also yield unexpected results in combat. The Divine Maiden Heart Sutra encompasses the Divine Maiden Step, the Divine Maiden Swordplay, and the ultimate realm of cultivation, the Divine Maiden Petal Scatter. This technique is immensely powerful yet remarkably accessible, making it ideally suited for your practice. Ning Rongrong felt a warm current flowing within her body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Her seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul seemed to radiate newfound vitality under the nourishment of soul power. She gently opened her eyes, gazing at Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing beside her, who shared the same expressions of joy and contentment. Meng Yuran, on the other hand, kept her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a faint white mist, as if her soul power was fervently circulating, merging with the spiritual energies of the surrounding world. Her long hair swayed gently in the night breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. I feel as though all fatigue has vanished from my body. Xiaowu expressed her astonishment, seeming to have significantly increased her soul power. Ning Rongrong and the others experienced similar surprises, which left them all in awe. This is the extraordinary nature of this technique. Now, Xiaowu, you and the others should continue your cultivation. Rongrong, come with me. I have another technique prepared specifically for the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is quite simple and even more suitable for you. Follow me, and I shall impart it to you. Ning Rongrong nodded in response, and the two walked a short distance. The technique was called the Taiji Divine Skill, which possesses no limitations and exhibits remarkable inclusivity, making it suitable for everyone to cultivate. Is it truly so? Indeed, it is. I shall provide you with the manual now. Take a look. Tomorrow, I will accompany you back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As he spoke, the manual materialized. Bai Ying perused it, noting its accessibility for beginners, but acknowledged that reaching its pinnacle would require time. You intend to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with me? Ning Rongrong blushed as she spoke. Of course. It is high time to meet the father-in-law. Furthermore, my soul guide apparatus requires deeper collaboration with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I will need your assistance in this matter. Chapter 76. Do you truly wish to accompany me back? You want to meet my father? Absolutely not. The main concern was that Bai Ying belonged to the Spirit Hall, which had a historically strained relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Coupled with the current close ties between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, and the entanglements between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family, there was a persistent undercurrent of tension. Although they appeared to coexist peacefully on the surface, her father had indicated that conflict was inevitable. Moreover, the Tiando royal family would never permit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to join the Spirit Hall. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School align with the Spirit Hall, it would pose a significant threat to the empire. Any nation facing a potential threat to its sovereignty would naturally seek to eliminate it. This is a universally acknowledged truth. I understand your concerns regarding the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but remember, I represent only the Offering Hall, not the Spirit Hall itself. This distinction is crucial, especially since the Spirit Hall is currently in a state of division. Rest assured, it will be fine, after all. We will inevitably confront this reality sooner or later. But what if my father harbors ill intentions towards you? Fear not, after all. I am the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. In recent years, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have maintained a facade of peace. And for the time being, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not dare offend the Spirit Hall. All right, but I must caution you, while accompanying me home is acceptable, should you return missing limbs, do not hold me accountable. My grandfather Jian and grandfather Bone are rather protective of me. Additionally, my father is exceedingly shrewd. Though our disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may be weak, you might encounter considerable difficulties with those two around. Ah, what is there to fear? Is there any son-in-law that meets his father-in-law without encountering some hardship? It is merely tradition. Very well, it is settled then. I shall seek leave from the dean now, and we shall set off for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too soon? Not at all. It is better to act sooner than later. Once I arrive at the Tiando Imperial City, I will need some time to prepare, thus the delay may be considerable. In the dean's office, the atmosphere between Master and Flander grew increasingly tense, their tones far from cordial. Had it not been for Tang San, I would not have come here. I am well aware. How long do you intend to keep avoiding this? I simply wish to prove myself. Tang San, being the son of the Haotian Daoliu, possesses the talent that could validate my theories. If I can cultivate a genius with twin martial souls, I would be able to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with my head held high. letting everyone know that I have produced a titled Daoliu with twin martial souls alongside Xiao Gang. You remain as stubborn as ever? Cannot you relent a little? Do you wish for her to be bound to you for a lifetime? The mere mention of this subject rendered Xiao Jing momentarily speechless, as he had spent more years apart from his beloved Lu Erlong than he could count. Over the years, Lu Erlong had been continuously thinking of him, just as he had of her. The events of the past had struck Xiao Jing profoundly, leaving him in despair for many years. Only with the arrival of Tang Sect, a talented individual with twin martial soul potential, had he begun to regain his spirits. For Xiao Jing, Tang Sect represented his last hope for fame and recognition. Xiao Gang, you are overly concerned with worldly opinions. Your actions not only torment yourself, but also a woman who has waited for you for years. Can you truly justify this to her? Enough. I have stated before that unless I achieve fame, I shall never return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Xiao Gang, I understand that your silence over the years was to avoid disturbing our current lives, but you know she loves you. If there were a possibility for us, why wait until now? However, the moment I learned she was my biological sister, any possibility vanished. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Your current happiness stems from Tang Sect, and it seems you have invested all your efforts in him. Speaking of which, I am incensed. Zhao Wujia has been overly aggressive lately, bullying a mere child despite being a 7-ring soul saint. Little did he know that striking the young would bring forth the old. Humph, the Hao Qian Daoliu is not someone you can offend lightly. How would you know? Seeing Xiao Jing produce a Pope's token and place it on the table, he spoke. This was given to me by him. If he were just an ordinary man, how could I have taken him as my disciple? Do not forget, he is the son of the Hao Qian Daoliu, possessing the bloodline of the Hao Qian Daoliu. Are you suggesting his martial soul is of a mutated nature? No, he is the third known individual in history to possess twin martial souls. Initially, I had intended to accept Bai Ying as a disciple as well, but his pride prevents him from submitting to a master. I will prove to him that one day my disciple will make all those who have looked down upon me regret their actions. Do not speak to anyone about the matter concerning the third party, and under no circumstances should Bai Ying be made aware of his identity as the son of Hao Qian Daoliu. Such knowledge could easily attract unwarranted troubles. I understand. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door of the dean's office. Is the esteemed dean within? Who is it? Come in. Bai Ying stepped inside, and, upon seeing Xiao Jing, remarked, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Xiao Jing replied, I also did not anticipate that you would truly come to Shrek Academy. I thought you would refrain from doing so. Do not misunderstand. My presence here is not merely because of your invitation. I simply wish to observe how far your disciple can progress in the future. This matter does not concern you. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Flandra, noticing the awkwardness, quickly intervened, asking, Bai Ying, what brings you here? Dean, I would like to request a leave of absence to visit the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School with Ning Rongrong. A leave of absence? What is your purpose? Naturally, I aim to establish a cooperative relationship with the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, and additionally, I wish to meet my future father-in-law. Very well, Flandra responded. The matter has been addressed. I shall take my leave now. I trust the dean will grant approval. Yes? Internally, Flandra pondered, what use is my consent? What difference does it make if I agree or not? All right then, make sure to return promptly. Are you truly coming back with me? You have asked that more than once. Of course, I am. However, upon arriving at Tiando Imperial City, you must not return directly to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Rest assured, I will ensure a grand return for you there in a few days. Besides, the gift I have prepared for Ning Fingji will be one he cannot refuse. What gift? Ning Rongrong inquired. You will know when the time comes. For now, it remains a secret. The following morning, the two set off in a carriage towards Tiando Imperial City. As they traveled, Ning Rongrong's heart raced with an unusual combination of excitement and fear. She worried that if Bai Ying were to suffer harm, it might cause her heartache. Noticing Ning Rongrong's troubled expression, Bai Ying felt a surge of anxiety. After all, they were about to meet Ning Fingji, a cunning man renowned for his intelligence within the Daoliu series. Though his manner could be somewhat off-putting, one could not help but admire his cleverness. After a prolonged silence, Bai Ying finally spoke. If your father approves of our relationship, what would you do? I do not know. I wish to avoid hurting you and do not want to cause pain to my family. I understand. You have no choice, and neither do I. Rest assured, I will not bring harm to your family. At least, as long as you are by my side, I shall not endanger them. Ning Rongrong fell silent, feeling a flicker of emotion. The carriage traveled at a swift pace, yet in her heart, she wished it would slow down, just a little more. Neither of them spoke further. As dusk descended, Buying finally arrived at a hotel where both individuals maintained a solemn silence. Rong, let us go. We must prepare some materials, he urged. Ning Rong nodded in agreement, and the two departed from their resting place within the hotel. Although they were still some distance from the Heaven-Do Imperial City, the proximity of only a few kilometers had fostered considerable economic development in the area. Bustling with activity and vibrant crowds, they procured various metals and herbs. What do you intend to do with these? Buying inquired. Do you recall how your 7-treasure glazed tower spirit evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tower? I have painstakingly developed a potion that can facilitate the evolution of martial spirits. I believe your father would be immensely intrigued. Perhaps I should have waited to reveal this to you, but it seems now is the opportune moment for you to understand my intentions. I aim to concoct a potion that can induce the evolution of martial spirits, a creation that could transform the entire realm of soul masters. Can you truly achieve this? Ning Rong questioned, her voice tinged with skepticism. To her, the evolution of her martial spirit into the 9-treasure glazed tower was already a miraculous feat. The prospect of a wondrous potion capable of further evolution seemed almost fantastical. Should such a potion exist, it could very well incite chaos across the entirety of Daoliu continent. Indeed, I speak the truth. I would not deceive you. With this potion and the soul-guiding devices I have created, I am confident that your father will no longer refuse our endeavor. Moreover, I have heard of your father, the master of the 7-treasure glazed sect. He possesses the wisdom to discern value. Thus, I must apply myself diligently in the coming days. Half a month later, after tirelessly forging numerous soul-guiding devices, and with the unwavering support of the system rewards, Buying successfully completed the refinement of several potions. From a distance, the 7-treasure glazed sect appeared as a colossal, resplendent tower piercing the heavens, each tier radiating a different hue, reminiscent of vibrant clouds swirling in the sky. As they approached the sect, 2 magnificent stone lions stood guard at the entrance, exuding an air of majesty that seemed to protect this mystical sanctuary. The interior of the sect was adorned with unparalleled opulence. The marble floors gleamed like mirrors, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The walls were embedded with an array of rare gemstones, which shimmered captivatingly under the illumination. The entire sect resembled a magnificent palace, overwhelming in its splendor. As they traversed the lengthy corridor adorned with exquisite murals depicting the history and legends of the 7-treasure glazed sect, each step felt like a journey through time, imbued with the essence of a millennium of heritage. Rong, you have returned, Ning Fengji exclaimed with profound excitement, his face alight with joy. He was accompanied by the sword Daoliu, Qian Renxue, to welcome them. The letter previously sent had disclosed Bai Ying's identity, mentioning that his martial spirit had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Despite the contents of the letter, Ning Fengji was still somewhat incredulous, after all. Throughout the illustrious history of the 7-treasure glazed sect, only one soul master had possessed the 9-treasure glazed tower martial spirit, the founder of their sect. Dad, Ning Rong exclaimed, her earlier worries dissipating as she rushed into Ning Fengji's embrace. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, Rong, you have grown. You are so tall now. Not quite yet, she replied with a smile. Bai Ying gently cleared her throat, restoring her previous demeanor before speaking. This is the genius of soul guide manufacturing I mentioned to you, father, who also possesses twin martial souls. However, Ning Rong's martial soul undeniably convinced them that this individual must possess such capabilities. The white shadow slightly nodded and offered a respectful greeting to Ning Fengji. Their gazes met, and an indescribable sense of pressure enveloped the air. Although Ning Fengji wore a smile, his eyes betrayed an unfathomable brilliance, as if he could penetrate the depths of one's heart. The white shadow understood that the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile school was far more complex than he appeared. In stark contrast, sword Daoliu Qian Renxue resembled a drawn sword, exuding an unmistakable sharpness. His gaze was as keen as a blade, seemingly capable of slicing through any obstruction. Under his watchful eyes, the white shadow felt an intense desire for challenge, yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji smiled as he invited the white shadow to take a seat, and the three began their conversation. The white shadow meticulously showcased the soul guide devices and elixirs he had developed to Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. Upon seeing the exquisite soul guide devices and the rich aroma emanating from the elixirs, Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with surprise. He picked up one elixir, scrutinizing it carefully, feeling the immense energy within, and could not help but exclaim, truly remarkable. Ning Fengji hesitated momentarily before accepting the elixir, his gaze wandering over it, as if weighing its significance. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with determination and trust. Rongrong, are you certain this elixir can truly facilitate the evolution of a martial soul? A barely perceptible tremor laced Ning Fengxi's voice. Ning Rongrong affirmed with a brightness in her eyes that surpassed any previous moment. Father, I am certain. The White Shadow is not an ordinary individual. He possesses abilities beyond our imagination. After a brief silence, Ning Fengxi sighed, his gaze steeling with resolve. He rose and walked towards a training ground within the sect, with Ning Rongrong and the White Shadow closely following. All right, young man, if this elixir is indeed as miraculous as you claim, then the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will be immensely grateful. With that, Ning Fengxi consumed the elixir, an act that startled the trio. He had assumed Ning Fengxi was seeking someone to test the potion, only to find that he had taken it himself. What was Ning Fengxi up to? In the training ground, sunlight poured onto the smooth surface, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Standing at the center, Ning Fengxi closed his eyes, seemingly adjusting his state. The White Shadow and Ning Rongrong stood anxiously to the side, intently watching him. Suddenly, Ning Fengxi opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He inhaled deeply and placed the elixir into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that surged into his body. Ning Fengxi's form trembled slightly, yet a steadfast expression graced his features. As time passed, his aura intensified, his martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, began to rotate slowly in the air, emitting resplendent light. The White Shadow and Ning Rongrong waited with bated breath, fully aware that this moment would determine everything. Abruptly, Ning Fengxi's body convulsed, and a blinding radiance erupted from him. At that moment, his martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, underwent a transformation. The tower became translucent, radiating 9 distinct hues. This is the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Bai Ying gazed at Ning Fengxi with astonishment, unable to fathom that Ning Fengxi had truly succeeded in evolving his martial soul into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. This was not solely due to the formidable nature of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, but also because, throughout the entirety of Daoliu continent, martial souls were innate, and no one had ever managed to evolve a martial soul. Chapter 78. The Bet Ning Fengxi looked at his 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower could at most accommodate 7 soul rings, which meant that historically, the leaders of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect were merely soul saints. However, he could now distinctly sense that this formidable barrier had been surpassed. This young man before him was destined for greatness. Ning Fengxi spoke. Bai Ying, I have heard from Rongrong that you are a genius. Today, I see that it is indeed true. Uncle Ning, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of talent, Bai Ying replied humbly. Can we now engage in a meaningful conversation? Of course, please tell me, what are the prices for the elixir and the soul guiding device? As long as you can state them, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect will certainly oblige. Surely, the significance of this elixir and soul guiding device to your 7 Treasures Glazed sect requires no further elaboration. I have only 2 conditions. If you, Sect Master Ning, can agree to these 2 conditions, not only can I gift you the elixir, but I will also present you with a substantial reward. A reward? Ning Fengxi, seasoned in the ways of commerce, understood well that things offered for free often bore the highest cost. Nevertheless, this transaction was imperative, as it held immense importance for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Very well, please proceed. It's quite simple. I wish to establish a long-term partnership. First, I require a substantial amount of gold and materials, which I believe Sect Master Ning can provide. That is certainly feasible. We have a dedicated blacksmith shop within the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, so that is not an issue. What is your second condition? I wish to marry your daughter. At this declaration, Bai Ying felt a surge of tension, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ning Fengxi then realized that this man sought his daughter's hand. That can be arranged, but I have one condition. If you can agree to it, I will allow you to marry my daughter. At this moment, the Sword Daoliu interjected. Sect Master, please reconsider. This concerns Rongrong's happiness. Ning Fengxi waved his hand, his expression grave as he stated, you were born into the Spirit Hall. As long as you sever ties with the Spirit Hall and join my 7 Treasures Glazed sect, I will permit you to marry my daughter. That is impossible. The Spirit Hall gave me life and raised me. I cannot betray them, but I sincerely hope you can grant us your blessing. I am aware that the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect has always been strained. Ning Rongrong hurriedly spoke. Father. Ning Fengxi waved his hand, saying, Rongrong, please return for now. I wish to have a thorough discussion with your friend. Ning Rongrong was promptly escorted away, leaving only Ning Fingji, the sword Daoluas, and Bai Ying within the grand hall of the sect. The sword Daolua, Chinxin, remarked, "Young man, our Rongrong is the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Cherished and spoiled since childhood. Your origins in the spirit hall render you a poor match for our sect. If you can join us, I assure you, even if the entire spirit hall stands against us, I will ensure your safety. That is absolutely impossible. I will never betray the spirit hall." At this moment, Bai Ying resolutely declined without a moment's thought. "I was raised by Qian Daoliu and nurtured by the spirit hall. I cannot betray them. To do so would render me no different from a beast, forsaking my master and abandoning righteousness. This I refuse to do, and it is absolutely impossible." Ning Fingji then spoke. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Ning Sect Master, I hope you will reconsider. If we can establish a partnership this time, it would undoubtedly mark a historic moment for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you not wish for the school to flourish to its fullest potential? While I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall, I am not entirely of the Spirit Hall. I belong to the Hall of Offerings. These words I speak are solely my own and do not represent the Spirit Hall. I understand your concerns regarding the suspicions of the Tiando royal family. However, my purpose today is to present the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with a new path forward. What path do you suggest? Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost auxiliary sect on the continent, the nature of auxiliary spirits confines us to hiding behind others on the battlefield. My soul guide devices can precisely remedy this flaw. I can confidently assert that, given time to create soul guides suitable for commoners, it would not pose a problem. Imagine a civilian, untrained yet wielding a soul guide. I can guarantee they would harness at least 30 to 40% of its potential. The number of soul masters is limited, while the populace of commoners far exceeds that of soul masters. Consider this, a civilian facing a soul master. Even if the civilian perishes, it is still a gain, for the power of the soul guide would enable them to trade lives with the soul master. If you consent to my marrying your daughter, not only will I impart the technology of soul guides to you, but I will also continuously provide you with a particular elixir that can bring about qualitative transformations in my being. Just imagine the possibilities if this were to be widely disseminated. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, due to its weakness, has had to rely on the Tiando royal family. Yet what benefits has the royal family truly conferred upon you? The principle of giving a fish versus teaching to fish comes to mind. Surely, you are a wise man. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "Please, host, withstand the assaults of the Sword Daolua and Bone Daolua subordinates for the duration of an incense stick. With my current strength, and lacking the super divine artifact, it seems I must simply leave it to fate." Ning Fingji fell silent. His desire for the elixir and soul guides palpable. "Very well, I shall take a step back. Shall we wager? If I can endure the assaults of the Sword Daolua and Bone Daolua subordinates for a full incense stick's duration, you must agree to my conditions. If I fail, I will relinquish all the few elixirs I possess to you. What do you think? You are rather presumptuous, are you not? What is your current soul power level?" "I am a rank 97 title Daolua," the sword Daolua remarked. "I am but a humble soul master, barely at level 40. Level 40? You cannot be serious." Ning Fingji exclaimed in shock at the sight of his age. However, Bai Ying unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a configuration of 3 black and 1 red soul rings, stunning both Ning Fingji and the sword Daolua. Ning Fingji sighed. "Indeed, it seems the person who emerged in the Star Do forest should be you. I never expected such talent to exist within the Spirit Hall. This wager is advantageous for me regardless of the outcome. I accept." Upon the arrival of Bone Daolua Gu Rong, Ning Fingji conveyed the situation to him. Gu Rong, observing the soul power and ring configuration of the individual before him, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure. "Since both of you seniors have no objections, let us commence. Thank you to the comments from the Child of the Stars that have inspired me to write, and thanks to all the readers for their support. I am immensely grateful, as well as to the platform for providing this opportunity." Chapter 79, The Great Battle of Sword and Bone Daolua. Youngster, you are excessively arrogant. I am a rank 97 title Daolua. Old bones, spare him the chatter, just bring him down. Let us see how he can still boast after that. First soul skill. Sword Strike. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Stab. The sword Daolua was enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy, while the Bone Daolua radiated a faint aura of bone energy. In the face of the assaults from these two title Daolua, Bai Ying remained undeterred. With a light step, he activated his flying soul guide, propelling himself into the air. From his elevated vantage point, he looked down upon the two below, a smirk crossing his face. "Do you truly believe this can ensnare me?" With a cold laugh, Bai Ying's soul power surged, unleashing a brilliant golden light. With the activation of his invincible golden body, his form was cloaked in a layer of golden radiance, rendering him impervious to the onslaught of his opponents. The sword Daoliu's sword strike, sharp and fierce, cleaved through the air, while the bone Daoliu summoned a massive bone dragon that surged forth to devour Bai Ying. Is this all you have to defeat me? Old bones, you underestimate us. Watch closely. 7th soul skill, bone dragon true body. 7th soul skill, 7 kill true body. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. 6th soul skill, bone dragon phantom formation. As the combined assaults of the two tidal Daoliu coalesced into a terrifying energy storm, Bai Ying's expression turned serious. He understood the strike could not be withstood through sheer force. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, as if life and death hung in the balance. However, just as the energy storm was about to engulf Bai Ying, the super divine artifact in his hand, the Time War blade, erupted with blinding radiance. This brilliance was dazzling, as if it could rend through all darkness. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ying swung the Time War blade, unleashing a colossal wave of blade energy to confront the combined attack of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu. In that instant, the heavens appeared to split asunder, the clash between the blade energy and the energy storm resounding with a deafening roar. Energy surged forth, conjuring a tempest, and the world seemed to freeze in that moment. Bai Ying stood steadfast amidst the gale, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, as if to declare, I shall not allow you to succeed. As the attacks from the two tidal Daoliu collided with Bai Ying's blade energy, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. The onslaught that should have been capable of obliterating everything was rendered motionless as it met Bai Ying's blade energy, as if time itself had been frozen. In this stillness, an indescribable sense of oppression began to spread. Divine skill, time's seal, time's trace. Suddenly, time appeared to be forcibly distorted by an invisible force, the surroundings beginning to reverse, as if returning to the moment before the attack was launched. This was the time seal, executed by Bai Ying, causing time to twist and spiral into chaos under his command. Qian Daoliu and Gu Daoliu's attacks failed to strike Bai Ying. Instead, due to the influence of Time's scar, they inadvertently harmed themselves. Ning Rongrong cautiously emerged from her concealed position, her eyes brimming with astonishment and concern. She beheld the man she cherished deeply, wielding the resplendent Time War blade, confronting her two esteemed grandfathers. Her heart felt as if it were being torn asunder, engulfed in pain and helplessness. Stop, please. Cease this at once. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself and shouted, her voice echoing across the vast plaza. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. She rushed forward, attempting to halt the conflict, but her speed paled in comparison to the clash between tidal Daolius. She could only stand at a distance, feeling utterly powerless, her heart wrenched in agony. At that moment, the battle raged on. Bai Ying, merely a foreign soul master, despite wielding a super divine tool, could not bridge the chasm that separated him from the tidal Daolius. As time accelerated, a stick of incense had nearly burned through, yet the assaults of Qian Daoliu and Gu Daoliu showed no signs of abating. The time for a stick of incense has passed. I implore you to cease, Bai Ying pleaded. Such formidable strength. Then brace yourself for another strike. Congratulations to the host for acquiring two divine abilities from the Time War blade, Time Reversal and Time Acceleration. Time Acceleration can hasten the aging process of an opponent, causing their attacks to vanish entirely through the power of time. Time Reversal allows one to revert to a previous point in time, usable for both offense and self-preservation. The 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Dragon. The 9th soul skill, Demonic Slash. At this juncture, even Ning Fingji felt alarmed. Generally, the 9th soul skills of tidal Daolius are the most potent among their abilities. Should Bai Ying perish, the 7 treasures glazed sect would face utter devastation. Child, it is not too late to surrender. In my lexicon, the notion of surrender does not exist. In the blink of an eye, the super divine tool, the Time War blade, erupted with a dazzling white light, seemingly staining the entire sky in purity. Concurrently, his armor bore several cracks, as if enduring unimaginable pressure. Yet, at that moment, his original armor inexplicably gained additional segments, enveloping his entire form completely. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ying swung the Time War blade, unleashing 4 divine abilities simultaneously. Time seemed to warp at that instant, and everything around became a blur. The assaults of Qian Daoliu and Gu Daoliu, upon reaching Bai Ying, appeared to be consumed by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, I invoked the 4th divine ability of the Time War blade, Time Reversal. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As Bai Ying's blade energy dissipated, the sky itself seemed to exhale in relief. Qian Daoliu Qinshin and Gu Daoliu Gu Rong The two titled Daoliuos now fell like autumn leaves, their bodies tracing tragic arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Both suffered grievous injuries, blood pouring from their wounds, their faces as pale as parchment. They struggled to rise, only to find their strength utterly drained. Unable to move even a finger. Will you concede? Ning Fingji observed this unfolding drama, reluctant to believe yet left with no choice. For the wager was one he had accepted. Lord Ning, I have triumphed. Ning Rongrong rushed to support Bai Ying, her heart filled with concern. Meanwhile, Jian Dolua and Gu Dolua slowly rose, and Ning Rongrong caught sight of her beloved grandfathers, both injured. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, are you all right? Rongrong, we are both fine. This young man possesses remarkable strength. Ning Fingji, witnessing the scene, ultimately relented, recognizing the benefits of the outcome for himself. Chapter 80, Conversations Dad, by Gu has won. Surely you must concede now. Ning Fingji sighed. How quickly a daughter forgets her father once a man enters her life. Dad, please refrain from teasing me. Ning Rongrong replied, flushing. A person as astute as you must understand the significance of Bai Ying to our seven treasures glazed sect. Ning Fingji sighed again before asking. Are you truly willing to marry him? I am. Ning Fingji nodded. Very well then, daughters are not meant to stay. At this moment, Bai Ying observed the sword Dolua Qian Xin and the bone Dolua Gu Rong. Do the two esteemed seniors wish to continue? He inquired. Old bones. How is it that you are so inept? Who is truly useless here? Is it I who is defeated, or is it you? A dignified title Dolua being vanquished by a mere soul master is quite the disgrace. Speak again if you possess the courage. Both Qian Xin and Gu Rong were brimming with fury. Just then, Ning Fingji interjected, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you are both formidable title Daoliuos. Do not lose your dignity before the younger generation. With that, the two ceased their quarrel and turned to Bai Ying, declaring, one day, we shall compete again. My Rongrong shall not be so easily taken from you. Bai Ying spoke, expressing his willingness to compete with the elder at any time if that was his desire. Ning Rongrong interjected, stating, Grandfathers, this is my own decision. You have just witnessed his extraordinary talent, which is likely unparalleled across the entire Dolua continent. Even if he hails from the Spirit Hall, what of it? If it allows our 7-treasure glazed tile school to ascend to the 9-treasure glazed tile school, I would not hesitate to make sacrifices. Moreover, I genuinely care for him. Rongrong, that is not our concern. We merely fear for your well-being, her grandfathers replied. Ning Rongrong quickly approached sword Dolua Qian Xin, declaring, if he ever treats me poorly, I will certainly inform Grandfather Jian, and you must help me discipline him. Qian Xin agreed. Very well. The matter seemed to have reached a resolution, and they returned to the main hall of the sect. I have only managed to produce over 20 medicinal pills thus far, but have provided with suitable materials and sufficient time. I assure you that I can transform all soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile school into those of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. However, I must caution Uncle Ning that these materials are quite rare, and thus, the cost may be somewhat steep. The issue of materials is not a concern. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school is renowned as the foremost auxiliary sect, Ning Fingji asserted. Since the matter of materials is settled, I will draft a list of the required items and the method for pill concoction. With my assistance, you should be able to master the technique within a few months. Although the pills produced may not be perfect, they should suffice. You truly wish to share this method with our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Of course. It is merely a simple technique for pill concoction, of little use to me. Furthermore, even if I provide you with the method, the likelihood of your success is minimal. Crafting pills requires immense patience and formidable soul power, along with an innate talent that is truly exceptional. Otherwise, it is unattainable. I understand. Let us set this matter aside for now. I wish to inquire about another issue. You are aware of the conflict between our 3 upper sects in the Spirit Hall. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school supports the Tiando royal family, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family remains neutral, and although the Hautian sect has been reclusive, they still show some support for the Shuef family. The situation on the continent has been tumultuous, and I sense a change is imminent. What are your thoughts on this? Since Rongrong has chosen you as her father, I too wish for the happiness of my children. Please share your insights. Indeed, as the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, your perception is astute. Without the Spirit Hall to maintain a balance, the Tiando Empire would long have perished. The reason the Tiando royal family lags behind the Shuef family is partly due to the quality of their spirits and partly because the nobility indulges in pleasure rather than governance. Furthermore, the dwindling numbers of the Tiando royal lineage and the ensuing disorder are merely a matter of time. However, I have learned that the Tiando Empire's second prince, Shueqinghe is a capable individual. Perhaps he can guide the Tiando Empire toward a brighter future? Bai Ying naturally recognized that this was about Qian Renxue, so he praised her highly. Ning Fengji suddenly inquired, and what of Shuebing? What can a spoiled youth achieve? His talent, while not entirely ordinary within the Tiando royal family, hardly qualifies him as a genius. I believe he will not amount to much. You possess an impressive understanding of the Tiando Empire, Rong. It seems I did not misjudge you. Let us set this aside for now. Tell us about soul guidance devices. I understand that the manufacturing techniques have been lost. How do you know about them? That is a secret I cannot disclose. However, rest assured, I am willing to share part of the research techniques with you. Ning Fengji nodded. Very well. I, Ning Fengji, am not a miser. You have aided us greatly. And now I have entrusted my daughter to you. I hope you will treat her well. Additionally, if you require anything else, we will do our utmost to fulfill your needs. I require nothing more than sufficient materials from Sect Master Ning, along with enough individuals. I will spare no effort in nurturing the soul mentors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Soul mentors? Those who wield soul guidance devices are known as soul mentors. I have observed that our continent's soul guidance technology is now significantly outdated. The root of this issue lies in a continental shift that occurred thousands of years ago. He proceeded to recount the events of the Sun and Moon continent. Ning Fengji and the others were left astounded, realizing that this individual was far more astute and shrewd than they had initially perceived. For the first time, Ning Fengji felt as though he was being led by the nose, a sensation he had never experienced before. Subsequently, they each departed. The abode of the White Shadow is naturally adjacent to Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji's intentions in this matter could not be more apparent. I did not anticipate that you would be so easily persuaded. Truly, Father, you are remarkable. It was not I who convinced him, but rather the allure of benefits that swayed him. There are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends, only interests endure. At long last, I have brought you home as my bride. Chapter 81. The Figure of Ning Rongrong. Was it not worth the considerable price I paid? Ning Rongrong remarked, so. Does that imply you feel a sense of loss? I never claimed such a thing. Regardless of the cost, it is all worthwhile if it means having you. Ning Rongrong, with a cold huff, turned and departed. Within the grand hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword Daoliu and Xian spoke. Fengji, you have truly entrusted Rongrong to him? He is from the Spirit Hall. And should the Tiando royal family discover that a member of the Spirit Hall has wed the daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader, it may incite their suspicion. You ought not to act so recklessly. Recklessly? Qin, over the years, the Tiando royal family has steadily weakened. This is an undeniable truth. While the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School ranks among the top 3 sects, we are the weakest of them all. This child brings forth a new hope for our school, and I firmly believe he can illuminate our future. What does it matter if he hails from the Spirit Hall? If he obtains Rongrong, then the Spirit Hall will inevitably forge intricate ties with our sect. In times of peril, we might even draw upon the strength of the Spirit Hall. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. As the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I must consider the welfare of our sect. Fengji, we both comprehend this. This day marks a pivotal turning point for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. A decree was issued, summoning all direct disciples to return to the sect. A multitude of soul masters from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School gathered, and Ning Fengji was the first to unveil his 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, sharing the effects of the medicinal pills with the assembly. All the soul masters of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were astonished. Many quickly consumed the pills, though a few remained unrefined due to the scarcity of materials. Those who ingested the medicinal pills soon ascended in a blaze of light, each acquiring the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile martial spirit. Additionally, the crafting and research of soul-guiding devices, as well as the refinement of medicinal pills, were underway. Bai Ying undertook every task personally, and soon the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School boasted its first cohort of soul mentors. Most of these soul mentors were direct descendants of the school. Initially, they were reluctant to employ soul-guiding devices, as they believed that the power of their own martial spirits was paramount. However, when they truly grasped the might of these devices, they were left astounded. They had never anticipated such extraordinary capabilities within the soul-guiding tools. Those who once regarded the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial spirit with disdain or even contempt now eagerly embraced the study of soul-guiding devices. While it may be difficult for others to fathom, these soul mentors of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile possessed formidable supportive abilities, yet lacked the means for self-defense. This was the greatest vulnerability of their entire sect. With the incorporation of these soul-guiding devices, The soul mentors of the Seven Treasures glazed tile martial spirit finally gained a semblance of self-protection. Buying allowed them to personally experience the capabilities of the soul guidance device, which proved to be unmatched even among soul masters of the same rank equipped with the Seven Treasure glazed tile martial soul. Presently, Bai Ying holds a position of considerable esteem within the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. Even Ning Fingji was taken aback by the rapid acceptance of the soul guidance device by all soul masters wielding the Seven Treasure glazed tile martial soul, as well as the immense benefits it conferred upon them. Bai Ying is acutely aware of the current predicament of the soul guiding devices. Thus he merely engages with ordinary soul guiding devices, the highest of which are but of level 5. Although these devices lack formidable power, they are indeed the most suitable for their needs. As the saying goes, one must always retain a card up their sleeve. In recent days, Bai Ying has been akin to a spinning top. Rongrong, how are you? Has your man lived up to your expectations? Ning Rongrong remarked. I never anticipated that you would genuinely transform. Our Seven Treasure glazed tile school is immensely grateful. Bai Ying playfully flicked his nose and remarked, silly. We are now all family. There is no need for formalities. Then, with a teasing tone, she inquired, by the way, have you been practicing the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra lately? Indeed, he replied. In that case, I shall offer you some guidance this evening. Although she referred to it as guidance, both were acutely aware of the true nature of their intentions. Ning Rongrong blushed and nodded in agreement. As night descended, Bai Ying arrived at Ning Rongrong's chamber. Her room was spacious, a quintessential princess's abode adorned with an array of exquisite items, and the air itself was infused with a delicate fragrance. The white shadow gently pushed the door open, revealing Ning Rongrong seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and beneath her slightly lowered eyelids, her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. Bai Ying approached and gently patted her shoulder. Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing him, a smile graced her face. You have arrived. Why did you come so late? Bai Ying inquired, noticing a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Ning Rongrong instantly set her book aside, her cheeks flushed as she replied. I am not shy. You must be mistaken. Am I mistaken? I cannot possibly be wrong, for I can distinctly hear the rapid beating of your heart. At that moment, Ning Rongrong genuinely wished for a hole to hide in, her face reddening like a ripe apple. She then asked, aren't you here to inquire about my cultivation? Ah, to guide you in your training. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Suddenly, Bai Ying leaned in and kissed her, his warm breath cascading over her neck. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, enveloped in a wave of warmth that rendered her weak and soft. She closed her eyes, surrendering to his gentle exploration of her lips, savoring the sweetness of this unexpected moment. The kiss from Bai Ying deepened, his tongue gently teasing the seams of Ning Rongrong's lips, as if inviting her to explore this uncharted territory together. A powerful impulse surged within Ning Rongrong, engulfing her in its fervor. She clutched Bai Ying's collar tightly, as if trying to merge him into her very being. With a sound of tearing fabric, her exquisite gown cascaded down like shattered butterfly wings, revealing her flawless form. Bathed in the moonlight, her skin appeared as delicate and smooth as porcelain, exuding a subtle jade-like luster. Her curves were graceful and fluid, each detail radiating an alluring charm. Her bosom was full and upright, resembling two towering peaks that captivated the gaze. Her abdomen was flat and soft, akin to fine silk, evoking an irresistible desire to caress. Her legs were long and proportionate, resembling two straight bamboo stalks, leaving one in awe. The gaze of Bai Ying shimmered with a breathtaking brilliance, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he were swallowing his saliva. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's skin, savoring the silk-like smoothness of her touch. His fingers glided delicately across her body, akin to playing a moving melody. His eyes were firmly locked onto hers, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of her soul. After a gentle breeze whispered softly through the air, both individuals succumbed to utter exhaustion. Chapter 82. A good son-in-law outside. Qian Doluwa Chen Xin, Gu Doluwa Gu Rong. And Ning Fingji eavesdropped, feeling as if their cherished cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Ning Fingji, upon hearing the sounds from within, nearly lost his composure. This insufferable brat. Just as he was about to push the door open, Qian Doluwa Chen Xin stopped him, saying, if you open the door now, what will Rongrong think? Fingji, you promised that brat, and you should honor your commitment. Sooner or later, such things are bound to happen. Alas, old bone, it's your fault. If you weren't so useless, how could Rongrong ever behave this way? You old man, are you trying to bully me, placing all the blame on my shoulders? You, a dignified title de law of level 97, actually defeated by a mere soul zone. How embarrassing. Old Bone, are you asking for a beating? Do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you? As Ning Fengji listened to the banter between Jian Daoliu and Xian and Gudo Gurong, he felt overwhelmed. As titled Daoliuos, they were both rivals and close friends. Despite their formidable strength and excellent rapport, minor frictions were a daily occurrence. Enough, you two. Ning Fengji's words halted them instantly. They would gladly have eliminated Bai Ying on the spot, but feared causing distress to Ning Rongrong, so they begrudgingly took their leave. Inside the room, Bai Ying sensed the departure of the outsiders and finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are you so anxious about? Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Your father was just outside, Bai Ying replied. What? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock as she jumped to her feet, eager to verify the truth. Yet, before she could act, Bai Ying interjected, they have already left. It seems they were upset. As a father, how could one remain calm upon witnessing his cherished daughter being pursued by a boorish pig? Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. At least you have some self-awareness. Are you implying that I am a pig? Well, it seems you dare to insult me. This indicates you still possess some strength. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a chill run down her spine. Whenever Bai Ying uttered such words, she sensed impending trouble. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, only to suddenly realize her wrist was firmly grasped. A sinister chuckle emanated from behind her. Why does my little witch wish to escape? It appears you are not yet fatigued. With a swift tug, he pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you, she pleaded carefully, gazing at Bai Ying's expression. It's too late. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of Ning Rongrong's pleas and excitement echoed. The following morning, a voice proclaimed, Congratulations, host, you have signed in and received a divine bestowed soul ring. The divine bestowed soul ring appeared rather impressive. Bai Ying sighed, remarking on the splendid nature of the day. He then turned to glance at Ning Rongrong, who was still in a deep slumber beside him. Her body glistened with fragrant sweat, a testament to the fierce battle they had endured the night before. One must admit, the sensation of conquering this little witch from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was exceedingly delightful. According to the original narrative, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the largest client of the Tang Sect. Now that I have seized control of it, I am eager to see how the Tang Sect will respond. As Ning Rongrong gradually awoke, the moment she laid eyes on Bai Ying, her body involuntarily trembled, an instinctive reaction. Rongrong, having you by my side is truly a blessing, he expressed. Ning Rongrong could not help but retort, you are such a rascal, a wicked rogue. With those words, she playfully thumped her small fist against Bai Ying's chest. Bai Ying grasped Ning Rongrong's delicate fist, gently kissed her forehead, and smiled. I am aware that I am a scoundrel, yet it is only in your presence that I can discover my true self. Upon hearing these words, a blush graced Ning Rongrong's cheeks. She cast a playful glare at Bai Ying and retorted with a hint of feigned annoyance. You rascal. All you know is to sweet-talk me with your flattering words. Bai Ying smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, and together they exited the room. The morning sunlight enveloped them, casting a particularly warm glow. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found Sword Daoliu and Xian and Bone Daoliu Gurong awaiting them. As the couple emerged hand in hand, complex expressions adorned the faces of the two elders. Rongrong, you children are rather hasty, remarked Ning Fengji. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong instinctively released Bai Ying's hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. Approaching her father, she said, Father, you delight in teasing me. Ning Fengji affectionately tousled his daughter's hair, responding, Very well, I shall refrain from further remarks. However, Rongrong, do not be willful and avoid angering Bai Ying. I understand, father, she replied. Ning Fengji then turned to Bai Ying, stating, though I am reluctant to admit it, you are the first person Rongrong has taken a liking to. Nonetheless, as her father, I wish for her happiness. Rest assured, I will cherish her, Bai Ying assured. Actually, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Please, go ahead. It pertains to our extended leave. It has been far too long, and we must return to the academy. When do you plan to depart? Today. Most matters at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been resolved, and the emergence of soul engineers will undoubtedly rejuvenate its brilliance. Perhaps it should now be renamed the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, father. We have been away from the academy for far too long. We must return, Ning Rongrong concurred. Ning Fengji glanced at his daughter with a sigh. This is a gold card from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Though it may not be substantial, it holds considerable value. I present it to you. I cannot accept this. I am not without means. Uncle Ning, I truly cannot accept this. This is what you deserve for aiding our school. By the way, what did you just call me? I momentarily failed to respond. My apologies. Bai Ying took a deep breath and then spoke. Dad. Instantly, Ning Fingji beamed with joy, patting Bai Ying's shoulder and exclaiming, good son-in-law. After accepting the card, Ning Rongrong finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, this secret manual is called the Tai Chi Divine Skill. It is a martial art. Father, please try cultivating it. With that, she presented the technique. Ning Fingji nodded and then sat down to begin his cultivation. As he commenced the practice and circulated his soul power for the first time, he felt a faint surge of energy stirring within him. Both Sword Dolua Qinshin and Bone Dolua Gu Rong also sensed the tumultuous energy within Ning Fingji, leaving them utterly astonished. The white figure nodded and spoke, urging the two to also engage in cultivation. Thus, the three of them entered a state of deep practice. When they finally opened their eyes, they felt a significant enhancement in their abilities, especially for the Sword Dolua Qinshin. He could distinctly sense that he was but a step away from reaching level 98. This particular technique, if cultivated to its pinnacle, would grant the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School the ability to protect itself. Moreover, with the soul-guiding devices and soul mentors I had left behind, the issues of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be entirely resolved. Ning Fingji decisively instructed for the technique to be transcribed swiftly. Subsequently, all disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School commenced their cultivation. It had been a long time since returning to the academy, and he found himself missing them. Ning Rongrong coldly scoffed and remarked, I believe you are not longing for the academy, but rather for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Clearly, I'm not enough for you. You truly are a fickle-hearted rogue. The White Shadow spoke. I have said nothing at all. This is merely your conjecture, not my assertion. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong chuckled, remarking, as the saying goes, one follows the chicken if one marries a chicken, and follows the dog if one marries a dog. I now understand that I have wed a pig. In chapter 83, Farewell to Qian Renxue, one retorts, do you claim I am a pig? Then you must be the pig's wife. Ning Rongrong replied, I cannot contend with you. Are we to return, or what course shall we take? Wait for me here for an hour. I have a matter of great importance to attend to. What could be so vital? Can you share it with me? I cannot. If you were to learn of it now, it might only lead to confusion. Revealing it would only bring you sorrow. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding and refrained from further inquiries. The scene shifts to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Bai Ying stood before the palace gates when a guard approached and inquired, Who are you? Do you know where this place is? Of course I do. Please inform His Highness the Crown Prince that an old friend has come to pay a visit. An old friend of the Crown Prince? The guard glanced at Bai Ying and asked, What is your name? Kindly inform His Highness that Xiao Bai has arrived. The Crown Prince will certainly know who I am. Very well, please wait here. Inside the palace, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was engrossed in official documents. In recent years, due to the unexpected demise of the second prince and the third Prince Xue Bian's dissipated lifestyle, Emperor Xue Yi had designated Xue Qinghe as the heir apparent. During this period, Qian Renxue had also cultivated a considerable following. Your Highness, there is someone at the palace gate claiming to be an old friend here to visit. Xue Qinghe paused, his hand ceasing its movement over the paperwork, and inquired, an old friend? Did he reveal his identity? He said his name is Xiao Bai. A close friend of yours. Xiao Bai. Qian Renxue felt a surge of excitement. Since her arrival at the Heavenly Palace, disguised as Xue Qinghe, she had not seen Bai Ying again. Deep down, she had missed him greatly, as indicated by the numerous reports she had received over the years mentioning his whereabouts. Quickly, please invite him in. Xue Qinghe spoke in a calm tone. The guard complied and soon Bai Ying appeared. After dismissing everyone, Qian Renxue said, It has been many years. You have changed from the person I once knew. Indeed, it has been a long time. Sister Xue, I never imagined that you would look so splendid in men's attire. Xue Qinghe, filled with joy upon seeing her brother, smiled and asked, Did you come specifically to find me? Not exactly. I happened to be here for some matters and took the opportunity to visit you. Now, Sister Xue, you are the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Empire. What an important person you have become. How could I bear to disturb you? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of annoyance. Then what is the purpose of your visit? Naturally, to see my sister Xue. After all these years apart, my longing for you has only deepened. There is a saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. How many days has it been since we last met? Xue Qinghe remarked. You certainly have a silver tongue. I heard from grandfather that you have left the spirit hall to travel the continent. Indeed, the old man is correct. I have been journeying across the continent, and I even encountered the Haotian Daoliu and the Tang Sect I mentioned earlier. What? You found the Haotian Daoliu? Where is he? I only met him once by chance, and I no longer know his whereabouts. I suspect he will appear during the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. This time, I am confident I can confront him and avenge Sister Shue'er. Fool, you must ensure your own safety. Do you understand? My matters are not for you to worry about. I will personally seek retribution. Tell me more about this Tang San. Certainly. Tang San is currently studying at Shrek Academy, which was founded by Flinder, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. The academy boasts numerous Soul Emperor-level experts and is quite extraordinary. In what way is it extraordinary? It only accepts extraordinary talents, rejecting ordinary individuals. Among its students are not only Tang San, but also Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing from the Zhu family of the royal nobility, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and two ordinary students with exceptional talents. One is a food-type soul master with a sausage martial soul, who possesses innate full soul power, while the other wields a phoenix martial soul, a pinnacle martial soul. Moreover, there are also formidable figures like the immovable king and Yu Shaojiang, among others. According to Shrek Academy's motto, it only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. However, I fear that this academy may soon face closure, as, despite the teachers being Soul Emperor-level experts, they have never joined any major faction, resulting in a rather impoverished environment. Listening to all this, Qian Renxue finally spoke, with so many powerful individuals. If they could be of service to our spirit hall, it would provide significant support. Sister Shue'er. Most of the teachers in the academy are proud and yearn for freedom. They once received an offer of support from the Balik Kingdom, which Flinder rejected. Thus, their plans are unlikely to succeed. Sister Shue'er, I came today to discuss another matter with you. What other matter? Bai Ying then proceeded to recount everything to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue exclaimed, "You dare to indulge in romantic entanglements behind my back?" With that, Qian Renxue seized Bai Ying's ear. Bai Ying let out a cry, exclaiming, "Please, allow me to explain." Qian Renxue's exquisite face was adorned with a pair of piercing eyes that fixated unblinkingly on Bai Ying. Those eyes, brimming with a chilling aura, sent shivers down Bai Ying's spine. Bai Ying suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, an endless chill assailing him from all directions, causing his heartbeat to feel as though it had been frozen in time. He looked up and beheld the profound gaze of Qian Renxue, her eyes shimmering with a fierce light, as if she sought to pierce through his very soul. "Please, allow me to explain," Bai Ying stammered. Feeling akin to a prey ensnared by a ferocious beast, poised to be pounced upon at any moment. Qian Renxue remained silent, her cold stare fixed upon him, the weight of her presence rendering Bai Ying nearly breathless. He understood that he had genuinely provoked Qian Renxue this time, and gravely so. Bai Ying took a deep breath, summoning her courage to continue. "Sister Shue'er, please hear me out. My actions are all for the sake of the Spirit Hall." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, yet she refrained from interrupting Bai Ying's words. Bai Ying continued, "The Heavenly Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have always maintained a cooperative relationship. However, if I were to marry the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, then the ties between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and our Spirit Hall would undoubtedly become more intimate. At that point, it would not be impossible for Ning Fengji to sever his ties with the heavenly royal family. After all, he could hardly abandon his own daughter." As he spoke, Bai Ying's gaze grew resolute, as if he had already envisioned the future. He further added, "Moreover, there is Zhu Zhuqing. She belongs to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. If I could leverage her strength, it would certainly grant us a degree of influence over the Star Luo Empire." Chapter 84. What do you think of a little punishment for Qian Renxue? How about becoming a eunuch? Qian Renxue maintained her icy demeanor before speaking. "Is that all you have to say to me? Did you not once vow to marry me? Now you are associating with another woman. How am I to bear this?" Bai Ying found himself at a loss for words, for what was done was done. Had it been anyone else, he might have been able to concoct a plausible excuse, but the person before him was Qian Renxue. To her, Bai Ying would forever remain a younger brother, rendering any attempt at flattery utterly futile. The aura she exuded completely suppressed him. "How many girls have you held hands with?" Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a swift motion, Qian Renxue seized Bai Ying's hand, gripping it tightly as if she wished to peer into the depths of his soul through his skin. The unexpected force momentarily stunned Bai Ying, and as he looked up at Qian Renxue, he was met with a countenance that was terrifyingly dark, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "Is there anything left for you to explain?" Qian Renxue's voice was low and powerful, each word striking like a hammer against Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying took a deep breath, acutely aware that no words could quell the fury of Qian Renxue. Yet he resolved to confront her with honesty. "No," he blurted out, his voice soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "For the sake of my grandfather, I shall forgive you this time." Qian Renxue slowly rose and, reverting to her true form, spoke. "Then tell me, who is more beautiful than your other women?" "Of course, Sister Shuer is the most beautiful," he replied, as she gracefully approached Bai Ying. Each step seemed to tread upon his heart, quickening his pulse and rendering his breath labored. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and anticipation, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. An inexplicable tension surged within Bai Ying. He found himself at a loss on how to navigate this scenario. When Qian Renxue stood before him, she suddenly lowered her head and delicately traced the outline of his ear with her tongue. This gesture rendered Bai Ying's body rigid, an electric thrill coursing through him, causing involuntary tremors. Her breath brushed against his ear, cool yet laced with seduction. "Sister Shuer, do you know why I forgive you? Though I indeed harbor feelings for you, that is not the primary reason. We have matured, we are no longer children. You are a genius with dual martial souls. And having successfully completed the Shura 9 trials, should we bear offspring, their innate talent would surely be extraordinary. At that time, my lineage of angels would also rejoice at having a successor. Sharing this with you is not to evoke guilt, but rather to express my genuine affection for you. Otherwise, I would not have confided in you, nor would I even consider an engagement." Qian Renxue's words astonished Bai Ying. He had never fathomed the significance he held in her heart. He gazed into her eyes, which shimmered with tenderness and hope, as if all worries and anger had dissipated in that instant. She gently caressed his cheek, her gaze brimming with profound love. Bai Ying felt his heart race anew, clutching Qian Renxue's hand as if to convey his feelings. "Sister Shuer," Bai Ying's voice trembled, uncertain of how to articulate his emotions. Qian Renxue smiled softly, enveloping him in an embrace, as though wishing to merge him with her very essence. Her breath, a gentle zephyr against his ear, enveloped him in warmth and solace. Suddenly, the tone of Qian Renxue shifted. Her voice softened yet held a resolute edge. "However, one must face the consequences of their actions. Sister shall impose a small punishment upon you." No sooner had she spoken than she lifted one foot and forcefully brought it down upon Bai Ying's face. This unexpected act left him completely stunned, as if a tremendous force had turned his world upside down. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Renxue. In her gaze, he discerned unwavering determination and undeniable resolve. He understood that he had truly provoked Qian Renxue this time, and this minor punishment would likely not conclude easily. Qian Renxue's gaze gradually descended, eventually fixating on a certain part of Bai Ying's body, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Bai Ying felt the chill and malice of her scrutiny, a wave of intense unease surging within him. He tightly shut his eyes, unable to meet Qian Renxue's gaze, his body trembling involuntarily. "Tell me, if you were to be made a eunuch, would you learn to behave?" Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet frigid, akin to an invisible knife piercing fiercely into Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying's eyes widened in horror, a profound fear surging within him. He sensed the implicit threat in Qian Renxue's words, an irresistible force that loomed over him. The thought of becoming a eunuch, of losing his dignity as a man, was unbearable. "Fear not, it is merely a jest," Qian Renxue remarked, gradually retracting her foot that had been pressing down on him. Instantly, Bai Ying exhaled in relief. It appeared that Qian Renxue still harbored a modicum of affection for him. Observing his sister, Qian Renxue, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Bai Ying's mind, akin to a thunderclap that accelerated his heartbeat. "The host has triggered a special mission. Please engage in dual cultivation with Qian Renxue. Rewards are unknown." His eyes widened further as he gazed at Qian Renxue, his astonishment beyond words. Dual cultivation? How could this be possible? Yet, before he could ponder further, Qian Renxue lunged at him with astonishing swiftness. Her movements were rapid and decisive, entirely devoid of the frivolity of a jest. Bai Ying was enveloped by an overwhelming fragrance, and before he knew it, Qian Renxue's lips were firmly pressed against his. In an instant, Bai Ying's mind went blank, rendering him incapable of thought as he passively succumbed to Qian Renxue's kiss. Her tongue deftly delved into his mouth, intertwining with his own. This intimate contact ignited a profound surge of sensation within Bai Ying, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. What could this possibly mean? Even Qian Renxue herself was taken aback by her own actions. She contemplated halting, yet her body seemed entirely beyond her control. What is happening to me? Why is this occurring? Gradually, an energy began to rise around the two, enveloping them completely. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue could perceive their soul power steadily ascending. Chapter 85. Ning Fengji, the Cunning Old Fox. Although they were unaware of the cause, they could sense their strength amplifying. For Qian Renxue at this moment, power and authority were of utmost importance. An hour later, Bai Ying tidied herself up and gazed at Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Shuer, you have nearly exhausted me." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's face flushed, and she promptly replied, "It is my fault. I should have informed you in advance. Besides, isn't this still to your advantage? How do I compare to those others? Surely, I am far superior." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying looked at Qian Renxue, unable to fathom how she could utter such words. "Sister Shuer, your candor is rather excessive. Are we to engage in a battle of wits? Very well. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may take your leave. As for Shrek Academy, I shall personally dispatch someone to investigate. This matter must remain confidential. You cannot divulge it to anyone, understood?" "I understand. Rest assured. What have you been up to? It took you quite a while," Ning Rongrong inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just visited an old friend," he replied. "All right, let's depart." Ning Rongrong nodded, and the two of them utilized their flying soul guides to leave the imperial city of Tiando. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, the soul power generated from their dual cultivation allowing her to break through to a new level once again. "All these years, despite my constant training, my soul power has progressed exceedingly slowly. I never anticipated such a breakthrough would occur in this manner. Shrek Academy, how intriguing. Bai, oh Bai, you truly harbor many secrets. Your Highness, are you there?" "Yes, I am currently in the midst of training." The voice outside transformed in Qian Renshue's mind into that of Xue Qinghe. She opened the door to find Ning Fengji. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji smiled warmly. "Qinghe, am I interrupting your training? You say this as if your presence is unwelcome. It is an honor for me," she replied with a smile. Ning Fengji gently waved the handgun in his possession, the sunlight streaming through the window reflecting a faint sheen off the metal surface. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he held not a mere weapon, but an artifact capable of altering the very fabric of reality. "Qinghe, do you comprehend the significance of this?" Ning Fengji asked, his voice brimming with anticipation. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly. She could certainly sense the extraordinary nature of the handgun, yet she understood that any weapon is merely an extension of power, with true strength emanating from within oneself. However, seeing the eager glint in Ning Fengji's eyes, she chose to indulge his enthusiasm. Ning Fengji's eyes shone with fervor as he said to Xue Qinghe, "Come, let me show you its might." Xue Qinghe nodded, following Ning Fengji to a spacious shooting range. Surrounded by tall walls, the range featured a vast open space dotted with various targets. Ning Fengji caressed the handgun, a hint of affection in his gaze. Channeling his soul power, a resounding bang echoed as a brilliant beam of light erupted from the barrel, resembling an enraged fire dragon rampaging through the range. Wherever the beam passed, the air seemed to rip apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. The targets crumbled under the impact of the beam, disintegrating into fine powder, the dust swirling in the air. The charred marks left on the walls bore testament to the terrifying power of the beam. "Teacher, this weapon is truly formidable. How did you acquire it?" "This is thanks to my son-in-law, Bai Ying, who imparted the technology and craftsmanship to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." "Bai Ying? Why would he share the production techniques of such a weapon with that old fox, Ning Fengji? Moreover, if this technology were to be utilized by the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly be an incredible boon." Ning Fengji, observing Xue Qinghe's eager expression, smiled and said, "There is no need to fret, Qinghe. Although Bai Ying has departed, the weapons he crafted remain with us at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the opportunity arises, I shall allow you to witness his talent firsthand." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue could only nod helplessly. For Ning Fengji, his purpose in visiting the Tiando Palace today was to converse with his disciple. The struggle for the throne of the Tiando Empire had intensified. The health of Emperor Shuiyu was deteriorating inexplicably, and the urgency of the throne's contention grew ever more pressing. Despite Xue Qinghe's position as the rightful heir being all but assured, one can never be too cautious. The transfer of power is akin to a silent war, stealthily spreading through the depths of the Tiando imperial palace. Although it lacks the bloodshed witnessed in the new Luo Empire's power struggles, where defeated princes could still retain their noble titles and enjoy a life of luxury, Ning Fengji knew that this was insufficient. If Xue Qinghe could smoothly ascend as the ruler of Tiando, it would undoubtedly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School immensely. Among the two remaining princes, Xue Bong was notoriously unruly, while Xue Qinghe excelled in both character and academics. Although Xue Qinghe was the legitimate crown prince, unexpected events could still arise. Xue Bang's uncle, Prince Xue Xing, had been quietly supporting him for years. Despite being merely a prince, Xue Xing wielded significant military power and control over substantial economic resources within the empire. For years, the two brothers had engaged in a covert struggle, yet ultimately, it was Xue Qinghe who would ascend to the throne. Ning Fengji aspired for the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to rise higher and endure longer. This explains why he sought to curry favor with both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family. He understood deeply the vulnerabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A family boasting top-tier auxiliary spirits may appear resplendent on the surface, yet lurking beneath are countless perils. He must prepare early, which is why he wished to introduce his son-in-law from the Spirit Hall to Xue Qinghe. Although the individual was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, securing his assistance would yield countless advantages for Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji, you truly are a cunning fox. Simultaneously flattering the Spirit Hall while nudging me to make the acquaintance of Bai. Your calculations are indeed masterful. Since you have such intentions for me, how could I possibly refuse your goodwill? After all, to decline benefits would be sheer folly. Chapter 86, Training at Shrek Academy. When Bai Ying and Ning Rongrong returned, they found others from Shrek running with bamboo baskets on their backs, appearing thoroughly exhausted. You have returned, the master remarked from a pavilion, sipping on a pot of tea. What are you doing? Can't you see? They are training. The physical condition of these children is simply abysmal. They must undergo rigorous training, he replied. Ning Rongrong glanced around and said, since this is training, I shall join as well. The once headstrong Ning Rongrong had transformed entirely. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and train. You Xiaojiang, what do you mean? I still need to run. Now that I am a teacher at Shrek Academy, my words are orders. If you do not wish to comply, then leave Shrek Academy. Brother, you too have returned. Xiao Wu exclaimed breathlessly, her body drenched in sweat, yet she persisted. Such training may benefit you, but it does not serve me at all. You all hang in there. As he was about to depart, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly rose to his feet and spoke, are you challenging my authority as a teacher? You may either run away or leave. Yu Xiaojiang had long harbored disdain for him since their days at Nodding Academy, and now that he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Master, I hold you in high regard as a master, yet my training methods are indeed distinct from theirs. In terms of physical prowess, I surpass any of them. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang responded, how about we make a wager? If I win, you will obediently follow my instructions. What do you say? What are we wagering on? Did you not claim that your physical capabilities exceed theirs? If you can carry a weight of 10,000 pounds and run 10 laps, and upon your return, still possess the vitality to leap about as you do now, I shall exempt you from training. What do you think? 10,000 pounds is no trivial matter. It could genuinely be life-threatening. Even as a spirit master, it seems implausible. Agreed. Bai Ying procured a bamboo basket, shouldered a stone, and took off at a brisk pace. Before departing, he made a point to have the master assess the weight. Bai Ying's speed was akin to the wind, having previously absorbed the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. Combined with the entirety of the ice and fire duality by spring water, his physique had long surpassed that of his peers. Consequently, he returned with them in just a single afternoon, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. At this moment, the master's countenance was exceedingly grim. Subsequently, Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul, and the 4 10,000-year soul rings materialized around him, eliciting an unmistakable longing in the master's gaze, an excitement that was distinctly masculine. After all, the first, second, third, and fourth soul rings were all of the 10,000-year caliber. It would be nearly impossible to find another individual within the entire realm of soul masters who could boast such an exceptional configuration. Yu Xiaojiang had initially intended for Tang Sect to cultivate the blue-silver grass to the titled Daoliu level, subsequently pairing it with such a formidable soul ring arrangement as the Haotian hammer. Now, witnessing this reality, how could they possibly refrain from being astonished? Ultimately, Flinder made the decision, and Master Yu Xiaojing had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to exempt Bai Ying from training. By evening, while the others had completed their training and collapsed from exhaustion, only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu remained within the academy. Meng Yiran had already departed, allowing Long Gong and Shipa to escort her back, with an agreement to reconvene during the Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent. Since Bai Ying advanced to level 40, it has felt as though it has encountered a bottleneck. Previously, after completing a small cycle and a grand cycle, it would sense an abundance of power, akin to an unceasing river. However, now it is beset by a sense of fatigue, as if the vessel has reached its limit. Bai Ying let out a sigh and remarked, "I never anticipated that I would also encounter a bottleneck. Have I been too impatient?" As Bai Ying pondered, he promptly made his way to Xiao Wu's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Judging by this fragrance, it was evident that most of the concoctions were meant to replenish and invigorate the body. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had completely succumbed to exhaustion. Despite their practice of the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra, their physical forms remained exceedingly delicate. Given this, perhaps it would be more intriguing to enhance their experience. With this thought, he approached the medicinal vat, bit his finger, and allowed his blood to mingle with the elixir. The previously tranquil and gentle medicinal essence was suddenly disrupted. The blood of the White Shadow mingled with the potent essences of the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, both of which were exceedingly fierce. As the blood infused, the expressions of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly contorted in agony. The surging medicinal power relentlessly surged through their bodies, the excruciating pain forcibly rousing them from their stupor. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Xiao Wu was the first to regain consciousness, her gaze landing upon Bai Ying, prompting her to inquire. "I came to see you. For now, refrain from speaking and focus your soul power. Your bodies have reached their limits. But the more dire the situation, the more you must persevere. If you can endure, your physical forms will ascend to a new plateau." The intensity of the pain simultaneously awakened Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, the anguish in their eyes elicited no mercy from him. Channel the goddess's Heart Sutra, allowing your bodies to completely relax and absorb the medicinal energy. In a brief moment, the overwhelming medicinal power was entirely absorbed, transforming their bodies from an initial state of exhaustion to one of ease, as if they had undergone a profound metamorphosis akin to a feather gracefully floating towards the heavens. "Brother, I feel so much better. Do not speak yet. They have entered a meditative state. Do not disturb them." At this moment, Xiao Wu realized they were submerged in a medicinal bath, momentarily taken aback, but her face soon flushed as a thought crossed her mind. "How did we end up in here?" "Rest assured, the attendants helped you remove your clothing." "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about." "Well, you haven't eaten, have you?" "Fortunately, I have some food stored in my soul guide." The White Shadow retrieved a set of Killer Bunny Girl attire from the storage soul guide device. The pale figure stepped outside, and Xiao Wu rinsed off the medicinal liquid from her body with fresh water before donning her attire. "Brother, what do you think?" she inquired. "It is simply exquisite. She resembles a celestial being." Chapter 87. Training Xiao Wu appeared even more enigmatic and alluring. The sleek black stockings clung to her skin like a shadowy specter in the night, exuding an air of cool detachment yet imbued with a hint of mischief. Her enchanting eyes sparkled under the illumination, radiating a captivating light, as if capable of ensnaring the very souls of those who gazed upon her. The figure of Bai Ying fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Wu, as if fearing that she might vanish with the slightest blink. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu wiped her mouth, sensing a slight restoration of her strength. Although Yu Xiaojing may be deemed inadequate, his methods proved to be effective. Thus, it is imperative that you all cooperate with his training in the coming days. Understood? Xiao Wu nodded in affirmation, signifying her comprehension. "Brother, where have you been with Rongrong these past few days?" "To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It must be an exhilarating place." "Brother, what was your purpose in going there?" "To seek collaboration, as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls 90% of the wealth on the continent. Their partnership is my optimal choice. Fortuitously, with Rongrong's assistance, I was able to expedite matters. By the way, has anything noteworthy transpired at the academy during these days?" "Not much, really. It's just that Tang Sect has been incessantly hovering around me, constantly offering me food and drink. However, I have adhered to your advice and have refrained from engaging with him in any manner." Bai Ying gently caressed Xiao Wu's hair and remarked, "Such a good girl." truly deserving of being mine. Tang Sect and I are adversaries. I do not wish for you to appear overly intimate with him. Do you understand? Rest assured, brother. There is still time. Allow me to assist in unblocking your meridians. This will expedite your recovery, Xiao Wu replied with a nod. Together, they made their way to the dormitory bed. The white shadow gently clasped Xiao Wu's hand, and immediately a surge of power emanated from him. The force of the great shift of the universe was exceedingly domineering. However, Xiao Wu was fortunate to have cultivated the Goddess Heart Sutra. With her eyes tightly shut, she concentrated fully on the sutra, guiding this formidable energy into her dantian. It felt as though her dantian transformed into a blazing furnace, converting this immense power into her own. As her mind stirred, the energy surged forth like a torrential current from her dantian, swiftly coursing through her limbs and bones. Xiao Wu felt as if her body were enveloped in a warm stream, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. This force flowed through her meridians, akin to spring waters rushing through a brook, unimpeded and free. Suddenly, the white shadow's finger gently tapped her dantian, unleashing an even greater power that surged in like a flood breaching its dam. Xiao Wu sensed her body was on the brink of being overwhelmed by this force. Yet she gritted her teeth and, guided by the Goddess Heart Sutra, gradually subdued and absorbed it. With the final vestige of power flowing in, she felt as though she had undergone a profound transformation, each cell brimming with vitality. She opened her eyes, which sparkled with a radiant brilliance, as if they were stars shining resplendently. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with admiration and delight. He gently patted her shoulder and remarked, "Excellent. You have fully absorbed this power. You are now stronger than ever before." Xiao Wu nodded, feeling as though her original level of 30 had surged directly to 34. She looked at Bai Ying, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection, and said, "Thank you, brother." Bai Ying smiled gently as he tenderly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, softly assuring her, "You are my woman, and I shall wholeheartedly support you. There remains much for us to accomplish. You must be prepared." Xiao Wu tightened her grip on Bai Ying's hand, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "I will, brother. You should also begin cultivating the Divine Maiden Steps. If combined with your 8-segment falling technique, it will undoubtedly yield unexpected results. Allow me to teach you." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, and the pair ventured outdoors. Xiao Wu began to practice, integrating the technique she envisioned in her mind with her self-created 8-segment falling technique, alongside the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra. "To help you better understand this movement, I shall serve as your sparring partner," Bai Ying said softly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao Wu nodded once more, her gaze resolute and bright. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her stance in preparation for practice. Her movements became light and fluid, akin to a fawn darting through the forest. At times swift as lightning, and at other moments slow as a drifting thread, her silhouette danced in the moonlight, flickering like a mysterious apparition. Suddenly, Xiao Wu lunged forward with breathtaking speed, her rapidity dazzling to behold. Bai Ying reacted swiftly, yet he was still taken aback by her velocity, barely managing to evade her strike. Xiao Wu's form traced an elegant arc through the air, her feet springing with the energy of coils, relentlessly assaulting Bai Ying's vital points. He dodged continuously, his eyes reflecting admiration and astonishment. He never anticipated that Xiao Wu could so flawlessly merge the 8-segment falling technique with the Divine Maiden Steps, crafting such a distinctive offensive style. Just as Bai Ying prepared to counterattack, Xiao Wu abruptly halted, her body gracefully rotating in midair like a blossoming flower. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if she had already discerned Bai Ying's next move. The pale figure smiled faintly, aware that the practice session had come to a close. He approached Xiao Wu, gently patting her shoulder and said, "Excellent, you have fully mastered this technique. Now, we can proceed to the next phase of training." He continued, "The next step involves integrating your third soul skill, instantaneous movement, with this technique. Imagine, if you were to execute this maneuver and then add instantaneous movement, followed by the 8, how formidable do you think the impact would be?" Xiao Wu's eyes instantly brightened, as if she had glimpsed a new realm of possibility. She closed her eyes, her mind beginning to visualize the scenario. The suddenness of instantaneous movement, the fluidity of the Shen step, combined with the ferocity of the 8 together. Their power was simply unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a resolute light shining within them. She gently nodded, indicating her understanding. Taking a deep breath, she began to experiment with the fusion of these 3 elements. Xiao Wu immediately commenced her training, with the pale figure serving as her sparring partner. Her form abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint afterimage. The pale figure was momentarily taken aback. His reflexes were exceptionally swift. Yet he still failed to capture Xiaowu's fleeting presence. At that moment, a shadow surged from his side. It was Xiaowu launching an attack after executing her instantaneous movement. The silhouette of the white shadow flickered suddenly, deftly evading Xiaowu's assault. Yet, he did not halt his advance. Instead, he launched a swift counterattack, striking towards Xiaowu with a powerful palm. Anticipating this move, Xiaowu swiftly twisted her body, skillfully dodging the blow. Utilizing the grace of the goddess step, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the white shadow. In a sudden burst of speed, Xiaowu executed a side kick, her toes sharp as blades, slicing through the air with a fierce gust aimed directly at the white shadow's chest. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he shifted his form to evade this lethal strike. However, Xiaowu's onslaught was far from over. Her other foot, as swift as a serpent, accurately landed upon the white shadow's neck. In that fleeting moment, the white shadow felt an immense force surging through him, lifting him off the ground against his will. Xiaowu spun gracefully in midair, her figure resembling that of a celestial being beneath the moonlight. With the fluidity of the goddess step, she danced elegantly, each movement perfectly timed. Suddenly, with a powerful push from her feet, she propelled herself towards the white shadow like a cannonball. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiaowu could so seamlessly blend teleportation, the goddess step, and the 8 sections of throwing. He quickly recalibrated his stance, bracing himself for the impending strike. Just as their forms were about to collide, Xiaowu executed a deft roll, skillfully evading the white shadow's attack. Then, harnessing the nimbleness of the goddess step once more, she surged towards him again. Her speed intensified, her figure becoming increasingly indistinct, akin to a bolt of lightning darting through the air. The white shadow continuously evaded, his expression growing increasingly grave. He realized that Xiaowu had fully mastered this attacking technique, her speed and power escalating with each attempt. This revelation both surprised and excited him. Just as he thought he had deciphered her offensive patterns, Xiaowu unexpectedly executed a backflip, her body tracing a flawless arc in the air before she forcefully propelled herself towards the ground, launching herself at him like an arrow released from its bow. This time, her speed was so astonishing that he could scarcely react. As her attack neared its target, a sudden tremor coursed through him, and an immense surge of soul power erupted from within. His figure instantly became blurred, as if he had transformed into a phantom. Xiaowu's strike missed its mark, and a flicker of astonishment flashed in her eyes. She had not anticipated that he would be capable of counterattacking under such circumstances. At that moment, the white shadow materialized behind Xiaowu, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. She stiffened abruptly, feeling the warmth radiating from his hand. Gradually, she turned to meet his gaze, locking eyes with his profound orbs. "You did exceptionally well," he remarked with a smile. "You have completely mastered this attacking technique and even devised new moves. I look forward to seeing you unleash the full potential of this skill in actual combat." "Well then, it is getting late. Let us proceed to the next activity." Xiaowu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What training comes next?" "We shall return first, and I will tell you," he replied. Without a hint of doubt, she followed him. Upon returning to the dormitory, he lifted Xiaowu into his arms, his warm breath cascading over her neck. Her heart raced like thunder, and her cheeks flushed with an intense heat. His embrace felt like the safest harbor, imbuing her with a sense of inexplicable comfort amidst her shyness. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his deep gaze, only able to feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her neck. "Is this part of the training?" Xiaowu's voice quivered, tinged with an unmistakable shyness. Bai Ying smiled faintly, declaring, "This is not your training, but mine." In an instant, he pressed his lips against Xiaowu's, pouring forth all the longing he had felt for her over the days. The following day, when Xiaowu awoke, Bai Ying had already departed. On the playground of Lake Academy, a conversation unfolded. "Are you certain you wish to pursue this course of action?" inquired Teacher Zhao. "I am resolute," came the reply. "By continually enhancing my resilience to physical blows, I have reached a point where mere running offers minimal improvement. Only through this extreme method can I achieve rapid advancement in my physical capabilities." Chapter 88. The Extreme Method. Zhao Wujia nodded, having never encountered someone so relentless with themselves. The approach of repeatedly striking the body to elevate one's physical quality, while significantly more effective than running, also harbored considerable risks. Initially, Zhao Wujia was opposed to this method. However, Bai Ying insisted that this was the only way to attain significant progress in the shortest time possible. After all, he possessed a divinely bestowed spirit ring, which was characterized by the potential to bear a fifth spirit ring of even 100,000 years if one could withstand the trials. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie transformed, his aura intensifying as waves of soul power surged around him, manifesting almost tangibly as the embodiment of his martial spirit. His eyes shimmered with a golden glow. Bai Ying inhaled deeply, aware that he was about to face a monumental challenge. He firmly established his stance, his body taut and resolute, ready to give his all. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful strike, the air resonating with a thunderous crack, reminiscent of a tempest. Bai Ying felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, causing his internal energy to surge backward, as if attempting to break free from his very being. Nevertheless, he uttered not a sound, gritting his teeth and mustering every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of that immense power. The reverberating sounds continued, each strike from Zhao Wujie battering against Bai Ying, leaving him increasingly battered and bruised. Yet, Bai Ying exhibited no signs of retreat. He steadfastly maintained his stance, unwavering and immobile. Yu Xiaojiang hurried to their side, his face etched with astonishment and concern. The scene before him was almost inconceivable. Zhao Wujie, renowned for his strength within the academy, was relentlessly assaulting Bai Ying, who grit his teeth, silently enduring the ferocious barrage. "Stop!" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his voice laden with urgency and anxiety. He was not afraid for Bai Ying's safety, but rather that he could not perish within Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie's assault abruptly ceased as he turned to Yu Xiaojiang, his expression a mix of confusion and displeasure. "Master, what are you doing?" "I am assisting him in enhancing his physical capabilities." At that moment, the Shrek 7 had all arrived. When Zhao Wujie articulated his intent, everyone was taken aback by the revelation of Bai Ying's current method of training. Dai Mubai's eyes widened. He had previously thought that running with a heavy load for 300 to 400 meters was a formidable challenge. Yet here was Bai Ying enduring a far more brutal regimen. His pride ignited, akin to a blazing fire, and without a second thought, he turned and sprinted away, the bamboo basket on his back swaying as it emitted a dull thud with each stride. Tang San, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, witnessing Dai Mubai's actions, were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. They understood that this was a challenge to themselves, a means of self-improvement. Consequently, they followed Dai Mubai's lead, commencing their own runs. Although Tang San initially contemplated employing this method, Yu Xiaojiang vehemently disallowed him, unwilling to risk his disciples' well-being. While this approach could yield rapid enhancement, it posed significant risks to the body. Only those with reckless abandon would resort to such methods. Ning Rongrong's speed, although not as swift as her male counterparts, was matched by her unwavering tenacity, while Ma Hongjun shouted, "Wait for me, Boss Dai," as he exerted himself to keep pace. Under the relentless barrage of strikes from Zhao Wujie, Bai Ying's body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, a wave of concern surged within Zhao Wujie. He halted, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Ying, fearful of any unforeseen calamity that might befall him. The white shadow lay upon the ground, his body marred with wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood. Yet, he emitted not a single sound, silently enduring the torment. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if an inexhaustible force sustained him. Suddenly, his form began to tremble, a powerful surge coursing through him. He settled into a lotus position, diligently channeling the cosmic transposition and soul energy to mend his injuries. Around him, the fluctuations of soul energy intensified, coalescing into a palpable essence. This extreme endeavor persisted for several days. The white shadow, akin to an indomitable warrior, grappled daily with the limits of his own flesh. Each nightfall found him battered and bruised, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if proclaiming, "I shall endure." This method continued for several days, and finally, after a few days, the pale figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint golden aura. It was his soul force mending the wounds of his body. Each breath was laced with pain, yet he gritted his teeth, silently enduring. As time passed, the scars upon him gradually faded, replaced by more resilient muscles. "What are you striving for so desperately?" In the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong gazed at the pale figure before them with concern. "Ordinary training has become ineffective for me. Only through such extreme measures can I hope to improve. I must become stronger." Ning Rongrong's face was etched with worry, having witnessed the numerous injuries that had marred the pale figure over the past few days. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda activated instantly, swiftly administering healing through the divine light, allowing the pale figure's soul force to recover. You cannot continue using this method. What if something truly goes awry? Rest assured, I am fine now. The physical training has concluded, and I will not resort to such methods again in the coming days. It is now your turn. Although Yu Xiaojiang has given you a break, I assure you that your days will not be easy. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were immediately struck by an ominous premonition. Is it true? You still intend to train us? Ning Rongrong lamented. We have already endured so much training. Surely, we need not continue. This is not negotiable. While I may forego training others, you must persevere. Do you wish to grow stronger? If so, you must endure hardships. Bai Ying, accompanied by several companions, arrived at the Rose Grand Hotel, where they secured a room. Although they were all aware that this was a place for cultivation, selecting such an unusual location gave rise to an unsettling feeling. Are we truly going to cultivate here? Surely you don't intend to do something benevolent for us, do you? It's best if I can discern the nature of our training, right? Enough. Put away those chaotic thoughts in your minds. Chapter 89. Cultivation. The source of my greatest annoyance is you. How proficient are you in the distraction control technique of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? The Soul Master competition is fast approaching, and this time, I am determined to make my name resonate throughout the continent. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of dizziness, realizing that the distraction control technique of their sect was not an extraordinary skill. Initially, other factions had a rudimentary understanding of it, but it was only the 7-treasure glazed tile sect that had truly perfected and popularized this technique. The greatest challenge of this skill lies in its arduous practice. It is not merely difficult, but exceedingly so. Bai Ying continued, stating that although the 7-treasure glazed tile is indeed formidable in its consumption of soul power, it remains the most powerful auxiliary spirit. The crux of its strength lies in its ability to manage distractions. This distraction control is categorized into 5 realms: the 3 apertures of heart control, the 4 apertures of constant heart, the 5 apertures of scattered heart, the 6 apertures of congruent heart, and the 7 apertures of exquisite heart. With each level attained, the precision of soul power manipulation increases, which elucidates why the 7-treasure glazed tile is recognized as the most potent auxiliary spirit in the Daoliu continent. I am well aware of this. My father has reiterated it numerous times. Ning Rongrong interjected. I have now cultivated to the level of the 3 apertures of heart control. That should suffice, shouldn't it? No. Bai Ying replied firmly. While I may relax the training standards for others, I must hold you to a rigorous standard. Thus, you will endure considerable hardship, but it will be worthwhile. Ning Rongrong sighed. Very well, I cannot alter your decision. What do you propose for my training? First, you must take a deep breath and calm your mind. I have delved into distraction control myself. Through my research, I have gained a rudimentary understanding of the training process. You must allow your heart to settle completely. It is not about controlling your memories, but rather about quietly perceiving the flow of soul power within you without forceful restraint. Embrace the shifts within yourself and your surroundings. Striving to attain the state of the highest virtue resembles water. I can hardly comprehend what you are saying, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her head spinning as she gazed at Bai Ying. Bai Ying let out a sigh and began to speak. You shall sit cross-legged, adjusting your breath to circulate the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra. Then, release your spiritual energy completely, casting aside all distractions. Attune yourself to the flow of your soul power and the changes in your surroundings. Relax, and do not allow anyone to disturb you. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, and the world around her seemed to blur. Following Bai Ying's guidance, she regulated her breathing, allowing herself to unwind entirely. As the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra flowed within her, she felt her soul power begin to circulate gently, akin to a babbling brook. Gradually, the connection between herself and the environment deepened. The trees, the air, and even the distant chirping of birds seemed to merge with her perception. She no longer required her eyes to see. She could sense every change around her with clarity. In that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared to enter an entirely new realm. She could perceive every subtle tremor in the wind, hear the whispers amongst the leaves, and inhale the refreshing essence that permeated the air. Her spirit felt as though it had expanded infinitely, merging with the world around her. Xiao Wu, it is now your turn. You are the one I trust the most. After all, you have mastered the movement techniques of the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra, complemented by your teleportation and aid. You must now integrate these elements together. I have previously instructed you on this process. Therefore, during this time, you must diligently practice these 3 techniques. Do you understand? You must allow them to harmonize completely to the point of effortless mastery, creating your own unique soul skill. This journey will be challenging, but it is a necessary trial. Do you comprehend? Xiao Wu nodded and commenced her own cultivation. Bai Ying spoke. Zhu Qing, come with me. Zhu Qing felt a surge of anxiety within her, yet she followed him into the bedroom and closed the door. Remove your clothing. I shall teach you the art of acupoint striking. At that moment, Zhu Qing's heart raced with confusion, but she complied nonetheless. Bai Ying spoke. Do not misunderstand. This is merely a lesson, nothing more. Zhu Qing nodded in response, and Bai Ying then instructed her to lie down on the bed. At that moment, Bai Ying commenced the teaching, methodically pressing on her acupoints and various pressure points to allow her a genuine experience. Initially, Zhu Qing felt a touch of anxiety. But as she realized that it was solely instructional, she relaxed and earnestly began to learn. After a day of training, Zhu Qing had grasped some foundational techniques of acupoint striking. She then remarked, "You know, there is so much to learn." "Of course," Bai Ying replied. "I am the esteemed saint son of the Spirit Hall. How could I not possess extensive knowledge? Furthermore, had I not honed my skills, I would have perished in my youth." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I apologize for causing you distress. Do not worry, I have grown accustomed to it. Now, focus on your practice. Remember, these acupoints are perilous, specifically designed for assassination, so be exceedingly cautious." Zhu Qing nodded and commenced her training. When the others regained consciousness, Bai Ying sighed and said, "Well done, all of you. It appears that the training during this period has borne fruit. Your progress is commendable. Shall we go and indulge in a bath to unwind?" Upon hearing the mention of a bath, the group was filled with joy. "Shall we all bathe together?" Zhu Qing inquired. Bai Ying responded, "Indeed." Although Zhu Qing felt a hint of shyness, the earnest expression on Bai Ying's face prompted her to ultimately agree. Soon, they arrived at a spacious and well-lit bathing area. The edge of the bath was adorned with exquisite tiles, and the water was crystal clear, steaming gently while exuding a faint herbal aroma. Under the moonlight, the surface of the water shimmered like a vast gemstone. Ning Rongrong was the first to eagerly shed her outer garments, revealing her petite, yet elegantly curved form. She gracefully stepped into the water, which enveloped her skin in a delightful warmth, sending a refreshing shiver through her. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and relaxation. Next was Xiao Wu, clad in a pink, gauzy dress that floated softly in the water. With a smile, she leaped into the bath, causing splashes all around. She resembled a nimble fish, swimming freely in the water. Zhu Qing initially felt bashful. Despite her seemingly stern demeanor, she sighed and eventually joined them in the water. Bai Ying gazed upon the scene before him, unable to suppress the rush of blood from his nose. The fervent flames within his heart seemed beyond control. At that moment, he yearned to devour the three individuals before him. Bai Ying swallowed hard and remarked, "Truly, you three are enchanting spirits. Witness how I shall deal with you." The first target of the white shadow was Zhu Qing. "Qing, where are you going?" Startled awake, Zhu Qing immediately sensed an ominous premonition upon seeing the white shadow. Chapter 90. Ning Rongrong's Scheme. Zhu Qing had anticipated this scenario, yet she did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Before she could react, the white shadow's hand brushed against her waist. Zhu Qing flinched momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Feeling the softness of Zhu Qing's skin and her exquisite figure, the white shadow could no longer contain himself. In that moment, Zhu Qing envisioned her worst outcome. She struggled desperately in his embrace, yet such resistance only intensified his fervor. Suddenly, her lips were captured by the white shadow, and his hands instinctively roamed her waist. After a fierce encounter, Zhu Qing found herself utterly spent, collapsing in place. It dawned on her that this was no mere bath. It was a torment she had willingly embraced. Now, she deeply regretted agreeing to this indulgence. Would it not have been better to cultivate in her room? However, the deed was done, and there was no room for regret. At this moment, her limbs felt exceedingly weak, and she lacked the strength to lift her arms. Her face flushed crimson, a clear indication that she had reached her limits. "Rest well," she thought. A white shadow descended upon Zhu Qing's forehead, bestowing a kiss. Zhu Qing's gaze shifted towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, her eyes imbued with a sense of pity. He was at his limit now, uncertain whether the two would suffer a similar fate. Ning Rongrong was the first to sense something amiss. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, leisurely enjoying her surroundings, completely oblivious to the impending danger. A sly smile crept across Ning Rongrong's face. There is a saying, if a friend perishes, let the Taoist live. After all, she too would eventually fall into his hands. It would be better to let others expend their energies first. Xiao Wu, look. Bai Ge and Zhu Qing are in trouble. Swim over quickly and see what has transpired. Xiao Wu opened her eyes and immediately noticed the commotion over by Zhu Zhuqing. Yet something felt distinctly off. Xiao Wu, hurry up. Why are you hesitating? Ning Rongrong urged, her anxiety mounting as she realized Xiao Wu was not easily fooled. If Xiao Wu remained oblivious, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire for herself. I don't know. Go find out what is happening. A foreboding sense of dread stirred within Xiao Wu, yet she swam towards Bai Ying. Seeing Xiao Wu finally move, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xiao Wu, I truly feel remorseful for putting you in this position. As Xiao Wu approached, she observed that Bai Ying's attention was fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared utterly exhausted. At that moment, she sensed something was amiss. Yet before she could react, her wrist was seized by Bai Ying. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? At this moment, Bai Ying shifted his focus towards Xiao Wu. Initially, his next target was Ning Rongrong, but Xiao Wu presented herself willingly, compelling him to alter his plans. I merely came to see you. It appears you are having a delightful time with Sister Zhuqing, so I shall not intrude. However, to arrive and wish to depart so swiftly seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? At this moment, Xiao Wu stammered her words, her face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. It was only now that Xiao Wu realized she had been led astray by Ning Rongrong. As Bai Ying's sister, she was acutely aware of her brother's disposition. Although she did not shy away from such encounters, each time left her feeling as though her body had been shattered. Even as a spirit master, Xiao Wu required ample rest to recuperate fully. The pale figure gazed at the flushed-faced Xiao Wu and inquired, who sent you here? Xiao Wu immediately comprehended the implication and, blushing fiercely, pointed towards Ning Rongrong. In that instant, Ning Rongrong felt an ominous cloud looming over her. Xiao Wu, do you not realize that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deceit? You have been misled. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Wu declared, making her way towards the distance. Suddenly, her waist was ensnared by the pale figure. Since you are here, why not stay? Xiao Wu had initially believed she could escape, but it now appeared that was not an option. Hence, she chose to confront the situation, rather than adopt a defensive stance. She resolved to take the initiative. Leaning close to the pale figure's ear, her warm breath caressed him, and she whispered in a voice both delicate and irresistibly alluring, Brother, I am afraid. That singular phrase ignited the flames within the pale figure, unleashing a primal beast he could no longer contain. He beheld the stunning Xiao Wu before him, and, with a deep breath, assured her, Do not worry, I shall be gentle. Moments later, the splashes echoed, and Xiao Wu understood what was about to transpire. Her entire being twisted and turned like an octopus, the sounds of water splashing resonating from the pool. Observing this scene, Ning Rongrong finally exhaled in relief. With Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu present, the pale figure's fury should have diminished considerably, perhaps sparing her from any repercussions. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she regarded Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, thankful for their assistance in diffusing the situation. Time passed, though how long she could not say. Eventually, Xiao Wu lay exhausted in the pale figure's embrace, her body racked with pain yet her heart brimming with satisfaction. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you too should rest for now. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu sighed in relief, turning their gaze towards Ning Rongrong, particularly Xiao Wu, who looked at Ning Rongrong with a mournful expression, yearning to understand why she had been deceived. It seemed now that she was destined to face the consequences of her actions. Brother, treat Rongrong well. Do not hold back. Rest assured, if he dares to deceive you, I shall ensure he truly comprehends the ramifications of his treachery. Upon hearing these words, a chill enveloped Ning Rongrong, as if her body had plunged into an icy abyss. Even amidst the warmth of the water, what kind of situation is this? Truly, one must pay for their deeds. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, limping out of the bath, left Ning Rongrong in a state of complete shock. The white shadow gazed at Ning Rongrong, a playful spirit igniting within. It glided toward her, and upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong steeled herself. Did you summon Xiao Wu to come here just now? You truly are a little enchantress. The pale figure wore a smile, yet it exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. I noticed something amiss on your end, which is why I sent Xiao Wu to investigate. By the way, having soaked for such a prolonged period, I find myself rather fatigued. Shall we take our leave? To commit a misdeed and then attempt to depart. Is it not prudent to offer me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation? Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly, You ought to know what I wish to convey. Chapter 91. Where did the fly come from? Ning Rongrong continued to feign ignorance, questioning what there was to explain. Rongrong, you truly are a little rascal. The corners of Ning Rongrong's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a hint of mischievous delight, akin to a flower blooming under the gentle caress of morning sunlight. She blinked her eyes, which sparkled like stars, exuding an air of innocence mixed with playfulness as she regarded her companion. "In what manner am I a rascal?" she inquired softly, her tone laced with playful provocation. Her fingers delicately pinched her own cheek, fluttering her eyelashes in an adorable display of feigned innocence. "Moreover, if we are to discuss mischief, you are far more wicked than I," Ning Rongrong continued, her voice imbued with a teasing challenge. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what a true rascal is." In the next instant, Ning Rongrong felt the world tilt beneath her. A peculiar sensation coursed through her body, and soon she emitted a soft whimper. After what felt like an eternity, she collapsed into the embrace of the pale figure. "Do you dare to defy me again?" In the presence of the little sorceress, Bai Ying addressed her. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head, proclaiming her fear, asserting that she would not dare again. At that moment, she realized the formidable strength of his physique, akin to an unceasing engine, seemingly unaware of its own might. Within the room, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing were in the process of recuperating. "It's all Rongrong's fault. Had I known, I would not have gone to your place," Xiaowu lamented, her face etched with pain. Zhu Qing shared her sentiments, wishing she had refrained from indulging in a bath. Exhausted, Ning Rongrong slowly departed, having evidently learned her lesson. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's state, Xiaowu couldn't resist a gleeful remark. "This is what you get for plotting against me. How do you feel now?" Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly. "Who plotted against whom? I merely wanted you to check on their condition. Who knew that Bai Ying would have such ulterior motives?" As the three continued their banter, the fatigue from their bodies soon lulled them into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Ying leisurely enjoyed a bath before entering the room. Discovering the trio asleep, he gently tucked them in before retreating to the living room. The system announced the rewards accumulated over the past few days. Almost immediately, the system's voice resonated, congratulating the host for advancing their soul power by 3 levels. The voice echoed again, heralding another increase of 3 levels. In an instant, Bai Ying felt an overwhelming surge of soul power coursing through him, propelling him to an impressive level 46. The sensation of strength was invigorating. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, having undergone rigorous training over the past few days, also achieved their breakthroughs. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the bustling city, where the colorful flags of storefronts fluttered gently in the breeze. The four, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Bai Ying, strolled along the cobbled streets, their laughter and conversations weaving together, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, a discordant voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. "Hey, look over there. Beautiful ladies," exclaimed a slender individual. Accompanying them were 5 others, 2 of whom were notably stout, exuding an air of formidable strength, while another wore a striking blue gown adorned with the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Sensing something amiss, Xiaowu and the others huddled closely. While Bai Ying's expression grew increasingly grim, this was a blatant challenge to his limits. "Yufeng, do not intimidate them," cautioned Yu Tianheng, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, having just emerged from a spirited battle. Yu Tianheng and his companions had not anticipated encountering such alluring young women on the street, inciting envy among them. "Excuse me, ladies, do you have a moment?" Yu Tianheng stepped forward, addressing them with a charming smile. "I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and I hope you would grant us a moment of your time." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is one of the top 3 sects, boasting an unfathomable lineage. In the past, the ladies surrounding Yu Tianheng, upon seeing his affluent demeanor, would flock to him, eager to bask in his wealth. "What a nuisance! How bothersome!" Zhu Qing retorted without hesitation. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected rejection of his earnest approach. Just as he was about to speak again, Yufeng, growing impatient, interjected with a hint of menace. "Ladies, our leader wishes to invite you for tea. Are you denying him this courtesy?" Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, a resolute glimmer in their eyes. They understood that they could not easily retreat from such harassment. Xiaowu stepped forward, her voice clear and unwavering. "Leave us. We wish to have no dealings with you." Yufeng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated such a direct refusal from this seemingly delicate girl. His expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Yu Tianheng. The latter regarded Xiaowu with a glimmer of admiration, intrigued by her audacity. "Very well, since you are unwilling, we shall part ways. However, remember this, should you wish to find me, seek me at the Soto Great Soul Arena." With that, he produced a card from his pocket and turned to leave. Yet, just as they were about to depart, Bai Ying made his move. With a swift motion, he appeared before Yu Tianheng and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed through the street as Yu Tianheng spun from the force, landing heavily on the ground. The scene unfolded so rapidly that everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Yu Tianheng clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features as he glared at Bai Ying, anger and fear flickering in his eyes. "How dare you strike me?" he stammered. Struggling to rise, his face flushed with rage. Bai Ying merely regarded him with a frigid gaze, devoid of any flicker of emotion. "It is you whom I strike. Remember, there are some individuals you cannot provoke." Having spoken, Bai Ying turned and took hold of Xiaowu and the others, striding away with purpose. Leaving Yu Tianheng and his companions bewildered, their faces etched with disbelief. This scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. "Boss." He actually dared to lay his hands on him. Yu Feng stepped forward to assist Yu Tianheng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yu Tianheng wore a grim expression. Yet within him, a tempest of turmoil brewed. He had never envisioned being so publicly humiliated. "Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry into this person's background." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes. He vowed to ensure that the one who struck him would face consequences. Little did they know. This slap was merely a minor lesson from Bai Ying. Should they persist in their entanglements, they would face far graver repercussions. Meanwhile, Bai Ying and Xiaowu had vanished at the end of the street, leaving behind a throng of astonished and murmuring bystanders. Chapter 92. The unfortunate trio of eunuchs. The group soon forgot their previous discomfort, and the atmosphere quickly revitalized. It was then that Xiaowu suddenly interjected, "Brother, you can see it's the fatty, along with Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. What are you three up to?" As Xiaowu approached, she noticed Ma Hongjuan's face, marred with bruises, evidently the result of a beating. Dai Mu Bai, upon seeing them, remarked, "The fatty got into a scuffle while pursuing a girl. Now we must seek vengeance on his behalf. Would you care to join us?" "Fighting sounds splendid. I revel in a good brawl," Xiaowu exclaimed. The most enthusiastic of them all, while Zhu Zhiqing stood aloof, her disdain evident as she remained motionless. The White Shadow spoke, "All right. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in a scuffle. It might be amusing to partake in one now. Let us proceed. And I hope they can endure for a while." The group swiftly arrived at a narrow alley, where the environment was exceedingly poor, predominantly occupied by establishments resembling foot massage parlors. This dim and damp alley was shrouded in darkness, with mottled moss clinging to the walls, and an indescribable odor permeated the air. Suddenly, an irate voice shattered the silence. Ma Hongjun pointed towards a man in the distance, his face contorted with rage, exclaiming, "That's him. He is the one who struck me." The others followed the direction of his finger and beheld a man of around 40, with a lecherous appearance, standing at the alley's entrance, regarding them with disdain. His gaze was filled with a lewd anticipation, as if he had already glimpsed something titillating. Dai Mu Bai furrowed his brow and stepped forward, inquiring in a grave tone, "Is it he who assaulted you?" Ma Hongjun nodded, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Indeed. It is the scoundrel." Beside him stood two other men, one exceedingly short and the other wearing a cap, resembling a lackey. How unfortunate. It appears this nefarious uncle is the culprit. According to the narrative, he will eventually lose his martial soul for harassing Qian Renxue. It serves him right. Is it merely my timing that is amiss? According to the storyline, he should be alone. How could three appear? Be cautious. One of them is a soul master, another a soul king, and the last is also a soul master. You would be confronting two soul masters and a soul king. However, before Bai Ying could take action, Xiaowu leapt forth without hesitation. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, the three men's eyes gleamed with a malevolent intent. "Where are you off to, little lady?" one of them asked eagerly. "I'm going to buy some candy. Do you know where I can find some?" Xiaowu replied innocently. "I know. Come. I shall lead you there," he responded eagerly. The remaining two were a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat respectable and another who resembled a child, as if he had not yet matured. As they lurked in the dark corner, the intentions of the trio towards Xiaowu grew increasingly sinister. The shadowy figure, like a specter, swiftly glided through the dimly lit alley. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, intently fixed on the three lecherous men. Just as Xiaowu was on the brink of falling into their clutches, the shadowy figure vanished, reappearing behind them. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the neck of the middle-aged man, delivering a blow so powerful that it rendered him unconscious. This sudden turn of events left the lecherous not happy and the child momentarily stunned, having lost a companion before they could react. A flicker of terror flashed in Not Happy's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a lewd grin as he sneered, "You dare to thwart my endeavors." With that, he lunged towards the shadowy figure. However, the figure's speed was unmatched. He delivered a swift kick to Not Happy's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. The seemingly innocent child, in that fleeting moment, unleashed a formidable aura. His martial spirit revealed itself as a sharp kitchen knife, starkly contrasting his diminutive frame. He brandished the knife, striking at the shadowy figure with each blow imbued with force, as if intent on cleaving him in two. Yet, the shadowy figure remained unfazed, deftly evading the child's assault with a quick maneuver. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. How dare this child toy with his woman in his presence? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The shadowy figure swiftly moved, appearing behind the child in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The child let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was propelled forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Nodal had thoroughly enjoyed the experience of being tossed around by Xiaowu, with the sound being utterly excruciating. Others watched silently, initially intending to intervene, but were taken aback by the fervor with which the two were engaged, leaving no opportunity for them to showcase their prowess. Once the chaos subsided, the shadow spoke. To eradicate the root and stem, spring winds can breathe life anew. Damubai inquired, "Surely you do not intend to kill him?" The figure replied, "To stain my hands with their blood would be beneath me. Such individuals are unworthy." Damubai pressed, "Then what do you plan to do?" The shadow responded, "I have a rather ingenious method in mind." Ma Hongjun interjected, "Pray tell, what is your intention? Do you know what is the most tormenting fate for a man? What could it possibly be?" Several voices chimed in unison. "To be rendered a eunuch, for many men. This fate is more unbearable than death itself." Damubai, suddenly apprehensive, exclaimed, "You cannot mean to turn them into eunuchs." At that moment, he grasped the cruelty of this notion, which was indeed a fate worse than death. Even Tang Sect considered slaying them, never contemplating such a perverse solution. Ma Hongjun trembled at the thought, declaring, "This person is utterly deranged, a true monster among monsters. You all should leave for now. The scene about to unfold may be rather gruesome for your eyes," the shadow advised. Upon hearing this, they hastily departed. In the dim, damp alleyway, the three men gradually regained consciousness. "What do you want?" "Stay back," one of them shouted. "What do I desire?" "Merely to confiscate your tools of crime." "Do not worry. It will not be painful," the shadow replied. "Confiscate what tools?" "If you have the guts, face us in a duel," they challenged. "Engaging in a duel with you would be a waste of my time. There may be a bit of discomfort shortly. Bear with it. Just endure for a moment." The three widened their eyes, sensing an ominous premonition. The alley echoed with heart-wrenching wails that sent chills down one's spine. Once these matters were settled, the three men fell into oblivion, their fate now akin to a physical castration. Observing their current state, the shadow nodded in satisfaction before stepping outside. Outside, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were startled by the sounds emanating from within. Without a backward glance, they hastily departed. "What about them?" someone asked. "They have been frightened away by you." "Brother, this is truly beyond the pale. This is the essence of punishment. Do you understand? Now, return to the academy." As time passed, this incident gradually faded from memory. On this particular day, Yu Xiaojing unexpectedly announced the second phase of training. More precisely, they were to attend the soul fighting arena in Soto. Bai Ying initially believed he could enjoy a well-deserved respite, for all the adversaries in the soul fighting arena were no match for him. However, to his surprise, Xiaowu insisted on teaming up with him, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing formed their own alliance. Consequently, he found himself not only managing his own challenges but also occasionally extending assistance to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. The majority of battles in which Bai Ying participates are life-and-death struggles, each yielding substantial monetary rewards. Recently, his name has become synonymous with fear within the Soto Great Soul arena. Soon, the day of the team battle arrived. Shrek versus the frenzied battle team. "Are you interested in concluding the match within a minute?" said Dai Mubai, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You may be overly presumptuous. The strength of the frenzied battle team should not be underestimated." However, he relished the challenge. The group swiftly readied themselves for combat, unleashing their martial souls. Had it not been for Bai Ying's prior alteration of the mask's hue, the Soto Great Soul arena would likely have erupted in chaos. Ning Rongrong instantly summoned the 9 treasure glaze tile, casting 2 beams of light that enveloped the other 7. They charged towards the frenzied battle team, who regarded them with trepidation. Soul masters possessing the 7 treasure glaze tile typically hailed from the prestigious 7 treasure glaze sect, their lineage and background instilling a profound sense of fear. The captain of the frenzied battle team, Guangxi, found himself face to face with Bai Ying. As the man audacious enough to provoke Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Ying showed no mercy, aiming directly for his opponent's vital points. With a thunderous roar, Quangshi's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal rhinoceros, its body sheathed in a thick, armored hide that gleamed coldly. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, brimming with wild ferocity. His two companions also morphed into gigantic sheep-like soul beasts, their sharp horns and robust physiques charging towards Bai Ying. Facing the formidable onslaught, Bai Ying exhibited not a trace of trepidation. He inhaled deeply, feeling the soul power within him surge with fervor as a formidable force erupted from his being. With fists clenched, he thrust forward with tremendous vigor. An overwhelming impact instantaneously materialized, and Bai Ying's fist struck the chest of the frenzied rhinoceros with the force of a cannonball. The once impregnable keratin membrane of the rhinoceros crumbled beneath the might of his blow, shattering as if it were mere parchment. The creature emitted a harrowing cry, propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Having cultivated the art of Qian Renxue great shift and nourished by celestial herbs, his body had attained an invulnerable state. The spectators outside, witnessing this scene, were left utterly astonished. They widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Dean Flanders stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how the match had unfolded into such a crushing dominance. The silhouette of the white shadow flickered rapidly across the arena, each appearance heralded by a piercing scream. His fists, akin to iron hammers, struck fiercely against the warriors of the frenzied battle team. Those seemingly indomitable soul beast martial spirits crumbled beneath the force of his blows, as fragile as mere paper. One by one, the members of the frenzied battle team were sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the walls before crashing heavily to the ground. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, and they groaned in agony. Yet, the white shadow surged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his momentum unrelenting, showing no signs of halting. Now, there are only two of you left in the arena, swine. The alluring woman and the food-type soul master were instantly struck with terror, realizing that the figure before them was not someone they could provoke, and thus had no choice but to concede defeat. Daimubai, Tang Sect, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were utterly astonished that the matter concluded so effortlessly. In a mere minute, his words had indeed come to fruition. His prowess was terrifying, completely beyond anyone's comprehension. After the competition concluded, the White Shadow departed to partake in individual one-on-one matches. Brother Bai, I need to speak with you. At the end of the day, the sudden voice of Tang Sect at the door caused White Shadow to furrow his brow. What could this little editor want from me? Never mind. I shall hear him out and see what he has to say. Tang Sect's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he approached White Shadow, his tone brimming with curiosity and hope. Brother Bai, I have been perplexed. How did you acquire those high-quality soul rings? Bai Ying gazed at Tang Sect, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He smiled and said, Little San, the question you posed is quite intriguing. In reality, there is no fixed method for acquiring high-quality soul rings. Each individual is unique. However, one commonality exists, the strength of the body. He paused momentarily before continuing to elucidate. The quality of the soul ring and our capacity to endure it are closely intertwined with our physicality. When our bodies are sufficiently robust, we can bear higher quality soul rings. This is why some individuals are capable of obtaining powerful soul rings. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Thank you for your insights. Upon exiting the chamber, Dai Mubai, Tang Sect, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun convened. The prowess of Bai Ying was utterly terrifying. Were it not for this, I would have long since confronted him. Dai, there is a question that has long perplexed me. Why do you persistently target Bai Ying? Tang Sect inquired. Damn it, he has taken away my fiancée. Zhu Qing and I were originally both noble scions of the Star Luo Empire. She was to be my betrothed. I was the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Qing is the legitimate heir of the Zhu family, a royal lineage. Is it merely for a woman? Dai, is it truly worth opposing such a person for her? What do you understand? Zhu Qing has been my childhood companion. The thought of her being taken away fills me with resentment. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the expressions of the others grew solemn. They inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the fear and shock within. After a moment of silence, Tang Sect slowly spoke. Dai, you are correct. Bai Ying's strength is indeed fearsome. However, is it really worth it for a woman? Should we not reconsider our strategy? Tang Sect bore no animosity towards Bai Ying. Yet the master had cautioned him to be wary of this individual, igniting a curiosity within him regarding the reasons behind such caution. Ma Hongjun concurred. Indeed, Dai, the disparity between us and Bai Ying is vast. If this continues, we may never have the opportunity for revenge. At long last, I have broken through to level 48. Only 2 more levels remain to reach level 50. Chapter 94. The dire defeat of Yu Tianheng. It seems that through combat, my strength can indeed be enhanced. As Bai Ying walked, lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the figure ahead. Who was this scoundrel that dared to collide with him? At that moment, Yu Tianheng, gazing at the masked Bai Ying, was filled with immense rage. How dare you bump into me? Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourself? Yu Tianheng, how could he possibly be here? Bai Ying, reluctant to stir up trouble, softly uttered an apology. I am sorry. Having said that, he intended to depart. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Yu Tianheng interjected, stepping forward. As a proud scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had been showered with affection since childhood. Never had he been so rudely confronted by anyone. Let me see what sort of person you truly are. How dare you collide with me? In an instant. Yu Tianheng made his move, but his hand was seized by Bai Ying mere centimeters from the mask. If this is about the earlier incident, I sincerely apologize. However, if you expect me to remove my mask, I fear that is not possible. With a sudden surge of strength, Bai Ying cast Yu Tianheng's hand aside, eliciting a pained cry from him. Recognizing the voice, Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in shock, anger radiating from his gaze as he fixed it upon Bai Ying. Slowly, Bai Ying turned around, revealing the familiar visage hidden beneath the mask, the very same person who had slapped him on the street that day. Surprised to see me? Bai Ying remarked coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Instantly, Yu Tianheng's expression darkened, his fist clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. Yet, he soon relaxed his grip, inhaling deeply, forcibly stifling his fury. He understood that he was no match for this individual. That day on the street, he had sensed the strength of this person, which was not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had no desire to incite unnecessary trouble here. For he had come with a purpose, not to engage in a brawl. Should teacher Qin Ming learn of this, he would surely face dire consequences. But he was a member of the Southern Electric Tyrannosaurus family. How could he possibly concede defeat? Just as Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Xiao Wu sprang forth, her eyes alight with excitement. Clenching her fists, she appeared ready to unleash a decisive blow at any moment. If you both possess the capability, why not settle it in the soul arena? Not interested. I refuse to duel with a fool. Very well. Just the opportunity one seek for a fight. Xiao Wu's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Who are you calling a fool? I tell you, unless you engage in combat with me, this matter shall remain unresolved. Bai Ying cast a glance at Xiao Wu, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He turned to Yu Tianheng, his voice icy yet resolute. Yu Tianheng, are you truly certain you wish to engage us in combat? Enraged by Xiao Wu's demeanor, Yu Tianheng widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, retorting, what of it? Are you brave enough to face me in the soul arena? A single match is acceptable, Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, but do bear in mind, should I inadvertently injure you, you are not permitted to hold me accountable afterward. Yu Tianheng responded, I assure you, I shall not seek retribution. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing unexpectedly appeared, exclaiming, Bai Ying. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? The familiar voice triggered a memory in Yu Tianheng, prompting him to swiftly turn and behold a familiar figure. A visage that belonged to none other than his uncle, Yu Xiaojing. In the past, Yu Xiaojing had been unable to surpass the 30th level due to his limited talent and the mutation of his martial soul, leading him to depart from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in despair. He had roamed the world for many years, having not returned to the family. His father and grandfather had longed for his presence. Tianheng, what brings you here? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Uncle, what brings you here? Yu Tianheng responded eagerly. You speak first. Yu Xiaojing urged. I am here to participate in the soul competition for the Tiando Royal Academy. I came here to hone my skills. Ah, I see, came Yu Xiaojing's understanding reply. Just as they were conversing, Bai Ying's voice interrupted. Are you going to fight or not? After Yu Tianheng had recounted the entire situation, Yu Xiaojing vehemently opposed the idea. He did not wish for his nephew to be bested by Bai Ying. However, Yu Tianheng insisted, with my strength, even if there is a slight disparity between us, I do not foresee defeat. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaojing acquiesced, and the duo proceeded to the soul arena. Upon arrival at the waiting area, Bai Ying donned his mask once more. The white shadow spoke, urging surrender, suggesting that such a choice would preserve a modicum of dignity. Yu Tianheng retorted, asserting that as a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex lineage, surrender was not an option he would entertain lightly. Furthermore, he questioned the assurance of his opponent as confidence. In light of your association with Xiao Gang, I shall grant you 3 openings, he added. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us meet in the arena. The two swiftly arrived at the battle arena. Come now, I shall refrain from striking and permit you 3 chances. You are exceedingly arrogant. However, your arrogance indeed underscores your foolishness. Yu Tianheng unleashed a series of attacks, and at last, the 3 opportunities had passed. Bai Ying gently shook his head, his eyes beneath the mask brimming with disdain. He spoke in a tone laced with mockery. Yu Tianheng, your confidence stems from the glory of your family, rather than your own prowess. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a formidable opponent. Yu Tianheng, incensed by Bai Ying's words, felt flames of fury ignite within him as his soul power surged. With a low growl, he transformed into a fleeting blue shadow, charging towards Bai Ying. Bai Ying remained stationary, seemingly awaiting something. Just as Yu Tianheng's attack was about to strike, Bai Ying moved. His motion was executed with such swiftness that his figure was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, a white shadow flashed past, and Yu Tianheng felt as though he had been struck by an immense force, sending him hurtling against the wall of the battle arena. Sitting on the ground, disbelief filled Yu Tianheng's eyes. He gazed at the figure standing in the center of the arena, exuding an air of complete control. And an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation welled within him. He had lost, and so thoroughly at that, his opponent had not even deployed a soul skill, defeating him solely with speed and strength. From the moment you chose to strike at me, you were already defeated. Bai Ying's voice was cold and merciless, piercing Yu Tianheng's heart like a sharp blade. He lifted his gaze and met Bai Ying's eyes, which glimmered with a fierce light, as if capable of penetrating to his very soul. Yu Tianheng clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he had undergone rigorous training since childhood. The honor and dignity of his family were of utmost importance to him. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly humiliated before an outsider, an undeniable blow to his pride. Just wait, I will make you pay for this. Bai Ying gazed at Yu Tianheng's disheveled appearance and could not help but scoff, remarking that even the direct descendants of the Nandian Tyrannosaurus family were merely SOSO. Xiaowu, let us depart. We should not disturb our refined mood for someone unworthy. Xiaowu nodded in agreement, and the two made their exit. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing watched their retreating figures, his hands clenched tightly, eyes fixed on his nephew's defeat at the hands of Bai Ying. A deep sigh escaped him. Tianheng was still too young. He hoped that this failure would serve as a lesson. With this thought, Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze toward Bai Ying and paused. Yu Tianheng, having been defeated, was filled with rage and struck the wall with a fist, causing it to dent. Surely, no one knows of my uncle's presence here yet? Perhaps I should spread the word. The family will likely send someone soon, and I can seek revenge with their power. The thought filled Yu Tianheng with exhilaration. Xiaowu, I wish to return home. Home? Brother, where do you intend to go? To the Spirit Hall. The Elite Soul Master competition for the entire continent is approaching, and I must return swiftly. My initial purpose for coming out was to assemble a team for the competition. I hope wrong, Zhuxing, and you can accompany me back. Shrek Academy is not a place for long-term residents. So, you mean to say that you will soon lead us away from Shrek Academy? Indeed. Are you feeling a bit reluctant? Xiaowu's expression grew slightly melancholic. After all, she had shared many experiences with everyone at Shrek Academy and had come to regard it as her second home. Leaving this place without sorrow was impossible. Rest assured, we will have time in the future. Brother, all right, I agree to leave, but could we delay our departure a little? Shrek Academy has nurtured us for 5 years. Fear not, it is not yet time to depart. We shall wait until this training concludes before preparing to leave, so you still have time. Yu Xiaojing summoned everyone back to Tang San's room. Flinder was particularly excited, not solely due to the immense wealth each battle brought him, but also from the sense of accomplishment as a teacher. Just as everyone was reveling in joy, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Tang San immediately approached and opened it, revealing Yu Tianheng. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing present, a wave of happiness washed over him. Uncle, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Tianheng? What is it? Xiaogang, since your nephew wishes to have a serious conversation, why not let them chat? It is no trivial matter. Otherwise, I could accompany you. Who is this person? They seem to know the teacher. This individual? Quite simply, he is Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, known as the twin star of the family. Tang San stared in astonishment at Bai Ying and inquired, Teacher, does this mean there is a connection with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? The relationship is significant. It pertains not only to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family but also to the Spirit Hall, though such matters are not for you to concern yourself with yet. Come, everyone. Let us drink. Yu Tianhing led Yu Xiaojiang to her room, lightly knocking on the door. It creaked open, and an elderly yet robust voice beckoned them inside. The voice caused Yu Tianhing's expression to shift, while Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder sensed an ominous presence. Upon entering, they discovered an aged man, his eyes still vibrant, seated on a sofa. As the three arrived, the door slammed shut behind them. Xiaogang, I did not expect to find you here. I am not surprised by Tianhing's presence. Tell me, am I still unaware of matters? Yu Luomian spoke with a calm demeanor. Yu Tianhing sighed heavily and stepped forward. What brings you here, second uncle? Of course, I came to see you. Am I not allowed? The past is long since past, after all this time. Do you truly not wish to visit the family? Family? Since the moment I was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, since the moment my martial soul mutated. Did you ever treat me as one of your kin? My years of wandering outside have been quite satisfactory, so rest assured, I have no intention of returning home. Are you saying you do not plan to return to the family? Indeed, if you refer to this matter, I can provide you with a clear answer. I will not return home, at least not for now. Then you intend to wander forever? Yu Xiaojiang. I am aware of the events of the past, and I know you still harbor resentment, but do not forget, ere long is my daughter and your cousin. At this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically, his clenched fist relaxed, only to tighten once more as he spoke with pain. I understand. You need not worry. Yu Luomin observed Yu Xiaojiang's distressed visage and sighed. I do not blame you for the past. It was merely fate. Return home, for your father has longed for you. Though he may not voice it, I can sense it. I will not return. That will not change. As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming pressure. 9 soul rings appeared around Yu Luomian. Then you do not regard me, your second uncle, at all. This has never been the case. It was not true in the past, nor will it be true in the future. I will not return until I prove myself, and until then, I shall never go back. Very well, Yu Xiaojiang, you may never return. I shall see how long you can thrive outside the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Luomian's anger was palpable as he flung the door open, revealing a tense Yu Tianhing outside, who looked anxious. Yu Luomian sighed and said, let us go. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt a profound unease within. How could he not comprehend the events of the past? It was merely fate playing tricks. You mentioned someone bullied you. Where is that person now? Take me to them. Come, come, everyone is brothers here. Let us enjoy this gathering. The Shrek banquet was lively. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were deeply entwined in their drinks. They all understood that their departure was imminent, and the next gathering's timing was uncertain. After the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their rooms. At that moment, Bai Jing called out to Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Are we truly leaving? Ning Rongrong inquired. We must indeed depart. Even Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, suggesting, perhaps we should reconsider. This matter is non-negotiable. If you wish to avoid sorrow, then swiftly pack your belongings. We shall leave now. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison, why so soon? Parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. Moreover, I have already communicated this to you. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu understood that it was no longer possible to remain. They could only silently sigh before making their way to their respective chambers. Are you the White Shadow? A voice imbued with authority resonated, startling him. He swiftly turned his head and beheld an elderly man standing beside Yu Tianhing. It is I. And who might you be? The White Shadow exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, it radiated an eagerness to engage. Dare we converse, old man? Shall we find a suitable location? What is there to fear? The sudden agreement of the White Shadow took Yu Luomian by surprise. The three of them exited, making their way from the Soto Grand Arena to a secluded alley outside. You have wronged my nephew. Yu Luomian's aura shifted sharply, becoming fierce and commanding. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, as if striving to penetrate the very essence of the White Shadow. The colossal azure dragon behind him seemed to sense its master's fury, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. It spiraled above, its immense wings stirring a tempest that swept through the alley, shrouding it in an ominous gloom. Bai Ying, however, remained unperturbed. He stood his ground, his gaze resolute and icy. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. The Southern Electric Tyrannosaurus family? I have never heard of it. As for your nephew, if he lacks skill, what fault is it of mine? Yu Luomian was incensed by Bai Ying's arrogance. He took a forceful step forward, his aura surging dramatically. He pointed a finger, and the azure dragon behind him let out a ferocious roar, surging violently toward Bai Ying. The white figure remained motionless, merely extending its right hand gently, palm facing upwards, as an overwhelming force of suction erupted suddenly. The ferocious azure dragon appeared to be ensnared by an invisible restraint. Instantaneously immobilized in the air, unable to advance even an inch. Yu Luomian's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. This young man was effortlessly commanding his martial spirit. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. This youth was undeniably not a mere adversary. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, an extraordinary beast spirit, yet you can only harness it to such an extent. It seems you are squandering your innate talent. Yu Luomian's fury threatened to ignite the entire alleyway as 9 soul rings manifested around him, their 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black hues intertwining to form terrifying currents of energy. These streams surged wildly through the air, as if intent on consuming the entire alley. At that moment, the aura of the blue lightning tyrant dragon peaked, echoing its master's wrath with a thunderous dragon roar. Facing the terrifying aura, Bai Ying exhibited no trace of fear. He stood there, composed, as if everything lay within his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he gradually unleashed his martial soul. The dragon-slaying martial soul emerged, inherently possessing a formidable restraining force over all dragonkind. Were it any other martial soul, he might not have summoned such courage. Yet, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, being the pinnacle of dragon martial souls, presented an unparalleled suppression. To his astonishment, the illustrious blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was comprised of individuals who bullied the weak. It appeared he had grossly overestimated them. The fury of Yu Luomian seemed to materialize, his eyes burning a fiery crimson as he appeared to be consumed by rage. He charged fiercely towards Bai Ying, 9 soul rings whirling chaotically behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The azure giant dragon roared, lunging at Bai Ying as if intent on devouring him. Yet, Bai Ying remained seemingly undisturbed. Calmly, he stood his ground, gently waving his hands, and a silver radiance surged forth from his palms. The light traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently into the oncoming azure dragon. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the azure dragon let out a wretched cry, being violently propelled away and crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Luomian staggered back, shaken by the force, staring incredulously at Bai Ying, his eyes brimming with shock and rage. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the tumult of astonishment and anger within. With a cold stare fixed on Bai Ying, his voice low and menacing, he remarked, "You truly surprise me, young man. I did not expect you to so effortlessly vanquish my martial soul. However, this does not imply that you can triumph over me." The white shadow let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "Whether I can conquer you, only through trial shall we see." The two locked eyes for a brief moment before simultaneously charging at one another. Their figures intertwined in the air, unleashing waves of astonishing energy. The buildings in the alley crumbled under the force of their assaults, reduced to mere rubble. Yet, this destruction did not sway their fierce combat. Their gaze was solely fixed upon one another, driven only by the desire for victory. The 9 soul rings of Yu Luomian spun wildly behind him, each flicker signifying the tremendous output of his soul power. His onslaught was as relentless as a torrential storm, each strike imbued with the weight of thunder. However, the white shadow appeared to respond with an effortless grace, deftly maneuvering for Yu Luomian's attacks, each of his counter-strikes landing with precision on his opponent's vulnerabilities. Just as Yu Luomian was poised to unleash his final blow, the white shadow suddenly vanished from sight. A wave of intense dread surged within Yu Luomian as he sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. In that instant, the white shadow reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful strike to his back. Yu Luomian felt an irresistible force descend upon him, as if an invisible hand had seized his heart. To his horror, he realized that his soul power was dissipating at an alarming rate. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this binding force. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the white shadow's cold, profound gaze, despair flooding his heart. He yearned to flee, yet his body felt as though it were anchored in place, immobile. Helplessly, he watched as his life force was gradually siphoned away, engulfed by an agonizing and paralyzing fear. The silhouette of the pale shadow gradually became indistinct in the eyes of Yu Luomian, and his consciousness began to fade as well. He felt as though he were ensnared in an endless vortex of darkness, unable to extricate himself. Yu Tianheng, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. How could a formidable being of title Daoliu rank be so effortlessly vanquished? Nevertheless, the stark reality lay before them. Yu Luomian had been utterly drained. The white shadow was engulfed in an unimaginable and excruciating pain. With a roar, he unexpectedly broke through from level 46 to level 50 in his soul power. He realized he must leave swiftly. Those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Having completed the 3rd trial of the Shirinine trials, he was rewarded with a divine soul ring, and for the 4th trial, he gained the domain of the god of slaughter. To his astonishment, he possessed 2 divine soul rings. Within the realm of the gods, amidst the deities of the Shura god, He marveled at the rapid completion of the third trial. Sensing that his retirement day was drawing near. Brothers, I have been lacking inspiration lately and have been unable to write anything of quality. I ask for your understanding. My apologies. Chapter 97. The delight of foot massages. What? You killed someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically, as she recognized the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as one of the top 3 sects, holding a status akin to that of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. How dare they seek trouble with her? Such an affront warranted death. One must eradicate the roots of trouble, lest it sprout anew. This principle, you will all eventually comprehend. Ning Rongrong was taken aback when she heard such shocking news immediately after the 3 had finished packing. We must hurry back to the Spirit Hall, otherwise the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will certainly not let me off the hook. We need to leave quickly, Ning Rongrong urged. You should know better than to stir up trouble. Now look where we are. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not to be trifled with. They are notoriously vindictive and will not rest until they have their revenge. Just be aware, there is no need to be overly anxious. I do not believe they would be so brazen as to act against me, she added, attempting to reassure her companions. Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, Brother, while I understand, there is always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. It is best to depart as soon as possible. The group swiftly utilized their flying soul-guiding devices to leave Soto City, heading towards Spirit City. Spirit City is not under the jurisdiction of any family or empire. It belongs solely to the Spirit Hall. It could be said that even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wished to act within Spirit City, it would not be an easy feat. Their speed was remarkable, and at that moment, Yu Tianheng, witnessing it all, was left in a state of shock. He never anticipated that his uncle, a formidable title Daoliu, would be so easily overcome by someone as young as White Shadow, capable of slaying a title Daoliu-level powerhouse. This matter must be reported to the clan without delay. Had he not shown mercy, Yu Tianheng feared he would have already become a casualty. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Days later, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu appeared south of the Tiando Empire, still a distance from Spirit City. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Is there an issue with your health? I'm fine, brother. It's just that my legs are a bit sore, nothing serious. Also, I'm feeling a little hungry. We haven't had a proper rest in days, spending most of our time on the road. Ning Rongrong added, as a support-type soul master. My stamina is inherently weaker than yours. Although the soul-guiding devices assist, it is still easy to feel fatigued mentally. Moreover, we are primarily traversing desolate areas without any accommodations. I long for a moment of rest. All right, the day is drawing to a close. Let us take a proper break. This will also allow you to witness the second form of my Qian Renxue, he replied. With that, the 3 of them turned their attention to him, intrigued. A faint smile graced by Ying's lips as he waved his hand, revealing a spherical soul guide shimmering with a gentle radiance. It was none other than the Qian Renxue dome. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ying delicately pressed a mechanism on the soul guide, and in an instant, the seemingly ordinary spherical Qian Renxue dome unfurled, transforming into a streak of flowing light that abruptly morphed into an exquisite little house. The house exuded an air of antiquity, predominantly adorned in soft golden hues, surrounded by a gentle halo that evoked a sense of tranquility and mystery. The roof was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, seemingly narrating tales of ages past. Ning Rongrong gazed at this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes as she exclaimed, "How marvelous! This is the first time I've encountered a soul guide that can transform into a house." Several individuals entered in succession, although the house appeared modest from the exterior. Its interior was surprisingly spacious. With elegant furnishings, plush bedding, warm lighting, and even a small kitchen and bathroom, it was a veritable mobile abode, complete with all the comforts of home. Bai Ying smiled gently and remarked, although this Qian Renxue is not particularly formidable in terms of offensive or defensive capabilities, its concealment and comfort are unparalleled. It possesses an invisibility feature, making it nearly impossible for anyone lacking exceptional mental prowess to detect our presence. Xiao Wu gazed around in curiosity, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing, brother. You are incredibly impressive for having acquired such an exquisite soul guide." The pale figure gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his face. "It is nothing of consequence. Soul guiding devices exist solely to enhance our lives. Over the past few days, the journey has indeed been exhausting for everyone. Allow me to help you unwind." With that, he gestured for the 3 to take a seat upon the soft bedding, while he approached Xiao Wu, extending his hand delicately to rest upon her foot. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wu's face, quickly followed by a blush. She softly inquired, "Brother, can you truly massage feet?" Bai Ying offered a faint smile. remaining silent as his hands moved with an even gentler touch. His palms radiated warmth and strength, seemingly capable of dispelling all fatigue. Xiaowu felt a wave of comfort wash over her, as if a warm current surged from her toes throughout her entire being, alleviating the weariness that had accumulated over the past few days. Bai Ying's technique was both skilled and gentle, reminiscent of a seasoned masseur. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against her calf, where the skin was as smooth and delicate as jade. Bai Ying paused momentarily, seemingly entranced by that jade-like sensation. His fingers caressed the area softly, as if admiring a rare treasure. The sensation was intoxicating, evoking a desire to savor it entirely. As he increased the pressure, Xiaowu's face flushed deeper, her lips occasionally parting to emit unexpected sounds. This caught the attention of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who exchanged glances. Had they not witnessed the scene, they might have assumed something inappropriate was occurring between Xiaowu and Bai Ying. "Xiaowu, how do you feel?" Bai Ying inquired gently. "I feel quite comfortable," Xiaowu responded, her words slightly muddled. Despite her flushed complexion, she was reveling in the moment. This peculiar scenario left Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong with expressions of amusement. "Rest assured, there is enough for all three of you," Bai Ying assured them. Although they were aware of the nature of Bai Ying's character and had both embraced their femininity, the situation was no longer shocking to them. They hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced. Xiaowu felt as though her body was caressed by a gentle breeze, each cell releasing its tension. Bai Ying's massage technique was both professional and meticulous, reaching the deepest, most fatigued areas of her body. She closed her eyes slightly, savoring this rare opportunity for relaxation and comfort. "Xiaowu, are you feeling better?" Bai Ying asked softly, his voice imbued with concern and tenderness. Xiaowu nodded, her eyes opening to meet Bai Ying's gaze, filled with gratitude and dependence. "Brother, I feel much better, thank you." Her voice was somewhat hoarse yet laced with an indescribable allure. Bai Ying smiled gently, lowering his hands and returning to sit at the edge of the bed. Observing Xiaowu, "I'm glad to hear you're all right. The journey has indeed been arduous. All right, next up, Rongrong, it's your turn." Ning Rongrong reclined on the soft bed, and Bai Ying carefully cradled her delicate feet in his hands. Initially, she felt a twinge of awkwardness, as the sensation of being massaged was quite novel to her. Her toes curled slightly, the skin appearing exquisite as it glimmered under the light. The delicate fingertips of Bai Ying glided gently over her instep, eliciting a tingling sensation. He first tenderly kneaded the arch of her foot, then lightly tapped with his knuckles. As if awakening every cell upon her foot, Ning Rongrong felt a warm current rising from her soles, gradually spreading throughout her entire being. Bai Ying's technique grew increasingly adept, his fingertips weaving between her toes, at times applying gentle pressure, at other moments caressing softly. Unconsciously, Ning Rongrong relaxed her body, feeling as though she were floating among the clouds, with all her fatigue dissipated into oblivion. "How does it feel? Is it not delightful?" Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong, who wore an expression of pure delight, and remarked, "This is simply exquisite." The third to take her turn was Zhu Zhuqing. She had always been composed and reserved. At first, she sat at the edge of the bed, her head slightly bowed, seemingly a bit shy. However, as Bai Ying began to massage her, her demeanor began to shift. The delicate touch of Bai Ying's hand grazed against her instep, sending a gentle shiver through her. His fingertips danced between her toes, alternating between tender squeezes and caressing strokes. Gradually, her body surrendered to relaxation, enveloped as if by a warm current. Under the watchful eyes of Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was especially striking. The composed and self-restrained demeanor she typically exuded was now replaced by an entirely different persona. Her expression became languid and alluring, her eyes half closed, as if she were reveling in this rare moment of tranquility. Her breath quickened, and an enticing smile began to curve at the corners of her mouth. The soft sounds that escaped her lips, though faint, brimmed with seduction, igniting the imagination. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, seated beside her, observed Zhu Zhuqing's metamorphosis, an unusual sensation blossoming within them. They had never witnessed this side of her before. Her enchanting and dazed expression seemed to liberate her inner self entirely. Zhu Zhuqing's legs trembled slightly, as if she were experiencing an indescribable pleasure. Her toes curled, seemingly savoring Bai Ying's massage. Her breaths grew heavier, almost synchronizing with the rhythm of his ministrations. Suddenly, a soft, sultry moan escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Her body shuddered as if stimulated by an intense sensation. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu exchanged glances, their eyes widening in surprise and curiosity. They found themselves imagining the inner sensations Zhu Zhuqing must be experiencing, a level of relaxation and delight previously unknown to her. Tom slipped away unnoticed. "All right, you all sit tight for a moment. I will go prepare some food for you." Buying announced before exiting. Once he departed, the two exchanged peculiar glances directed at Zhu Zhiqing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly inquired, "What are you looking at me for?" Ning Rongrong giggled. "I never expected you, Zhiqing, to appear so aloof, yet when you relax, it's an entirely different story." They had just witnessed her alluring reactions, sounds that ignited a fire within both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. "You two are insufferable," Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Ning Rongrong, amused by Zhu Zhiqing's flustered state, gently pulled her into an embrace and said, "Zhiqing, don't be so shy. We are all women here. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Your reaction was merely a natural physiological response. We understand completely." Zhu Zhiqing felt even more bashful at Ning Rongrong's words. Struggling to extricate herself from the embrace, her face aflame as she stammered, "Please, stop talking about it. I'm truly embarrassed." Xiao Wu, unable to contain her amusement at Zhu Zhiqing's bashfulness, approached her and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Zhiqing, fret not. We won't mock you. In fact, Rongrong and I had quite the reaction ourselves. We simply manage our emotions a bit better." At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing wished she could disappear into the ground. Her cheeks felt as though they were aflame, her heart swirling with embarrassment and helplessness. She had always perceived herself as a composed and reserved individual. However, today, under Bai Ying's ministrations, she had unveiled such a captivating side of herself, which she found hard to accept. Just then, Xiao shifted the topic toward Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, your reaction wasn't insignificant either, was it?" Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson as she shot a glare at Xiao Wu. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I didn't." Xiao Wu smiled knowingly. "Oh, don't be shy. We are all women here. What is there to be embarrassed about? I saw your reaction just like I saw Zhiqing's. By the way, regarding our visit to the spirit hall, what are your thoughts?" Ning Rongrong suddenly asked. "What is there to think about? Haven't we already made our decision?" Zhu Zhiqing replied. "True. Since we are all so familiar now, why not share something interesting, like where we're from?" Ning Rongrong proposed. "I'll go first," she said, rising to her feet. "I hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Turning to Zhu Zhiqing, she inquired, "And you? Where do you come from?" "I've always wanted to ask. You seem to have known Dai Mubai for quite some time." Ning Rongrong, being astute, struck at the heart of the matter. Zhu Zhiqing sighed softly, then candidly replied, "I once had an engagement with Dai Mubai, but we have since severed our ties. I come from the Zhu family of the Star Luo royal nobility. My heavens, I've heard my father mention the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. They are the most powerful clan in the new Luo Empire. Every generation, royal members marry into the Zhu family to secure their status. No wonder you harbor such disdain for Dai Mubai." Zhu Zhiqing reminisced. "That is all in the past. What about you, Xiao Wu?" she suddenly asked. "You haven't shared where you're from." At this question, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing's curiosity piqued. Xiao Wu, however, looked somewhat melancholy. "Actually, I'm not human," she admitted. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing gasped in astonishment. "Not human? Xiao Wu, what do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu explained. "I am actually a 10,000-year soul beast." "A 10,000-year soul beast? How is that possible? Generally, it is exceedingly rare for soul beasts to reach such an age. In the history of Daoliu continent, only the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, has achieved that age. Each 10,000-year soul beast is a dominant entity, and yet..." "Xiao Wu, how could you possibly be so weak?" "I truly am a 10,000-year soul beast. While ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts are indeed exceptionally powerful, even titled Daoliu level experts cannot guarantee their defeat. There is one exception: when they transform into a human. Among all species, humans are considered the most potential laden. And when a soul beast becomes human, it loses all its prior strength. However, its cultivation speed is significantly accelerated, and it can acquire spirit rings without having to hunt for them. This transformation, however, is fraught with danger, as a 10,000-year soul beast that is transformed into a human becomes an immense treasure on the continent. Soul Daoliu or title Daoliu can easily discern the identity of a 10,000-year soul beast. I chose to transform because if we can break through to title Daoliu and successfully attain the 100 level, our lifespan can become eternal," Xiao Wu continued. Ning Rongrong interjected. "Can humans truly surpass the 100 level?" Xiao Wu, surprised, replied, "I never expected you to possess such insight. How did you come to know Bai Ying? Does he know about your true identity?" Xiao Wu nodded. "Yes, he has always known my identity. Our acquaintance dates back to my childhood when he saved me from the hands of the Pope, Bibi Dong. At that time, my mother was gravely injured while protecting me, and it was during that dire moment that he intervened. Later, my mother sacrificed herself for him, and he gifted me this ring to conceal my soul beast aura." "Are you saying Bai Ying's power is on par with that of Pope Bibi Dong?" Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were stunned, not having anticipated that Xiaowu harbored such a profound secret. My mother passed away long ago. Now, Bai Ying is my only remaining family, Xiaowu confessed. I'm sorry, Xiaowu, for bringing you sorrow, Ning Rongrong said gently. Ning Rongrong spoke softly. Xiaowu smiled gently, shaking her head and waving her hand lightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. She lifted her gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, a soft curve gracing her lips as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Truly, it's nothing. Expressing it has lightened my heart considerably. For so many years, I have carried this secret, fearful of being discovered, anxious about causing trouble for those around me. Now, with you by my side, I feel so much better. Ning Rongrong tenderly grasped Xiaowu's hand, gazing at her with eyes filled with concern and comfort. She softly reassured, Xiaowu, let the past remain in the past. What matters is the present, us. We will always be here for you, supporting you, accompanying you. Do not dwell on it any longer. Let us look forward together. In truth, your ability to untangle this long-held knot in your heart has genuinely surprised me. Bai Ying naturally overheard their conversation. He approached with a steaming pot of porridge, setting it down on the table before speaking. I remember back then. It was with the aid of the power of the Shura God that I was able to defeat Bibi Dong. Now that we have some time, allow me to share insights on how to transcend the 100th level. Is it truly possible for humans to surpass this threshold? I have never heard of such feats in the history of the Star Luo Empire, spoke Zhu Shiqing. Humans can indeed surpass the 100th level. However, even individuals with unparalleled talent can only reach level 99. This level represents the utmost limit our world can bear. Once one steps into the realm of the 100th level, they can ascend to the divine realm, where life can achieve immortality. There are two pathways to reach this level. The first is to seek the inheritance of a divine position. All soul masters aspiring to break through will seek out a divine position, for only with such a position can one endure in the divine realm. The territories of the divine realm are finite, and to survive in this space, one must possess their own rightful place. The second method involves gathering the power of faith to create a divine position of one's own. However, this method is fraught with difficulty, as the lifespan of humans is too brief. Consequently, most soul masters who choose this path meet their demise along the way. Ning Rongrong interjected. Has our world ever seen a deity? Indeed, it has. In our Daoliu continent, as far as I know, the spirit hall houses the inheritance of the angel god. Far across the ocean lies a place known as Sea God Island, which holds the inheritance of the sea god. Additionally, there is a place called the City of Slaughter, home to the inheritance of the Shura god, of which I am the bearer. If I can break through to level 99, I will undoubtedly achieve the 100th level. Thus, encountering me is perhaps the greatest fortune of your lives. Fortune? Ning Rongrong retorted. I see meeting you as my greatest misfortune. Her words cast an awkward pall over the atmosphere. Bai Ying was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Ning Rongrong. Turning to her, he noticed a hint of dissatisfaction mingled with playful mischief on her face. Zhu Shiqing and Xiaowu also regarded Bai Ying, surprise flickering in their eyes. They had never witnessed Ning Rongrong express her discontent towards Bai Ying so directly. Bai Ying offered a faint smile, shaking his head as if he had disregarded Ning Rongrong's words entirely. He approached her, lowering his gaze to meet hers, and tenderly inquired, Rongrong, why do you say such things? Ning Rongrong looked up at Bai Ying, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She feigned a serious expression and replied, Your appearances are always so enigmatic, leaving us utterly perplexed. Furthermore, you invariably entangle us in various perils. Is that not the greatest misfortune? Indeed, that may be my fault. He conceded, but have I not provided you with benefits? Moreover, this serves as a trial for your growth. Enough of that, let us enjoy the porridge. This week, I have infused it with numerous rare ingredients. It will surely yield significant advantages for you. Is that true? Then I shall indulge, Xiaowu exclaimed. The group gathered around the table, savoring the porridge that Bai Ying had personally prepared. The aroma wafted enticingly, and the texture was delectably smooth, each spoonful seemingly brimming with boundless essence. As the warm concoction flowed gently down their throats, a wave of warmth spread throughout their bodies, invigorating their spirits. However, as this warmth enveloped them, they began to notice black impurities surfacing upon their skin. These impurities gradually coalesced, forming a thick layer of grime that emanated an unbearable stench. Ning Rongrong was the first to perceive this unsettling change. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her own body. She attempted to touch the black impurities, only to feel a coarse texture, akin to something repulsive. What is this? It smells so foul. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, growing heavy with tension. The black impurities continued to ooze from their skin, releasing a nauseating odor. Xiaowu and Zhu Juqing, too, recognized the unsettling transformation occurring within themselves, exchanging alarmed glances that spoke volumes of their dread. Bai Ying observed them, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, "These impurities within your bodies have accumulated over time, significantly hindering your cultivation. Now, I will expel them, presenting you with a rare opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong eagerly rose to her feet and dashed towards the bathroom. Her figure vanished at the door, leaving behind an unpleasant odor. Xiaowu and Zhu Juqing promptly followed suit, hastily exiting the room. The trio swiftly ascended the stairs, unable to contain their urgency as they turned on the faucet. The cool water cascaded over their bodies, dissolving the black impurities that transformed into dark streams, flowing away down the drain. Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Juqing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an ineffable astonishment. They had never fathomed that their bodies harbored such extensive filth. After rinsing for an extended period, until the water became clear and transparent, they turned off the faucet and retrieved a set of clean clothes from their storage soul guide. They quickly changed, reveling in the refreshing sensation that enveloped them, as if they had been reborn. Returning to their room, the three lay upon the bed, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within them. Their bodies radiated warmth, as if a torrent of heat surged inside. Although this sensation was uncomfortable, they could distinctly perceive their soul power escalating at an astonishing rate. The heat intensified, akin to being ensconced in a furnace. Ning Rongrong tossed and turned on the bed, her garments soaked with perspiration. She felt as though her body was engulfed in flames, every inch of her skin ablaze. The torment was unbearable, prompting her to sit up suddenly, her eyes gleaming with determination. She descended from the bed and approached Bai Ying's room, each step feeling extraordinarily heavy. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Upon pushing the door open, she found Bai Ying seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. Ning Rongrong stepped before Bai Ying, inhaling deeply before voicing, "I cannot endure this any longer. The sensation is too agonizing. What exactly did you give me? Why do I feel so hot?" "Precisely," Bai Ying replied. "The reason you feel heat is due to your poor constitution. The medicinal effects are enhancing it. Once you take deep breaths and circulate your soul power, you will be fine." Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, fully concentrating on the flow of her soul power. The 9-treasure glazed tile behind her slowly revolved, emitting a soft glow, as if bestowing her with an unceasing source of strength. She could sense an overwhelming energy surging within her, akin to boundless power and motion. However, the wave of heat continued to assail her, becoming increasingly intolerable. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks deepened. She gritted her teeth, steadfastly refusing to surrender. At that moment, she suddenly felt a refreshing breeze emanating from the 9-treasure glazed tile, enveloping her entirely. The heat seemed to be subdued by this coolness, becoming far more bearable. She opened her eyes in delight, discovering that her constitution appeared to have genuinely improved, the fatigue and weakness vanishing without a trace. "I must check on Xiaowu and Zhu Juqing," she thought. Ning Rongrong's physical condition was the weakest among the trio, hence her pronounced reaction. Meanwhile, Bai Ying arrived at Xiaowu's door, knocking gently as he called out, "Xiaowu, are you all right?" Receiving no response, he pushed the door open, revealing her lying on the bed, flushed and sweating, exclaiming, "I feel so hot." "Brother, what brings you here?" she inquired. Bai Ying spoke, inquiring, "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" Xiaowu responded, "I am fine," while wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. "I just feel a bit warm at the moment. If I channel my soul energy to absorb the medicinal properties, I should be all right. You should check on Zhu Juqing now. Go quickly." Bai Ying nodded, his gaze imbued with concern. He turned and walked towards the door, gently closing it as if to avoid disturbing Xiaowu's rest. His figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor, and after a short while, he arrived at Zhu Juqing's door. He lightly tapped on the door, his voice tinged with a subtle tension. "Zhu Juqing, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" Bai Ying's voice resonated through the door. After a moment, a faint reply emerged from within. "I am fine, just feeling a bit warm." It must be the effects of the medicine. Bai Ying exhaled in relief and pushed the door open, stepping inside. There lay Zhu Juqing upon the bed, her complexion equally flushed, her forehead adorned with beads of perspiration. Her hands clutched the sheets tightly, as if she were enduring immense agony. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying was overcome by an intense desire to protect. He swiftly disrobed, revealing his powerful physique, and gently seated himself at the edge of the bed, cradling Zhu Juqing in his embrace. Is this better? He inquired, his voice soft and resonant, as if capable of soothing all unease. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. In the realm of fantasy literature, the male protagonist often employs such methods to provide comfort to the female lead. Ah, I truly am a genius. It seems my reading has not been in vain. Zhu Zhiqing nodded slightly, her cheeks pressed against Bai Ying's chest, absorbing the solidity and warmth emanating from him. That refreshing aura seeped through her skin, penetrating her being and enveloping her in a wave of comfort. However, the effects of the medicine appeared to still wreak havoc within her, causing her expression to grow increasingly dazed. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if she were ensnared in a surreal reverie. Bai Ying sensed an unusual change in Zhu Zhiqing's body. He lowered his gaze and observed that her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion flushed, and her breathing rapid. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he realized this might be a reaction to an overdose of the medicinal substance. He hastily laid Zhu Zhiqing flat on the bed, placing his hands against her back, and began to channel his soul power to assist in alleviating the effects of the drug within her system. A refreshing aura emanated from his palms, entering Zhu Zhiqing's body and counteracting the wild potency of the medicine. With Bai Ying's assistance, the tumultuous energy within Zhu Zhiqing gradually subsided. Her breathing became steadier, and her complexion slowly returned to normal. However, her consciousness remained ensnared in that enchanting sensation, unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, Bai Ying began to gasp for breath, his hands growing restless as he embraced Zhu Zhiqing's slender waist, captivated by the allure of her ethereal presence. The movements of the white shadow suddenly became domineering and intense. As he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Zhiqing, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable desire. He lowered his head and gently bit her earlobe. In that instant, Zhu Zhiqing shuddered violently, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed once more with a deep crimson. Yet this time, she did not resist. Instead, she chose to submit. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if bracing herself for the fate that awaited her. The gentle caress of Bai Ying's lips and tongue danced upon her earlobe, igniting an uncontainable sensation within her. Her body quivered softly in Bai Ying's embrace, as if whispering the deep-seated yearnings of her heart. The sound of Zhu Zhiqing's voice echoed from beyond the door, much to the discomfort of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Were they not overly exuberant? Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu arrived simultaneously at the entrance, yet refrained from intruding. Their voices were so loud. Did they not consider the necessity of slumber? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but scoff, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She turned to Xiao Wu, noting her equally frail expression, evidently affected by the fervent sounds. It seemed that sleep would be elusive this night. Xiao Wu murmured softly, her hands clasped together, as if beseeching for a tranquil night. The two exchanged a knowing smile, deciding against lingering further, lest they become ensnared by the tempestuous fervor emanating from within. They tiptoed back to their chambers, shutting the door in an attempt to sever the exhilarating sounds that quickened their pulses. As Ning Rongrong lay upon her bed, vivid images of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhiqing entwined flickered through her mind. Her cheeks flushed, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. She turned over, striving to banish those visions from her thoughts, yet the passion surged like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming her defenses. A warmth began to envelop her body, as if an unnamed fire ignited within. Her cheeks felt increasingly heated, as though one could cook an egg upon them. She swallowed hard, attempting to alleviate the parching sensation. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, trying to calm her racing heart. However, the images of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhiqing continued to invade her mind, taking root in her heart and rendering escape impossible. Suddenly, she felt her body grow increasingly warm, as if a force coursed through her veins. Her heartbeat quickened. Breaths came in quick succession, as if on the verge of eruption. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this way? No. I must suppress this feeling by channeling my soul power. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu curled tightly in her bed, pondering whether the outcome would have been different had she not allowed her brother to enter Zhu Zhiqing's room. She, too, was in discomfort, biting her silver teeth as she softly called out, "Brother, brother." In that moment, it seemed that this invocation could provide her some solace. Chapter 100, The Destroyer. My dear comrades, I feel that the quality of this novel has diminished significantly. Truth be told, I yearn to conclude it now. Yet I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support, particularly to the Son of the Stars. I now find myself in a quandary, contemplating whether to bring this tale to an end. The following day, congratulations to the host for acquiring a Soul Guidance Tank Artillery. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? A Soul Guidance Tank Artillery. Though in my past life tanks were not particularly formidable weapons in this era of Cold Steel, They are undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. This is what one might call a dimensional strike. A tank is merely a hunk of iron, and with this, even Tang San's Buddha's Wrath Lotus would surely find itself outmatched. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had also awakened, her cheeks tinged with pink. Clearly embarrassed by the events of the previous night. Zhuqing, I am truly sorry. It is simply that you are too beautiful. It is nothing, Zhu Zhuqing replied, rising and making her way to the living room. By this time, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had been waiting for a considerable while, and when the two appeared simultaneously, an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. Bai Ying cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, inquiring, Did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Ning Rongrong let out a soft laugh, saying, I wonder whose voice was so loud last night that it kept us both awake. Don't you agree, Xiao Wu? Rongrong, Xiao Wu, it is my fault, Bai Ying replied as he approached them, speaking gently. His hand tenderly brushed against their cheeks, softly wiping away the fatigue from the corners of their eyes. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then she smiled lightly. She looked up at Bai Ying, a mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes. Since you are aware, you shall be punished by preparing breakfast for us today. Bai Ying smiled gently, offering no rebuttal to Ning Rongrong's words, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. He turned and made his way to the kitchen, where he busied himself preparing a lavish breakfast for them. Within the kitchen, Bai Ying's movements were both adept and graceful, as if each dish he crafted was a work of art. Flames danced in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma that soon permeated the entire living room, tantalizing the senses. Before long, the breakfast was ready, and Bai Ying artfully arranged the exquisite dishes on the dining table. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu eagerly gathered around, ready to indulge. Each bite was a symphony of flavors and satisfaction, as if all weariness had been swept away. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing was the most voracious, clearly exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's ravenous appetite, Ning Rongrong could not help but stifle a laugh, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Playfully, she teased, Zhuqing, were you utterly worn out last night? Some people, like a famished wolf, seem completely oblivious to the notion of contentment. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing nearly choked on her food, hastily swallowing it down, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Ning Rongrong a reproachful glare, exclaiming, Rongrong, how could you say such a thing? Bai Ying observed the interaction between the two and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and remarked with a serious tone, Rongrong, it seems you truly are quite mischievous. Would you care to give it a try yourself? Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No, I certainly do not wish to end up like Zhuqing. Please, spare me. Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong's bashful demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently brushed his fingers against her nose, affectionately saying, All right. I shall not tease you any longer. Do eat up. We have matters to attend to shortly. After breakfast, Bai Ying led Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing to the courtyard. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he revealed a soul-guided tank artillery. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. This is a soul-guided tank artillery, a creation of mine over the past few days, Bai Ying replied with a sense of pride. Wow, how impressive! Xiao Wu exclaimed, circling the imposing structure with keen interest. Does this artillery possess any special features? Ning Rongrong asked, intrigued. Indeed, it does. This artillery can launch formidable shells, capable of demolishing a small mountain, Bai Ying declared triumphantly. Is it truly that powerful? Zhu Zhuqing observed Bai Ying in astonishment, taken aback by the artillery's potential. Absolutely. Furthermore, this artillery has an automatic targeting system. Once it locks onto a target, it can fire shells autonomously, making it exceedingly convenient, Bai Ying elucidated. That's fantastic. With this artillery, we need not fear anyone seeking trouble with us, Ning Rongrong said with excitement. Moreover, we can employ this artillery to launch surprise attacks on our enemies, catching them off guard, Xiao Wu added, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Bai Ying gazed at the three women, their excitement igniting a warmth within his heart. He gently patted the top of the cannon and declared, Very well, let us test the might of this artillery. With that, he retrieved a shell and loaded it into the cannon, then aimed at a distant hill. With a thunderous roar, the shell was propelled forth, tracing a brilliant arc across the sky. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed from the hill, enveloped in a cloud of dust, clearly struck by the projectile. Wow, how impressive! The three women cheered, their eyes sparkling with awe as they beheld the devastation of the hill. What do you think? The power of this cannon is quite remarkable, isn't it? Bai Ying remarked with a proud smile. Absolutely astounding. It is nothing short of a divine artifact. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, with this cannon, we can cultivate here with complete peace of mind, Xiao Wu added, equally exhilarated. All right, since everyone is so enamored with this cannon, let us bestow upon it a name. Bai Ying suggested. Yes, yes. Allow me to think of one, Ning Rongrong replied eagerly. I believe we should call it the Annihilator. The Annihilator? That name certainly carries an imposing resonance. Bai Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Annihilator sounds powerful, Xiao Wu concurred. Then it shall be named the Annihilator. Zhu Zhuqing also endorsed the title. Bai Ying observed the excitement radiating from the three women, and a warm sensation enveloped his heart. Gently, he patted the top of the destroyer and declared, let this be its name. Meanwhile, a wave of sorrow washed over the faces of the onlookers as they witnessed Bai Ying depart alongside Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Dean, cheer up. You still have us, Flandre urged, turning to see the concerned gazes of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. A surge of warmth filled his heart. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions. Thank you, children, he said, a rare smile gracing his features, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. I shall not be defeated. I will fight for you and uphold the honor of Shrek Academy. At that moment, Yu Tianheng rushed over in a state of panic. Upon spotting Master Yu Xiaojiang, he could no longer contain himself. Uncle, Yu Luomian is dead, killed by Bai Ying himself. With reddened eyes and a quivering voice, Yu Tianheng continued, Uncle, it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Bai Ying. He personally murdered grandfather Yu Luomian. Yu Xiaojiang staggered, as if struck by a heavy blow, and steadied himself against a nearby table. His complexion turned pale, disbelief and grief flooding his expression. How could this be? His voice trembled as he looked at Yu Tianheng, urgency evident in his gaze. Tianheng, tell me, is there some misunderstanding? How could Bai Ying possibly kill Yu Luomian? Yu Tianheng bit his lip tightly, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. I wish it were a misunderstanding. However, the truth is undeniable. Bai Ying has grown exceedingly powerful. I witnessed him unleash formidable soul techniques. Grandfather Yu Luomian stood no chance against him. Bai Ying would not strike indiscriminately. What on earth transpired? Yu Tianheng finally divulged the truth. It was my fault. Initially, I was unwilling to accept my defeat at his hands. Upon returning to the family, I relayed the events here to Uncle Yu Luomian. He intended to bring you back and resolve the matter, believing it was merely a conflict between us. As a senior, he hesitated to act swiftly. However, Bai Ying insulted Uncle Yu Luomian and, moreover, disparaged the entire Nandian Tyrannosaurus family. Uncle Yu Luomian could no longer endure this and confronted him directly, but ultimately, he was slain. A thunderous shock reverberated in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Trembling, he grasped Yu Tianheng's shoulders, his voice choked with emotion. Tianheng, are you truly speaking the truth? Yu Luomian. He is really dead? A flicker of anguish crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes as he lowered his head, his voice somber. Yes, uncle. I saw Bai Ying strike down grandfather Yu Luomian with my own eyes. His power surpasses our imagination. We are no match for him. Yu Xiaojiang's body trembled violently, a glimmer of resolve igniting within him. Releasing Yu Tianheng, he slowly rose, his eyes gleaming with a cold, fierce light. Uncle, I vow to avenge you. Oh, someone is pondering my identity, he mused. A sudden sneeze escaped from the white figure as he spoke. Chapter 101. An unexpected encounter. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Xiao Wu, did you use the soul guidance cannon? Not me, brother. At this moment, Bai Ying was filled with bewilderment, pondering the origin of the explosive sound. Help, help. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, and suddenly, a figure emerged in the distance. It was a woman, adorned with flowing blue hair, possessing a well-proportioned figure and fair skin, not quite rivaling Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, yet undeniably striking. Behind her loomed a soul beast, moving with astonishing speed. This soul beast was enveloped in dark mist, exuding an aura of malevolence, its tail resembling a sinister hook. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Ying's eyes as he fixated on the soul beast before him, murmuring, Is that the dark demon evil god tiger? His voice carried an undertone of disbelief, as if the mere presence of such a soul beast took him completely by surprise. Xiao Wu, too, recognized the situation. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she was aware of the rarity of this particular creature in the realm of soul beasts. Unlike most soul beasts, which are devoid of animosity, there exists a unique breed, the dark demon evil god tiger. This soul beast is exceedingly scarce. relying on the consumption of the life force of other soul beasts or soul masters to transcend its own limitations. Thus, despite its notorious villainy, upon discovery, both soul beasts and humans would unite to eradicate it, sparing no effort to thwart its growth. With her third soul skill, Ring of Resistance, Xue Bing'e swiftly manifested a faint blue halo that enveloped her being, effectively countering the onslaught of the dark demon evil god tiger. The creature roared, as if intent on engulfing the world in its fury, its surrounding darkness thickening into a tangible miasma that surged toward Xue Bing'e. A glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes. She understood that retreat was not an option. Failure to stand her ground would not only jeopardize her life, but endanger her companions as well. The tiger's claws struck the halo with a deafening crash, causing the ground to tremble as if it might split apart. Yet, the ethereal blue ring pulsated with a life of its own, deflecting the tiger's ferocious attacks time and again. However, under the relentless barrage, Xue Bing'e began to falter. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Each effort to withstand the tiger's strikes drained her spirit. Finally, with a resounding crack, the blue halo shattered like glass, scattering in all directions. The dark demon evil god tiger emitted a victorious roar, advancing step by step towards Xue Bing'e, each footfall echoing in her heart, instilling a profound sense of despair. Severely wounded, she could only retreat, step by painstaking step. Xiao exclaimed, "We must save her, or she will surely be devoured by the dark demon evil god tiger." Ning Rongrong echoed, "We cannot stand idly by and watch her perish." Although Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, she had already readied herself for battle. As Xue Bing'e teetered on the brink of the tiger's grasp, Bai Ying spoke, "Zhuqing, you have reached level 40, have you not?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. Bai Ying spoke, "The dark demon evil god tiger is a supreme soul beast. Should you manage to absorb its soul ring, you will undoubtedly acquire a flawless soul skill." Suddenly, Bai Ying moved, his figure seemingly drenched in blood for an instant, enveloped in a rich crimson radiance. That was his fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. The speed of the white shadow reached an unparalleled peak, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens as it charged directly toward the dark demon evil god tiger. A cold, penetrating light flickered in its eyes. In the presence of this formidable soul beast, it dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. With a resounding force, a fist struck heavily against the massive form of the dark demon evil god tiger, producing a deafening roar. The creature's colossal body trembled slightly under the impact, as though it had endured a tremendous shock. In the face of this sudden onslaught, a flicker of astonishment passed through the once ferocious gaze of the dark demon evil god tiger. Despite its immense strength, it found itself compelled to momentarily retreat under the relentless barrage. The white shadow's fist crashed down upon the tiger's formidable physique once more, creating a thunderous echo that seemed to make the very earth shudder. Almost immediately, another powerful blow landed squarely on the tiger's head. The force of this strike was even more astonishing, leaving the dark demon evil god tiger dazed and utterly defenseless. A glimmer of fear flickered in its eyes, an unfamiliar sensation it had never before experienced. The assault from the white shadow persisted unabated, transforming him into a ferocious tiger, relentlessly attacking the dark demon evil god tiger. Each strike inflicted excruciating pain upon the dark demon evil god tiger, whose eyes brimmed with terror and despair. Suddenly, white shadow's form traced a flawless arc through the air, delivering a devastating kick to the abdomen of the dark demon evil god tiger. The force of this strike sent the beast hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. "Zhuqing, quickly," White Shadow commanded, his words barely escaping his lips when Zhuqing materialized beside the dark demon evil god tiger like a wraith. Her gaze was cold and resolute, her hands transforming into lethal claws that shimmered with a chilling light, twisting directly toward the neck of the dark demon evil god tiger. The creature struggled to evade, but Zhuqing's speed was insurmountable, rendering its efforts futile. A sharp, resounding crack echoed as Zhuqing's claws snapped the neck of the dark demon evil god tiger, its life force swiftly ebbing away. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying let out a long sigh of relief. He understood that their victory in this battle was purely a stroke of luck. The dark demon evil god tiger, as a formidable soul beast, possessed immense powers, the most terrifying of which was its time reversal ability. Once this skill was unleashed, everyone would regress to their childhood state. Yet, he himself would remain unaffected. One must recognize that an adult facing a child is an overwhelming advantage. In the past, Tang San had barely triumphed over the dark demon evil god tiger with the help of the Zhuge divine crossbow. Zhu Qing, please drag the body in and begin absorbing its soul ring, he instructed. Zhu Qing nodded and promptly complied. Meanwhile, Bai Ying's gaze shifted to Xue Bing'er. Judging by her attire, it was evident that she was no ordinary individual. He pondered which faction she belonged to. Ning Rongrong, observing Xue Bing'er, suddenly remarked, "That is the uniform of Tianshui Academy. She must be from there. I remember seeing such uniforms in my childhood." Tianshui Academy, you say? Regardless, it is imperative to tend to her injuries first. Chapter 102. Encountering a Beauty. Bai Ying gently lifted Xue Bing'er and placed her upon the bed. Xiao gazed at Xue Bing'er, her heart filled with concern as she inquired, "Brother, is he still alive?" Ning Rongrong, equally anxious, observed Xue Bing'er, whose body was marred with injuries. "Surely she hasn't perished, has she?" Bai Ying reached out with her hand to probe his pulse. Discovering that he still possessed a breath of life, Bai Ying spoke, indicating that she still possessed a flicker of life, albeit weakened to a precarious state that necessitated immediate treatment. Rongrong summoned the 9 treasure glaze tile to aid in her healing. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately unleashed her martial spirit, manifesting 3 radiant beams of light that enveloped Xue Bing'er entirely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, gradually. A hint of color returned to Xue Bing'er's pallid complexion, and her breathing steadied somewhat. A sheen of perspiration formed on Ning Rongrong's forehead, yet she remained undeterred, diligently maintaining her focus on the healing process. "Enough, Rongrong," Bai Ying urged. "You should take a moment to rest. I shall handle the rest from here." Ning Rongrong, hearing this, retracted the 9 treasure glaze tile. "Little Dance, please escort Rongrong back to rest. Her soul power has been severely depleted, and she must recuperate swiftly." Little Dance nodded in agreement and asked, "All right, brother, how confident are you in saving her?" "That is indeed difficult to ascertain. She is exceedingly frail now, and even with the support of the 9 treasure glaze tile, her recovery hinges solely on her own strength. I can only do my utmost." "Very well. You two may leave now. I shall take it from here." Once the 2 women departed, Bai Ying turned his attention to the frail Xue Bing'er lying on the bed. Little Dance cast an odd glance at Bai Ying and, taking a deep breath, remarked, "Brother, it is inherently inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together in a room. Do not entertain any ill intentions." "Come on, what nonsense. I am perfectly capable of distinguishing right from wrong. She is on the brink of death. If I were to act upon any desires, I would first ensure her recovery. Am I truly that sort of person?" Little Dance regarded him with a cool glance and retorted, "Aren't you that kind of person? You are quite the lecher." "Fine. Enough with the teasing. I assure you, if I do not act soon, she may very well perish. Please, hurry and leave." Having dismissed the 2 women, Bai Ying prepared to focus entirely on Xue Bing'er's treatment. The white shadow gently lifted Xue Bing'er, her body as light as a feather, fragile as if it could shatter at a mere touch. He cautiously began to unravel the tattered garments clinging to her, which had adhered to her wounds, leaving behind ghastly traces. Every movement of the white shadow was imbued with tenderness and caution, fearing to inflict even the slightest additional pain upon her. During the process of adjusting her clothing, Xue Bing'er occasionally emitted faint moans, her brows furrowed in a struggle against overwhelming agony. Yet, she remained ensconced in her profound, tormenting slumber, unable to awaken. When the white shadow finally succeeded in removing all of Xue Bing'er's garments, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before him. Her skin, which ought to have been as pale as jade, was now tainted crimson with blood, her body marred by numerous wounds. "Do not look, do not look. I am not taking advantage of your misfortune, but rather compelled to do this in order to tend to your injuries. Once you awaken, do not hold me accountable. I act solely to save you." Bai Ying inhaled deeply several times, as if making a momentous decision. His palm trembled slightly as he retrieved several ethereal medicinal herbs. Glowing faintly from his storage soul guide, he meticulously chopped the herbs into fine pieces and poured them into a large wooden barrel. As hot water was added, the aroma of the herbs intensified, enveloping the entire room in an invigorating fragrance. Bai Ying gently placed Xue Bing'er into the barrel, ensuring her body was fully immersed in the medicinal liquid. At that moment, it seemed as though her skin was merging with the potion. Her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and her pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Bai Ying watched Xue Bing'er anxiously, fearing any unforeseen mishap. If he failed to revive her, it would be a tremendous loss. Xue Bing'er slowly opened her eyes, greeted by a haze of warm mist and a blurred figure. She felt as though she were enveloped in a comforting fog, tranquil and serene. As her vision gradually sharpened, she beheld a handsome face, with deep, caring eyes gazing intently at her. You have finally awakened, Bai Ying thought, feeling a sense of helplessness. If she truly had perished, his precious herbs would have been in vain, leading to his own significant loss. Observing her, he mused that she seemed to belong to a wealthy family. If she lived, it would affirm that the herbs had not been wasted, and he could certainly benefit handsomely from her revival. If she did not mind, he would consider offering himself in return. In her heart, the white shadow pondered silently. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, as a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome. His profound gaze and gentle voice set her heart racing and caused a faint blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Where am I? Shui Binger's voice quivered as she attempted to rise, only to discover her body remained weak and feeble. Suddenly, she realized she was indeed in a bath barrel and was struck by the alarming thought. Where had her clothes gone? She was in a state of undress, which meant this man had seen her bare. Her heart pounded violently, as if it would leap from her chest. She could scarcely believe she was exposed before a stranger. The overwhelming feelings of shyness and embarrassment left her disoriented. Her hands clutched the edge of the wooden tub tightly, as if that would steady her trembling form. Bai Ying gazed at Shui Binger, whose bashful demeanor stirred a ripple of emotions within him. He had never encountered such a modest woman. Her innocent shyness captivated his heart profoundly. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. My dear, there is no need for concern. I did not intend to gaze upon your form. At that moment, your injuries were grave, and I had to attend to them. Where are my clothes? She inquired, her voice quivering, her hands gripping the edge of the bathtub, as if seeking some semblance of support. Your garments were torn, he explained gently. When I rescued you, most of the remnants were adhered to your wounds. Thus, I had to dispose of them. What? Shui Bingo exclaimed, an inexplicable dread surging within her. She felt as though she were stripped bare, exposed before the world, and the overwhelming sense of vulnerability and shame nearly brought her to tears. However, at that moment, Bai Ying unexpectedly retrieved a voluminous white robe from his storage soul guide and delicately draped it over Shui Binger. His actions were tender and meticulous, as if he feared disturbing this startled little bird. This is my attire. Please wear it, he said, his voice infused with warmth and concern, as if to soothe the fears and anxieties that plagued her heart. Shui Bingo stood in astonishment, lifting her gaze to Bai Ying, her eyes brimming with gratitude and surprise. She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from this man, which alleviated some of her embarrassment and awkwardness. With a timid voice, she responded, Thank you. Bai Ying coughed lightly and inquired, My dear, what is your name? Shui Bingo lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this gentleman would inquire so attentively about her name. She gently bit her lip and replied, My name is Shui Binger, hailing from the Heavenly Water Academy. Heavenly Water Academy, is it? Bai Ying mused. In the original tale of Daoliu, Shui Binger, after her defeat by Tang Sect, developed a profound admiration for him, which eventually blossomed into love. However, this emotion remained concealed within her heart, never revealed to Tang Sect. In the conclusion of the Daoliu narrative, she stood alongside the Heavenly Do Empire in opposition to the Spirit Empire. What a remarkable twist of fate to encounter an adversary here. Noticing the silence from the gentleman before her, Shui Bingo felt a pang of anxiety. Her hands clutched the hem of her white robe tightly, and with a hint of shyness in her voice, she asked, May I inquire who you are? Bai Ying regained his composure, only now feeling a sense of embarrassment as he involuntarily swallowed hard. I am Bai Ying, hailing from the Spirit Hall, where I hold the esteemed title of the Holy Sun. I have been journeying across the continent, and today I intended to return to the Spirit Hall, but unexpectedly, I found myself rescuing you. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? I never imagined that it would be you, my savior. Thank you ever so much for your assistance. Holy Son, it was nothing, merely a trifling matter. I must say, Shui Binger is truly exquisite. While she may not surpass Xiao Wu, each possesses her own unique allure. Bai Ying was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Shui Bingo sat gracefully in the bath, her white robe draping delicately over her form. Although it concealed much of her skin, the exquisite contours of her figure were still subtly discernible. Her flowing blue hair cascaded down her back, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. Under the soft illumination, her fair skin emanated a crystalline beauty that irresistibly beckoned one to explore further. The gaze of Bai Ying gradually descended from Shui Bingo's face, resting upon her exposed, fragrant shoulder. He momentarily froze, a surge of inexplicable impulse flooding his heart. Quickly averting his eyes, he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Remain calm, he admonished himself. This must be approached with tranquility. Shui Bingao, too, was acutely aware of Bai Ying's attention. She swallowed hard. To be observed in such a manner, Shui Bingao found herself inexplicably enveloped in a blend of shyness and delight. What is happening to me? Why do I experience such emotions, and what could this possibly signify? The white shadow indeed harbors exquisite plans within her heart. Her beauty is simply unparalleled. I finally comprehend why emperors of ancient times would become so enamored with their realms that they could hardly bear to leave. There is always beauty beyond measure, never a finality in its splendor. Such a person must surely be brought under one's wing. Fortunately, I have perused countless novels and am well-versed in the art of persuasion. Chapter 103. The handmaiden Shui Bingao. Now that you have awakened, allow me to explain. To save you, do you have any idea how exorbitant this medicinal bath is? Now that I am aware of your identity as a student of the Tianshui Academy, I trust you are not lacking in funds, are you? Shui Bingao replied somewhat awkwardly. I currently do not have any money. The white shadow initiated his scheme, lightly clearing his throat before stating, if you lack funds, any valuable item will suffice. Shui Bingao responded, I have nothing of worth. Her candidness momentarily startled the white shadow. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl would be so forthright. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, and a playful smirk graced his lips, as if he had discerned her predicament. Nothing? He feigned surprise, raising his tone slightly before regaining his composure. With a subtle smile, his gaze revealed a hint of slyness. Surely you must have something to offer, lest my medicinal bath be in vain? As he spoke, he pointed to a delicate light blue bracelet adorning Shui Bingao's wrist, which emanated a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary item. This bracelet appears rather exquisite. It should fetch a few hundred gold coins, he remarked nonchalantly, though a flicker of greed danced in his eyes. Shui Bingao's expression shifted. The bracelet was the sole keepsake left to her by her mother, holding immense sentimental value. She clutched it tightly. Noticing her reaction, the white shadow felt a thrill of excitement. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. He feigned a sigh and said, Ah, very well, given your pitiable state, I shan't pressure you further. However, do remember the cost of this medicinal bath, when you have the means. Be sure to repay me. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, Shui Bingao suddenly interjected, Wait, I can perform a task for you in lieu of payment. The white shadow revealed a sly smile and inquired, Is anything permissible? Shui Bingao responded, Of course. The white shadow then proposed, What if I were to offer myself to you? Bai Ying spoke in an exceedingly casual tone, while Shui Bingao's complexion resembled the blush of dawn, spreading from her fair neck to the roots of her ears. She widened her eyes, clearly taken aback by Bai Ying's unexpected request. Her heart raced, as if it were about to leap from her chest, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ying observed Shui Bingao's reaction, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware that he had successfully ensnared this innocent maiden into his trap. The next step was to relish the delightful struggle of his prey. In the realm of fantastical novels, protagonists often employed such tactics to woo young ladies. One cannot help but remark on the astonishingly low intelligence of the denizens of Daoliu continent. Had this occurred in reality, I would have likely faced a swift retribution by now. However, at that moment, Shui Bingao suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, as if she had arrived at a momentous decision, she slowly uttered, I accept. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Ying's eyes. Seemingly taken aback by Shui Bingao's willingness to acquiesce to his request so readily, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within him, a blend of joy and a tinge of disappointment. He gazed deeply at Shui Bingao, his eyes shimmering with a complex brilliance. However, at that moment, Shui Bingao unexpectedly extended her hand, seizing Bai Ying's collar and pulling him closer to her. Bai Ying was caught off guard, momentarily dazed by her sudden movement. Could this be the beginning? Wasn't the plot unfolding rather swiftly? Or was Shui Bingao simply this kind of person? Just as Bai Ying opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Shui Bingao. You have misunderstood me. What I meant was, I can work for you to repay the debt. Bai Ying was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shui Bingao would so directly misconstrue his intentions. He chuckled softly, reaching out to tousle Shui Bingao's hair, and said, Silly girl. Do you truly believe I would harbor any improper thoughts toward you? Shui Bingao's cheeks flushed deeper, and although she shot Bai Ying a glare, she did not pull away from his grasp. It seemed she could sense Bai Ying's sincerity, and her guard began to lower somewhat. Then what is it that you wish for me to do? Shui Bingao inquired softly, her voice laced with a hint of trepidation. The white shadow smiled faintly. a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. It is quite simple. Become my maid. You shall serve me daily, attending to my needs, pouring tea, washing clothes, preparing meals, until I am thoroughly satisfied. Shui Bingo widened her eyes, clearly taken aback by the audacity of such a request. To her, the role of a maid was a position of utmost degradation, a fate she had never envisioned for herself. Yet, as thoughts of her overwhelming debts flooded her mind, a wave of despair washed over her. In that moment, the white shadow extended her hand, gently grasping Shui Bingers, and said, "Do not worry. I shall not impose upon you excessively arduous tasks. Moreover, I believe you possess the capability to excel in this role. Very well. I shall accept the position of your maid. However, I have one condition. I must first return to Tianshui Academy, lest my sisters grow concerned. I can acquiesce to that. However, your injuries are quite severe. Let us attend to your recovery first," the white shadow replied. Shui Binger was astonished by how readily her interlocutor agreed. "Are you not afraid I might flee?" she questioned. "No one has ever escaped my grasp. Besides, I have faith in you. Here is your uniform. Please change into it." Shortly thereafter, Shui Bingo emerged from the room, clad in a simple maid's attire that, nonetheless, could not conceal her elegant and refined demeanor. The white shadow regarded her with a flicker of appreciation. "This maid outfit suits you rather well. It reminds me of the yearning I felt while watching Western films in my past life." Shui Bingo stood before the white shadow, visibly anxious, her hands tightly clasped as she endeavored to quell her inner turmoil. The white shadow, observing her discomfort, smiled reassuringly. "Do not be anxious. From this day forth, you shall be my maid. Remember, your sole duty is to obey my commands unconditionally, regardless of my requests." Shui Binger nodded. Though a tinge of discontent lingered in her heart, she recognized the lack of alternatives available to her at present. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she lifted her gaze to meet the white shadow's eyes, determination shimmering within her own. "I understand, my master." Buying nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the soft couch in the room, reclining upon it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly savoring the sensation of being attended to. Shui Binger stood nearby, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had never envisioned herself in such a situation, yet she recognized that she must strive to adapt to this new lifestyle. At that moment, Buying suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and addressed Shui Binger. "Please go to the kitchen and fetch some hot water. I wish to take a bath." Shui Bingo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded and turned to head towards the kitchen, although a flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within her. She understood that her current role was that of a maid, and she must obey her master's commands. Before long, Shui Binger entered, carrying a basin of steaming hot water. She placed the basin on the small table beside the couch and respectfully informed Bai Ying, "Master, the water is ready." Bai Ying opened his eyes and, upon observing Shui Binger's respectful demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. He sat up, reached out to test the water temperature, and then nodded in approval. "Very well, you may leave now." Shui Bingo let out a sigh of relief and turned to depart. However, at that moment, Bai Ying suddenly called out to her, "Wait." Shui Bingo halted in her tracks, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She glanced back at Bai Ying, only to find a glimmer of playful intrigue in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something. "Do you have further business?" Shui Bingo inquired cautiously. Bai Ying smiled faintly and gestured towards her disheveled hair, inquiring if she could assist in untangling it. Shui Bingo was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a request from Bai Ying. To her, such trivial matters were typically the domain of maidservants, while her role as a lady-in-waiting entailed more significant responsibilities. However, reflecting on her current status and predicament, she steeled herself and stepped forward to accept the comb offered by Bai Ying, commencing the delicate task of arranging her hair. Bai Ying sat quietly, savoring the gentle caress of Shui Binger's delicate fingers as they wove through her hair. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, they exuded a profound earnestness and meticulousness. A stirring sensation welled up within Bai Ying, prompting him to suddenly grasp Shui Binger's wrist and draw her into his embrace. Shui Binger gasped in surprise, attempting to free herself from his hold, yet he held her tightly. "Do not move," Bai Ying murmured softly. "Let me hold you for a while." Shui Binger's heart raced, and she felt a flush spread across her cheeks. Confused by Bai Ying's sudden affection, she nonetheless sensed the warmth and security enveloping her in his arms. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose not to break free from his embrace. Bai Ying gently released his grip, observing the flushed cheeks and flustered gaze of Shui Binger, an amused smile tugging at his lips. He recognized that his actions may have been somewhat excessive, yet he sought to gauge the trust and affection that existed between them. Her reaction, it seemed, pleased him considerably. I apologize if I have been somewhat abrupt, Bai Ying spoke softly, but I wish to convey that I shall not regard you merely as an ordinary maid. It is my hope that we may cultivate a bond of greater intimacy and trust. Shui Bingo lifted her gaze to Bai Ying, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Unsure of how to respond, she could nonetheless sense the sincerity and warmth embedded in his words. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I am willing to give it a try. Very well, you may leave now. Rongrong, I am aware that you are eavesdropping. Please come in. Bai Ying commanded. Ning Rongrong, upon being summoned, felt her expression shift, and with a deep breath, she opened the door. Shui Bingo stiffened, while Ning Rongrong, unfazed, remarked casually, All right, you may step outside. Relieved, Shui Bingo exited hastily, realizing that their previous conversation had not gone unnoticed. Isn't it a bit too hasty to act on your feelings for her when you've only just met? Ning Rongrong remarked, rolling her eyes and feigning annoyance. Do you really think I am oblivious? Look at that lecherous expression of yours. It is evident that you have taken a liking to Shui Bingo. Bai Ying, confronted by Ning Rongrong, did not conceal his intentions and nodded naturally, boldly saying, Rongrong, you must assist me. You need to devise a way for us to have some moments alone together. Observing Bai Ying's eagerness, Ning Rongrong felt amusement within but maintained a serious facade as she pondered. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as a clever idea formed in her mind, and a playful smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Very well, I shall help you, she finally declared, leaning closer to Bai Ying with an air of mystery. Whispering, I have a plan that will afford you the opportunity to be alone with Shui Bingo. Is that truly the case? Rongrong, you are simply wonderful, Bai Ying exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as he clasped Ning Rongrong's hand. With a sly wink, Ning Rongrong softly replied, Indeed, but you must adhere strictly to my plan without any errors. Bai Ying nodded repeatedly, her urgency palpable as she inquired, What should I do? Ning Rongrong smiled gently, her voice soft and soothing as she replied, Isn't Shui Bingo injured? By offering her the chance to recuperate, you will have the opportunity for some private time together. Bai Ying suddenly struck his forehead, awakening to a profound realization. Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? Rongrong, you are truly brilliant. Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong and remarked. One cannot deny that although Ning Rongrong possesses a somewhat tempestuous disposition befitting a little sorceress, when it comes to intellect and wisdom, she stands unparalleled among the